In the kingdom of Tianyue, within the city of Linyang, the Su family held a grand ceremony for the awakening of martial souls in their vast training ground. At the center of the arena stood a grand altar, upon which a strikingly handsome youth, named Su Yu, sat cross-legged, surrounded by eager members of the Su family and esteemed elders. As the ceremony commenced, radiant symbols flickered from the altar, entering Su Ye's body. Suddenly, a powerful roar erupted from within him, and a colossal serpent's phantom arose above his head, exuding an air of majesty. 5 dazzling yellow rings appeared alongside the serpent, illuminating the surroundings. "This is..." the elder presiding over the ceremony exclaimed, eyes widening in astonishment. "It's the iron scale python. 5 rings. It's a 5th-tier human-grade martial soul." Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd. "A 5th-tier human-grade martial soul," they exclaimed. "At last, our Su family has produced a top-tier genius." The atmosphere was charged with excitement, for in Linyang City, such martial souls were exceedingly rare, appearing only once in a decade. Those who possessed a 5th-tier human-grade martial soul were destined for unparalleled achievements. Su Ye's awakening had surpassed all expectations. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the admiration directed towards Su Yu, a sense of pride surged within him, elevating his spirits to new heights. "Next, Su Mo," commanded the elder, suppressing his astonishment, a glimmer of anticipation shining in his eyes. Su Mo, the son of the Su family head, Su Hong, had completed the 9 refinement body at the tender age of 14, earning the title of the family's foremost genius. With Su Ye's prodigious talent now revealed, it was only natural to expect that Su Mo's martial soul would be equally remarkable, if not superior. As the elder called out Su Mo's name, all eyes turned towards the youthful figure, their anticipation palpable, even surpassing that of Su Ye's earlier revelation. Su Mo, calm and composed, ascended the altar. Su Yu, filled with arrogance, shot a cold, taunting smile at him, but Su Mo paid him no mind. That he took a deep breath, seated himself, and closed his eyes. From beneath the altar, symbols began to ascend, penetrating Su Mo's being. The surrounding disciples murmured among themselves, speculating on Su Mo's potential. With Master Su Mo's talent, he may very well awaken a 5th-tier human-grade martial soul. One whispered. Indeed, if he can awaken a 6th-tier martial soul, he will be the foremost figure of our Su family in decades. Another added. The atmosphere was electric with anticipation, but Su Yu clenched his fists, feeling the weight of tension. Although he had been deemed a top talent within the family, he had always been overshadowed by Su Mo's brilliance, which sparked a deep-seated jealousy within him. As the symbols enveloped Su Mo, he felt a growing intensity, the air vibrating with energy. That a sudden explosion of sound erupted, and a dark, swirling phantom surged forth, reminiscent of a black hole, chilling those who beheld it. To their shock, a solitary yellow ring flickered above the shadow. The crowd fell into stunned silence. A 1st-tier human-grade martial soul? The lowest of the low? How could this be? Even Su Yu stood in disbelief, unable to fathom that the family's greatest prodigy had awakened the most abysmal martial soul imaginable. Su Mo, opening his eyes, gazed at his martial soul in shock. A 1st-tier human-grade martial soul, he murmured, a bitter smile forming on his lips. He had never anticipated such a dismal awakening. "Ha!" Su Yu was the first to recover, bursting into derisive laughter. "Su Mo, is this your martial soul? A 1st-tier piece of trash? You truly deserve the title of the Su family's greatest genius. From now on, you should be known as the family's greatest failure. I am the true genius here." A 1st-tier martial soul was considered the most inferior, a mere waste. In fact, even within the Su family, it was rare. Typically, the lowest was a 2nd-tier martial soul. Su Ye's derisive comments jolted the crowd from their stupor, igniting a cacophony of disbelief and scorn. By the heavens, I can't believe it. A 1st-tier martial soul? The absolute worst? He awakened a useless martial soul. After all that anticipation, what a letdown, what genius. He's merely the family's greatest failure. Su Yu is the true prodigy. Disappointment and disdain filled the eyes of the elders and disciples as they regarded Su Mo slowly rising from the altar, Su Mo clenched his fists, surveying the crowd with a cold gaze. These people were truly fickle. Once hailed for his extraordinary talent, he was now met with disdain due to his perceived failure. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on their scorn, stepping down from the altar with determination. Chapter 2. Past life and present life. Leaving the training ground, Su Mo returned directly to his small courtyard. Sitting on a stone bench, he felt a wave of melancholy wash over him as he recalled his recent awakening of the martial spirit. The emergence of such a low-tier martial spirit was entirely unexpected. 14 years had passed. Su Mo's thoughts drifted, and he murmured to himself. In truth, Su Mo did not originally belong to this world. He hailed from Earth. He was a mercenary in the 21st century, specifically, a king among mercenaries, a myth in the realm of hired soldiers, a legendary figure. An orphan. He had lived with relatives from a young age and resolutely dropped out of school at 17 to enlist in the army. After 2 years of rigorous training, Su Mo, with his exceptional military prowess, joined the strongest special forces unit in China, quickly rising to become its ace. Over 4 years, Su Mo executed nearly 100 military missions for the nation, all completed with utmost success. Initially, he intended to dedicate his life to his country in the military. However, an unforeseen accident led to his premature retirement, leaving him to depart from the army in sorrow. Upon returning to civilian life, Su Mo found himself completely disconnected from society. Struggling to find employment, he lacked education, skills, and connections, rendering him a complete outsider. After 6 months of aimless wandering, Su Mo finally resolved to embark on a new journey. He contacted a few former comrades and formed a small mercenary organization called Dragon Soul. Over the subsequent years, Su Mo and his Dragon Soul mercenary group traversed the globe. In regions rife with conflict, Africa, the Middle East, Eastern Europe, Southeast Asia, wherever there was war, they were present. Dragon Soul rapidly expanded, evolving from a handful of members to dozens, then hundreds, ultimately amassing thousands. What began as an obscure mercenary group transformed into a formidable force that commanded respect in the shadowy underworld. The Dragon Soul mercenaries had never failed a mission. As long as the employer could afford the price, they could accomplish anything from assassinating an individual to overthrowing a government. A year ago, they even defeated the so-called world's top mercenary group, the Black Blood Mercenaries, becoming the new rulers of the mercenary world. As the leader of Dragon Soul, Su Mo was dubbed the King of Mercenaries. Su Mo and Appo's name became a taboo in the Dark Realm. His mere presence could instill fear. However, one cannot walk by the river without getting their shoes wet. Ultimately, Su Mo fell, utterly and completely. He was betrayed by his most trusted brother, ensnared in a trap, and perished alongside his enemies. Having spent 14 years in this world, Su Mo had long since adapted to its ways, nearly forgetting his previous life. He was deeply curious about this world, a wondrous place entirely different from Earth. This land was known as the Azure Sky Continent, vast and boundless, stretching for countless miles. Here, martial arts reigned supreme, where the strong reigned as kings and the weak were trampled like ants. Mastery of martial arts could grant dominion over seas and skies, enabling one to traverse the void and wield extraordinary powers. Power, status, wealth, and beauty were all intertwined with martial arts. The strong could seize all. To become a formidable warrior, one must awaken their martial spirit, which serves as a conduit to the heavens, allowing the absorption of spiritual energy to refine the body and condense true energy. Martial spirits come in countless varieties, divided into 3 main tiers: heaven, earth, and human, with each tier further categorized into 9 grades. The higher the martial spirit's grade, the stronger the warrior's power and potential, along with an accelerated cultivation speed. Since arriving in this world, Su Mo had diligently pursued his training, for the world was vast and enchanting, and he yearned to explore it. In his past life, he was a powerful figure whose name echoed across the globe. In this life, he aspired to be a strong warrior, standing atop this continent. Yet, today's martial spirit awakening doused his fervent heart with cold water. Aspirations may be beautiful, but reality can be exceedingly harsh. Heir. At that moment, a deep voice at the entrance pulled Su Mo from his reverie. The visitor was a middle-aged man, tall and solemn in demeanor. Su Hong, the head of the Su family. Heir, do not dwell too much on the martial spirit. Even if its grade is low, with diligent training, you will have the chance to become a strong warrior one day. Su Hong comforted Su Mo upon seeing him. Su Mo managed a wry smile. It's not just a low grade, it's utterly abysmal. Father, rest assured, I will work hard. Su Mo forced a smile, recognizing his father's attempt to console him. It is common knowledge that the grade of one's martial spirit determines their future achievements. The higher the grade, the further one can progress along the path of martial arts. This is an unbreakable law in this world. With a first-tier human-grade martial spirit, becoming a powerful warrior is nearly impossible. Su Hong nodded and retrieved a jade vial from his pocket, handing it to Suemo. This is a chi condensation pill. Consuming it will allow you to break through your cultivation and reach the chi refinement stage. Father, a wave of emotion washed over Suemo. With his first-tier human-grade martial spirit, he would be deemed cultivation waste. The chi condensation pill was invaluable. The family would never bestow such a precious item upon him. The only explanation was that Su Hong had purchased it himself. Suemo accepted the pill, and after a brief conversation, his father departed. What kind of martial spirit did I awaken? After his father left, Suemo hesitated to consume the pill. Instead, he sat cross-legged in his room, releasing his martial spirit. A dark vortex, shimmering with a ring of yellow light, quietly hovered above him. What unique abilities does this martial spirit possess? He decided to first cultivate with it. Calming his mind, he connected with his martial spirit, sensing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. The dark vortex slowly rotated, emanating a powerful, drawing streams of spiritual energy from the surroundings into his body. Suemo quickly immersed himself in cultivation, continuously absorbing spiritual energy through his martial spirit. After a considerable time, he ceased his training. Opening his eyes, a glimmer of surprise flashed within them. Although my martial spirit is merely first-tier human grade, its cultivation speed rivals that of others with second-tier human-grade spirits. Having witnessed the training of warriors with second-tier human-grade martial spirits, Suemo noted that their capabilities were not significantly superior to his. This unexpected revelation brought him considerable comfort. After a moment of contemplation, he understood that this might be related to the unique characteristics of his martial spirit. The vortex inherently possessed an absorptive quality, so it was not surprising that it could absorb spiritual energy at a speed comparable to that of a second-tier human-grade martial spirit. Next, Suemo took out the chi condensation pill his father had given him, preparing to advance to the chi refinement stage. The path of martial arts begins with body refinement. Upon completing the 9 stages of body refinement, one can awaken their martial spirit, absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, and condense true energy, thus entering the chi refinement stage. Only by reaching this stage can one truly be considered a warrior. Suemo consumed the chi condensation pill, feeling the surging medicinal power explode within him. He quickly directed the power to his dantian, beginning to condense true energy. As time passed, 2 hours later, Suemo suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance sparkling within them. At that moment, a mist-like true energy had already coalesced within his dantian. Truly, the chi condensation pill, worth its weight in gold, had successfully allowed him to step into the first level of the chi refinement stage. Chapter 3. The Ninefold Ocean Wave Fist. The following morning, Suemo rose early and, after a brief grooming, made his way to the family's library tower. This library, a 4-story structure, served as the repository for the Su family's martial arts manuals. Previously, Suemo had not awakened a martial soul and could only study the most rudimentary martial arts on the first floor. Now that he had awakened his martial soul and entered the first level of the chi refinement stage, it was only natural for him to seek out techniques suitable for his current cultivation level. In this world, martial arts were classified into 9 tiers, each subdivided into 3 grades: inferior, medium, and superior. Naturally, the higher the level of the martial arts one practiced, the greater one's strength would become. Elder, I wish to select manuals from the 2nd floor, Suemo said, bowing respectfully to the elder guarding the library. The 2nd floor? The elder, a portly man, responded with indifference. Suemo, only those who have reached the chi refinement stage are permitted to enter the 2nd floor. No exceptions. I understand, elder. I have indeed reached the first level of the chi refinement stage, Suemo affirmed, nodding. You've reached the first level of chi refinement? The elder was taken aback, but his expression quickly turned cold. Suemo, you only awakened your martial soul yesterday, and it is merely a low-grade one. How could you possibly advance so quickly? Even with a mid-grade martial soul, such rapid progress is unlikely. Do you intend to deceive me? Humph. Whether I deceive you or not is evident. Suemo's countenance darkened as he exerted his cultivation, instantly emanating the aura of the first level of chi refinement. Without further regard for the elder, he turned and ascended to the 2nd floor. This, he truly has broken through. The elder was momentarily stunned before sneering to himself. It must be that the family had gifted you some rare elixir. However, with your inferior martial soul, even if you have reached the chi refinement stage, your future progress will be limited. On the second floor, Su Mo was greeted by rows of ancient-looking bookshelves filled with manuals. The Su family was one of the two prominent families in Linyang City, possessing an abundance of martial arts resources. Nearly 100 manuals were housed on this floor alone. There was also a tall youth on the second floor, selecting manuals. Su Mo, the youth exclaimed, astonished, his eyes filled with contempt. Su Heng, Su Mo replied. Glancing at him, Su Heng had also awakened his martial soul yesterday. Although his martial soul was not as formidable as Su Yu's, it was still a mid-grade one. It appeared that Su Heng had also broken through to the chi refinement stage. Su Mo, I didn't expect you to reach the first level of chi refinement as well. I heard that the family had purchased a condensation pill from the apothecary pavilion yesterday. Surely, that is what helped you achieve this breakthrough. Su Heng remarked disdainfully, otherwise. With your low-grade martial soul, you couldn't possibly advance even in a month. My method of cultivation is of no concern to you, Su Mo coldly replied, and then ignored him to continue selecting manuals. Su Mo was quite familiar with Su Heng. Once, he had been hailed as the family and Appo's greatest talent, and Su Heng had sought to curry favor with him. However, now that Su Mo had awakened a low-grade martial soul, Su Heng had completely turned against him. Just a waste, yet he thinks himself a genius, Su Heng scoffed, before resuming his search for manuals. Approaching the section for cultivation manuals, Su Mo casually picked one up to examine. Blazing Fire Technique, a medium-grade manual. The true energy cultivated through this technique possesses immense firepower and high attack potential. After perusing it for a moment, Su Mo set the Blazing Fire Technique aside and continued his search. Choosing a cultivation technique required careful consideration, as he sought the one most suited to him. The second floor housed only medium-grade manuals. Superior-grade manuals could only be found on the third floor, accessible only to those who had reached the 7th level of chi refinement. Rock-Solid Technique, a medium-grade manual. This technique cultivates robust true energy, providing formidable defense. Cloud Energy Formula, a medium-grade manual. This technique's true energy is remarkably pure, achieving a balance of offense and defense. After reviewing 7 or 8 manuals, Su Mo ultimately chose the Cloud Energy Formula. The Cloud Energy Formula cultivated exceptionally pure true energy, offering both strong offensive and defensive capabilities. With his cultivation technique selected, he turned his attention to martial skills. Diamond Fist. This technique is forceful and domineering. When mastered, it can shatter stone with ease. Skyward Sword Technique. This swordplay is ethereal, light, and exquisite. Clear Wind Palm. Limitless Scatter Palm. After perusing through more than a dozen martial skills, none satisfied him. Ninefold Ocean Wave Fist. Su Mo and Appo's eyes brightened as he picked up another manual. Just the name alone conveyed an extraordinary essence. Intrigued, he opened the manual to read. Ninefold Ocean Wave Fist, a medium-grade martial skill. Like the vast ocean, its punches flow like waves, with each layer of power surpassing the previous. This is it. I shall choose this one. After a moment of contemplation, Su Mo nodded in satisfaction. With 2 manuals in hand, he turned to leave, but Su Heng suddenly blocked his path. Su Mo, put down the Ninefold Ocean Wave Fist manual, Su Heng commanded arrogantly. Su Mo glanced at him and queried, why should I relinquish this manual, Su Heng? I had my eye on this manual first. I merely hesitated to commit to it. Now, I have decided to choose this technique, so hand it over, Su Heng declared, head held high. Hand it over? You speak as if it belongs to you. Su Mo scoffed. I have chosen it, therefore it is mine, and I shall not give it to you. Not returning it, are we? Su Heng and Appo's gaze turned icy. Su Mo, do you know what consequences arise from angering me? Consequences? Su Mo smiled faintly. I'm genuinely curious about these consequences. Why not enlighten me? You dare to be arrogant before me? Su Heng and Appo's fury surged as he bellowed. Waste, I will say this once more. Return the manual and kneel to apologize, or I will break your legs. Kneel to apologize? Break my legs? A glint of cold light flickered in Su Mo and Appo's eyes as he replied indifferently. I would like to see how you plan to break my legs. Seeking death, Su Heng growled, and as his words fell, he unleashed the aura of the first level of chi refinement, activating his martial soul, preparing to strike. Stop. At that moment, the elder SIC voice rang out. Combat is strictly prohibited within the library. Those who violate this rule shall be barred from entering the library for life. The elder and Apos' words made Su Hang tremble, his movements halting immediately. Elder, my apologies. I will not breach the library and Apos' regulations, Su Hang hastily replied, suppressing his anger. Though he longed to teach Su Imo a lesson, he dared not risk violating the rules. If he were to be banned for life, the loss would be too great. Waste, consider yourself fortunate today. Should there be a next time, I will not let you off so easily. Su Hang glared at Su Imo with malice. Fool. Su Imo shot a glance at Su Hang, uninterested in further exchange, and turned to leave. What did you say? Su Hang seethed with rage. Watching Su Imo's retreating figure, his teeth clenched in anger. Ever since awakening his mid-grade martial soul, Su Hang and Apos' status within the Su family had soared. And now he was accustomed to being treated with utmost respect. Yet today, he found himself provoked by a worthless individual possessing a mere trash martial spirit, which left him feeling utterly humiliated. You shall pay for this insolence, he vowed. Chapter 4. Advantages and Disadvantages. Upon returning to his chamber, Su Imo eagerly commenced his cultivation. The Cloud Chi technique consists of 5 levels, with each ascension refining the true energy by threefold. The higher the proficiency in the technique, Imo immersed himself entirely in his training. Within the confines of his room, the dark, swirling martial spirit spun slowly, while wisps of ethereal spirit energy coiled around him, gradually increasing his cultivation. During Su Mo's rigorous practice, news of his awakening of first-grade martial spirit spread throughout Linyang City. The young master of the Su family, hailed as their finest talent, had awakened a worthless first-grade martial spirit. This revelation sent shockwaves through Linyang City, transforming Su Imo into a subject of ridicule for many. After 5 days of intense training, Su Imo ceased his cultivation. The level of his martial spirit was exceedingly low, and his training speed was agonizingly slow. He sighed inwardly. Despite his efforts over the past 5 days, his advancement was negligible. At this rate, it would take him at least half a year to elevate his cultivation to the second level of Qi refining. Fortunately, he had managed to elevate the Cloud Chi technique to its second level, significantly purifying his true energy. It was time to focus on martial skills. Su Imo retrieved the manual for the 9-fold Sea Wave Fist and diligently studied its contents. Once he had thoroughly absorbed all the material, he tucked the manual away and stepped into the courtyard. The 9-fold Sea Wave Fist, with its essence likened to the ocean and its strikes resembling surging waves, cascaded powerfully, one wave surpassing the last. In his mind, Su Imo recalled the key techniques of the fist, practicing each move with fervor. Initially, his strikes were slow, but as he continued, they quickened, culminating in punches that struck like cannonballs, accompanied by an unending rush of wind. As time flowed by, another 5 days passed. In the small courtyard, the sound of his punches echoed relentlessly, causing the air to tremble. With a sudden shout, Su Imo unleashed a punch against a nearby stone bench. Boom! A resounding explosion followed, and the stone bench shattered into fragments. Breathing deeply, Su Imo stood still. Excellent. He smiled faintly. Having perfected the 9-fold Sea Wave Fist to a minor success, his punches could now unleash 5 waves of force. With 2 lifetimes of experiences, Su Imo and Apos' comprehension was remarkably high. Accomplishing such a feat in just 5 days was something few in Linyang City could achieve. Now that my fist technique has reached a minor success, my strength has significantly increased, allowing me to venture into the Ghost Wind Mountains to seek my fortune. Su Imo murmured to himself, tidying up before heading out. The Ghost Wind Mountains, a vast range situated 30 miles from Linyang City, spanned a radius of 500 miles, characterized by towering peaks and dense forests. Within these mountains grew abundant spirit herbs, and many martial artists from Linyang City often sought them out. Yet, with opportunity came peril. The mountains were home to numerous ferocious beasts, and each year, many martial artists fell victim to these creatures, leaving no trace behind. Su Imo was well aware of the dangers lurking within the Ghost Wind Mountains, but his martial spirit level was too low, and his cultivation speed was painfully slow. If he did not take the chance to seek opportunities, he might remain stagnant indefinitely. As he traversed the shaded path within the estate, a melodious laugh suddenly rang out. Turning to investigate, Su Imo was momentarily taken aback. Not far off, by the pond, stood a pair of young men and women engaged in lively conversation, their demeanor intimate and joyful. The girl, strikingly beautiful and tall, with skin as fair as snow, donned a purple velvet dress, her long dark hair cascading casually over her shoulders. This girl was none other than Lu Yushan, Su Imo and Apos' childhood sweetheart and cousin. Lu Yushan, the young lady of the Lu family in Linyang City, belonged to a minor family that depended on the Su family and Apos' influence. Su Mo and Lu Yushan had grown up together, their bond exceptionally close. Their parents had already discussed their engagement, planned for early next year. The young man accompanying Lu Yushan was none other than Su Yu, the current prodigy of the Su family. At that moment, upon seeing Su Mo, the two in the pavilion also noticed him. "Yushan, how is it that you two are together?" Su Mo asked with a frown, his expression darkening. Lu Yushan and Apos' eyes flickered as she turned her head away, remaining silent. So you cast a sidelong glance at Su Mo and sneered, "Su Mo, from this day forth, Yushan is my woman. Do not pursue her any longer, or do not blame me for being impolite." "Yushan." Su Mo ignored Su Yu and fixed his gaze intently on Lu Yushan. "Did you not hear what I said, Su Mo?" So you and Apos' eyes glinted coldly. "You, a waste, are unworthy of Yushan. Only I am her true match." Lu Yushan nodded in agreement, saying, "What brother Su Yu says is correct. Is it merely because of my martial spirit?" Su Mo's expression remained calm. Although discomfort churned within him, he did not succumb to anger. In his previous life, as a mercenary king, he had encountered countless women. Why would he allow himself to become enraged over someone who did not reciprocate his feelings? "Indeed, cousin, we no longer belong to the same world," Lu Yushan affirmed. "Not belonging to the same world?" Su Mo murmured softly to himself, a self-deprecating smile forming on his lips. The reality of this world was indeed harsh. With inferior talent, all would look down upon you. 3 days ago, I awakened a 4th-grade martial spirit. From now on, our differences will only grow, and we shall have no further intersections. Lu Yushan and Apos' face glowed with satisfaction as she continued, "In the Su family, only talents like Brother Su Yu are worthy of being my future partner. As for you, cousin, with a 1st-grade martial spirit, your fate is sealed. You shall achieve nothing. And the disparity between us is glaringly apparent. A 4th-grade martial spirit, is it?" Su Mo understood now. Lu Yushan and Apos' innate talent was indeed remarkable, not far behind his own, making her awakening of a 4th-grade martial spirit unsurprising. "I see." Su Mo nodded calmly, his expression composed. He chose not to argue. Each had their own aspirations. Since she looked down upon him, he would not force the issue. Noticing Su Mo and Apos' tranquil demeanor, Lu Yushan frowned slightly. To her, Su Mo should find this difficult to accept, perhaps even plead with her. That would be the expected reaction. Yet, Su Mo's calmness unsettled her. "Yushan, remember what you said today. I hope you will not regret it in the future." Su Mo took a deep breath and stated. After speaking, he turned to leave. "Regret? Not a chance." Lu Yushan scoffed, shaking her head. After exiting the Su residence, Su Mo made his way directly to the Ghost Wind Mountains. Within half an hour, he reached the foot of the mountains. Looking up, the imposing Ghost Wind Mountains resembled a colossal beast lying in wait, exuding an aura of unseen menace. Without hesitation, Su Mo pressed forward, entering the mountain range. Racing through the dense forest, he soon ventured 10 miles into the Ghost Wind Mountains, where the trees towered far taller than those outside, with giants that could be embraced by several people, blocking out the sun and casting deep shadows. Roar. At that moment, a massive black wolf suddenly emerged, blocking Su Mo and Apos' path. The Wind Wolf, a 1st-grade, 1st-level beast. Su Mo recognized the creature. Its strength was comparable to that of a 1st-level Chi refining martial artist. "Perfect, I and Apos' use you to hone my skills." Without further ado, Su Mo surged forward like an arrow, his formidable true energy enveloping his fist as he struck towards the Wind Wolf. 9-fold Sea Wave Fist. Roar. Upon witnessing the audacity of the creature to attack, the Shadow Wind Wolf let out a ferocious howl and lunged towards Su Mo, its razor-sharp claws aimed directly at him. With a resounding thud, their strikes collided, producing a deep sound of impact. Su Mo was jolted back 3 steps, while the Shadow Wind Wolf was sent reeling back several meters. Despite its formidable strength, the wolf relied solely on brute force, rendering it no match for Su Mo. "Come again!" Su Mo taunted as he surged forward, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches that forced the wolf into a retreat. Before long, the Shadow Wind Wolf was left battered and torn, its ribs fractured in several places. Had it not been for its tough hide and resilient flesh, it would have surely succumbed to defeat. With a wounded roar, the Shadow Wind Wolf, instead of continuing its assault, unexpectedly turned and fled. Chapter 5. Human-level 3rd-order martial soul. As Su Mo gazed at the fleeing Foam Wolf, he was taken aback, not expecting the low-level beast to suddenly retreat. Although these creatures possess minimal intelligence, their instinct for survival is remarkably resolute. Naturally, Suemo would not allow it to escape. For within the beast lies a valuable demon core. With a surge of true energy beneath his feet, he swiftly pursued the inferior wolf. The wolf dashed into a small valley and soon disappeared into a cave. Suemo halted at the entrance of the dark cavern, hesitating before finally deciding to enter. This cave was evidently the wolf and Apos' lair, devoid of any other dangers. Indeed, upon rushing inside, he encountered the injured inferior wolf, lying alone on the ground. Just then, Suemo noticed a 5-inch tall plant growing from a crevice nearby. This plant bore 8 green leaves, surrounding a small, pale red fruit the size of a thumb, emanating a delightful fragrance. Is that a purple spirit fruit? Suemo and Apos' eyes widened in excitement. The purple spirit fruit is a first-grade mid-tier spiritual fruit, capable of directly enhancing the cultivation of martial artists below the 4th level of chi refinement. However, judging by the fruit and Apos' color, it appeared to be only about 80% ripe, not fully matured. Nevertheless, consuming this fruit would easily elevate Suemo to the 2nd level of chi refinement. It was no wonder that the inferior wolf had chosen this cave as its den. It must have been drawn by this purple spirit fruit. Roar! The injured inferior wolf, upon seeing Suemo enter the cave, let out a fierce growl and lunged for the purple spirit fruit. Oh no! Suemo gasped, realizing that if the wolf consumed the fruit, he would be left with nothing. Die! Suemo shouted fiercely, stamping his foot down to unleash a burst of true energy, propelling himself to the wolf and Apos' head in an instant. Ninefold sea-tide fist, energy to its utmost limit, Suemo struck the wolf and Apos' head with a powerful punch, unleashing the force of 5 levels of fist energy. Bang! Blood sprayed, and brain matter splattered. The inferior wolf was rendered lifeless in an instant. With the wolf vanquished, Suemo let out a sigh of relief. Approaching the wolf and Apos' corpse, he retrieved a grayish-white crystal from its shattered skull, truly the demon core of the inferior wolf. The demon core of a 1st level, 1st-order beast is worth at least 10 taels of silver. Next, Suemo turned to the purple spirit fruit and, without hesitation, plucked it from its stem. Although the fruit was not yet fully ripe, he could not afford to linger. An 80% ripe purple spirit fruit was already a rare find. After securing the fruit, Suemo sat cross-legged and swallowed it whole. The cave was secluded, providing a safe space to refine the fruit's essence. As the purple spirit fruit entered his mouth, energy through his meridians, ultimately converting it into true energy that gathered in his dantian. Before long, he felt his dantian swell, a powerful aura rising within him. At last, he had broken through to the late stage of the 2nd level of chi refinement. Joy flickered in Suemo and Apos' eyes as he nodded in satisfaction. The purple spirit fruit had not only elevated him to the 2nd level of chi refinement, but had also advanced him to the late stage of that level. Following this breakthrough, the true energy within Suemo had more than doubled in density, and he could distinctly sense that his senses had sharpened considerably. First, he would stabilize his cultivation before venturing out. A slight smile graced Suemo and Apos' face as he resumed his meditation. Behind him, his martial soul began to rise and rotate slowly. Suddenly, an extraordinary event unfolded. The blood essence and vitality from the deceased inferior wolf converged, being absorbed by the vortex martial soul. Moreover, a phantom beast soul began to materialize above the wolf and Apos' corpse, which was also consumed by the vortex martial soul. It was devoured. It transformed into a surge of immense energy, flooding into Suemo and Apos' body, causing his aura to swell. Nearing the pinnacle of the 2nd level of chi refinement. What is happening? Suemo trembled, astonishment etched across his face. Can the martial soul absorb blood essence? Can it consume beast souls? Such abilities of a martial soul were unheard of and unseen by Suemo before. As he marveled at this revelation, another transformation occurred. The vortex martial soul, having absorbed the beast soul, vibrated with a deep hum, and in the next moment, a radiant yellow light burst forth. Initially, the vortex martial soul bore only a single yellow halo, but now it erupted with 2. With the emergence of the 2nd halo, the rate at which it absorbed spiritual energy doubled, surpassing its previous speed. What? Even with Suemo and Apos' steadfast resolve, his heart surged with tumultuous waves. It is well known that the rank of a martial soul is innate and unchangeable once awakened, a truth that has remained unaltered throughout this world. The cultivation talent of a martial artist is primarily determined by the rank of their martial soul. Yet now, his martial soul had defied this world's long-standing truth, ascending from the first order human level to the second order. If he were to absorb enough beast souls, could he not elevate his martial soul further, even to the earthly or heavenly rank? The thought of a heavenly martial soul ignited a fervor within Su-emo. After a long while, Su-emo managed to calm his excitement, allowing a hearty laugh to escape him. Could this be the boon of my transmigration? He mused. Ever since awakening his martial soul, Su-emo had been somewhat disheartened by its rank, unaware of any special abilities it may possess. Now, however, the astonishing capabilities of his martial soul had exceeded all his expectations, sweeping away his previous gloom and invigorating his spirit. From this moment forth, I shall call you the devouring martial soul, Su-emo declared with a smile. With that, he swiftly exited the cave, eager to hunt down more beasts and absorb their souls. For the next 2 days, Su-emo unleashed a frenzy of hunting, slaying over 50 demon beasts. Among these, 10 were second-order beasts, while the remainder were first-order. By absorbing all the blood essence and beast souls, Su-emo not only advanced to the third level of chi refinement, but his martial soul also ascended to the third-order human level. Through extensive combat experience, Su-emo's proficiency in his martial arts had significantly sharpened. The ninefold sea-tide fist now unleashed a force equivalent to 6 levels of fist energy, greatly enhancing his attack power. In the cave, Su-emo sat cross-legged, the dark devouring martial soul hovering in the air, shimmering with 3 dazzling yellow halos. The surrounding spiritual energy surged towards him, continuously merging into his being. Following the promotion of his martial soul to the third-order human level, Su-emo's rate of absorbing spiritual energy increased tenfold compared to when he possessed a first-order martial soul. After some time, Su-emo opened his eyes. His cultivation had stabilized at the third level of chi refinement, and he was ready to hunt stronger demon beasts. With a slight smile and a light heart, Su-emo returned to the cave, aware that he needed to consolidate his newfound power after such rapid advancement. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside the cave. Brother Wei Long. This is the cave. The purple spirit fruit is within. It should be nearing maturity. Let us proceed with caution. It seems there is a phone wolf guarding the place. Heh, a mirroring phone wolf. I could crush it with a single hand. As the sound of conversation echoed, Su-emo beheld 2 tall youths entering the cave. Chapter 6. The catastrophe. The 2 youths exuded a rather feeble aura. The leading figure, a handsome young man, was at the pinnacle of the second level of chi refinement, while the other, with an elongated face, was merely at the initial stage of the same level. As they stepped into the cave, their gazes immediately fell upon Su-emo, whose presence caused their expressions to shift dramatically. Upon noticing the absence of the purple spirit fruit on the plant, their faces darkened further. Brat, did you steal our purple spirit fruit? The handsome youth, Wei Long, glared at Su-emo, his voice laced with menace. Your purple spirit fruit? Su-emo scoffed, retorting, the spiritual herbs of this mountain are born of heaven and earth, meant for those who are fated. How can they belong to you? Seeking death, Wei Shan, the elongated-faced youth, bellowed in anger. We discovered the purple spirit fruit 10 days ago and have been waiting for it to mature. How dare you take it from us? I thought you looked somewhat familiar. Wei Long interjected suddenly, his eyes gleaming. You are Su-emo from the Su family, the so-called waste with a first-level human-class martial spirit. Oh, so it is you, the so-called waste. Wei Shan sneered upon hearing this. Are you from the Wei family? Su-emo inquired, recognizing the emblem on their attire. Belonging to one of the 2 most powerful families in Linyang City, the Wei family. The Wei and Su families had long been rivals, each holding each other in check. Indeed, you should quickly hand over the purple spirit fruit, Wei Shan commanded arrogantly. I have already consumed the purple spirit fruit. You need not hope for it. Su-emo replied nonchalantly. What? Their expressions shifted instantly, fury igniting within them. They had waited over half a month for this fruit, only to find it gone. How could they not be enraged? How outrageous. You dare to consume my purple spirit fruit. Kneel and kowtow, and forfeit your cultivation, or I shall ensure your demise. Wei Long's face contorted with rage. Kneel and kowtow? Forfeit my cultivation? Su-emo felt incredulous, thinking that this person was utterly insufferable. Believing himself to be formidable, perhaps his low profile in this world had made him appear easy to bully. What if I refuse? Seeking death, Brother Wei Long. I shall kill this waste. Wei Shan shouted, launching a punch towards Su Mo's face, convinced that a single blow would suffice against someone he deemed so weak. Unaware of your own mortality, a cold voice emerged as Su Mo raised his hand, responding with a punch of his own. Seeing this, Wei Shan smirked, thinking that the waste was merely seeking punishment. However, the next moment, his smile froze in place. As their fists collided, Wei Shan felt an overwhelming force emanating from Su Mo's fist, akin to a monstrous wave, ferocious beyond measure. Ah! Wei Shan screamed as he was sent flying, crashing against the cave wall with a resounding thud, rendering him unconscious. What? How can this be? Wei Long's face paled as he gazed at Su Mo, astonished. You are at the third level of Qi refinement? I thought you were merely a waste with a first-level human-class martial spirit. Am I a waste? Su Mo chuckled coldly, swiftly blocking the cave entrance and advancing towards them step by step. With the likes of you two pitiful beings, you dare to label me as such? What do you intend to do? Wei Long asked, frowning. What do I intend to do? Naturally, to kill you. Su Mo replied with a chilling smile. You dare to kill me? Humph. My father is an elder of the Wei family, highly esteemed. If you kill me, there will be no escape for you. Wei Long declared, his confidence unwavering. You are truly a fool. In this desolate mountain, who would know if I killed you? Su Mo dismissed the threat, gathering his true energy in preparation to strike. Fear gripped Wei Long as he realized he was no match for Su Mo, whose cultivation far surpassed his own. Su Mo, please don't kill me. Don't kill me. Give me a reason not to. A reason. A reason. Wei Long, frantic as an ant on a hot pan, suddenly brightened, saying, I have a treasure map. With this map, you can find a treasure. A treasure map? What kind of treasure map? Show it to me, Su Mo inquired. If you promise not to kill me, I will hand over the treasure map immediately. Wei Long, not foolish, sought a guarantee from Su Mo. Su Mo laughed derisively. How could he not see through Wei Long and Appo's ploy? If you refuse, I will kill you and search your body for the treasure map. I will. I will. Wei Long's expression changed as he hastily produced a piece of palm-sized animal hide, handing it to Su Mo. As Su Mo examined it, he confirmed it was indeed a map, very ancient in appearance. According to the markings, the treasure was located deep within the Yufeng Mountains. Su Mo, I have given you the treasure map. May I leave now? Wei Long asked nervously. Seeing Su Mo remain silent, Wei Long cautiously approached the cave entrance. Casting a glance back at Su Mo, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he plotted to ambush Su Mo outside the mountain. Boom. Just then, Su Mo lunged forward and delivered a punch. Wei Long was instantly killed. I do not show mercy to my enemies, Su Mo stated flatly. Having taken countless lives in his past life, this was merely his first in this one. He then approached the unconscious Wei Shan, delivering a decisive blow that ended the latter's life. With the map in hand, Su Mo prepared to seek the treasure. Suddenly, he halted, a spark of insight lighting up his eyes. Since his martial spirit could devour beast souls, could it also consume others' martial spirits? With this thought, Su Mo approached the corpses of Wei Long and Wei Shan, unleashing his devouring martial spirit. The three-ringed devouring martial spirit resembled an unfathomable black hole, its rotation speed doubling, exuding an immense gravitational force. As the two had only just perished, their blood essence and residual martial spirits were swiftly drawn forth. Wei Shan's martial spirit appeared as a small green tree, shimmering with 2 yellow rings, classified as a second-level human-class martial spirit. Wei Long's martial spirit took the form of a bird, boasting 3 rings, clearly a third-level human-class martial spirit. The 2 martial spirits were rapidly consumed, and Su Mo felt a tremor within his own martial spirit, its 3 rings becoming even more radiant. However, the devouring martial spirit did not advance in rank, remaining a third-level human class. My thoughts were indeed correct. Both beast souls and martial spirits can be devoured, Su Mo exclaimed with delight, marveling once more at his devouring martial spirit's capabilities. This devouring martial spirit possessed an ability that could be deemed heavenly. Not only could it level up, but it could also consume the martial spirits of others. In a battle, should he unleash his martial spirit, would his opponent not find themselves unable to control their own martial spirit, only to be devoured by him? Well then, it's time to search for the treasure. After the excitement subsided, Su Mo departed the cave. Chapter 7. The storage ring within the mountains. Su Mo clutched a map, navigating cautiously through the dense forest as indicated. He meticulously suppressed his aura, remaining vigilant throughout his journey. Currently, he had ventured over 50 miles into the Whispering Wind Mountains. where the lurking beasts were predominantly level 4 and even level 5 monsters. Given his current strength, he could scarcely contend with a level 4 beast, let alone a level 5. Thus, he proceeded with utmost caution. After traversing for another half hour, Sumo arrived, unscathed, at a chaotic valley. This valley was flanked on 3 sides by towering cliffs, with only a single entrance. The area was overrun with thorns and dense underbrush, exuding a desolate atmosphere. Sumo maintained intense focus, ever alert to his surroundings, ready to flee at the slightest hint of danger. Although the treasure was significant, life itself held far greater value. Upon examining the map, Sumo confirmed that he had indeed arrived at the designated location. He scrutinized his surroundings and soon discovered a large fissure in a rock wall. This horizontal crack, measuring 10 meters in length, resembled the gaping maw of a colossal beast, plunging into darkness. The entrance was obscured by wild grass, making it nearly indistinguishable to the untrained eye. Standing at the fissure, Sumo furrowed his brow. This crack was far more daunting than the previous small cave. It was shrouded in cold darkness, concealing unknown perils. After a moment of hesitation, Sumo shook off his doubts and stepped into the fissure. Having come this far, it would be foolish to return empty-handed. Danger? When has Sumo ever feared danger? As he ventured deeper, the light within the fissure diminished, enveloping him in profound darkness. Channeling his inner energy, Sumo enhanced his vision, taking careful steps into the depths. After a while, he noted that the passage inclined downward. He estimated he had descended approximately 10 meters underground. Further along, a cool breeze greeted him, accompanied by the sound of rushing water. Sumo's spirit surged, and he quickened his pace. Before long, the darkness gave way to a vast underground realm, measuring 5 to 6 meters in height and 7 to 8 meters in width, stretching infinitely beyond. Here lay an underground river, winding through the space, its destination unknown. Fishes darted through the dark waters, and natural luminous stones littered the banks, casting a gentle glow that illuminated the subterranean world. Not far ahead, Sumo spotted a dilapidated stone chamber. Outside the chamber lay several withered bones, clearly aged and long deceased. Could it be that the treasure had already been claimed? Sumo approached cautiously, entering the crumbling stone room. The chamber was modest, measuring less than 5 meters in both length and width, and had partially collapsed. Inside, it was eerily empty, save for 2 skeletal remains at the center. A wave of disappointment washed over Sumo. It appeared that the treasure had been taken. However, his gaze suddenly froze. One of the skeletal remains exhibited a faint golden hue, showing no signs of decay. How could a skeleton be golden? Intrigued, Sumo leaned closer. This was undoubtedly a human warrior-esque skeleton, yet he had never heard of any whose bones shone in such a manner. His attention was drawn to the left hand of the golden skeleton, where an ancient gray-white ring rested. Could it be a storage ring? Excitement coursed through Sumo as he hastened to retrieve the ring. Storage rings are rare treasures that create their own spatial dimensions. They are exceedingly valuable. In the entirety of Linyang City, no one possessed such a ring, as most warriors relied on inferior storage bags. Taking a deep breath, Sumo channeled his inner energy into the ring. In the next moment, his consciousness was transported to a misty space, measuring approximately 5 meters in each dimension. In one corner, he discerned several tomes, a gleaming longsword, and a pile of milky white crystals. With a thought, the longsword appeared in Sumo's grasp, and upon infusing it with his energy, it emitted a resonant hum. To his astonishment, the sword's aura surged forth, effortlessly piercing a nearby stone wall, leaving a gaping hole. This was incredible! The sword possessed such formidable power, capable of easily breaching solid stone. Spirit Cleaver, level 3 mid-tier. Sumo read the inscription on the hilt, a revelation that ignited his elation. The significance of a level 3 mid-tier weapon was profound. Linyang City had not a single level 2 upper-tier weapon in circulation. For the Su family, one of the 2 prominent families in Linyang City, their most advanced martial arts were merely level 2 mid-tier, a guarded family secret not accessible to most clan members. Yet here he was, in possession of a level 3 mid-tier technique, no less a body refinement skill. Such techniques were rarer than their chi cultivation counterparts, as they genuinely cultivated formidable physical strength. Sumo marveled at the myriad forms technique, which was even more precious than the spirit cleaver. Taking a deep breath, he turned his attention to the other tomes. In contrast to the longsword and the myriad forms technique, the remaining 3 books were considerably less impressive. All 3 were level 3 lower tier, comprising 1 sword technique, 1 footwork technique, and 1 cultivation method. Though they paled in comparison to the myriad forms technique, they far surpassed anything the Su family possessed. Lastly, the pile of milky white crystals intrigued Suemo. Although he could not discern their nature, he sensed immense spiritual energy emanating from them, indicating they were undoubtedly treasures. After a moment of suppressing the excitement within, Suemo stowed away the other secret manuals, leaving only the Wandering Universe technique. He meticulously reviewed the incantations and key points, firmly etching them into his memory. This subterranean realm posed no danger and offered ample tranquility, prompting Suemo to sit cross-legged on the spot and unleash his martial soul to commence his training. The Wandering Universe technique is a profound method that refines the body using the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, or one and Apos, own true energy. At this moment, the true energy within Suemo transformed into numerous symbolic runes, continuously penetrating his flesh and blood, refining his physical form. After an hour, Suemo suddenly opened his eyes. Astonished, the technique consumed an astonishing amount of true energy. In just 1 hour of practice, his true energy was utterly depleted. Subsequently, Suemo could only strive to activate his martial soul to absorb the spiritual energy of the surroundings to refine his body. All the absorbed energy morphed into runes, melding into his being. Suemo and Apos' physique resembled an insatiable abyss, voraciously consuming the spiritual runes. Time passed swiftly. This cultivation lasted for 8 days. During this period, whenever hunger struck, Suemo would catch a few fish by the dark river to satiate his appetite, not worrying about food. On the 6th day, Suemo successfully cultivated the first layer of the Wandering Universe technique. Upon achieving the first layer, Suemo's physical strength surged dramatically, relying solely on his physical power. His punch exceeded the strength of 3 tigers, surpassing even that of a third-level Qi refinement practitioner. In the realm of Qi refinement, each advancement in cultivation equates to an increase in strength equivalent to a tiger's power, approximately 500 pounds, making 3 tigers' strength around 1,500 pounds. Suemo sensed that his current strength was nearing 2,000 pounds, almost equivalent to 4 tigers' power. If not exactly, then certainly close. In merely a few days of cultivation, his power had skyrocketed, reinforcing his determination to master this technique. If he could cultivate this method to the 10th layer or beyond, not only in the modest Linyang city but throughout the entire Tianyu kingdom, he would have no rivals. However, after mastering the first layer, Suemo clearly perceived that progressing to the 2nd layer was 10 times slower. It took him 6 days to achieve the first layer. Yet he estimated that fully mastering the 2nd layer would require at least 2 months. Thus, after 2 more days of training, Suemo halted his practice. Having been underground for 10 days, it was time to return. After replenishing his true energy, he buried the golden skeleton and departed from the subterranean world. Racing towards Linyang City, the storage ring of the golden skeleton had granted Suemo an opportunity, so he ensured that it was laid to rest peacefully. As he journeyed back, Suemo suddenly pondered a dilemma. The Wandering Universe technique demanded a copious amount of spiritual energy, and the requirement would only escalate with time. If he were to continue practicing this technique, the spiritual energy absorbed by his martial soul would eventually run dry, halting any increase in his true energy, and, consequently, his cultivation level. Conversely, if he attempted to cultivate both Qi and body simultaneously, the speed of his progress in both areas would significantly diminish. Should he abandon Qi cultivation in favor of solely focusing on physical refinement? Just as this thought surfaced, Suemo decisively dismissed it. For others, the dual cultivation of Qi and body might severely hinder their strength enhancement, but for him, it posed no issue. His martial soul was capable of upgrading. As long as he elevated the level of his martial soul, the rate at which he absorbed spiritual energy would increase, resulting in a rapid rise in cultivation. Currently, his devouring martial soul had ascended to the 3rd tier of human level, enhancing his absorption speed tenfold compared to the 1st tier. If he could elevate his martial soul a few more tiers, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly skyrocket again. Therefore, the dual cultivation of Qi and body would only augment his strength, minimally impacting his rate of advancement. It seems that a path of slaughter lies ahead. Suemo chuckled bitterly. Whether it be beast souls or martial souls, the only way to devour was through bloodshed. Chapter 8. Worthless as rubbish in the grand training arena of Linyang City, where dozens of young disciples from the Su family had gathered. A middle-aged man clad in gray robes sat cross-legged on the ground, imparting his martial arts wisdom to the younger generation. This esteemed figure was none other than Su Tai. the fourth elder of the Su family. The disciples present were all recent awakeners of their martial souls, having just stepped into the realm of chi refinement and lacking sufficient training experience. Hence, the family arranged for elders to instruct them on the intricacies of cultivation at this stage. As one of the three prominent families, the Su family boasted many young disciples. However, some of the slightly older ones had awakened their martial souls 2 years prior and had already reached the 7th or 8th level of chi refinement. Those disciples, having attained considerable prowess, did not attend these lessons. Upon returning, Suemo passed by the training arena and noticed the fourth elder lecturing, prompting him to approach. Suemo. The fourth elder's voice cut through the air, his expression darkening. Why do you arrive so late when this session was set for all the newly awakened disciples to attend? The elder's status was significant, and it was unusual for someone of such standing to lower themselves to teach. The other disciples, witnessing the reprimand, exchanged glances filled with schadenfreude, or weakness. What did you say? I am disrespectful? The elder's fury ignited, his eyes glinting with cold light. How dare this waste of a disciple challenge him? You, as an elder, openly label me as trash. Is that not a sign of disrespect for your elders? Suemo felt anger surging within him. Since awakening his martial soul, he had endured taunts from younger disciples, but now even an elder dared to belittle him. Did everyone believe him to be an easy target? It seemed he could no longer afford to remain low-key. Audacious. The elder bellowed, his face turning ashen. Have I spoken incorrectly? Are you not a waste? A mere first-tier martial soul? How many such worthless souls exist in all of Linong City? Indeed, you are nothing but trash, a disgrace to the Su family. Voices echoed from the surrounding disciples, some joining in the mockery. Suemo turned to see Su Hang, a fellow disciple, smirking as he joined the chorus of ridicule. Look at how many people concur that you are worthless, Suemo. Do you still lack self-awareness? Su Hang laughed. The fourth elder chimed in, Suemo. I have not erred in my words, have I? Gazing at Su Hong, Suemo stepped forward resolutely. Su Hong, you call me trash. I pose a question to you. If you discover that you are inferior to me, then what does that make you? I inferior to you? Ha, that is the most ludicrous jest I have ever heard. Su Hang scoffed, disdain etched across his features. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Sumo's voice rang out, silencing the crowd in disbelief. Su Hang, momentarily taken aback, realized Suemo, a so-called waste, was audaciously challenging him. He had awakened a fourth-tier martial soul and risen in status within the family. Yet here was Suemo, the supposed failure, daring to confront him. The fourth elder quickly urged Su Hong, since he challenges you, teach him a lesson he won't forget. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. Su Hong grinned, stepping forward, a glimmer of malice in his eyes. He had long been waiting for an opportunity to settle scores with Suemo. How many moves do you think you can withstand? 3, or just 1? Su Hong taunted, relishing the prospect of victory. In response, Suemo raised a single finger and shook his head. Oh, you possess a modicum of self-awareness, realizing you can only endure 1 move. Su Hang laughed heartily. No, I meant that I need only 1 move to defeat you. Suemo replied, his tone calm yet assertive, though he had not unleashed his martial soul or his true energy. Sumo's physical prowess far surpassed that of a third-tier chi refinement warrior. Just 1 move. The crowd erupted in disbelief, gazing at Suemo as if he were a fool. To claim one could decisively win in a single move, especially against someone like Su Hong, was utterly absurd. You believe you can defeat me with a single move? Su Hang and Appo's expression darkened. He had not anticipated such insolence from a mere waste. Today, if I do not leave you crippled, I shall no longer be called Su Hong. With a thunderous roar, Su Hong unleashed his martial soul, a majestic eagle that soared with piercing eyes. As he released his power, his aura surged, embodying the might of a third-tier chi refinement warrior. Suemo, prepare to perish. Su Hong shouted, lunging forward with a claw aimed at Sumo's chest, intent on demonstrating the vast chasm between their strengths. Suemo simply raised his hand, delivering a seemingly ordinary punch toward the approaching claw. Seeing this, Su Hong could not help but scoff, believing Sumo's arrogance had reached new heights. How could a mere punch hope to counter his might? Shatter, he commanded, channeling his energy, his fingers transforming into deadly weapons aimed to crush Sumo's fist. Yet, reality defied his expectations. The moment their attacks collided, a tremendous force surged from Suemo, repelling Su Hang's hand and striking him squarely in the chest. all eyes fixed on Su Mo in disbelief. Had he truly defeated Su Hang with a single punch? The fourth elder, Su Tai, gazed at the fallen Su Hang, his expression one of utter disbelief. How could this be? Su Hang struggled to accept the harsh reality, his face contorted in rage as he bellowed, only to spew forth a mouthful of blood. You incessantly label me as worthless, as refuse, yet now, you cannot even withstand a single blow from me. Does that not render you inferior to mere trash? Su Mo approached Su Hang, looking down upon him with an air of superiority, and mockingly remarked, You. Su Hang's face turned ashen, overwhelmed by a mix of shame and fury. And you, fourth elder, do you still consider me a waste? The so-called genius you hold in high regard, Su Hang, cannot endure even one of my strikes. What does that make him? He raised his head and cast another glance at the fourth elder. It was merely a stroke of luck that allowed him to triumph over Su Hang. What is there to be proud of? The fourth elder's countenance darkened significantly as he replied, In 2 months, the year-end clan meeting will arrive. And then you shall witness the true prowess of the clan's top geniuses. Your current abilities are utterly insignificant. Luck, you say? Su Mo smiled faintly and replied, I happen to be quite fortunate. Perhaps at the year-end clan meeting, I too shall and luckily and secure a commendable position. With that, Su Mo ceased further conversation and turned to depart. Chapter 9. The Purple Gold Pavilion in the Courtyard. Su Mo and Apos' fists danced continuously, the wind from his punches howling as shadows flickered. The sound of air being struck resonated in the atmosphere as he relentlessly unleashed his punches, completely immersed in the art of boxing. Su Mo envisioned himself as an expansive ocean, with the true energy within him akin to the water of that sea, his punch power surging forth like the mighty waves. After some time, Su Mo ceased his striking and stood still. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he settled down in the courtyard. His training in the ninefold ocean wave fist had progressed at an astonishing pace. Within 2 days, he had attained mastery. The ninefold ocean wave fist consisted of 3 levels of strength for entry, 5 levels for minor mastery, and 7 levels for full mastery. Now, Su Mo could unleash punches with 7 levels of power, drawing ever closer to the pinnacle of 9 levels. Combined with his physical strength, Su Mo's current prowess rendered him unafraid of ordinary 4th-tier chi refinement warriors. He was not in a hurry to study the secret manuals within a storage ring. His immediate priority was to enhance his own cultivation. He needed to find a way to elevate his martial soul and amp Apos' level. In quiet contemplation, Su Mo recognized that he was cultivating both chi refinement and body refinement. The Wanxiang divine skill demanded an immense amount of spiritual energy. And with a 3rd-tier human-level martial soul, the speed at which he absorbed the world's spiritual energy could hardly keep up with his training pace. To elevate his martial soul, the only option was to devour beast souls and martial souls. While devouring martial souls was not feasible for now, he could not simply go around killing people. He could consume beast souls instead. To acquire beast souls, he could either hunt them himself or purchase them, as various shops in Linyang City offered them for sale. However, the prices for beast souls were not trivial, with higher-tier beast souls commanding even higher prices. From what Su Mo knew, the souls of 3rd and 4th-tier chi refinement beasts typically cost around 20 to 30 taels of gold. After a brief contemplation, Su Mo formulated a plan and headed towards the family head's residence. Mo, you arrive at an opportune moment. I have something to ask you, said Su Hang, the family head, with a slight smile upon seeing his son. I heard that you defeated Su Hang with a single strike 2 days ago? Indeed, Su Mo nodded. Excellent. Truly the son of Su Hang. Su Hang exclaimed joyfully, knowing that his son might have encountered a fortuitous event. He refrained from probing further and simply encouraged, Mo, continue to strive. Even if your martial soul is not high level, with diligent training, you have a great chance of stepping into the spiritual martial realm in the future. Yes. By the way, Mo, have you come to see your father for some matter? Father, I have a request, and I hope you can grant it, Su Mo replied earnestly. Seeing Su Mo's seriousness, Su Hang was momentarily taken aback. Mo, there's no need to stand on ceremony with me. Speak freely. Whatever I can do, I will not refuse. Father, I wish to request 10,000 taels of gold, Su Mo stated. After speaking, Su Mo anxiously gazed at Su Hang, fearing rejection. 10,000 taels was no small sum. The entire Su family earned only about 100,000 taels in a year, making this amount exceed a month's income for them. If Su Mo were still regarded as a genius, asking for 10,000 taels would pose no difficulty. However, in the eyes of others, He was merely seen as a waste with a first-tier human-level martial soul. And even Su Hong would face immense pressure from the clan if he were to withdraw such a sum for him. Su Mo and Amp, Oppo's bold request stemmed from his desire to purchase a significant quantity of beast souls. With enough beast souls, his martial soul and Amp, Oppo's level would rapidly ascend, leading to a dramatic increase in his cultivation speed. Su Hong was momentarily stunned, scrutinizing Su Mo closely. After confirming that his son was not jesting, he pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, "Moer, please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly." With that, Su Hong strode away without inquiring about the purpose of such a large sum, for he trusted his son. Su Mo waited quietly, and soon enough, Su Hong returned. Mo and Oppos, "Here is a gold note for 10,000 taels. Take it." Su Hong directly handed Su Mo several gold notes. Holding the 10,000 taels in gold notes, Su Mo took a deep breath and said, "Father, I will not disappoint you at the clan meeting 2 months from now." After receiving the gold notes, Su Mo departed the Su family and made his way to the marketplace in the city. Half an hour later, he arrived before a grand shop, its entrance adorned with a gilded plaque inscribed with the words "Purple Gold Pavilion" in an elegant script. The Purple Gold Pavilion was a 3-story building covering a vast area, the largest shop in Linyang City. Whatever one needed related to cultivation, whether techniques, elixirs, or weapons, could be found within its walls, provided one had the means to pay. It was said that the Purple Gold Pavilion had substantial backing, affiliated with a large merchant association, with branches in many cities across the Tianwei Kingdom. Thus, the Purple Gold Pavilion held a position of great prestige in Linyang City. Even the Su family and the Wei family dared not provoke it lightly. "Young master, how may I assist you?" A beautiful young attendant inquired respectfully as Su Mo entered the Purple Gold Pavilion. "I wish to purchase beast souls," Su Mo replied directly. "Purchasing beast souls? Please follow me." The lovely attendant led the way, and soon, Su Mo arrived at a counter specifically for selling beast souls. Behind the counter sat an elderly man in gray robes, who smiled upon seeing Su Mo. "Young master, what level of beast soul do you wish to purchase? What is the price of mid-tier first-level beast souls?" Su Mo inquired. The so-called mid-tier first-level beast souls refer to the souls of first-level 3-tier beasts, namely first-level 4, 5, and 6-tier beasts. The first-level 4-tier beast soul costs 30 taels of gold, the first-level 5-tier beast soul costs 50 taels, and the first-level 6-tier beast soul costs 100 taels, the elder explained. "Then, I will take 200 first-level 5-tier beast souls," Su Mo said after a moment of contemplation, having previously consumed numerous beast souls in the Yufeng mountain range. Su Mo understood that the higher the level of the beast soul, the better the effects of consumption. However, the prices escalated exponentially with each level. And since his martial soul was currently only tier 3, first-level 5-tier beast souls would suffice for his needs. "What?" The elder was taken aback upon hearing Su Mo's words. "Did you say you wish to buy 200 first-level 5-tier beast souls?" "Indeed. Is there an issue?" Su Mo inquired. Such a substantial transaction was beyond the elder and Oppo's authority to approve. "I must inform the pavilion master. Please wait a moment," he said, hurriedly making his way to the back of the Purple Gold Pavilion. Su Mo had no choice but to wait patiently. Before long, the elder returned in haste and said, "Young master, the pavilion master requests your presence." "Lead the way," Su Mo replied. The back of the Purple Gold Pavilion was akin to a small estate, and Su Mo followed the elder into a side hall. Upon entering the hall, Su Mo was suddenly taken aback. Sitting within was a woman, an extraordinarily beautiful woman. She appeared to be in her late 20s, with exquisite features and an enchanting visage, her skin as pale as snow. Dressed in a tight-fitting red leather skirt, her voluptuous figure was perfectly accentuated. She was a mature and captivating beauty, a stunning enchantress. This was the pavilion master of the Purple Gold Pavilion, Luo Huan. Chapter 10. Luo Huan, welcome to our Zijin Pavilion, young Master Su. Luo Huan smiled charmingly, exuding an alluring aura, her voice laced with a hint of seduction. Su Mo quickly regained his composure, silently cursing his lack of self-control for nearly being captivated by her. Nonetheless, she was indeed a paragon of beauty. Even in his previous life, he had seldom encountered a woman of such exquisite grace. "Please, have a seat, young Master Su." Luo Huan arched her delicate brows, regarding Su Mo with newfound respect. She was supremely confident in her beauty. Any man who laid eyes on her was typically entranced, displaying a foolish expression. Yet this youth, merely 14 or 15 years of age, had only momentarily been taken aback before returning to his senses. "Thank you, Pavilion Master." Suemo sat down, his mind swirling with confusion at her recognition of him. However, realizing his current notoriety, he quickly understood. "Hiki, young Master Su, please do not stand on ceremony. My surname is Luo, and I am a few years your senior. You may call me Sister Luo." A captivating smile remained on Luo Huan and Apos' face. Suemo was momentarily stunned, but nodded in agreement. Luo Huan continued, "I have heard that young Master Su wishes to purchase 200 level 1-5 stage beast souls. However, we presently have only 150 available. Might you be willing to accept other grades of beast souls for the remaining 50? Then I shall take level 1-4 stage beast souls," Suemo replied. He was indifferent. While the level 1-4 stage beast souls were slightly less effective, their quantity could compensate. "Very well." Luo Huan nodded, producing a gray cloth bag and handing it to Suemo. "Here are 150 level 1-5 stage beast souls and 85 level 1-4 stage beast souls. The price is 10,000 taels of gold. Additionally, this storage bag is a gift from me to you, young Master Su." Suemo was taken aback by her generosity. Such a storage bag was not inexpensive. Even the lowest grade would cost 700 to 800 taels of gold. "I thank you, Sister Luo." Suemo accepted the storage bag without hesitation. After purchasing the beast souls, he did not linger and took his leave. "Miss, it is said that this young Master Su is merely a waste with a level 1 martial soul. Why do you?" An elderly woman appeared silently in the hall, her brow furrowed with concern. "Supa, this Suemo is not as simple as he appears. I can sense his vitality is extraordinarily strong, far surpassing that of his peers." Meanwhile, in the Su family's conference hall, a meeting was underway. "Elder, what urgent matter do you wish to discuss?" Su Hong sat at the head of the table, glancing at the elder. "Patriarch, I have heard from the treasury that you withdrew 10,000 taels of gold today. I would like to know how you intend to use this sum." The elder, Su Yu, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a sullen expression, began to question. Su Hong, straightforwardly, replied, "This sum is for Suemo and Apos' resources to aid in his cultivation." "What?" The elder was stunned, and the other elders were equally taken aback. "Have you lost your mind? Su Hong, you dare to spend 10,000 taels of gold to raise your useless son? This family is not solely yours and your son and Apos'. On what grounds do you allocate such a substantial sum for him? I vehemently oppose this. Indeed, Suemo is a waste and not worth such an investment." The fourth elder, Su Tai, chimed in, echoing the elder and Apos' sentiments. "Yes, Patriarch, your favoritism is too blatant. You waste 10,000 taels for your useless son." As the other elders voiced their agreement, Su Hong remained unfazed, waiting until they fell silent before calmly surveying them. "I have already spent the 10,000 taels. This matter is now concluded. If there are no other issues, you may disperse." "What? You spent it so quickly?" The crowd was dumbfounded, and the elder and Apos' face darkened. His son, Siyu, had awakened a level 5 martial soul, touted as the family and Apos' greatest talent, and his monthly cultivation resources, plus allowances, barely amounted to over 1,000 taels. Yet, Suemo, a waste, had effortlessly received 10,000 taels. Having successfully acquired the beast souls, Suemo was elated. Eagerly heading back to the family, he anticipated the potential elevation of his martial soul after devouring these beast souls. Reaching level 6 should pose no problem. Suemo mused. "Haha, little girl, follow me, and you shall experience ecstasy every day. Step aside. How dare you be so presumptuous? It is a privilege that I even glance your way." At that moment, a commotion erupted as 3 youths surrounded a girl in blue. The blue-clad girl was strikingly beautiful, her skin fair and her figure graceful. The leader of the trio, a pale-faced youth of 16 or 17, leered at her with a wicked expression. The girl's face was etched with fear, trapped by the group with no escape. Where do you think you can run?" The sickly youth chuckled lewdly, extending his hand towards her. Just then, a hand shot out, slapping his hand away. "How dare you meddle in my affairs?" the youth roared, turning to see Suemo and breaking into a mocking grin. "Oh, it's the genius of the Su family. Ching, come here." Suemo gestured for the girl to stand behind him. This blue-clad girl was also a member of the Su family, named Su Ching. Though he was not well acquainted with her, he recognized her. Suemo would not stand idly by while a member of his family was harassed. "Big brother Suemo." Su Ching saw him as a savior and hurried behind him. In broad daylight, You dare to harass a maiden? Only you, Wei Lin, would stoop so low. Su Mo coldly sneered at the sickly youth. Wei Lin, the second son of the Wei family patriarch, was notorious in Lingyang City for his misdeeds. Emboldened by his family and Appo's backing to bully others mercilessly, many women had fallen victim to his vile actions. You, a waste, dare to interfere? You must be courting death. Wei Lin retorted arrogantly. You dare call me a waste? Su Mo and Appo's expression darkened. He had grown increasingly irritated by the label. Indeed, with a level 1 martial soul, you are nothing but a waste. Wei Lin scoffed. Now, I offer you two choices. Either hand over Su Qingqing and kneel to apologize, calling me grandfather 3 times. And I shall spare you, or I will break your limbs and take her. Wei Lin was determined to claim Su Qingqing, having long coveted her beauty. As a common member of the Su family, she held no significant status, and he believed he would face no repercussions for his actions. Kneel and apologize? Call you grandfather? In Su Mo and Appo's eyes, a fierce killing intent flashed. Are all members of the Wei family so alike? They seem to revel in demanding others to bow before them. Wei Long is one, and now Wei Lin displays the same arrogance. I grant you 3 breaths to vanish from my sight, or you shall bear the consequences. Su Mo and Appo's voice was icy. These 3 individuals were of no consequence to him, aside from Wei Lin, who possessed the cultivation of the 4th level of qi refinement. The other 2 lackeys were merely at the 3rd level. What? Wei Lin was taken aback, then scoffed disdainfully. Consequences? You, a mere waste, dare to act so audaciously before me. You too seize him. Do not kill him, just break his limbs. Wei Lin commanded. Young master, you can rest assured. We will handle it. The 2 lackeys grinned wickedly and charged towards Su Mo. Chapter 11. Human level 5th stage. Wei Lin and Appo's 2 lackeys charged towards Su Mo without hesitation, moving with remarkable speed. However, their swift advance was swiftly met with a quicker retreat. Bang! Bang! With 2 muffled thuds, the duo was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground and crying out in pain. Wei Lin, do you really think these 2 mutts can sever my limbs? Su Mo scoffed disdainfully. You. Wei Lin fumed, astonished to discover that his lackeys were no match for Su Mo. Humph. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. It turns out you are merely at the 3rd level of qi refinement. Wei Lin sneered, his voice dripping with malice. But with such meager strength, you are insignificant before me. Today, not only will I shatter your limbs, but I shall also cripple your cultivation, rendering you a true waste of space. With a fierce shout, Wei Lin unleashed the aura of the 4th level of qi refinement, a golden light flickering behind him as he summoned his martial soul. Wei Lin and Appo's martial soul took the form of a demonic wolf, adorned with 3 rings of yellow light, classifying it as a human-level 3rd-tier martial soul. Though of moderate talent, Wei Lin's age allowed him to awaken his martial soul last year, thus achieving his current 4th level of qi refinement. The commotion created by the confrontation between Wei Lin and Su Mo had already drawn many onlookers. Both were considered and Appo's celebrities and Appo's, provoking much discussion among the crowd. Isn and Appo's, see that the young master of the Su family, Su Mo? He actually offended the 2nd young master of the Wei family. He and Appo's, surely in for a beating today. Indeed, although he defeated Wei Lin's 2 lackeys, he is undoubtedly no match for Wei Lin himself. Su Qingqing stood behind Su Mo, her complexion paling upon witnessing Wei Lin and Appo's explosive aura. As an ordinary girl without an awakened martial soul, she felt severely oppressed by Wei Lin and Appo's presence. Brother Su Mo, I'm so sorry for dragging you into this. Please, just leave me behind. Su Qingqing urged, her voice tinged with urgency. Rest assured, Qingqing. He is merely a spoiled brat, unworthy of concern, Su Mo replied with a reassuring smile. Humph. Su Mo, you remain so arrogant even now, truly ignorant of your impending doom. Wei Lin bellowed, stepping forward and launching a punch towards Su Mo's abdomen. Prepare to die. He aimed to incapacitate Su Mo's dantian. Seeking death, Su Mo moved to intercept, channeling his true energy. With the combined might of his 7th level strength and physical power, he unleashed a devastating punch. 9th wave of the Sea Fist. Boom. As their fists collided, a shockwave erupted, leaving Su Mo unmoved while Wei Lin staggered back, his defenses wide open. Thud. Seizing the opportunity, Su Mo advanced, delivering a punch to Wei Lin and Appo's abdomen. You dare. Wei Lin gasped, panic-stricken, but could only hastily raise his left arm to block. Crack. A sound of breaking bones echoed, followed by a noise reminiscent of a bursting balloon. Wei Lin and Amp, Oppo's arm was shattered by the sheer force, the bone protruding grotesquely. Even with his arm in the way, Wei Lin's dantian was still crushed. You actually destroyed my dantian? Wei Lin was momentarily stunned, then erupted in a frenzied scream. If you wish to cripple my dantian, you must be prepared for the same fate. From now on, embrace your life as a true waste. Suemo and Oppo's expression was cold, displaying no mercy for such filth. Although Wei Lin possessed the 4th level of qi refinement, his indulgent lifestyle had left him drained, rendering his true energy unstable, his strength only slightly exceeding that of Su Hong, who was at the 3rd level of qi refinement. Having spoken, Suemo took Su Qingqing, who was still in shock, and swiftly departed, leaving behind a stunned crowd. Upon returning to the Su family, Suemo retreated to his room. From his storage pouch, he produced over 200 gray crystals, each containing a faint glimpse of a beast soul. These gray crystals were soul crystals, capable of storing beast souls. Due to their low rank, the beast souls within had lost consciousness upon the death of their physical forms. If not contained within the soul crystals, they would dissipate in a short time. Suemo summoned his martial soul, a dark vortex shimmering with 3 rings of yellow light. Hovering behind him, crack! He seized 2 level 4 beast soul crystals and crushed them, releasing the beast souls within. Quickly channeling his martial soul, he unleashed an invisible pull, devouring the 2 beast souls. After consuming the 2 souls, the devouring martial soul showed no immediate response, prompting Suemo to continue. Crack, 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 crack. 10, 20, 40. Suemo continued unabated, and upon consuming 60 level 4 beast souls, the devouring martial soul trembled, and a 4th ring of yellow light burst forth. Human level 4th tier martial soul. Suemo was overjoyed and pressed on with his consumption. Soon, all level 4 beast souls were consumed, and he began to devour level 5 beast souls. The level 5 beast souls were palpably stronger than their level 4 counterparts, and Suemo could feel the difference significantly. 10, 30, 50, 100, 140. Suemo did not pause, but after consuming 140 level 5 beast souls, his martial soul still did not advance, plunging him into frustration. Only 10 remain. I hope you won't disappoint me. With a series of resounding cracks, he shattered the remaining 10 soul crystals. After consuming them, the devouring martial soul finally responded. The yellow light flared once more, adding another ring. 5 rings of yellow light. Human level 5th tier martial soul. Sumo's joy knew no bounds as he fully activated his martial soul to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Streams of celestial energy swiftly converged, surging into Suemo and Oppo's body. With the elevation of his martial soul, the rate of energy absorption was tenfold compared to when he was at the 3rd tier. After a considerable time, Suemo rose, invigorated and brimming with confidence. So you claim to be the foremost talent of the Su family? With a human level 5th tier martial soul, I shall trample you beneath my feet during the clan meeting. Sumo's eyes sparkled with mischief. And you, Liu Yushan, will soon realize the folly of your choices. With that, Suemo made his way to the family armory to select a fine steel long sword. Excellent. Suemo resolved to train in swordsmanship. As for the spirit-cutting sword, its level was too high for casual use. He understood the principle of not flaunting wealth. Suemo intended to practice the Divine Wind Sword technique, Shadow Step technique, and Primordial Qi technique. All 3 were lower-grade 3rd-tier techniques, and mastering them would undoubtedly enhance his overall strength significantly. The Divine Wind Sword technique comprised 4 forms. The first, Swift Wind Blade. The second, Splitting the Cloud. The third, Wind Rides the Skies. And the fourth, Divine Wind and Amp, Oppo's lethality. Each form surpassed the previous in difficulty and power. The essence of the Divine Wind Sword technique was encapsulated in a single word: speed, to the utmost limit. The Shadow Step was an exceptionally advanced footwork technique, allowing the practitioner to move with ghostly swiftness, leaving no trace behind. The Primordial Qi technique, as a cultivation method, produced true energy known as primordial true energy, which was immensely powerful, tenfold stronger than the energy derived from Suemo and Oppo's Cloud Qi technique. In the following days, Sumo trained diligently in swordsmanship and footwork during the day, while practicing the Primordial Qi technique at night, steadily augmenting his strength. One day, Suemo was in the courtyard practicing his swordplay. The fluidity of his sword illuminated the air, creating a dazzling curtain of blades, slicing through the air with precision. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks echoed at the door. Suemo frowned immediately. Someone is not merely knocking at the door, they are forcefully battering it, the impact so fierce that it seems the door might shatter. Who goes there? Suemo, with a stern expression, swung open the courtyard door. Chapter 12. Confrontation at the door. Suemo opened the courtyard gate. Outside stood a middle-aged man in his 40s, his face betraying a cold indifference. The visitor was none other than Su Tai, the fourth elder of the Su family. Fourth elder, what brings you here? Suemo inquired in a frigid tone. Humph. Suemo, hasten to the council hall, Su Tai retorted with a sneer. A glimmer of schadenfreude flickering in his eyes. The council hall? For what purpose? Suemo questioned, perplexed. Why all the inquiries? You shall find out upon arrival. Su Tai snapped impatiently. With a disdainful huff, Suemo turned and strode toward the council hall. A mere waste, what is there to be proud of? Today, I shall witness your downfall. Su Tai chuckled coldly, following closely behind. Inside the council hall, Su Hong sat regally in the main seat. To his left were several elders of the Su family, accompanied by some younger members. On the right sat 5 representatives from the Wei family, 2 middle-aged men and 3 youths, each exuding an air of aggression, as if demanding justice. Why is Suemo yet to arrive? One of the middle-aged Wei men, clad in a brocade robe, spoke ominously. Rest assured, the 4th elder has gone to fetch him. He should be here shortly. An elder from the Su family responded with a forced smile. Given that Suemo has harmed my son, how does your Su family intend to address this? Another middle-aged man, Wei Wankong, the head of the Wei family, interjected. The elders of the Su family fell silent, each one contemplating the implications of their words. They wished to concede the matter to the Wei family, but a glance at Su Hong, who had yet to voice his opinion, rendered them hesitant. None wanted to provoke him. Su Hong, your son has injured mine and crippled his cultivation. If this matter is left unaddressed, the Wei family shall not relent, Wei Wankong declared, casting a cold gaze upon Su Hong. Suemo is a rogue. Having harmed the esteemed young master of the Wei family, he should be surrendered to the head of the Wei family for proper judgment, the great elder interjected, his eyes glinting with a sense of glee. Impudent! Su Hong's voice thundered, directing his ire at the great elder. Are you the head of the family, or am I? When did it become your prerogative to make such decisions? You. The great elder, taken aback, struggled to respond, his face paling. This matter remains unclear. We shall reach a conclusion once my son arrives, Su Hong said to Wei Wankong. Humph. I hope the resolution you provide is satisfactory. Wei Wankong replied with a chilling smile. Rest assured, we shall ensure the head of the Wei family is pleased. The Su elders chimed in, their faces adorned with insincere smiles. Internally, the Su elders cursed Suemo for bringing trouble upon the family. Why provoke the Wei family? They lamented. This fool will only bring calamity upon us. The Wei family members wore expressions of disdain, their contempt palpable. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as they awaited Suemo's arrival. Before long, footsteps echoed from outside. Suemo entered alongside the 4th elder. Suemo, do you acknowledge your crimes? The great elder proclaimed as soon as Suemo stepped into the hall. Acknowledge my crimes? What wrong have I committed? Suemo replied, his gaze sharp as he faced the great elder. You act with ill intent, harming the 2nd young master of the Wei family, bringing shame upon the Su family. Do you still wish to deny it? The great elder asserted, his demeanor imposing. Quickly recount the events of your assault on the 2nd young master of the Wei family. The 4th elder, Su Tai, demanded coldly. The other elders joined in, emboldened by the great elder's lead. It was evident that all the elders of the Su family had aligned themselves with the great elder, emboldened by his formidable strength and the promise of a prodigious son. Su Yu, who would inevitably lead the family. The Wei family remained silent, observing with cold detachment. Ill intent? A disgrace? Suemo could not contain his laughter, retorting. I wish to inquire of the elders. You declare me a disgrace without understanding the situation. How can you presume my guilt? Casting a glance at the Wei family, Suemo realized the gravity of the situation. It was evident that the Wei family had come seeking vengeance. How dare you continue to argue? The great elder bellowed, his expression dark as storm clouds. Sumo's eyes glinted with defiance. Great elder, you refuse to hear my explanation, yet demand my confession. Does your assertion of my guilt make it so? Am I to be condemned simply for defending myself? You. The great elder seethed, unprepared for Sumo's sharp retorts. Enough, Mor. State the events as they transpired. Su Hong interjected, narrowing his eyes at the great elder, a flicker of determination shining through. Very well. Suemo began to recount the events in detail, omitting Su Qingxing and Apos' name, only stating that Wei Lin had attempted to assault a common woman. He wished to shield her from any trouble. Humph. As soon as Suemo finished, Wei Wankong interjected furiously, "You wretch. Regardless of the circumstances, you have injured my son and deserve the gravest of punishments. Indeed, your methods are brutal, and such a crime warrants capital punishment. To provoke the Wei family is to invite your own demise." The Wei family members clamored. "Wei Lin sought to break my limbs and cripple my cultivation. I merely acted in defense," Suemo replied, his expression indifferent as he addressed the elders. "Must I remain defenseless while others seek to harm me? Is it a crime to retaliate?" The elders remained silent, their expressions darkening with each word. "Head of the Wei family, the truth is clear. Your son instigated this conflict, and my son acted only in self-defense. He brought this upon himself," Su Hong stated firmly. "Impossible," Wei Wankong roared, his face a mask of fury. "Your son has committed this heinous act, and if you do not surrender him today, prepare to face the wrath of the Wei family." "Humph, your son is a scoundrel, and his downfall serves the greater good," Suemo scoffed. "Scoundrel, you seek death," Wei Wankong shouted, lunging at Suemo with lethal intent, a cold aura enveloping him. Chapter 13. The Battle of Life and Death. No one anticipated that Wei Wankong would erupt so suddenly. His speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Suemo, striking down with a palm aimed at him. As a formidable practitioner of the spirit martial realm, his attack, fueled by rage, was one that would surely claim Suemo and Apos' life if it landed. Overwhelmed by the opponent and Apos' immense aura, Suemo found himself unable to evade. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable, a chasm between heaven and earth. Boldly, at that moment, Su Hong bellowed, his foot stamping down, unleashing a burst of true energy that surged towards Wei Wankong, delivering a palm strike toward his head. If Wei Wankong continued his assault, although he could eliminate Suemo, he would undoubtedly have to endure Su Hong's fierce blow. Should Su Hong's palm connect, it would obliterate not just Wei Wankong's head, but even steel would be crushed. Thus, in this critical moment, Wei Wankong had no choice but to abandon his attempt to kill Suemo and instead counter Su Hong's attack. A thunderous clash echoed as their palms met, generating a shockwave that rippled outward. Both men staggered back several steps, effectively neutralizing each other. Suemo, being closer, was pushed back a dozen steps by the residual force, his complexion paling as he narrowly avoided injury. "Wei Wankong," Su Hong roared, his voice booming like thunder, filled with murderous intent. "You dare to attack my son within the Su family? Do you truly believe I, Su Hong, am insignificant? Humph, your son is merely fortunate." In the face of Su Hong's fury, Wei Wankong retained an air of calm, seemingly unperturbed. "Amor, are you unharmed?" Su Hong shot a cold glance at Wei Wankong before rushing to Suemo's side, his concern evident. "I'm fine, thank you, father." Suemo nodded, then turned his gaze toward Wei Wankong, a chilling murderous glint igniting in his eyes. "Old dog, I will remember today's events, and I shall kill you one day. With you as a mere waste?" Wei Wankong scoffed, then signaled behind him. Among the Wei family, a proud young man stepped forward, brandishing a spear. "Waste. You have harmed our second young master of the Wei family. This crime is unforgivable. I, Wei Liang, challenge you to a battle of life and death. Do you dare to accept?" Having failed to kill Suemo, Wei Wankong clearly could not act again and instead allowed Wei Liang to challenge Suemo, seeking to eliminate him in a straightforward confrontation. A battle of life and death. The Su family members exchanged glances filled with surprise. Wei Liang was indeed a prodigy of the Wei family, having already attained the 6th level of qi refinement at a young age. And now he dares to challenge Suemo. "Wei Liang, you are 17 this year, correct? 3 years older than my son. And you have reached the 6th level of qi refinement. Am I mistaken?" Su Hong furrowed his brow, stating flatly, "At such an age and level of cultivation, you dare to challenge my son? How brazen of your Wei family." Su Hong understood that Wei Liang and Apos' intention was clear, to eliminate his son through this duel. Wei Liang merely smiled, unfazed. "Su family head, while it is true I am 3 years older than Suemo, this does not serve as an excuse for you to shy away from battle. Our age difference will always remain. Does that mean we can never compete?" Wei Liang looked at Suemo with disdain. "Suemo, if you admit your status as a waste and cripple your own cultivation, forfeiting your hands and feet as an apology, you may avoid this battle." Suemo cast a cold glance at him. "The 6th level of qi refinement, you say? Very well, I accept your challenge. but let us set the date for half a month from now. Without hesitation, Su Mo agreed to the challenge. Moer. Su Hong gasped in shock. Father, I have my own plans. There is no need for you to worry. Su Mo waved his hand dismissively. Although Su Hong's brow furrowed in concern, recalling his son's usual composure and prudence, he chose to remain silent. Very well, Su Mo, you have spoken. Half a month from now, in the city square of Linong, we shall have our battle of life and death. Wei Liang's eyes gleamed with delight, a hint of scorn flashing within. At that moment, the Wei family members erupted in laughter, their disdain palpable. In half a month's time, Su Mo's demise was all but guaranteed. The elders of the Su family exchanged knowing smirks, mocking Su Mo's apparent foolishness for allowing himself to be provoked into a deathmatch. Nonetheless, Su Mo's fate was of little concern to them. A waste with a first-level martial soul was insignificant and easily discarded. Su family head. We shall meet again in half a month. Farewell. With that, the Wei family departed, satisfaction evident in their demeanor. As news of the impending battle between Su Mo and Wei Liang spread throughout Linyang City, it became the talk of every street and alley. In the courtyard, Su Mo sat across from his father, Su Hong. Mo and Appos. Do you not think you acted too rashly in accepting Wei Liang and Appos as challenge? Su Hong and Appos' apprehension was evident. Father, do not worry. I am confident in my ability to defeat Wei Liang in half a month and Appos' time, Su Mo replied assuredly, seeing the confidence radiating from his son. Su Hong nodded reluctantly, considering Su Mo's recent advancements in strength, possibly the result of a remarkable encounter, and chose not to voice further concerns. After a moment of contemplation, Su Mo reached into his robe, retrieving a milky white crystal. Father, do you recognize what this crystal is? Su Hong and Appos' eyes widened as he focused intently. Mo and Appos. This is a spirit stone. Where did you acquire it? Spirit stone? I stumbled upon it by chance. Father, what is its purpose? Su Mo inquired. Spirit stones contain immense spiritual energy that can be absorbed to enhance one's cultivation. However, only practitioners of the spirit martial realm can utilize them. The energy within is so potent that a chi refinement practitioner could easily suffer a fatal explosion if misused. Spirit stones are exceedingly rare. This one appears to be the lowest grade, yet even the lowest grade is worth thousands of gold pieces. Our Su family can hardly procure many in a year. Such value? Su Mo was taken aback. Father, I have several spirit stones. Please take them for your use. Su Mo waved his hand, revealing a small pile of radiant spirit stones on the stone table, numbering no less than 100. What? Su Hong and Appos' eyes bulged in disbelief as he beheld the scene. 100 spirit stones? Each valued at thousands of gold pieces? Together, they amounted to hundreds of thousands of gold, equivalent to several years of the Su family and Appos' income. Father, I fortuitously entered the cave of a predecessor, and all these spirit stones were found within, Su Mo explained candidly, noting his father's incredulous expression. Suppressing his shock, Su Hong contemplated. Mo and Appos. Since these spirit stones are yours by chance, you should keep them. This wealth will suffice to purchase ample cultivation resources and rapidly enhance your strength. Su Hong declined Su Mo and Appos' offer, not wishing to take his son and Appos' fortune. Father, please accept these spirit stones. I still have plenty. Su Mo smiled gently, having only taken out half, with around 100 still remaining in his storage ring. Still plenty? Su Hong was momentarily taken aback, then smiled with appreciation. I never expected you to have such a fortuitous encounter. Very well. If that is the case, I shall accept these spirit stones. With them, my breakthrough in cultivation is imminent. Su Hong and Appos' joy was evident, his smile bright. Having already reached the pinnacle of the 4th level of the spirit martial realm, he had been stagnant in that realm for years. With this abundance of spirit stones, it would not be long before he ascended to the 5th level. Once he achieved that rank, few within Linong City would stand as his adversaries. Chapter 14. The Jester After Su Hong Departed. Su Mo was preparing to cultivate when a beautiful young girl approached the door, with delicate, arching brows and autumn-like eyes that seemed to beckon sympathy. It was none other than Su Qingqing. Brother Su Mo, I am so sorry. It's all because of me. If it weren't an Appos' tea for me. The Wei family Wuden and Appos' tea have come knocking. Su Qingqing and Appos' face was etched with guilt as she repeatedly apologized to Su Mo. Upon hearing that the Wei family was pressuring them, and that Su Mo and Wei Liang were to engage in a life-and-death duel in half a month, she became overwhelmed with anxiety. Haha, Ching Ching, you needn't oppose. Blame yourself. It's nothing to worry about. Su Mo reassured her with a smile. A mere Wei Liang is not worth my concern. Do you truly believe I would lose? No. Brother Su Mo will definitely win. Su Qingqing shook her head, affirming her belief. Then that and Apos S settled. Yet, despite her unwavering faith in Su Mo and Apos S victory, worry still lingered in her eyes. After all, Wei Liang was a genius warrior of the Wei family, boasting immense strength. Qingqing, you'll awaken your martial soul next year, right? Make sure to train diligently. Once you grow stronger, no one will dare to bully you. Su Mo held a favorable impression of this innocent girl, primarily due to her beauty. Yes, I will become strong and protect Brother Su Mo. The young girl spoke earnestly, her determination endearing. After exchanging light-hearted banter for a while, Su Mo bid her farewell and commenced his training. He sat cross-legged, focusing his gaze, releasing his martial soul, and continuously absorbing the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Currently, he was at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, and due to his practice of the Hunyuan Ichi-Ju, his true energy was exceptionally refined and powerful, rivaling that of a 4th-level Qi refinement warrior. His physical strength could match that of 4 tigers, allowing him to contend with 4th-level Qi refinement warriors solely with his physical prowess. However, even with such capabilities, he knew he could not match Wei Liang, who was a 6th-level Qi refinement warrior, with a 2-tier difference in cultivation. Although Su Mo had also practiced the Divine Wind Sword technique and the Shadow Step, having only trained for 3 days placed him at an entry level, yielding limited improvements to his combat strength. After 2 hours of cultivation, Su Mo opened his eyes and ceased his training. He packed some provisions and water into his storage ring, strapped his sword to his back, and set out. He intended to revisit the Yufeng mountain range. Despite his martial soul having reached the 5th tier of human rank, significantly enhancing his training speed, it would be exceedingly challenging to defeat Wei Liang in just half a month through conventional methods. Only through experience and combat could he elevate his power most rapidly. His devouring martial soul was extraordinarily formidable, capable of consuming beast souls and martial souls to enhance its level, as well as absorbing vital essence to bolster his cultivation. Engaging in real combat and slaying foes was the quickest avenue to augment his strength. Su Mo had considered purchasing beast souls, for he possessed a considerable amount of spirit stones, which could be sold for a substantial fortune. However, he ultimately discarded this notion, deciding to reserve such precious treasures for future use. As he passed by the family training ground, he noticed it was bustling with activity. As dozens of Su family disciples gathered, their cheers resonating in the air. In the center of the training ground, 2 young figures were locked in combat, the sound of fierce winds and powerful energies echoing around them. It's Su Yu. A casual glance revealed one of the combatants to be Su Yu, whom he had not seen for several days. The other fighter was a robust young man, around 18 or 19 years old, named Su Peng, a promising young warrior of the Su family rumored to have reached the pinnacle of the 5th level of Qi refinement. Their battle was intense, neither side willing to concede. Brother Su Yu is impressive. In such a short time, his strength is already on par with Su Ping. What's so surprising? Brother Su Yu possesses a 5th-tier human rank martial soul. He is our family's top genius, having received significant support from the clan during his seclusion. It's natural for his strength to surge. Haha. At this rate, it won't be long before Brother Su Yu and Apos S strength rivals that of Su Tianhao, our family and Apos S foremost expert among the younger generation. The atmosphere was electric as the disciples eagerly discussed the match. As the battle reached its climax, Su Yu seized an opening in Su Peng's defense, launching relentless attacks that forced Su Peng to retreat. Following up on his advantage, Su Yu landed a powerful blow to Su Ping and Apos S chest, sending him staggering back, blood spewing forth. Oh, Brother Su Yu has emerged victorious. Long live Brother Su Yu. The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers at Su Yu's triumph. Standing proudly amidst the fray, Su Yu surveyed his surroundings with a hint of arrogance. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, Su Yu caught sight of Su Mo nearby and smirked disdainfully. Oh, isn't this our family and Apos S and Apos, top genius and Apos. He looked down at Su Mo, his tone dripping with mockery. Haha, look at this waste. In just a few days, he will meet his end. Many Su family disciples shared similar expressions of derision. Although Su Emo had recently defeated Su Hang and incapacitated Wei Lin, the second young master of the Wei family, garnering significant attention to them, it was merely a fleeting moment of glory. A first-tier human rank martial soul destined him to be a lifetime failure. Su Emo cast a cold glance at the crowd but ignored their taunts, continuing on his way. Stop. Su Yu and Appo's eyes narrowed as he pushed through the throng, blocking Su Emo and Appo's path. How dare this waste disregard him? Anger boiled within him. Su Emo, how about a spar? I can let you have 100 moves. Su's expression was one of contempt, a cold smile playing on his lips. 100 moves? That's an obvious affront. Not interested, Su Emo replied flatly. Not interested? Humph. In half a month, you might not even have the chance to be interested. Su Yu laughed derisively. I truly don't know whether to call you ignorant or foolish for challenging Wei Liang to a life and death duel. You should savor these last 2 weeks. Su Yu sneered inwardly, believing Su Emo was courting death. Whether you live or die is no concern of mine. Indeed, your fate is of no relevance to me. Su Emo responded with a faint smile. In fact, since we awakened our martial souls, you have lost the qualifications for me to regard you as a rival. In terms of honor, family status, or women, you are no longer in the running. Su Yu felt a surge of satisfaction. He was a fifth-tier human rank martial soul, the top genius of the Su family, making rapid progress in cultivation while his family status ascended. At that moment, Su Emo was utterly beneath his notice. Mocking him face-to-face filled Su Yu with a sense of exhilaration. Is that so? Su Emo raised an eyebrow, a cold smile gracing his lips. Truth be told, I never intended to compete with you for anything, for you are nothing more than a jester in my eyes. You. Su Yu's face turned ashen with rage. Humph. Enjoy your arrogance while you can. In half a month, I shall witness your demise. Suppressing his fury, Su Yu turned away. Su Emo scoffed, dismissing the encounter as he strode away. Demise? Who lives and who dies remains to be seen. Chapter 15. Bloodsaber Hold 80 miles outside of Willow Creek. On a verdant path, Su Emo, with his longsword strapped to his back, employed his movement technique, swiftly advancing towards the Howling Wind Mountains. The Howling Wind Mountains were over 100 miles from Willow Creek. At Su Emo's pace, he could reach them in about half an hour. Such a potent sanguinary odor. Su Emo, hastening along, furrowed his brow. He acutely sensed a dense, blood-soaked atmosphere permeating the vicinity. What's amiss? Where does such a strong scent of blood originate? Su Emo halted, and after a moment's contemplation, he followed the trail of the bloody aroma, intending to investigate the source. Shortly thereafter, a village came into view. It was not a large village, housing approximately 100 families. However, it was now in a state of utter devastation, with numerous dwellings collapsed and bodies strewn haphazardly throughout. Crimson blood had dyed the earth, forming rivulets akin to a hellish landscape. The intense bloody stench emanated from this very village. Su Emo was aghast. Despite having weathered many storms, he was utterly stunned by the scene before him. Who could be so ruthless as to annihilate an entire village? A surge of fury coursed through Su Emo, his eyes gleaming with a frosty light. Taking a deep breath, Su Emo soared forward, entering the village. A deathly silence enveloped the area, with corpses scattered in disarray, severed limbs, and crimson blood, creating a nauseating spectacle. Among the dead were many elderly, frail individuals, women, and children. Su Emo noticed a small girl, no older than 4, impaled against a wall, lifeless in a pool of blood. All of this filled Su Emo with immense anger, his face darkening like a storm cloud. Who could be so devoid of humanity as to commit such an atrocious act? Suddenly, a faint moan reached Su Emo's ears. His expression shifted, and he quickly raced towards the sound's origin. Soon, he discovered an elderly man with graying hair amidst the ruins. The old man was covered in blood, his lower body pinned beneath debris, severely wounded but still alive. Sir, are you all right? Su Emo urgently approached, clearing away the debris and helping the old man up. The old man and Appo's abdomen had been sliced open, his intestines spilling out. Clearly, he was beyond saving. Such wickedness! Heaven is unjust. Alas! The old man cried out in a daze. Sir, what happened here? Su Emo inquired. After a moment, the old man ceased his weeping, his eyes gradually clearing. Young sir, save my granddaughter. I beg you, save my granddaughter. The old man looked at Su Emo, clutching his hand tightly, his face filled with pleading. Sir, don't fret. Tell me what happened here. Su Emo pressed. It was the Bloodsaber Hold. The Bloodsaber Hold's beast ransacked our village and slaughtered all the villagers. The old man and Appo's S face was contorted with grief and rage, his eyes burning with hatred. The blood saber hold? Suemo and Appos. S eyes narrowed. He had indeed heard of this group. They were a band of brigands operating hundreds of miles from Willow Creek, known for their large numbers, ruthless tactics, and frequent acts of arson, murder, and plunder. However, despite their wickedness, they were also self-aware, avoiding confrontations with stronger factions and preying only on the weak. This was how the Blood Saber Hold had managed to survive for so long without being eliminated. How many are they? What are their strengths? Suemo and Appos. S eyes were now filled with a chilling intent, a boundless killing intent rising within him. They are and Appos, T many, just a squad of about 20. But most of them are above the third level of the Chi refining realm, quite formidable. The old man and Appos. S voice grew weaker as he lost blood. Our village only had 5 Chi refining realm cultivators, no match for them. They were quickly slaughtered. Young sir, please save my granddaughter. They abducted her. If you can rescue her, I will repay you in my next life. The old man pleaded with Suemo, regardless of Sumo's strength or ability to defeat the bandits. However, he could discern that Sumo's clothing was of high quality, indicating that he was likely a member of a prominent family, capable of saving his granddaughter. Sir, rest assured, I will rescue your granddaughter. Suemo affirmed with a solemn nod. At this moment, his heart was filled with complex emotions. This was the reality of the world. The weak were subjected to slaughter, while the strong could act with impunity. Good, good. Thank you, young sir. A faint smile finally appeared on the old man's face before he tilted his head and passed away. The blood saber hold, is it? Suemo rose, clenching his fists, his brow furrowed with murderous intent. You scum deserve to be eradicated from this world. With that, Suemo vanished, following the hoof prints leading away from the village. The blood saber hold had only recently raided the village, so they couldn't be far. Suemo intended to hunt down and annihilate these beasts. Giddy up! Giddy up! Giddy up! A band of blood saber hold brigands urged their steeds along a mountain path. They were not traveling quickly, as they were escorting a group of 20 to 30 women. These women ranged in age from middle-aged to young girls of 12 or 13, and all possessed a certain allure. Brothers, let's halt here for a moment, have some food, and then continue, the towering bandit captain commanded his men. The bandits quickly stopped, setting up camp, lighting a bonfire, and roasting game. The women were herded together in a group. Haha. Who would have thought we and Appos find so many fine goods this time? I can hardly wait. A bandit leered, his gaze at the women filled with raw desire. Haha. It and Appos. It's been over a month since we and Appos had any action. We and Appos all have a good time when we get back. Another bandit, with a scar across his face, chuckled, his eyes lingering on a young girl in green, his face aglow with lust. That girl is a real gem. I and Appos never seen such a beauty in all my days. Among the women was a young girl of 14 or 15, clad in green. Her beauty was exceptional, setting her apart from the others. Despite her simple attire, she possessed an aura of purity, like a lotus in bloom. Ma Lao San, if you Don and Appos, wanna die, Don and Appos, even think about her. I and Appos, saving that one for the chieftain. The bandit captain and Appos' voice was cold as he rebuked the man. Haha, since she and Appos, for the chieftain, I would and Appos, dare. The scarred bandit shuddered at the thought of the chieftain and Appos' brutality and forced a smile. Thump thump thump. Just then, one of the young women seized the opportunity while the bandits were distracted and bolted, covering several dozen meters in the blink of an eye. Haha, captain. I and Appos, take care of this little wench. The scarred bandit chuckled and eagerly gave chase, quickly catching up to the woman. Haha, you think you can escape from me? Little wench? I and Appos, have my way with you right here. The scarred bandit grinned lecherously and dragged the woman into the nearby thicket. The scarred bandit had barely entered the thicket when a scream erupted from within. Chapter 16. Suemo and Appos. Prowess, Is Ma Lao San failing already? He just went in. And it's over? What a useless kid. I doubt he'll dare brag in front of us again. Upon hearing the sounds from the bushes, the bandits laughed and cursed. However, their expressions soon shifted as they waited in vain for the scarred bandit to emerge. Silence permeated the thicket. What did Appos' going on? Why hasn't Appos, Ma Lao San come out yet? The bandits exchanged puzzled glances. Ma Lao San. One bandit called out, but the bushes remained silent. "You too. Go check it out," the bandit leader commanded, gesturing to two nearby bandits. They exchanged a look and cautiously approached the bushes, disappearing into the foliage. Like the scarred bandit before them, they vanished without a trace. At this point, the bandits could no longer remain seated. They rose to their feet, their faces grim. "Damn it, what's happening? Hell, this is some ghostly stuff. Humph. I'll see who dares to play tricks on us, the Bloodblade bandits." The bandit leader's face hardened as he roared, "Two of you, stay and guard these women. The rest of you, come with me to investigate." With the resounding clang of steel, the bandits drew their sabers and advanced toward the bushes in a fan formation. Their breaths came in ragged gasps, their faces etched with apprehension as they braced themselves for the impending danger. They cautiously entered the thicket, where a gruesome sight met their eyes. 3 mangled corpses lay sprawled on the ground. The bodies were emaciated, their blood drained, leaving them as mere desiccated husks. Were it not for their tattered clothing, the bandits would not have recognized their fallen comrades. Gasps of horror filled the air. Even these hardened bandits, accustomed to violence and bloodshed, were visibly shaken. Could it be a blood-sucking vampire? One bandit whispered, casting nervous glances around. But the surroundings remained eerily still. No, they were slain by a blade. "Look at their necks," another bandit pointed out, drawing attention to the faint crimson lines that encircled each of the victims' throats. A single strike to the throat. It was the same for all 3. Just then, a fresh wave of terror washed over the bandits as 2 screams pierced the air from behind. These were followed by the terrified shrieks of the captive women. Not good. The bandits whirled around in alarm, only to find 2 more of their comrades lying lifeless on the ground. Standing over them was a delicate-looking youth of 14 or 15, his face impassive as he held a blood-stained sword. The women, witnessing the sudden appearance of the young man and his swift dispatch of the guards, screamed in terror. "Don't be afraid. I won't harm you," the youth reassured them, turning his gaze toward the captives. This young man was none other than Suemo, having followed the bandits. He witnessed the scarred bandit dragging the young woman into the bushes with vile intent. He swiftly intervened, entering the thicket from behind and slaying the bandit, thus rescuing the woman. He then dispatched the 2 subsequent bandits who came to investigate. After slaying the 3 bandits, Suemo absorbed their essence, converting it into his own power. The 3 bandits, all at the 3rd level of chi cultivation, possessed formidable life force. After Suemo absorbed and refined it, his cultivation base increased greatly, reaching the peak of the 3rd level of chi cultivation. When the other bandits came to investigate, he circled back and eliminated the guards. With minimal effort, Suemo had slain 5 men. "Who are you? How dare you make enemies of the Bloodblade bandits?" The bandit leader's eyes were like chips of ice as he scrutinized Suemo. "I am the one who will kill you all. Today, none of you will survive." Suemo's eyes flashed with chilling intent, his body radiating an intense aura of malice. "Humph. Just you? You think you can kill us with your mere 3rd level of chi cultivation?" The bandit leader scoffed, sensing Suemo's power. He signaled to his men, and the bandits quickly surrounded the youth. The bandit leader was at the 5th level of chi cultivation, a formidable force. Among his ranks were 3 or 4 others at the 4th level, while the rest were at the 3rd level. With such strength, he had no fear of a mere 3rd level whelp. Nevertheless, the bandit leader remained cautious. The bizarre deaths of his 3 subordinates, reduced to near mummified states, were unsettling. Furthermore, the youth's ability to silently eliminate several men suggested a hidden strength. "Whether I can kill you or not, you'll soon find out," Suemo said, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face. The surge of power from absorbing the bandit's essence caused his blood to simmer. "Kill him." The bandit leader, unwilling to risk a direct confrontation, waved his hand and ordered his men to attack. "Kill, kill, kill." The bandits roared as they charged towards Suemo, their gleaming sabers flashing like lightning as they descended upon him. The bandit leader watched with a sneer, confident that the youth would fall under the combined assault. The 4 attackers were all skilled at the 3rd level of chi cultivation. Their combined might could force even a 4th level cultivator to retreat, facing the onslaught. Suemo merely smirked. "Seeking death," he uttered. With a burst of speed, Suemo activated his phantom shadow steps, evading the initial attacks. A dazzling flash of sword light erupted, and the air crackled with sword energy. A series of agonizing screams filled the air as the 4 attacking bandits were instantly slain. A single strike to kill. What? The remaining bandits stared in disbelief. They couldn't and Amp, Oppos, To comprehend how a youth at the same level of chi cultivation could possess such overwhelming power. Kill. Everyone, attack together. I refuse to believe that a mere third-level cultivator can defy the heavens. The bandit leader's face was ashen as he roared and charged forward, wielding a massive cleaver. The bandit leader closed the distance to 10 paces before unleashing a devastating strike. The cleaver, weighing no less than 200 pounds, coupled with the bandit leader and Apos' fifth-level chi cultivation, could cleave even an Iron Man in two. Sumo, however, did not evade. Instead, he raised his sword to meet the attack head-on, unleashing a horizontal slash. Gale Blade. With this strike, Sumo channeled his chi to its peak. Combining it with his physical strength, he executed the first stance of the divine wind swordplay, Gale Blade. Clang. The saber and sword collided with a deafening crash. Sumo staggered back 3 steps, while the bandit leader was also forced back 3 steps. The clash ended in a stalemate. Although the bandit leader was at the 5th level of chi cultivation, 2 entire realms above Sumo, the techniques he practiced were only of the mid-grade 1st level. Sumo, while only at the 3rd level, possessed the incomparably powerful primordial chaos chi, making his strength comparable to a 4th-level cultivator. Combined with his physical strength, he was nearly unmatched among those at the 4th level. Moreover, he had mastered a grade 3 low-level martial art, the divine wind swordplay. Had he not been a novice in the swordplay, he would have defeated the bandit leader with that strike. How is this possible? The bandit leader was taken aback, incredulously exclaiming, "How can you be so powerful with merely the cultivation of the 3rd level of chi refinement?" The brigand chieftain was taken aback by Sumo and Apos' potency. He was well aware of his own capabilities, confident that he could best any ordinary chi cultivation realm level 5 martial artist. Yet, here was a level 3 martial artist who had forced him back 3 steps with a single strike. His astonishment knew no bounds. Alas, just as the brigand leader was reeling, 2 more agonizing cries pierced the air. Sumo's sword was as swift as lightning, as elusive as the wind, and none could withstand its passage. In the blink of an eye, 3 more brigands had fallen. This band of brigands, initially numbering 20, had already seen 9 of their comrades slain by Sumo. Now, with 3 more dead, only 8 remained. Die! Sumo roared, his form flickering like a specter as he weaved through the ranks. His razor-sharp sword flashed incessantly, and one by one, the brigands succumbed. Limbs were severed, and viscera mingled with blood upon the ground. Quick! Surround him! Kill him! The brigand chieftain bellowed, brandishing his massive blade as he lunged at Sumo once more. However, Sumo no longer engaged in direct confrontation. Instead, he relied on his nimble footwork to dart between his adversaries, his lethal blade glinting as brigands fell one after another. Damn you! The brigand chieftain roared in frustration, his blade hacking wildly, yet failing to graze even a hair on Sumo's head. Sumo had mastered the 3rd grade low-rank movement technique, and Apos, phantom steps, and Apos, which amplified his speed several-fold. Although he had only reached the entry level as a 3rd grade art, it was still far superior to anything the brigand chieftain could muster. Apart from their leader, the brigands were merely at the 3rd or 4th level of the chi cultivation realm, and few could withstand a single strike from Sumo. Even those who managed to parry one blow could not withstand the next. Blades clashed, light shimmered, and with each step, a brigand fell. Before long, the brigand chieftain stood alone, his entire company annihilated. Even those who attempted to flee were swiftly overtaken and dispatched with a single, decisive stroke. Boy, you have slaughtered so many of the Bloodblade clan. They will not let you get away with this. The brigand chieftain spat, before attempting to flee. He realized that his opponent's footwork alone made him invincible and that he was unlikely to prevail. Where do you think you're going? Sumo flashed forward, blocking the brigand chieftain and Apos' path. Boy, Don and Apos, push your luck. I may not be able to kill you, but you cannot kill me, either. The brigand chieftain retorted. Is that so? I said that none of you would leave here alive today. Sumo sneered, seemingly dismissive of the brigand chieftain, which only fueled the man and Apos' rage. Boy, you're asking for death. Today, I'll show you the true extent of my power. The brigand chieftain roared, his spirit erupting in a blaze of yellow light as his martial soul materialized. His martial soul was that of a ferocious bear, towering at 10 feet and radiating a palpable aura of menace. With the activation of his martial soul, the brigand chieftain's strength surged significantly. He stepped forward, his gleaming blade raised high, whistling through the air as he brought it down upon Sumo and Apos' face. This time, Suemo did not evade. Instead, he stood motionless. The brigand chieftain was ecstatic. Was this fool courting death? This was his chance. He would cripple his foe with a single blow. As the brigand chieftain and Apos' blade hurtled towards him, Suemo calmly sheathed his sword with A and Apos, clang, and Apos. The brigand chieftain was taken aback. Had the boy lost his mind? But his surprise quickly turned to elation. His opponent had relinquished his weapon, presenting him with the perfect opportunity to strike the killing blow in Suemo's hand, revealing a pristine, snow-white sword. It was the 4th grade, mid-rank divine weapon, the spirit-severing sword. Gripping the spirit-severing sword, Suemo met the descending blade with an upward slash. Clang! The brigand chieftain and Apos' blade shattered upon impact. The spirit-severing sword, undeterred, continued its trajectory, slicing through the brigand chieftain and Apos' neck in a flash of light. Blood gushed forth, and the chieftain and Apos' head was sent tumbling. With all the brigands vanquished, Suemo finally exhaled a long breath. Spirit-severing sword, you have not disappointed me, he murmured, gazing at the blade in his hand. A smile gracing his lips. A 4th grade, mid-rank weapon was indeed extraordinary. The difference between each grade of weapon was significant, let alone the fact that the brigand chieftain's blade was merely a common, 1st grade weapon. They were simply not in the same league. It was only natural that the spirit-severing sword would cleave through it with ease. Suemo would never be so foolish as to engage in a fair fight with such scum. With all the brigands slain, Suemo turned his attention to the group of women who had been abducted. They stood motionless, their eyes vacant, still in shock. It's over. The brigands are all dead. You are free. Suemo approached them, attempting to rouse them from their stupor. Thank you, benefactor. The women cried, kneeling and kowtowing to Suemo in gratitude. Please rise. It is not safe here. You should return to your village. Suemo gestured for them to stand. Though their village was in ruins, it was the only place they could go. Fortunately, there were several brigand steeds available. They could ride these back to their homes. Benefactor, I, Shir, will never forget your kindness. Please, tell us your name, so that I may forever remember it. A young woman in a green dress approached Suemo, her voice soft and timid. This young woman was the one whom the scarred brigand had lusted after. The one whom the brigand chieftain had intended to offer to the Bloodblade clan and Apos' leader. Her skin was as white as snow, and her beauty was refined and otherworldly. Her eyes were like pools of clear water, possessing a delicate, ethereal quality. Though she wore coarse clothing, it could not conceal her elegant and noble air. The girl was like a celestial being who had descended to the mortal realm, her beauty captivating all who beheld her. Suemo only now realized that there was such a stunning beauty amongst these women. He was amazed that such a small village could produce such a peerless beauty. In terms of appearance alone, she surpassed even Luo Huan, the leader of the Violet Gold Pavilion. However, compared to Luo Huan's unparalleled grace, the young woman was still somewhat unrefined. My name is Suemo. You should return now. I will visit your village later to help you bury your kin. Suemo smiled gently, then helped the young woman onto a steed. Yes, she nodded softly. Once everyone had departed, Suemo turned his gaze to the corpses strewn across the ground, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. With so much essence and blood, breaking through should be no problem. Suemo dared not delay. He rushed over, sat in a meditative posture, and unleashed his devouring martial soul. The longer he waited, the more the essence and blood would dissipate. Moreover, the martial souls would eventually disintegrate, which would be a great loss. Suemo channeled his devouring martial soul with all his might. Immediately, various martial souls, mixed with the brigand's blood and energy, surged towards him. Martial souls were mostly 2nd or 3rd grade human-level souls. Suemo devoured them, but his own martial soul did not react in the slightest. However, the massive amount of blood and energy was transformed into a pure energy that merged into Suemo's body. Suemo's aura surged wildly. Boom. In a mere moment, Suemo broke through the bottleneck of the 3rd level of the Chi cultivation realm and entered the 4th level. However, the blood and energy were immense. Even after his breakthrough, his cultivation continued to rise. The early stage of the 4th level of the Chi cultivation realm. The mid-stage of the 4th level of the Chi cultivation realm. The late stage of the 4th level of the Chi cultivation realm. The peak of the 4th level of the Chi cultivation realm. Finally, after Suemo had devoured all the blood and energy, his cultivation stopped at the peak of the 4th level of the Chi cultivation realm, just short of reaching the 5th level. He was not disappointed. He was already satisfied with having advanced one level. If I continue to kill and plunder the essence and blood of others, won't my cultivation soar like a rocket? With a fiery passion igniting within him, Suemo contemplated silently. However, he soon shook his head, realizing that while such an approach would undoubtedly expedite his growth and power, it could also lead him to forsake his true nature, transforming him into a bloodthirsty fiend. Suemo had always been a person of clear distinctions between gratitude and enmity. He would show no mercy to foes or villains. Yet, if he were to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent, how would he differ from those mountain bandits? Taking a deep breath, Suemo rose to his feet, gathered the possessions from the lifeless corpses, and then strode away resolutely. Chapter 18. Gulanchi of the Gu family village. The hamlet, ravaged by brigands, lay in a state of utter devastation, the air thick with lamentations. Upon Suemo and Apos' arrival, he observed a score of menfolk conveying corpses, preparing to inter them in a series of hastily dug pits on a vacant patch of land behind the village. Inquiring, Suemo discovered that these men were the village's hunting party, spared from the massacre by their absence on a hunt. Kind sir, you have rescued the womenfolk of our Gu family village and vanquished the brigands, avenging us greatly. Words cannot express our gratitude. Please accept my deepest respects. The hunting party leader, upon learning that Suemo had saved the women, bowed reverently before him. There and Apos, no need for such formality, good sir. Let us first see to the burial of the departed, that they may find peace in the earth, Suemo responded, waving his hand dismissively. Very well. The hunting party leader nodded solemnly and resumed his grim task. A subtle observation caused Suemo to cast his gaze about, whereupon he beheld the exquisite maiden from before, kneeling in sorrow before a lifeless body. It was the white-haired elder he had previously encountered. It dawned on Suemo that she was the old man and Apos' granddaughter. Approaching, Suemo knelt and gently touched her delicate shoulder, offering solace. The departed are gone, maiden. May you find strength in this time of sorrow. The maiden appeared oblivious to Suemo's words, continuing to sob softly. A sigh escaped Suemo's lips. Parting is invariably the most agonizing of human experiences. Kind sir, she and Apos, is an orphan, abandoned in the wilderness as a babe, and raised by grandfather. He cherished me as his own, always ensuring my well-being and shielding me from hardship. The maiden finally spoke, her voice tinged with bitterness. Grandfather treated me as his own flesh and blood, always giving me the best and never letting me suffer in the slightest. Now that grandfather has met with such a calamity, Shia feels immensely guilty. Why am I not a martial artist? If I were a powerful martial artist, I could protect grandfather, and I could protect our village. If I were a powerful martial artist, grandfather would not have died, and so many villagers would not have perished. Her words were punctuated by tremors, and copious tears cascaded from her eyes. Suemo listened in silence. The law of the jungle, the survival of the fittest, such is the plight of the weak. After a long interlude, the maiden ceased her weeping. Kind sir, I apologize for causing you distress, she said, dabbing at her tears with a touch of embarrassment. It matters not. Let us now bury your grandfather and grant him eternal rest, Suemo replied. Whereupon the two of them together laid the old man to rest behind the village. With the burial concluded, Suemo prepared to depart. By then, the villagers of Gu family village had interred all the deceased and approached once more to express their gratitude to Suemo. Suemo returned all the valuables recovered from the brigands and prepared to leave. Kind sir, a soft call echoed as Suemo turned to see the maiden in verdant attire approaching. Shio wishes to accompany you. Would you be willing to accept her? The maiden approached Suemo with delicate steps, her vermilion lips pursed tightly, as if she had reached a momentous decision. Her limpid eyes fixed upon Suemo, seemingly fearful of rejection. Suemo was taken aback, unsure of the maiden's motive. While he was not averse to being accompanied by such a beauty, he wished to ascertain her intentions. Maiden, why do you seek to follow me? She and Apos, wishes to pursue the path of martial cultivation with you, the maiden replied, her youthful face resolute. I discern that you are a benevolent person. Only by following you can Shio have the opportunity to become strong in the future. Rest assured, I shall not burden you. I can cook, launder, and perform all manner of domestic chores. I am willing to serve even as a menial. I implore you to accept me. The maiden and Apos' pitiable countenance, her eyes brimming with anticipation, moved Suemo deeply. She made as if to kneel. Suemo swiftly intervened, preventing her from doing so. Since you are willing to follow me, then come along. I shall instruct you in cultivation. Of course, should you wish to depart in the future, I shall not impede you. Suemo mused inwardly that while the maiden appeared delicate, she possessed an inner fortitude and decisiveness. Thank you, kind sir. A rare smile graced the maiden's face, blossoming like 100 flowers in captivating splendor. Thereafter, Suemo departed with the maiden, making their way back to Linyang City. They eschewed riding, journeying instead on foot. Though the maiden had not awakened her martial soul and was not a true martial artist, she possessed the 6th level of body tempering, rendering a journey of several dozen miles manageable. En route, Suemo engaged her in conversation, gaining a deeper understanding of her. The maiden's name was Gulanshi, a melodious appellation. She was 14 years of age and would turn 15 2 months after the new year. Nearly the same age as Suemo. As evening descended, the two returned to the Su residence. The arrival of Suemo with Gulanshi at the Su family residence drew considerable attention, with many of the Su family members casting envious and disdainful glances at the pair. Escorting the maiden to his courtyard, Suemo assigned her a chamber. She and Appos, you shall reside here henceforth, Suemo said, assisting her in tidying the room and providing her with sundry necessities. Should you require anything, inform me directly. Yes, thank you, kind sir. The maiden responded with a gentle nod. As for cultivation, I shall procure elixirs for you when time permits, so that you may expedite your body tempering. Once you have completed body tempering, I shall seek a way to awaken your martial soul. Thank you, kind sir. The maiden was touched and regarded Suemo with great respect. You need not be so formal, she and Appos. I am a man of simple tastes, Suemo replied with a smile. Henceforth, refrain from addressing me as Appos, kind sir. And Appos, it sounds awkward. Simply call me by my name. I couldn't, and Appos, possibly. The maiden shook her head in haste, agitated. You have done me a great service, kind sir. I cannot address you by your given name. It would be disrespectful. Furthermore, I am merely your servant, and dare not address you so. Suemo was momentarily speechless, finding the maiden overly restrained. Who said you were my servant? You shall be my younger sister from now on, my adopted sister, Suemo declared earnestly. Upon hearing Sumo's words, the maiden's limpid eyes widened as she gazed at him unblinkingly. What? Are you unwilling? Suemo feigned sternness. No, I am willing. The maiden's face flushed with emotion. Come now, let me hear you call me brother. Sumo's lips curled into a faint smile as he teased. Ah, brother Suemo. The young girl's face immediately flushed crimson, her gaze averted, her voice barely a whisper. Ha! Suemo laughed heartily. In the courtyard, the wind whispered as Suemo practiced swordsmanship. His movements were fluid, the sword following the wind's currents, sometimes gentle like a breeze, other times fierce like a tempest. His mind was clear, his comprehension of the divine wind's swordplay exceptionally sharp. He was one with the wind, its trajectory, speed, and variations unfolding in his mind. Suemo executed the divine wind swordplay techniques repeatedly, each strike faster than the last. Gale edge. The sword flashed, its sharp light piercing the air with a piercing sound. Whirlwind devastation. The wind and Appos, S-force infused the sword, creating a vortex of power. Wind and Appos, S-howl to the heavens. A surge of wind arose, the sword now merging into its force. The shadows of the blade sweeping across the void. Divine wind execution. The wind ceased, the sword's shadow vanished, and then, with a piercing shriek, an unmatched beam of light shot from the void like a meteor, striking the wall with a resounding crack. Fragments scattered as a half-meter gash appeared in the stone. Suemo sheathed his sword. With this rate of practice, I and Appos, master the divine wind swordplay soon, he thought, pleased that his attack power had more than doubled since he began. Truly a third-grade martial skill. It had been about a week since Suemo left the city, and he had devoted most of his time to martial arts. Besides his progress in the divine wind swordplay, the phantom shadow step had also improved steadily. As for his cultivation, he remained at the peak of the 4th level of chi refining, needing time to consolidate his gains before breaking through again. However, his physical strength had greatly increased, thanks to his 5th-grade human-level martial soul, which allowed him to absorb spiritual energy at an accelerated rate. He was close to mastering the 2nd level of the universal divine skill, and his physical strength was now around 2,500 pounds, comparable to a 5th-level chi refining martial artist. Brother Suemo, please rest for a while. A girl in white emerged, offering him a cup of tea. Haha, she asked. Are you comfortable here? Suemo asked. Gulanshi, dressed in white, looked stunning, like a celestial being. Even Suemo was captivated. Yes, brother Suemo. I am very comfortable here, she replied with a gentle smile. Sheer, you haven't been out since you arrived. Let me take you around, Suemo suggested. And we can acquire some cultivation resources. The girl nodded obediently, and they left the Su residence together. Suemo had considered visiting his father, Su Hong. But since giving him 100 spirit stones, Su Hong had been in seclusion, apparently trying to break through a cultivation bottleneck, so Suemo decided not to disturb him. At the Violet Gold Pavilion, a young maid greeted them, asking, Young master, how may I assist you? I wish to see your pavilion master, Luo Huan. Suemo stated directly. The maid was taken aback, thinking, Who do you think you are? But politely replied, Young master, our pavilion master is very busy. If you need to purchase elixirs, weapons, or other items, I can help you. She had seen many people try to meet the pavilion master, drawn by her beauty. Glancing at Xiu, she thought, this young man is too fickle. Is that so? Can you handle a transaction worth over 10,000 taels of gold? Suemo asked with a smile. 10,000 taels of gold? The maid exclaimed, then quickly said, Please wait, young master. I will inform the pavilion master immediately. She hurried away, not doubting Sumo's words, as the Violet Gold Pavilion had a strong reputation. Soon, she returned and said, Young master, the pavilion master will see you. In the same side hall, Suemo met Luo Huan again. She sat on the main seat, still wearing a tight leather dress, voluptuous and alluring. Her presence filled the air with a subtle, intoxicating fragrance. It seems you remain alluring as ever, Pavilion Master Luo. Suemo said calmly. Haha, young Master Su is too kind, Luo Huan replied, glancing at Xiu with admiration. I am just a fading beauty compared to the young lady at your side. She was impressed by the girl's ethereal beauty. Xiu blushed and lowered her head shyly. Pavilion Master Luo, does your pavilion accept spirit stones? What is the price? Suemo asked directly. Oh, young Master Su has spirit stones? Luo Huan raised an eyebrow, surprised. How many, and what is their quality? Suemo revealed a milky white crystal and said, I only have a few of these. He intended to sell only a few. Given their high value, to avoid attracting unnecessary attention, 5 spirit stones were already a substantial fortune. These are low-grade spirit stones, Luo Huan said after a moment. I can offer you 3,000 taels of gold per stone. Very well, I have 5 spirit stones, which makes it 15,000 taels of gold. Suemo handed over 4 more spirit stones. Young Master Su, would you like to purchase anything else? Luo Huan asked with a smile after accepting the spirit stones. Seeing her smile, Suemo felt a sense of being taken advantage of. What is the price of a level 9 beast soul? He asked. Lower-level beast souls had little effect on his martial soul now, so he wanted a level 9 one. A level 9 beast soul costs 400 taels of gold. Then give me 30. Suemo said, not caring about the cost. Also, 20 body tempering pills. He wanted to purchase the pills for Xiu to help her complete her body tempering. The medicinal efficacy of body tempering pills fortifies the physique and strengthens the physical body. However, only one such pill can be ingested within a fortnight, as further consumption yields no additional benefits. Promptly, as per Luo Huan's instructions. 30 rank 1 level 9 beast souls and 20 body tempering pills were delivered into Suemo and Apos as possession. By the way, Proprietress Luo, I also have some demon cores here. Allow me to sell them to you as well. Suemo produced a quantity of demon cores, remnants from his previous venture into the Yufeng Mountains, which he had kept within his storage ring. Very well, 30 beast souls amount to 12,000 taels, and 20 body tempering pills amount to 1,000 taels, totaling 13,000 taels of gold, leaving a balance of 2,000 taels. Your demon cores will be valued at 500 taels, making it 2,500 taels of gold in total. After receiving the 2,500 taels in gold notes, Suemo bid farewell to Luo Huan, Proprietress Luo. Now that I have acquired all that I need, I shall take my leave. Hiki. Farewell, young Master Su. I shall not see you off. Luo Huan arose, her exquisite countenance adorned with a charming smile. As Suemo departed, a pensive expression graced Luo Huan's refined features. To procure such a substantial quantity of beast souls, what secrets could this young fellow be concealing? Were your martial spirit not of such a low grade, I might have considered recommending you to the inner sanctum of the island. Chapter 20. The young city lord Shi and Apos. Are you feeling peckish? Suemo inquired, turning to the maiden as they strolled along the thoroughfares of Linyang City. Allow me to escort you to Rongshuan Pavilion for a culinary experience. Many of their signature dishes are prepared with the flesh of demonic beasts, which will prove highly beneficial to your cultivation. Yes, I defer to your judgment, Brother Suemo. Shia responded with a nod, her heart stirred by his thoughtfulness. She had grown fond of Su Imo, and their time together had revealed his gentle nature, his easygoing and unpretentious demeanor, and his genuine sincerity. She mused that her initial decision had been a wise one. Rongshuan Pavilion stood as the most esteemed establishment in Linyang City. Rising 5 stories high, its interior exuded opulence, and it was perpetually thronged with patrons. It was the preferred destination for affluent martial artists seeking fine dining and a place to entertain guests. Su Imo, hand in hand with Gu Lanqi, approached the entrance of Rongshuan Pavilion. "Brother Su Imo, is dining here rather costly?" Sheer inquired, her voice tinged with apprehension as she gazed upon the lavish facade. Her humble origins made her somewhat uneasy in such an extravagant setting. "Fear not, Sheer. We are now flush with coin. We can afford it," Su Imo jested, eliciting a silent response from the maiden, who had witnessed him casually spend over 10,000 taels of gold moments before. As they entered Rongshuan Pavilion, they instantly became the center of attention. However, it was the maiden who captivated the gaze of most, their eyes reflecting admiration. As for Su Imo, he was met with envious glances as onlookers silently questioned, how can the inept young master of the Su family be accompanied by such a beauty? "Su Imo, over here." Suddenly, a voice echoed from the pavilion and Appo's hall. Su Imo turned to find Su Heng beckoning him. In a window-side alcove within the hall, Su Heng sat with another young man. This individual, adorned in resplendent attire and possessing handsome features, was fixated on their approach. More precisely, his attention was riveted upon Sheer. Su Imo frowned as he recognized the lavishly dressed youth as none other than Lin Xiao, the son of the city lord of Linyang. What could be the purpose of their meeting? He wondered. Nevertheless, given Su Heng's seemingly amicable invitation, Su Imo saw no reason to decline. Leading Sheer by the hand, Su Imo approached their table. Lin Xiao, noticing their intertwined hands, cast a fleeting, icy glance in their direction. "May we join you here?" Su Imo inquired, addressing both Lin Xiao and Su Heng. However, Su Heng remained silent, while Lin Xiao pointedly ignored Su Imo. Instead, Lin Xiao rose to his feet, turned to Sheer, and with a tender smile, declared, "Esteemed lady, I am Lin Xiao, the young city lord of Linyang. Please be seated." She and Appos, her glanced at him before turning her gaze to Su Imo. Without his consent, she would not accept the invitation. Su Imo, now discerning the young lord and Appos' intentions, chuckled inwardly. Addressing Sheer, he said, "Sheer, let us take a seat here." With that, Su Imo prepared to sit. "Insolent fool, you are not worthy to sit here." At that moment, Lin Xiao and Appos' countenance darkened, and he rebuked Su Imo without reservation. "What is the meaning of this?" Su Imo inquired, his eyes narrowing with a hint of displeasure. "Is my meaning not clear? A mere wretch with a first-grade human-level martial spirit has no right to sit in my presence." Lin Xiao sneered at Su Imo, clearly unimpressed by the latter's lack of self-awareness. He then turned his attention to Sheer, his face instantly softening into a cordial smile. "Esteemed lady, please be seated. Allow me to offer you Rongshuan Pavilion and Appos' finest vintage. I implore you to grant me this honor." Lin Xiao's sincerity was evident as he extended his invitation to Sheer once more. Sheer remained standing, her limpid eyes reflecting a hint of disdain. She found his disparagement of Su Imo exceedingly distasteful. "So, it seems I am the object of your jest?" Su Imo inquired calmly, betraying no outward anger. "Indeed. What if we are toying with you?" Su Heng retorted with a sneer. "Su Imo, if you possess any sense, you will promptly offer this beauty to the young city lord. Otherwise, you will suffer dire consequences." Su Heng, a scion of the Su family, reduced to a mere lackey? Su Imo's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. Was the previous lesson insufficient? Is your hide itching for another thrashing? You. Su Heng seethed with rage. His defeat at Su Imo's hands had confined him to recuperation for half a month. The mere mention of it reopened old wounds. Only his fear of Su Imo's strength prevented him from launching an immediate attack. "Su Imo, is it? I shall say this one last time. She remains, and you begone." Lin Xiao and Appos' smile vanished, replaced by a harsh command, devoid of any leniency. "Begone?" Su Imo and Appos' brow arched, and a chilling smile played upon his lips. With a swift flick of his wrist, he delivered a resounding slap. The sharp crack echoed through the pavilion, drawing the attention of all within. A crimson mark now marred Lin Xiao's cheek. The crowd fell silent, stunned by the audacity of the Su family's supposed simpleton, who had dared to strike the young city lord. "This fellow is doomed. Even if he survives, he will not escape unscathed." The onlookers mused, their eyes gleaming with morbid anticipation. None were more delighted than Su Hang, who harbored deep resentment towards Su Mo. The prospect of witnessing the young city lord discipline his adversary filled him with glee. Ha! Su Mo, your foolishness knows no bounds. The young city lord possesses the strength of the 5th level of Qi refining, a power you cannot hope to contend with. Today you shall meet a most wretched end. Su Hang gloated inwardly. Lin Xiao, utterly unprepared for such an affront, was momentarily dazed by the blow. As the stinging sensation registered and he became aware of the stares of the onlookers, his rage surged, threatening to consume him. As the young city lord of Linyang, he had been pampered since birth. No one in the entire city would dare to strike him. Not even his father, the city lord himself, had ever laid a finger on him. Yet now, he had been humiliated in public by a supposed simpleton. You struck me? Lin Zhao's voice was a guttural growl, his eyes flashing with venomous intent. Are you daft? Do you require confirmation that you have been struck? Su Mo retorted nonchalantly, as if the act were of no consequence. The crowd was rendered speechless, their gazes shifting to Su Mo with a mixture of pity and disbelief. Could this fellow be truly simple-minded? A useless martial spirit coupled with a feeble mind. I find myself perplexed as to the audacity you possess. A mere wretch with a 1st-level human-grade martial soul to dare strike me. Have you not considered the ramifications of your actions? I, in turn, am equally baffled by the arrogance that fuels your constant belittlement of me as trash. Does your confidence stem solely from your status as the city lord's son? Such a title holds no significance in my eyes. You court death. Lin Xiao, utterly incensed, could no longer contain his fury. Without hesitation, he unleashed a devastating punch aimed squarely at Su Mo and Appo's face. The whistling wind generated by the punch carried with it an immense force, threatening to obliterate Su Mo and Appo's features. Many onlookers averted their gaze, unable to bear witness to the impending brutality. It seemed certain that Lin Zhao's blow would leave Su Mo disfigured beyond recognition. Only Su Hang wore a triumphant grin, envisioning Su Mo and Appo's demise as the perfect outcome. However, the anticipated result never materialized. Lin Xiao and Appo's fist halted abruptly, suspended in midair. For a hand had emerged, seizing Lin Xiao and Appo's fist with unwavering grip. Like an iron claw, it held the fist captive, rendering Lin Xiao and Appo's struggles futile. The fist could advance no further. How is this conceivable? Lin Xiao and Appo's countenance contorted in disbelief. Indeed? The crowd gasped in astonishment. How could Su Mo so effortlessly parry Lin Zhao's attack? Moreover, Su Mo appeared calm and composed, while Lin Zhao's face flushed crimson with exertion. Is this the extent of your vaunted power? A mere trifle, yet you dare to act with such insolence. How utterly pathetic. Su Mo sneered, applying slight pressure to his grip. A distinct cracking sound echoed through the air. Ack! Lin Xiao cried out in agony, his face twisting in torment as excruciating pain shot through his fist. Beads of sweat cascaded down his brow. How dare you? Lin Xiao roared. Dare? I dare anything. Respect begets respect, but those who offer insult shall be met with equal measure. Begone, you worthless cur, Su Mo declared, his face impassive. With a surge of force, he sent Lin Xiao hurtling through the window. The onlookers were dumbfounded by Su Mo and Appo's domineering display. Could he truly be the trash with a 1st-level human-grade martial soul that everyone claimed? Perhaps the rumors were unfounded. Su Mo, mark my words. I shall repay this humiliation 100-fold. Lin Zhao's venomous voice echoed from outside the tavern. Realizing his inferiority, Lin Xiao chose not to linger, fleeing the scene in disgrace. Having dealt with Lin Xiao, Su Mo turned his attention to Su Hong. Sensing the chilling aura emanating from Su Mo, Su Hong trembled with fear. He stammered, Su Mo, what do you intend to do? Leave. Su Mo spat out the word with icy contempt. Su Hong froze, his face alternating between shades of green and white. Overwhelmed by humiliation, without uttering a word, he scrambled to his feet and fled the tavern in utter shame. With the 2 nuisances gone, Su Mo lost his appetite. She and Appo's, shall we order a few delicacies to be delivered to our residence? Very well. Su Mo summoned a waiter, placed an order for several choice dishes to be sent to the Su residence, and then departed the tavern with Shira. In the courtyard, Su Mo and she and Appo's had just finished their meal when Su Hong arrived. Mo and Appo's, father, you and Appo's, VE emerged from seclusion? Su Mo exclaimed with delight. Indeed, I have, Su Hong replied. his face beaming. Noticing the beautiful young woman in the courtyard, he appeared momentarily surprised. Shio, this is my father. Suemo introduced. Greetings, clan head. Shio hastily rose and bowed respectfully to Su Hong. Ah, so this is Shio. Suemo then introduced Shio to Su Hong, recounting the events that had befallen her village. I see. Since she and Appos, has chosen to follow you, you must take good care of her. Su Hong scrutinized she and Appos, nodding subtly. A knowing smile flickered across his face. Observing the smile in his father and Appos' eyes, Suemo wryly rubbed his nose. It seemed his father had misinterpreted the situation. Father, has your cultivation advanced? Suemo inquired, changing the subject. Although Suemo could not discern Su Hang and Appos' cultivation level, he could surmise from his earlier elation that he had achieved a breakthrough. Indeed, it has. Su Hong confirmed, his face radiant. His cultivation had stagnated for many years, so this breakthrough brought him immense joy. Suemo was equally pleased for his father. Su Hong had once been considered one of the foremost experts in Linyang City, and with this advancement, few within Yunyang City, save for a few reclusive elders, could rival him. After chatting for a while, Su Hong's expression turned serious. In a few days, you will face Wei Liang in battle. What are your chances of success? Su Hong remained concerned, as Wei Liang was a prodigious talent within the Wei family, not to be underestimated. Rest assured, father, while I cannot guarantee absolute victory, I am confident in my chances. Suemo smiled. Suemo was not exaggerating. Although he was currently only at the peak of the 4th level of Qi refining, his true energy rivaled that of a 5th level practitioner. Furthermore, his physical body was comparable to that of a 5th level cultivator. Combined, his strength was on par with a 6th level Qi refining expert. Moreover, having mastered 3 third-level martial arts techniques, he was fully capable of contending with a 6th-level warrior. Suemo was also confident that he could advance to the 5th level of Qi refining within the next few days. Very well. Although I am unaware of the circumstances surrounding your good fortune, your confidence puts my mind at ease. Su Hong nodded. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. After Su Hong departed, Suemo prepared to resume his training. Sheer, take these body-tempering pills. Strive to reach the peak of body tempering before the new year, so that you may awaken your martial soul next year. Suemo handed over all the body tempering pills he had acquired to Sheer. Rest assured, brother Suemo, I will not disappoint you. A glimmer of confidence shone in Sheer's eyes as she declared with determination, when I grow stronger, I will protect you too, brother Suemo. Silly girl. I hardly need your protection. Suemo chuckled, gently pinching her delicate cheek. Such soft skin. She and Appos, blushed crimson, letting out a soft exclamation before hurrying away. Suemo laughed heartily, then entered his room to begin his cultivation. He sat cross-legged on the bed and retrieved 30 soul crystals. 31st level, 9th grade beast souls. That should be sufficient to elevate my martial soul to the 6th level of the human grade, shouldn't it? A smile graced Sumo's lips as he crushed a soul crystal. A bovine beast soul emerged from within. Suemo swiftly released his martial soul, devouring the beast soul. The devouring martial soul trembled slightly, then returned to its tranquil state. 1st level, 9th grade beast souls are indeed potent. Suemo mused. After absorbing the bovine beast soul, he could clearly sense a surge of soul power merging into his devouring martial soul. This power dwarfed that of a 1st level, 5th grade beast soul by several orders of magnitude. Suemo continued to devour soul crystals. 5, 10, 20, 25. As Suemo consumed the 28th crystal, the devouring martial soul shuddered violently, emitting a radiant, dazzling yellow light. A 6th yellow ring materialized around the devouring martial soul. A 6th level human-grade martial soul. Suemo and Appos' face lit up with joy. He promptly devoured the remaining 2 soul crystals. A 6th level human-grade martial soul must be the highest grade in Linhong City. I wonder how powerful it is. Suemo channeled all his energy into the devouring martial soul, causing its dark vortex to spin rapidly. The rotational speed has doubled compared to before. As the vortex spins, the spiritual energy surrounding Suemo converges like rivers flowing into the sea. The overwhelming spiritual energy nearly obscures Suemo's figure, creating a misty sea of spiritual energy within the room. Suemo is instantly filled with joy, channeling his martial soul with all his might. A vast amount of spiritual energy enters Suemo and Appos' meridians, which he promptly refines into true energy. The true energy within Suemo grows increasingly profound. and when it reaches a critical point, he will break through to the fifth realm of Qi refinement. Chapter 22. A tenfold return. The days flew by. Today marked the day of the duel between Su Mo and Wei Liang. The central plaza of Linyang City was teeming with people, numbering in the thousands. Abuzz with fervent discussions. It was unexpected that a contest between two young disciples would draw such a massive crowd. Indeed, the Wei family patriarch and elders were present, and even dignitaries from the city lord's mansion had come to observe. The Su family had also arrived in force, with their patriarch and principal elder in attendance. Speculation ran rampant regarding the outcome of this life-or-death battle. Most favored Wei Liang, citing his superior cultivation, allegedly at the peak of the sixth level of Qi refinement. However, some whispered of Su Mo's burgeoning strength, recalling his recent triumph over the young city lord. A makeshift platform had been erected in the plaza. On the left, the Wei family held court, with Patriarch Wei Wankong presiding, flanked by elders and followed by the younger generation, including Wei Liang. The right side was occupied by the Su family, with Su Hong and the elders present. Su Hong and other Su disciples stood behind their elders. In addition to the Wei and Su families, several prominent figures from Linyang City had been invited by the Wei family to witness their disciple and Appo's impending triumph over the Su family and Appo's young master. Su Hong, where is your son? Has he been overcome with trepidation? Wei Wankong taunted, his gaze sweeping over Su Hong. Rest assured, he will be here, Su Hong retorted. Wei Wankong inwardly sneered, anticipating the demise of Su Hong and Appo's son and the subsequent despair of the Su patriarch. Su Mo has arrived. A cry erupted from the outskirts of the plaza. The crowd parted, revealing a young man and woman. The youth, bearing a long sword, possessed refined features, while the maiden exuded celestial beauty. It was Su Mo, and she and Appo's. Many silently admired the pair, lamenting the imminent demise of the young man. Su Mo, accompanied by she and Appo's, ascended the platform and approached Su Hong. Father, Su Mo greeted. I anticipate your performance, Su Hong replied. Since you've arrived, let us not delay, Wei Wankong declared. Rising to his feet, addressing the crowd, he proclaimed, Today, Wei Liang of the Wei family and Su Mo of the Su family engage in a voluntary life-or-death duel. Both parties accept the consequences, and neither family shall seek retribution. I call upon you all to bear witness. Life or death? The crowd roared in unison. Wei Wankong smiled, confident in Su Mo's impending doom. He sought to prevent any potential retaliation from Su Hong by clarifying the terms of the duel before the city and Appo's populace. Let the contest commence, Wei Wankong commanded. Nodding to Wei Liang, brandishing his spear, leaped into the center of the plaza. Su Mo, prepare to meet your end, he exclaimed. His spear pointed at Su Mo. Su Mo glanced at his opponent before turning to Sheer. Stay by father's side, he instructed. As Su Mo prepared to enter the arena, she and Appo's clutched his sleeve, her face etched with concern. Do not fret, I shall prevail, Su Mo reassured, patting her hand. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the edge of the plaza. The violet gold pavilion is offering odds. Wei Liang at 1-1, Su Mo at 10-1. Place your bets. Many rushed to place their wagers, with the overwhelming majority favoring Wei Liang. Su Mo was taken aback by the violet gold pavilion and Appo's assessment, lamenting the paltry odds offered for his victory. Patriarch, shall we partake in this diversion? One of the elders suggested, a hint of mockery in his tone. The elders, including Su Yu and Su Tai, placed substantial bets, all wagering on Wei Liang and Appo's triumph. Seeing the Su family and Appo's elders bidding against their own, some wavering onlookers made their decision. The violet gold pavilion stands to profit handsomely today, Su Mo mused, recalling Luo Huan's alluring visage. A victory for him would result in a considerable windfall for the pavilion. Father, place a wager. A chance to profit should not be squandered, Su Mo urged. The tenfold odds presented an opportunity to amass a fortune. Very well. I shall wager 2,000 taels of gold, Su Hong replied, betting on Su Mo and Appo's victory. Since the Su patriarch is so inclined, the Wei family shall reciprocate, Wei Wankong declared, leading his family to place their own substantial bets. The outcome of the battle seemed assured, making the prospect of easy money enticing. With the bets placed, Su Mo descended into the arena, facing Wei Liang 10 meters apart. The battle is about to begin, the crowd exclaimed. This day marks your demise. Wei Liang sneered, dismissing Su Mo as an unworthy opponent. I advise you to unleash your full strength, Su Mo replied with a smile. Otherwise, you will not even warrant my serious consideration. Arrogant, Wei Liang roared. I hope you do not beg for mercy, for even then, I shall show you none. Have you finished your idle chatter? If so, let us commence. I have other matters to attend to after I have dispatched you, Su Emo retorted. You are courting death. Wei Liang bellowed, his aura exploding, generating a gust of wind. Among the spectators, Su Yu and Lu Yushan stood together, observing the unfolding drama. I advised against attending this spectacle, Su Yu commented. There is no suspense, no intrigue. He may be unworthy of me, but he is still my cousin. He was kind to me in our youth, and I wish to witness this battle, Lu Yushan replied. She harbored some affection for Su Emo, but it paled in comparison to her pursuit of martial prowess. Wei Liang is at the 6th level of qi refinement. Even I might struggle against him. Let alone Su Emo, Su Yu scoffed. Su Emo and Imp, Oppos, S recent surge in strength may have elevated him to the 4th level, but he will be annihilated with a single blow. Before Su Yu could finish his proclamation, his expression froze. As the atmosphere within the arena intensified, Su Emo fully unleashed his aura. The formidable energy of the 5th layer of qi refinement erupting with unparalleled vigor. Despite his advancement to the 5th layer, defeat was still inevitable. Su Yu, with a hint of disdain etched on his face, found himself in a rather displeasing predicament. He reflected on his own status as a first-class talent of the Su family, blessed with a 5th-tier martial soul and the substantial resources bestowed upon him by his clan, which had propelled his cultivation to the 6th layer of qi refinement. Yet, he was confounded by Su Emo, whose 1st-tier martial soul was deemed inferior, now astonishingly reaching the 5th layer of qi refinement. How had he managed such a feat? So you could not fathom it. Chapter 23, Meteoric Spear Technique. In the center of the square, Su Emo and Wei Liang stood facing each other. Su Emo emanated an overwhelming aura, brimming with fighting spirit, his cultivation at the 5th level of qi refinement fully displayed before the crowd. Indeed, just 2 days prior, Su Emo had successfully shattered the bottleneck of the 4th level of qi refinement, ascending to the 5th level. With this breakthrough, his strength had significantly increased, and he possessed unwavering confidence in today and Amp, Oppos, S battle. Today, he would demonstrate to all how the so-called waste in their eyes could mount a triumphant comeback. To think Su Emo has reached the 5th level of qi refinement, gasped the onlookers. Weren't we told he only possessed a 1st-tier martial soul? How could he achieve such a high level of cultivation? It seemed the rumors were false. Perhaps the Su family had intentionally misled them. The crowd buzzed with astonishment as they recognized Su Emo's true strength. Typically, a martial artist could conceal their aura, making it challenging for others to discern their level unless there was a significant disparity in cultivation. Furthermore, those practicing lower-tier techniques found it difficult to perceive the strength of those adept in higher-tier methods. Su Emo practiced a 3rd-tier technique and never intentionally revealed his cultivation level. Hence the crowd and Oppos' ignorance. In the stands, the Wei family members expressed mild surprise upon witnessing Su Emo and Oppos' cultivation, but their astonishment was fleeting. 5th level of qi refinement? Still insufficient, they mused. In stark contrast to the Wei family and Amp, Oppos' indifference, the Su family was deeply shaken. They were acutely aware that Su Emo indeed possessed a 1st-tier martial soul, something they had witnessed firsthand. Logically, it was implausible for someone with a 1st-tier martial soul to reach the 5th level of qi refinement in just 5 to 6 years, let alone in less than 2 months since awakening his martial soul. The elder Su Yu and Amp, Oppos' expression darkened momentarily before he sneered dismissively. In his view, Su Emo's sudden rise in strength could only be attributed to Su Hong purchasing vast quantities of elixirs to artificially elevate his cultivation. Otherwise, such progress was inconceivable. After all, Su Hong had forcibly extracted 10,000 taels of gold from the clan not long ago. Since that incident, the elder had tightened control over family finances. No elder could arbitrarily access substantial funds without consent, not even the clan leader. If Su Hong wished to nurture Su Emo, he would have to do so at his own expense, as the Su family would not squander resources on a 1st-tier martial soul deemed worthless. Casting a glance at the elder and others nearby, Su Hong noted their expressions and smirked coldly. He was well aware of their thoughts, yet he chose to remain silent. In the arena, observing Su Emo's fervent fighting spirit, Wei Liang raised an eyebrow and remarked, "No wonder you are so arrogant. It seems you possess the 5th level of qi refinement. But do you truly believe that such meager strength can defeat me? Is all this talk merely a display of your superiority?" Impatient, Su Emo retorted, "Humph. If you are so eager for death, I shall oblige." With a cold snort, Wei Liang brandished his spear, thrusting it forward. The silver spear shot forth like a dragon surging from the sea, accompanied by a piercing whistle aimed at Su Mo and Apos' chest. Impressive momentum, but alas, too slow. Su Mo shook his head, his figure flickering as he evaded the spear, leaving only a faint afterimage. Wei Liang and Apos' pupils constricted, mentally acknowledging. What incredible speed! But Su Mo, you cannot win against me solely based on swiftness. Channeling his inner energy, Wei Liang propelled himself forward with the force of an arrow, unleashing a barrage of spear strikes towards Su Mo, enveloping him in a storm of spear shadows. Let's see how you evade this. Wei Liang sneered. The air was perforated as the white spear shadows cascaded, sealing off all avenues of escape. Show me your skill, if you possess any. Yet, Su Mo refrained from drawing his sword, instead unleashing a flurry of punches, each strike akin to a volley of arrows, crashing against the spear shadows with overwhelming force, shattering them with ease. Boom, boom. The sound of air bursting echoed, and powerful energy surged through the surroundings, sending dust and debris flying. Impossible. Even at 70 to 80% of my strength, I didn't expect a 5th-level chi refinement cultivator to withstand this. Wei Liang's expression shifted, now acknowledging Su Mo's prowess. What Wei Liang did not realize was that Su Mo's 9th wave fist had reached a consummate level, bolstered by formidable physical strength. Receive another strike. Meteoric spear technique. Wei Liang unleashed his full power, leaping into the air. The dazzling spear light cleaved through the air, descending like a meteor, racing towards the ground. It was the Wei family and Apos' meteoric spear technique, and the crowd gasped, fearing Su Mo would be obliterated by a single thrust. This technique was said to be a top-tier martial skill, and they had not anticipated Wei Liang had mastered it. The spectators held their breath, unable to comprehend how Su Mo would evade such a lethal attack. On the stands, Su Hong and Shio watched anxiously, their eyes glued to the unfolding battle. Meanwhile, the Wei family members wore smiles, convinced the battle was over. However, amidst the tension, a calm voice resonated. Indeed, you have earned the right for me to draw my sword. Su Mo and Apos' expression remained tranquil as he unsheathed his sword with a resounding clang, its radiant blade glimmering brilliantly. With a swift flick, he thrust the sword with even greater speed. In truth, had Su Mo unleashed his full agility, he could have easily dodged the attack. Yet, Wei Liang's strength had ignited his fighting spirit, prompting him to draw his sword. Boom! The tip of the sword collided with the spear, producing a thunderous crash as sword energy surged and spear light flickered. Both combatants were forced to retreat simultaneously. What? Su Mo actually withstood that strike. The crowd erupted in disbelief. It was astonishing that Su Mo, despite being at a lower level, could contend with Wei Liang so directly. Outside the arena, the spectators buzzed with excitement. Fascinating. A person from this remote town possesses the strength to battle beyond their level. At the periphery of the square, a graceful figure stood among the crowd, observing the duel unfold. This woman, veiled in a delicate gossamer, concealed her features, yet her alluring silhouette revealed her extraordinary beauty. She was Luo Huan, the leader of the Golden Purple Pavilion. Luo Huan had arrived long ago, quietly watching the events unfold. She felt a spark of curiosity about the young Su Mo. Back in the arena, Wei Liang's expression darkened. Failing to subdue Su Mo after several exchanges left him feeling humiliated. Su Mo, I concede you possess some skill, but you will not triumph over me today, he declared. Is that so? I have withstood 3 of your strikes. How about you take 3 of mine? Su Mo replied with a nonchalant smile. Humph, don't talk of 3 strikes. I could withstand 100. Come at me. Wei Liang scoffed, though his demeanor was now serious. Su Mo's capabilities had far exceeded his expectations, and he had cast aside any underestimation. With a faint smile, Su Mo suddenly surged forward, closing in on Wei Liang with astonishing speed. Swish! The long sword danced, its fluid blade flashing like water. Chapter 24. Overwhelming domination. Su Mo's sword, swift as lightning, melded with the wind, its trajectory imperceptible as it aimed for Wei Liang's throat. What? Wei Liang exclaimed, his hair standing on end as a sense of imminent danger surged within him. He had never encountered such an enigmatic swordsmanship. Swift, with no discernible trace. With no time to evade, Wei Liang bellowed, bracing his spear before him. Clang! The sword struck the spear, and Wei Liang felt a tremendous force reverberate through his arm, causing it to ache as he was propelled backward. Su Mo's blood surged, his life force coursing through him. His initial strike thwarted, he pressed on, channeling potent chi and his physical prowess into another strike. Gale blade. The blade shimmered, its sharp light piercing the air, accompanied by wind shadows like razor edges descending upon Wei Liang. Ha! Wei Liang roared, brandishing his spear to create a defensive screen, parrying Su Mo's attacks. Boom! The forceful sword cleaved down, its power sending Wei Liang flying dozens of meters. How is this possible? How could you possess such strength? Wei Liang exclaimed in disbelief. His grip faltered, his arm numb, barely able to hold the spear. Furthermore, his chi roiled within him, and a metallic taste rose in his throat, which he forcefully suppressed. Nothing is impossible. 2 moves have passed. 1 remains. Su Mo's expression remained impassive. Without pause, he struck again, allowing Wei Liang no respite. Whirlwind assault. With a flash of his sword, the surrounding air stirred, and a gust arose, morphing into a tempest that engulfed the area. The whirlwind, infused with the keen edge of the sword, bore down on Wei Liang. Roar! A mortal peril seized Wei Liang, and with a roar, a 7-foot spear materialized behind him, radiating a yellow glow. Wei Liang's martial spirit, a weapon incarnate, resonated perfectly with his weapon, adorned with 4 resplendent yellow rings. A grade 4 human-class martial spirit, celestial radiance. This time, Wei Liang abandoned pure defense, activating his martial spirit, channeling his chi, and unleashing his most formidable technique, meeting force with force. With his martial spirit awakened, Wei Liang's strength surged by more than 50%. The spear vibrated, cleaving the sky, piercing the void, as it met the incoming assault. Boom! The fierce attacks collided with tremendous force. Pooh! A spurt of blood erupted as Wei Liang's body, like a broken sack, was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Silence. An eerie hush fell over the surroundings. Everyone watched in stunned disbelief, the outcome far exceeding their expectations. Su Mo had utterly dominated Wei Liang. Wei Liang was no match for Su Mo. After a moment, the square erupted in a cacophony of sound. Heavens, Wei Liang has fallen. Is this Su Mo's true strength? A grade 1 human-class martial spirit is useless? The Su family is quite deceptive. Remarkable. He possesses such power at only the 5th level of chi cultivation. The clamor of discussion was incessant. On the platform, even Su Hong was visibly shaken, although he believed in his son. Witnessing Su Mo's power firsthand sent a jolt through him. In contrast to Su Hong's shock, a joyful smile graced Shier's delicate face. Su Mo's figure was deeply etched in her mind, gradually merging with the heroic figure from half a month ago. Half a month prior, Shier had been abducted by bandits, and despair had consumed her. She had resigned herself to death, prepared to end her life rather than suffer dishonor. However, a handsome young man appeared, rescuing her and avenging her grievances. Her desire to follow Su Mo stemmed not only from a yearning for strength but also from gratitude and admiration. Within the Wei family and Apos' ranks, their faces were grim, especially Wei Wankong, whose countenance was as dark as a thundercloud as he inwardly cursed Wei Liang and Apos' incompetence. On a Tinjiang-tall pavilion beyond the square, a handsome young man in ornate attire watched the scene, his expression equally displeased. With a snort, the young man turned and departed. This young man was Lin Xiao. On the square, Wei Liang rose unsteadily, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Impossible. Wei Liang and Apos' eyes were filled with horror, unable to accept his defeat. Humph. Wei Liang, did you not seek to kill me? Su Mo mocked with a smile. You. A flicker of madness ignited in Wei Liang's eyes, his face contorting as he roared, I have not lost. You will still die today. With these words, Wei Liang produced a black pill from his robes and swallowed it. Boom. After consuming the pill, Wei Liang's body visibly withered. Simultaneously, his aura surged, reaching a level comparable to the 7th level of chi cultivation in moments. A bloodlust pill. Heavens! Wei Liang has ingested a bloodlust pill. The crowd erupted in uproar. The bloodlust pill was an exceedingly potent elixir. Upon consumption, a warrior's blood would be forced to its limits, drying up within half an incense stick's time. The benefit was a surge in power during that period. However, the cost was dire. After half an incense stick, the consumer would perish from blood depletion. Stopping prematurely could save a life, but would severely hinder future martial progress. Halt! A thunderous shout echoed as Su Hong rose from his seat, bellowing at the Wei family. Wei Wankong, your disciple has resorted to a bloodlust pill in a fair contest. This battle is void. Wei Wankong was taken aback, but his expression quickly shifted from gloom to delight. He had not anticipated Wei Liang and Apos' use of the bloodlust pill. However, now that it had been taken, the battle could be turned around. Su Hong, You did not stipulate that pills were prohibited before the battle. Wei Wankong sneered, adding, the outcome of this battle. Life and death is determined by fate, as agreed upon. Do you intend to renege? You. Su Hong retorted, this battle has lost its fairness. I do not consent. He then called out, Mo and Amp. Oppos. This battle ends here. Return. Wei Liang and Amp. Oppos. S cultivation had reached the 7th level of Qi cultivation after taking the bloodlust pill. And Su Hong would not idly watch his son face death. Su Mo, hearing his father's words, remained unmoved. He cast a cold glance at Wei Liang and said to Su Hong, Father, it is of no consequence. I wish to see his power now. Su Mo and Amp. Oppos. S eyes burned with fighting spirit, his blood surging. A bloodlust pill? The 7th level of Qi cultivation? The victor is not yet determined. Mo and Amp. Oppos. Su Hong exclaimed anxiously. Father, rest assured. I know what I am doing. Su Hong sighed, nodding reluctantly, but he secretly prepared to intervene if Su Mo was in danger. Excellent. You are brave indeed, Su Hong. Since your son wishes to continue, let it be. Wei Wankong laughed. Chapter 25. The Divine Wind and Amp. Oppos. S lethal strike in the arena. Wei Liang exuded an overwhelming aura, feeling that his strength had at least doubled. This formidable power made him feel as though he could shatter the heavens with a single punch. Su Mo, I admit you are exceptionally strong, far stronger than I had anticipated. However, now you have no chance left. A cold glint flickered in Wei Liang's eyes as he continued, Do you really think victory is assured? Su Mo remained calm. ISN and Amp, Oppos, Tiet? He replied, Let us not waste time. How about we decide the outcome with a single strike? His eyes brimmed with an indomitable fighting spirit. Agreed. One strike it is. Wei Liang roared, his presence surging to new heights as all of his true energy surged into his spear, which trembled and emitted a brilliant light. Su Mo and Amp. Oppos. S expression grew solemn, shedding any underestimation he had harbored. He reversed his sword, and his mixed essence true energy surged wildly, causing the sword and Amp. Oppos. S radiance to swell dramatically. In this moment, Su Mo and Amp. Oppos. S mind was as tranquil as water, save for the ferocious killing intent that soared skyward. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the arena. The final victor would soon be revealed. With the brilliance of the stars, Wei Liang struck first with his most powerful move. However, this time, the attack was significantly stronger than before, as the spear transformed into an enraged dragon, charging ferociously. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to solidify, leaving only the dazzling spear light in its wake. Whoosh! Su Mo moved, propelling himself forward in a leap. An unparalleled sword light cleaved through the void, as if liberated from the shackles of space and time, striking out with ferocity. The Divine Wind and Oppos. S lethal strike. This sword was the final form of the Divine Wind sword technique, a devastating finishing move. It was domineering, sharp, enigmatic, and ethereal. The members of the Su family were astounded. The Wei family stood in stunned silence. All onlookers were rendered speechless. Su Mo and Oppos. S swordsmanship was unlike anything they had seen before. So fierce and authoritative. Facing Su Mo and Amp. Oppos. S assault. Wei Liang felt the true terror of the strike more acutely than anyone else. Yet, both their attacks were already unleashed. And retreat was impossible. Wei Liang could only roar fiercely, channeling even more true energy into his attack, amplifying its might. Boom! Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, the two attacks collided violently, akin to a meteor crashing to Earth, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Boom! 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 The force of the explosion ravaged the air, shattering the ground of the plaza, sending dust and debris flying, creating chaos. The figures of Su Mo and Wei Liang were shrouded in a cloud of dust, rendering the situation within invisible to all. In the stands, everyone rose to their feet, their eyes glued to the arena. Who had emerged victorious? This was the answer everyone yearned to know. After a moment, as the dust began to settle, Su Mo and Wei Liang's silhouettes emerged, standing 5 paces apart. Visible to all, everyone and Amp. Oppos. S eyes widened in anticipation. The surroundings fell into a hushed silence. Puff. At that moment, a faint sound pierced the stillness. Su Mo and Amp. Oppos. S body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. What? Su Mo had been defeated? Despite his formidable strength, he had ultimately fallen. The crowd was stunned, but soon came to terms with the reality. No matter how strong Su Mo was, the gap in their cultivation levels was insurmountable. Just as this thought crossed their minds, a sudden turn of events occurred. Clang! A sound rang out as Wei Liang and Apos' spear clattered to the ground. Then, to the astonishment of the crowd, Wei Liang and Apos' towering figure collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. As everyone focused, they saw a horrific sword mark on Wei Liang and Apos' body, extending from his neck down to his abdomen, nearly splitting him in two. However, due to the blood extraction pill he had consumed, there was little blood flowing from him. Gasp! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. It turned out that Wei Liang had been defeated. Their gazes towards Su Mo were now filled with awe. At the 5th level of Qi refinement, he had slain Wei Liang, who was on par with a 7th level Qi refinement cultivator, transcending 2 levels in a single blow. This was an unprecedented occurrence in the history of Yunyang City. What is a genius? This is the true definition of a genius. Instantly, the plaza erupted into a fervor, a roar akin to a tsunami reverberating through the air. Among them were youthful maidens expressing their admiration with excited shrieks. Ha ha! Wonderful! Excellent! On the high platform, Su Hong beamed with joy, unable to suppress his laughter, marveling at his son who continually surprised him. While some rejoiced, others were dismayed. In stark contrast to Su Hong's elation, Wei Wankong's expression darkened. Not only had he failed to avenge his son, but he had also lost a talented member of his clan. Though he felt an urge to rage, he could not afford to lose face. Having declared in front of everyone that life and death were predetermined by fate, finally, Wei Wankong could only snort coldly, ordering the retrieval of the body before leaving with the Wei family in disgrace. Mo and Apos, are you all right? Are you badly injured? Su Hong approached Su Mo with concern. Kiki, father, I am fine, just a minor injury. Su Mo smiled and shook his head, genuinely unscathed except for some internal impact that would heal in a couple of days. This was thanks to his robust physique. The myriad forms divine skill not only granted him immense strength but also significantly enhanced his physical resilience. Otherwise, he would have sustained severe injuries, if not death. Well, since the battle has concluded, let us return, Su Hong declared. Sister Shi and Apos, I will lean on you. Shi'er hurried forward to support Su Mo. Shi'er, it's merely a small injury. You spat blood. How can it be a small injury? Shi'er shook her head, insisting on assisting him. Su Mo chuckled helplessly, and then he caught a whiff of a faint, intoxicating fragrance emanating from Shi'er, an alluring sin of innocence. Afterward, Su Mo accompanied his father to collect the winnings from their bet before returning to the Su family. Su Hong had wagered 2,000 taels of gold at 10-to-1 odds, winning 20,000 taels, inciting envy among the crowd. Aside from Su Hong, 90% of the participants had lost their bets, resulting in a chorus of lamentations. The elders of the Su family had also lost everything, their expressions grim. They had confidently bid against Su Mo, and now they faced total financial ruin. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Su Yu and Lu Yushan stood in a daze outside the plaza. Lu Yushan felt a surge of complex emotions. She had always looked down on Su Mo, believing he was unworthy of her admiration. Yet today, the strength he exhibited left her in the dust. A tinge of regret blossomed within her heart. He was merely a first-level martial soul, and his current strength was only temporary. He could not walk far on the path of martial arts. Hearing Su Yu's voice nearby brought her some calm. Sheech, wasn't I handsome just now? Su Mo asked the girl beside him unabashedly as they walked home. Handsome. The girl blushed, her cheeks tinged with crimson as she shyly replied. Did you feel a flutter in your heart? Su Mo's spirits soared, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Shio was instantly flustered, her head nearly dropping to the ground, her fair neck flushed with embarrassment. Haha. Upon returning to the Su family, Su Hong handed Su Mo a bottle of healing elixir. Su Mo then began to focus on his recovery in seclusion. Chapter 26. The Heavenly Origin sect. As dawn broke and the sun began to rise, a serene little lake lay nestled at the foot of the Su family's rear mountain. The air shimmered with the brilliance of flashing swords and the slicing energy of swordplay, rendering the atmosphere fragmented. Su Mo was engaged in rigorous sword practice. Ever since his battle with Wei Liang a month ago, his comprehension of the divine wind sword technique had deepened considerably. It was through actual combat that one truly honed their skills. Thus, every morning during this period, he had diligently come here to practice. The first 3 forms of the divine wind sword technique had been mastered to a minor success half a month prior, and just 2 days ago, he had finally achieved minor success with the ultimate strike, its power now greatly amplified. Over the course of this month, Su Mo and Apos' Su's cultivation had not stagnated either. He had steadily progressed to the pinnacle of the 5th level of Qi refinement. Naturally, with his human-level 6th-tier martial soul, his advancement was swift, and he dedicated most of his time to strengthening his physical body. The second layer of the myriad phenomena divine art was now in its later stages, endowing his physique with the strength equivalent to that of a 6th-level Qi refinement practitioner. Presently, if Suemo were to face Wei Liang from a month ago, he could defeat him with a single strike. Not far away, perched on a radiant stone, Sheeter adorned in a dress as white as snow, with a blue jade pendant hanging from her waist, rested her chin on her hand, watching intently. "Sheer, would you like to learn this sword technique?" Suemo inquired with a smile once he finished his practice. Haha, brother Suemo, I'm rather foolish. I wonder if I could ever master such profound swordplay." She replied with a giggle. "Who says you're foolish? My Shia is smarter than anyone else," Suemo said earnestly. "You have reached the 8th level of body refinement. Haven't you? Soon, once you complete your body refinement and awaken your martial soul, I will teach you to wield the sword." Body refinement is the process of strengthening the physique. Only with a sufficiently robust body can one support the awakening of their martial soul. She and Appos are nodded. "By the way, I notice you carry that jade pendant every day and often gaze at it in a daze. Does it have a story?" Suemo sat beside Sheer, peering curiously at the blue jade pendant. "Of course, if you do not wish to share, you need not. I was merely asking out of curiosity," he added quickly, noticing the smile fade from her face. "Brother Suemo, this pendant is linked to my origins." She and Appos, gently removed the pendant and continued, "When my grandfather found me, I was but an infant, and this was the only item I had with me. Perhaps this pendant is the sole connection to my past." Suemo took the pendant from her hand, examining it closely. It was a child-sized pendant, entirely sea blue, and on its reverse side was inscribed a grand character and Appos, Xian, and Appos. The intricate carving of the character was majestic, and upon seeing it, Suemo felt a surge of profound energy emanating from it. "This pendant is extraordinary," he remarked. "If the opportunity arises, I will help you find your biological parents." He returned the pendant to Shi and Appos, speaking earnestly. "Brother Suemo, that's unnecessary. My life is quite good as it is. I am very content just watching you practice swordplay every day. It brings me great happiness." Sheer smiled. "Haha, silly girl." Suemo couldn't help but ruffle her hair. "Let us head home now." He took Sheer by the hand as they made their way back to the clan. Upon returning to the Su clan, Suemo made his way to the training ground. Today, an important announcement was to be made regarding the clan meeting at the end of the year. The training ground was already bustling with Su family members, and upon seeing Suemo, many approached him to greet him. "Cousin Suemo." "Greetings, Cousin Suemo." The battle from a month ago had demonstrated his strength, and no one dared to call him a waste anymore. However, many still looked down upon him, believing that although Suemo was powerful, his martial soul rank was too low to achieve anything remarkable in the long run. Figures such as Su Yu and Su Heng were among them. Su Yu was present at the training ground as well. Upon noticing Suemo, he merely glanced over and averted his gaze. Despite being shocked by Sumo's fight with Wei Liang, he would not regard Suemo with any respect. After all, a human-level first-tier martial soul was ultimately limited in potential and could not keep up with his own progress. At that moment, a group had gathered around Su Yu, animatedly discussing something. "Brother Tianhao and Brother Suhai have returned from the Heavenly Origin sect. Yes, it's said that both have reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. How terrifying. Haha, Brother Su Yu's martial soul rank is even higher than theirs. It's only a matter of time before he surpasses them by joining the Heavenly Origin sect." Sumo's brows furrowed upon overhearing their conversation. Tianhao and Suhai were the sons of the 3rd and 4th elders, respectively, and were the strongest among the younger generation of the Su clan. Both had left the clan a year prior to join one of the 4 major sects of Tianyue Kingdom, the Heavenly Origin sect. He was astonished that both had reached the 9th level of Qi refinement in just 1 year. At that moment, the crowd stirred with excitement. "Brother Tianhao and Brother Suhai have arrived." Suemo turned to see 2 young men approaching slowly. Their presence exuded an aura far surpassing that of the others. One wore a yellow brocade robe, with a resolute face and a tall figure. This was Su Tianhao. The other was robust and clad in black, identifiable as Suhai. "Brother Tianhao, Brother Suhai." As the two entered the training ground, a throng of young disciples surrounded them, their faces filled with reverence. "Brother Tianhao, Brother Suhai." Could you tell us about the Heavenly Origin sect? Indeed. We've heard that the Heavenly Origin sect is filled with experts and prodigies. Is that true? The crowd clamored with curiosity about the Heavenly Origin sect. Su Tianhao wore an air of arrogance and had no intention of speaking. However, Su Hai, with a bright smile, responded. You are correct. The Heavenly Origin sect has 5,000 disciples, each a genius in their own right. Furthermore, there is an abundance of powerful techniques and elixirs within the sect. Each month, we receive various cultivation resources, allowing our progress to accelerate tremendously. I am currently valued highly in the sect. It is said that an elder wishes to take me as a disciple. As Su Hai spoke excitedly, his words grew more embellished, saliva flying as he animatedly recounted his experiences. The surrounding Su family disciples listened in rapt attention, filled with envy. Even Su Yu was captivated. Su Mo rolled his eyes. Even if he were unfamiliar with the Heavenly Origin sect, he could tell that Su Hai was merely boasting. While the Heavenly Origin sect was indeed one of the 4 major sects of Tianwei Kingdom, filled with prodigies, Su Hai was merely a human-level 4th-tier martial soul. Hardly a significant figure there. How could he possibly garner any real attention, let alone have an elder wishing to take him as a disciple? Ridiculous. Seeing the envious gazes directed at him, Su Hai raised his chin slightly, reveling in the admiration. Just then, he caught sight of Su Mo's disdainful expression and felt a surge of anger. Ha, Su Mo. I've heard your strength is comparable to the 7th level of Qi refinement, and that you killed Wei Liang from the Wei family last month. Su Hai remarked with a smile. Su Mo remained silent. However, Su Hai swiftly shifted his tone, disdain evident in his voice. But in my eyes, your strength is nothing at all. I've heard you possess merely a human-level 1st-tier martial soul. With such a worthless martial soul, you will never cultivate to the peak of Qi refinement. Nor will you ever be able to join the Heavenly Origin sect. Su Mo furrowed his brows, pondering whether this individual was indeed unwell. Had he offended him in any way? To be met with such sarcasm upon their first encounter was quite perplexing. Whether I can join the Tianyuan sect is of no concern to you, Su Mo replied calmly. Humph. Mere ants. Su Hai scoffed. Then turned to Su Yu with a smile. Su Yu, I have heard that you have awakened a 5th-grade human-level martial soul. Quite impressive. After the new year, you may participate in the entrance examination for the Tianyuan sect, and joining should pose no problem. Of course, others in the clan with 4th-grade human-level martial souls may also take part in the assessment. However, a 4th-grade martial soul is merely the minimum requirement for the Tianyuan sect, and passing the examination is exceedingly challenging. Even my brother Tianhao and I had to exert tremendous effort to gain entry into the sect. After the new year, I will undoubtedly join the Tianyuan sect, Su Yu replied with a faint smile, exuding confidence, while casting a sidelong glance at Su Mo, his eyes brimming with derision. Chapter 27. The Martial Arts Assembly of Linyang City in the arena. Su Mo paid no heed to Su Yu and the others, choosing instead to sit cross-legged in meditation. Shortly thereafter, the family head, Su Hong, accompanied by the Grand Elder and several other elders, arrived at the arena. Everyone, please be quiet. I have an announcement to make. Su Hong raised his hand to signal for silence. This year in Dapo's family martial arts assembly will take place in 10 days. Unlike previous years, this assembly will adopt a challenge format instead of an elimination round. The victors of the challenge will earn the opportunity to participate in the forthcoming Linyang City Martial Arts Gathering. The Linyang City Martial Arts Gathering is a collaborative event among our Su family, the Wei family, and the City Lord's residents. Each family will have 10 slots, and we will offer substantial rewards to those disciples who perform exceptionally well in the gathering. As for the 10 slots from our Su family, they will be filled through the challenge round, where we will select 10 outstanding seed disciples. Others may challenge these seed disciples, and should they win, they can usurp their slot. Su Hong detailed the specifics of the Family Martial Arts Assembly and the Linyang City Gathering. Who are the 10 seed disciples? Someone inquired. The exact selection of seed disciples will be discussed thoroughly, the Grand Elder replied. He then scanned the crowd and declared, Su Tianhao, Su Hai, you two are undoubtedly among the finest of our younger generation, and your slots are assured. And you must strive to excel. You are the most gifted among us, the pride of the Su family. You three are the key to our family's success in this assembly. You must bring honor to the Su family. The Grand Elder's words resonated powerfully, encouraging the three. Everyone nodded in agreement. Having no doubts about the Grand Elder's assessment, these three truly were the central figures for the Su family's participation. Su Yu and Su Hai wore expressions of pride. while Su Tianhao remained aloof, his demeanor unyielding. As the foremost expert among the younger generation of the Su family, he regarded this level of competition with indifference. All right, you may disperse. Focus on your training, Su Hong announced, waving his hand. Mo, you have a slot among the seed disciples as well. After the crowd dispersed, Su Hong approached Su Mo He. Father, I must admit I am not particularly interested in this assembly. Su Mo replied with a smile. Mo, the rewards for this assembly are quite generous. The city lord's residence is offering a yuan-enhancing pill as the grand prize, with substantial rewards for other placements as well. Su Hong explained. Oh, the yuan-enhancing pill. Su Mo's eyes brightened. The yuan-enhancing pill is a first-tier high-grade elixir, exceedingly precious. For practitioners at the 7th to 9th levels of qi refinement, it can save 3 months of arduous training. For those below the 7th level, it can almost guarantee a breakthrough. However, we must not underestimate the city lord's residence in the Wei family. Both factions have disciples returning from sects, possessing formidable strength. I do not expect you to place in the top 3. As long as you can secure a position in the top 10, I will be quite satisfied. Su Hong aimed to alleviate the pressure on Su Mo. Fully aware of his relatively short training duration and the notable gap between him and those disciples who had joined sections. Rest assured, Father, I will do my utmost to achieve a commendable rank. Su Mo smiled, his eyes glinting. Just a top 10 placement? Is that not a rather modest expectation? Very well, Su Hong said, patting Su Mo's shoulder with a sense of relief. After returning home, Su Mo sat cross-legged in his room to claim victory in the assembly. He recognized that his current strength still fell short. Yes, victory was his goal. If he were to participate, then winning was the only objective. With closed eyes, the towering figure of his devouring martial soul floated behind him, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards Su Mo. Upon awakening, his devouring martial soul initially measured only half a meter in height, but with the elevation of its rank, it now stood at an impressive length of 1 meter. The devouring martial soul spun and churned, its dark vortex generating an invisible force that swept through the void, absorbing all spiritual energy in its path. Su Mo activated the second layer of the myriad manifestations divine art, causing an immense flow of spiritual energy to transform into numerous and amp, oppos, and amp, oppos wink with a frown elephant-shaped symbols, which continuously penetrated his flesh. He felt a faint tingling sensation coursing through his body, distinctly aware of its ongoing enhancement. The first to third layers of the myriad manifestations divine art focus on reinforcing the physical body. Su Mo had already advanced the second layer to its later stages, granting him the strength of 6 tigers. At his current cultivation pace, he would soon perfect the second layer and advance to the third. The speed at which the myriad manifestations divine art refines spiritual energy is astonishing. Regardless of the amount of spiritual energy available, it can be swiftly absorbed. With Su Mo and amp, oppos, current 6th-tier martial soul, the rate of energy absorption still could not keep pace with the enhancement of his physical body. As time passed, 3 days later, Su Mo felt the surge of blood energy within himself reach saturation, and the symbolic patterns could no longer integrate into his flesh. He opened his eyes, concluding his cultivation. The second layer of the myriad manifestations divine art was now fully mastered. Next, he needed to focus on cultivating the third layer. However, to expedite his progress, Su Mo resolved to venture out. With the Linnong City martial arts gathering fast approaching, he decided to return to the Yufeng mountain range, to engage in fierce slaughter and absorb a substantial amount of beast souls and the essence blood of magical beasts. Stepping outside, Su Mo noticed Sheer practicing her punches in the courtyard. She was diligently practicing body-refining punches, her small fists flying rapidly, exuding focused energy. At that moment, beads of perspiration glistened on her exquisitely beautiful face, rendering her a vision of grace. Sheer, I am heading to the Yufeng mountain range to hunt magical beasts. I shall return tomorrow, Su Mo informed her. Brother Su Mo, I want to go too. Please take me along. Sheer immediately ceased her practice, her face filled with anticipation. Very well, let us go. Su Mo pondered briefly and then nodded. Though the Yufeng mountain range was fraught with danger, he believed he could protect Sheer without difficulty, provided they did not venture too deep. Soon, the two departed from Linjiang City, making their way towards the Yufeng mountain range. At the city lord and amp, Oppo's residence, in a tranquil courtyard, a handsome young man dressed in fine garments sat regally. In his embrace was a charming young lady clad in blue. The young man, Lin Xiao, was currently engaged in the intimate act of caressing the young woman and Apos' curves. "Young master, I have urgent news to report." A voice rang from outside the courtyard. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow but did not release the young lady from his grasp. "Come in," he commanded. A tall, middle-aged man resembling a guard entered the courtyard. "Young master, Suemo has left the city," he announced, bowing respectfully. "Oh, who is he with?" Lin Xiao and Apos' eyes sparkled with excitement. "Only with Miss Heir, just the two of them," the guard replied. "Excellent. Truly, heaven is aiding me. Take a few men and eliminate him, bringing Miss Heir back to me. Ensure the operation is discreet," Lin Xiao exclaimed with glee. "Remember, do not harm Miss Heir. Bring him to my chamber tonight." "Understood." The guard departed. Lin Xiao's face was filled with exhilaration. Ever since he first laid eyes on Heir, he had been consumed by thoughts of her beauty, unable to eat or sleep. During this time, he had been devising ways to win her affection. Thus, he had always dispatched individuals to closely monitor the movements of Suemo and Heir. Now, as this dream was on the verge of realization, how could he not be exhilarated? The thought of Heir's unparalleled beauty and graceful figure, indulging beneath him, filled Lin Xiao with a fervent blush. In that moment, glancing at the beautiful maid in his embrace, Lin Xiao suddenly found himself devoid of interest. Chapter 28. The encirclement outside Linyang City. Suemo held the delicate hand of Shi and Apos, as they traversed the mountain path. Shi and Apos, "Once we enter the mountains and encounter any beasts, stay behind me," Suemo instructed her. Shia nodded obediently. Before long, the duo arrived at the Yufeng mountain range and ventured into its depths. Roar! A level 2 lion beast lunged at them. But Suemo effortlessly dispatched it with a single punch. "Sheer, close your eyes," he commanded. Startled, Sheer complied without further inquiry, obediently shutting her eyes. Suemo unleashed his martial soul, swiftly devouring the beast's soul and essence. His request for her to keep her eyes shut was not born from distrust, but rather from a desire to shield her from the gruesome sight of a beast and Apos' corpse being reduced to a desiccated husk. "All right, Shi and Apos, let us proceed," Suemo announced, extracting the beast's core. As Sheer opened her eyes, she was met with the sight of the emaciated corpse, leaving her momentarily stunned. "Brother Suemo, how could the beast end up like this?" she inquired, bewilderment etched on her face. The once mighty creature had been transformed into a mere skeleton in the blink of an eye. She understood that Suemo was responsible for this transformation and recognized that his insistence on her closing her eyes was to spare her from witnessing it. Yet, her curiosity compelled her to ask. "I consumed all of its essence, which is why it appears this way," Suemo replied candidly. "Consumed?" The confusion in Shi and Apos' eyes deepened. She could not fathom how one could consume the essence of a beast. She and Apos, if you wish to understand. "I shall show you shortly," Suemo chuckled. However, Shio shook her head resolutely. "Since Brother Suemo wishes for me not to see, then I shall abide. Let us continue, Brother Suemo." The outermost part of the mountain range was teeming with beasts of level 3 and below. As Suemo was escorting Shi and Apos, their pace was unhurried. He annihilated every beast they encountered along the way, devouring their souls and essence. Each time they vanquished a beast, despite her curiosity, Shi and Apos, dutifully closed her eyes. Although Suemo assured her she could watch, she remained steadfast in her decision not to. In her own words, "If Brother Suemo does not want me to see, then I will resolutely refrain." Her unwavering determination left Suemo shaking his head in exasperation. With a thunderous crash, Suemo dispatched yet another level 3 beast. Just as he prepared to consume its essence, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere and turned to look behind him. Suddenly, 7 or 8 figures clad in black emerged from the forest, swiftly encircling him and Sheer. "What do you want?" Suemo demanded, pulling Sheer close and furrowing his brow at the intruders. These individuals wielded steel blades and exuded a formidable aura, indicating they were no ordinary opponents. "Suemo, hand over the young lady, and I may consider sparing your life." The leader, a tall middle-aged man with a cold demeanor and murderous intent in his eyes, stated flatly. Suemo and Apos' brows furrowed in response. It was clear they had come specifically for Shi and Apos, and were aware of his identity, suggesting they had prepared for this encounter. "Who are you?" Suemo questioned sternly. You, a man on the brink of death, have no need to know. The middle-aged man scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. Kill him. The middle-aged man wasted no time, issuing orders without hesitation. Swish, swish. The others brandished their long knives and charged at Suemo. Each of them was a formidable opponent, all at the 7th level of chi refinement, and together, they posed a threat even to ordinary 8th-level practitioners. With a swift motion, Suemo pulled Shi and Appos, onto his back. Shi and Appos, hold on tight. He instructed urgently. Though these assailants were strong, they stood no chance against him. What concerned Suemo was the leader, a peak 8th-level practitioner, whose strength was formidable and far beyond that of the others. If it were a one-on-one confrontation, Suemo would not fear even the strongest opponent, but right now, his priority was to ensure Shear's safety. Recognizing the imminent danger, Shear complied without hesitation, clinging to Suemo's back. The warmth of her presence was fleeting as he evaded another incoming strike. With a flash of movement, Suemo darted to the side of one of the black-clad figures. Clang! His sword was drawn in an instant, and with a swift stroke, he severed the throat of his assailant, causing blood to spurt forth. What? The remaining figures gasped in shock, taken aback by the rapid loss of one of their own. Such speed. The leader was astonished. Just a month prior, Suemo had only been comparable to a 7th-level practitioner, yet now he could eliminate one with such ease. Nevertheless, you will still die today, the middle-aged man barked. Drawing his own blade and lunging at Suemo, swish, swish, swish. The man struck 3 times in quick succession, unleashing a barrage of lethal blade energy aimed directly at Suemo, blocking any route of escape. With the fury of a tempest, Suemo swung his sword, conjuring a fierce gust that shattered the blade energy, sending it spiraling into the surroundings. At that moment, a muffled groan escaped from Shear, who had gone pale as a ghost, biting her lip tightly in an effort to remain silent for Suemo's sake. Startled, Suemo cursed himself for his negligence. Shear was far too weak to withstand the aftershock of the attacks. However, there was no time for self-recrimination, as he defended against one assault. The remaining assailants were upon him. With blades flashing like lightning, they aimed for his vital points. Wind and cloud swirl. Suemo's sword cleaved through the air, creating a fierce wind that pushed back several attackers, allowing him to retreat momentarily. It was not that he could not contend with these dark-clad figures, but rather he was prioritizing Shi and Appos' safety. Just as he attempted to regain his footing, a brilliant flash of a blade swept toward his abdomen. The leader was attacking again. The onslaught of their strikes was relentless, leaving no room for Suemo to catch his breath. The middle-aged man expertly seized the opportunity, launching his assault at the precise moment Suemo was reeling from the previous blows. With Shi and Appos on his back, Suemo found himself restrained, unable to unleash his full power. In a state of urgency, he could only evade as best as he could. A sharp pain sliced through him as blood gushed from a wound inflicted by a near miss. Brother Suemo, Shia cried out in alarm, her eyes misting with tears. Let me down. Do not worry about me. You must escape. Shear, what nonsense are you speaking? They cannot hold me. Suemo replied with a faint smile, swiftly pivoting and dashing into the depths of the forest. In the blink of an eye, he had covered several dozen meters. After him. We cannot let him escape. The middle-aged man barked, leading the pursuit. Chapter 29. I will protect you for a lifetime in the depths of the forest. Suemo swiftly navigated through the dense thicket with Sierra on his back. A group of men clad in black pursued them relentlessly from 100 meters away. Suemo pushed his agility to its limits, managing only to slightly widen the gap between them. The shadow step technique he had mastered was more suited for close combat, proving less effective for long-distance escape. The primary obstacle, however, lay in the towering mountains and thick woods, where thorns were abundant, making it difficult to fully utilize his speed. Moreover, he was burdened by Sierra and Appos' weight. Suemo, you cannot escape, shouted a middle-aged man in black from behind. Suemo chuckled disdainfully. If not for Sierra and Appos' safety, he would not be the one fleeing. Brother Suemo, please let me down. Sierra's voice pleaded from his back. Sierra, do not say that. Unless I am dead, I will never abandon you. Suemo replied resolutely. At his words, Sierra trembled, her heart deeply stirred in the softest recesses of her being. As Suemo raced forward, the vigorous exertion caused his wounds to bleed profusely. This could not continue. Suemo frowned. If the bleeding did not stop, his strength would wane further. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He changed direction, fleeing towards another path. Moments later, a small cave appeared before him. This cave was where he had once obtained the purple spirit fruit. With Sierra still on his back, Suemo swiftly darted into the cave. Once inside, he quickly scanned the area. There was nothing else within, only the remnants of Wei Long and his companions' bodies, now reduced to scraps by the beasts of the wild. Sierra, wait for me here. I will go out and deal with these ruffians, Suemo instructed as he set her down. Brother Suemo. Sierra grasped his hand tightly, her face etched with concern. Do not worry. I shall protect you for a lifetime. I am not so easily slain, Suemo reassured her, gently patting her delicate hand before unexpectedly kissing her lightly on the forehead. He then turned and left. Sierra stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. I shall protect you for a lifetime. His words echoed in her heart, accompanied by the lingering warmth on her forehead. Tears streamed down her face. Yet a smile of happiness adorned her features. Upon exiting the cave, Suemo found several black-clad men encircling the entrance. With him blocking the cave, Sierra remained safe within. Now, devoid of her weight, he could unleash his full wrath. Suemo, let us see where you can run now, the middle-aged man sneered, underestimating Suemo's intelligence for seeking refuge in the cave, now rendering himself a trapped creature. Who said I was escaping? It is you who should flee. Suemo scoffed. It was laughable that these few thought they could kill him. Arrogant to the end, the middle-aged man bellowed, charging forward with a long blade in hand. With a hum, the steel sword in Suemo's grasp vanished, replaced by a gleaming silver sword named Spirit Slayer. Seeking death, Suemo roared, not retreating but advancing to meet the man's blade. With the most formidable technique at his disposal, Suemo struck, knowing that if he could eliminate their leader, the others would pose no threat. The sword's radiance surged like a brilliant star, tearing through the air. In the next moment, blade met sword with a thunderous clash. Boom! The explosive energy scattered wildly. Crack! The middle-aged man and Appo's long blade shattered, while Suemo and Appo's sword merely hesitated for a moment before continuing its relentless arc toward the man and Appo's face. What? The man was taken aback, unable to evade in time, desperately twisting his body to avoid a fatal blow. Swish! The sword and Appo's edge sliced through, severing a large portion of his arm, crimson blood spraying forth like a torrential downpour. Ah! The middle-aged man screamed in agony. His face contorted in pain as he retreated swiftly, creating distance between them. Suemo did not pursue but instead shifted his stance, the long sword sweeping toward the remaining black-clad men. Whoosh! 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 His eyes glinted with a chilling light, his figure darting about, leaving a series of afterimages as his sword struck relentlessly. Galeblade, Windstorm, Galehowl. These men possessed a mere cultivation of the 7th level of chi refinement, inferior even to Wei Liang he had faced before, and were no match for Suemo now. With Spirit Slayer in hand, Suemo and Appo's power surged, claiming 1 life with each step, 10 lives with every 10 steps. In the blink of an eye, the remaining black-clad men lay slain. The injured middle-aged man gazed at Suemo in horror, realizing that he could no longer kill him today. Without hesitation, he turned to flee. Swish! Suemo leapt forward, blocking his path. Do you think you can escape today? Suemo and Appo's expression was frigid. Suemo, please, spare me, the man stammered, his severed arm bleeding profusely. His complexion as pale as a ghost. Tell me who you are and why you seek to kill me, and I may consider sparing you. Suemo replied with a mocking smile. We are guards of the city lord's manor, sent by the young lord to kill you and seize Lady Sierra. The middle-aged man divulged without hesitation, fully aware that he could not return to the city lord's manor after failing his mission and losing an arm. As soon as he finished speaking, seeing Suemo deep in thought, he turned to escape, knowing that Suemo was a decisive killer. Whoosh! Just as he took a few steps, a sharp beam of sword light shot forth, piercing through his heart. Suemo's eyes gleamed with cold light. He showed no mercy to his enemies. Lin Xiao, you shall pay the blood price for your actions today, Suemo murmured to himself. With all foes vanquished, Suemo hurried back to the cave. There, he found Sierra standing at the entrance, gazing at him with bright eyes. Sierra, Suemo called out. Brother Suemo. Sierra suddenly dashed toward him, leaping into his embrace and clinging tightly to his waist. A fresh, delicate fragrance wafted into Suemo's senses. And feeling her soft body against him, his heart quickly calmed. Sierra, do not fear. It is all over. They have been slain. He gently reassured her, patting her back. After a moment, Sierra finally emerged from his embrace, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. Sierra, are you not curious why the beasts I killed turned into desiccated corpses? Suemo suddenly asked her. In truth, it is the same for humans. Wait a moment. I shall now absorb their essence. Suemo approached the corpses, settling into a meditative position and releasing his martial soul. Chapter 30. Ascending 2 levels beside the corpses of the black-clad figures, Suemo sat cross-legged, unleashing his devouring martial soul. With the activation of this soul, the essence and martial souls of the black-clad individuals swiftly converged upon him. The martial souls of these figures, including that of the middle-aged man in black, were all of the 3rd-tier human level, a rather low grade. However, the energy contained within the blood of these individuals, all at the 7th level of chi refinement, particularly that of the middle-aged man at the 8th level, was immensely substantial. After devouring half of their essence, Suemo and Apos' internal energy surged wildly, breaking through the barriers of his cultivation and advancing to the 6th level of chi refinement. As he continued to absorb the essence, his cultivation rapidly increased. Early 6th level of chi refinement, mid-6th level, and late 6th level. Just as Suemo was on the brink of reaching the peak of the 6th level, all the essence had been consumed, leaving the corpses as desiccated remains. He exhaled a long breath of turbid air and turned to see Sheer, who was staring at him in disbelief, her mouth slightly agape. Sheer, now you understand what has transpired, right? Suemo approached her. Brother Suemo, this. Sheer was utterly astonished. Her wide eyes filled with wonder as she gazed at him. Ah, this is due to my martial soul and its unique abilities, Suemo explained with a gentle smile. Not only was Sheer amazed, but Suemo himself had been equally astonished at the beginning. A martial soul with the ability to refine energy was indeed unheard of and unseen. Moreover, the fact that the martial soul could enhance its level was even more astonishing. Oh, Sheer nodded, though her understanding was still vague. Let us continue hunting the beasts, Sheer. But, Brother Suemo, your wound is still bleeding. Sheer pointed towards his injury. Do not worry, it is but a minor wound. A medicinal pill will suffice. Suemo waved his hand, consumed a healing pill, and after refining its potency, he set off with Sheer deeper into the forest. Boom, boom, boom. Suemo charged through the forest like a relentless machine, mercilessly claiming the lives of the beasts in his path. Regardless of the creature and Apos' form, if it roamed the ground, it was annihilated. As for those in the sky, he wished to slay them too, but they were simply out of reach. Soon, Suemo ventured over 30 miles into the forest, having dispatched more than 40 beasts along the way. However, despite the slaughter and the absorption of their beast souls and essence, neither his martial soul nor his cultivation advanced. These 40 beasts were merely 4th and 5th tier, and their souls offered minimal enhancement. Their blood only allowed him to barely reach the peak of the 6th level of chi refinement. The essence of over 44th and 5th tier beasts could not compare to that of a single 8th level chi refinement warrior. As he delved deeper into the forest, the beast's levels began to rise. Roar. A tremendous roar echoed as a massive demon bear appeared before him. This bear was pitch black, nearly 2 yards in length, weighing no less than 3,000 pounds, and exuded a thick aura of demon energy. It was evidently a peak 6th tier beast. Haha. Suemo rejoiced, swiftly flying towards it. Roar. The bear, enraged by the intrusion, let out a thunderous roar that shook the forest. Its colossal body charged towards Suemo, trampling countless trees in its wake. And with its palm the size of a grinding wheel, it struck at Suemo's head. Though merely a peak 6th tier beast, its immense size and strength were comparable to that of a 7th tier beast. Whoosh. Even so, the bear could not withstand Suemo's sword strike. He cleaved through its massive paw and half of its head in a flash of brilliance. Blood splattered, and brain matter gushed forth. Boom. The bear and Apos' massive body collapsed with a resounding crash. Suemo immediately consumed its beast's soul and essence. The essence was refined into true energy, merging into Suemo and Apos' dantian. Within his dantian, the gathered true energy reached a critical point. Suemo attempted to break through to the 7th level of chi refinement, but failed twice to breach the barrier. Still insufficient, just a bit more. Continuing forward with Sheer, they slaughtered and devoured as they advanced. Finally, after Suemo had slain 8 peak 6th tier beasts and 2 7th tier beasts, his dantian swelled, and his true energy surged once more, emanating a formidable aura several times stronger than that of the 6th level of Qi refinement. A breakthrough. He achieved the 7th level of Qi refinement in just a few short hours. Su Mo had ascended from the peak of the 5th level to the 7th level of Qi refinement. Such rapid progress would undoubtedly astonish other martial artists. This ascent was incredibly effortless. Su Mo rejoiced, reflecting on his earlier expectations of needing at least 2 days to achieve this in the Yufeng Mountains. To his surprise, it had only been half a day. The speed at which he absorbed essence to enhance his cultivation exceeded his wildest expectations. Of course, the assistance from the black-clad individuals had played a significant role. If he were to hunt in this place for half a month, would his cultivation not soar to the spirit martial realm? Su Mo felt a fervent excitement within, but he soon dismissed this notion. Such rapid advancement could lead to a chaotic mix of true energy and an unstable foundation. Furthermore, having slain the guards of the city lord and Apos' manor, it was likely that they would send more people after him. For she and Apos, her and Apos' safety, it was best to return home soon. Glancing at the sky, he noted that it was still early, so he decided to hunt a few more beasts before heading back. As dusk approached, he continued his rampage, vanquishing over a dozen 7th-tier beasts. After absorbing their essence, Su Mo and Apos' cultivation reached the late stage of the 7th level of Qi refinement. His progress was nothing short of meteoric. However, despite his rapid advancement, his martial soul remained unresponsive. Having devoured so many beast souls, his devouring martial soul had yet to upgrade. Su Mo speculated that to elevate his martial soul to the 7th tier of human level, he would need to consume hundreds of 7th-tier beast souls. Hunting them one by one would be a daunting task. Purchasing them directly would be a more prudent option. As night fell, Su Mo did not linger. He swiftly departed the Yufeng Mountains with Shi and Apos, returning to Linyang City. Chapter 31. The Awakening Failure in the Chamber. Su Mo was seated in quiet contemplation, his devouring martial soul suspended in the air as the surrounding spiritual energy coalesced around him. An endless stream of spiritual essence transformed into runes, seamlessly merging into Su Mo's flesh and blood. He was diligently practicing the 3rd layer of the myriad manifestations divine skill. After achieving perfection in the 2nd layer, Su Mo and Apos' physical prowess had already surpassed that of the 6 tiger's strength. Yet he still fell slightly short of the 7 tiger's strength. As he delved into the 3rd layer, his physical power began to ascend rapidly once more. A vast quantity of spiritual energy entered Su Mo and Apos' body, all of it converting into Apos' pictographic runes and Apos' that infused his corporeal form. Su Mo and Apos' body absorbed the spiritual energy like a sponge, joyfully soaking in the runes. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. During this time, Su Mo dedicated only a fraction of it to condensing his true energy, reaching the pinnacle of the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Thereafter, he focused solely on enhancing his physical form. The rate at which his physical strength increased surpassed that of his cultivation. In these 10 days, he had reached the mid-stage of the 3rd layer of the myriad manifestations divine skill. Su Mo felt an explosive power within him, capable of shattering the very air with a single punch, an embodiment of 8 tiger strength. His sheer physical might was now equivalent to that of an 8th-layer Qi refinement warrior. In truth, the difficulty of cultivating the 3rd layer of the myriad manifestations divine skill had escalated over tenfold compared to the initial stage. However, the rate at which Su Mo and Apos' martial soul absorbed spiritual energy had also multiplied significantly. With a deep breath, Su Mo ceased his practice and emerged from his room. She and Apos, why are you lost in thought? At this moment, she and Apos, was perched on a stone bench in the courtyard, her hands propping up her chin, her cherry lips slightly curled, exuding an undeniable charm. Big brother Su Mo, you've emerged, she exclaimed with delight upon seeing him. Have you reached the pinnacle of body tempering? Su Mo inquired. Hearing this, a radiant smile spread across Shier's face, reminiscent of a blooming white orchid. I have fulfilled your expectations, big brother Su Mo. I have completed the 9th layer of body tempering. Her snow-white neck tilted slightly as she expressed her joy. Good, after today's challenge, I will assist you in awakening your martial soul, Su Mo replied with genuine happiness. Soon, my Shi and Apos, will also be a true warrior. He and Apos, giggled. Let us go. Today is the day of the clan's challenge tournament. Suemo took Shear's hand, and they made their way to the family's martial arena. In the martial arena, a simple viewing platform had been erected. The clan leader, Su Hong, along with the elders, had already gathered. Below the platform, 10 wooden chairs were arranged neatly, surrounded by over 100 young members of the Su family. The arrival of Suemo and she and awakens inevitably attracted numerous gazes. For after his battle with Wei Liang, Suemo had become a notable figure within the Su clan. However, some looked upon him with disdain. For instance, Su Tianhao and Su Hai, who considered themselves above him, hardly regarded Suemo as worthy of their attention. Su Yu cast a distant glance at Suemo, a cold snort escaping his lips, as jealousy brewed within him. After all, he had taken away Lu Yushan, and now Suemo had found a beauty even more stunning, igniting his envy. Ignoring the stares of the crowd, Suemo made his way to the martial arena. After a brief wait, clan leader Su Hong surveyed the area and rose to speak. All right, most have arrived. The challenge tournament shall commence. I hereby announce the 10 seed disciple slots. Su Tianhao, Su Hai, Su Yu, Su Mei, Suemo, Su Peng. Su Hong proclaimed the names of the 10. You 10 are the selected seed competitors. You may take your seats at the front. Others who believe they possess sufficient strength may challenge any of them, with each having 2 opportunities. Now, let the challenge tournament begin. The 10 seed disciples took their seats, and Suemo, being one of them, joined them. In truth, Suemo understood that the so-called tournament was merely a formality. These 10 seed disciples were essentially the strongest among the younger generation of the Su family. Su Tianhao and Su Hai were both at the 9th layer of qi refinement, while a young woman named Su Mei, the daughter of the 2nd elder, was at the 8th layer. The remaining few were all at least at the 6th layer. As the challenges began, most competitors aimed for those at the 6th layer. After half an hour of battles, the tournament concluded, except for one contestant who successfully challenged a 6th layer disciple and replaced a seed slot. All others had failed in their challenges. Suemo and a few others, due to their superior strength, remained unchallenged throughout. As the tournament wrapped up, Suemo prepared to leave. Suemo. At that moment, Su Yu approached him. Is there something you need? Suemo asked. Hehe. Have you heard? Wei Rufeng from the Wei family has publicly declared that if you participate in this tournament, he will break your limbs and cripple your cultivation to avenge his brother and Wei Liang, Su Yu said with a smile, his eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. Wei Rufeng. He has returned. Suemo raised an eyebrow. This Wei Rufeng was the elder brother of Wei Lin, the eldest son of Wei Wankong, the head of the Wei family, and the family's foremost talent. He had left Linong City a year ago to join the Liyang sect, one of the 4 major sects of Tianwei Kingdom. If he sought vengeance for his brother, he might not possess the strength to do so. Suemo shrugged it off, shaking his head as he departed with Shear. How arrogant. Defeating Wei Liang has inflated his confidence to such an extent? Su Yu scoffed. Leaving the martial arena, Suemo held Shi and Apos' hand as they made their way to the family shrine. Shi and Apos. I am going to help you awaken your martial soul now, he said to the girl beside him. Okay. She and Apos nodded, her expression tinged with apprehension. Big brother Suemo, what kind of martial soul do you think I will awaken? Hehe. I lack the gift of foresight. Suemo chuckled, then added, however, with my Shear's exquisite beauty, akin to a noble phoenix. The awakened martial soul is sure to be remarkable. Big brother Suemo, you tease me again. Upon hearing his words, Shi and Apos' face flushed with embarrassment. Before long, Suemo and Shi and Apos arrived at the family shrine. Within the Su family shrine stood a small altar known as the Soul Awakening Altar, specifically designed for awakening martial souls. However, activating the altar required a substantial amount of true energy or spiritual essence, making it quite cumbersome. Thus, the awakening of martial souls among the Su family's disciples was typically conducted en masse after several had completed their body tempering. Shear, please step onto the altar. Suemo instructed as they entered the shrine. Taking a deep breath, she and Apos lifted her delicate feet and stepped onto the altar, then sat cross-legged. Suemo moved to the back of the altar, where a recess existed, the focal point of the soul awakening formation. Traditionally, members of the Su family would have several elders channel their true energy into the formation or utilize numerous demon cores from spiritual beasts to activate it. Though Suemo lacked such formidable true energy or a plethora of demon cores, he possessed spirit stones. With a wave of his hand, Suemo retrieved a spirit stone from his storage ring and placed it into the recess. Buzz. As Suemo inserted the spirit stone, the formation activated rapidly. In the next moment, a torrent of white light erupted from the altar, transforming into peculiar runes that surged into Shearer's body. Within Shearer, it seemed as though a spectral figure writhed and twisted. Time passed slowly. Soon, Suemo observed that the spirit stone within the recess manifested numerous fissures, signaling its impending collapse. This was an indication that the spiritual energy of the stone was on the verge of depletion. In haste, Suemo retrieved several more spirit stones and placed them into the groove. The runes on the altar proliferated, nearly enveloping Shearer's body entirely. Yet, her martial soul remained dormant. Before long, the spiritual energy of the second spirit stone was also exhausted, prompting Suemo to introduce a third. Subsequently, a fourth, a 10th, a 20th, a 30th, and a 40th stone followed. Suemo and Apos' expression shifted, his eyes filled with profound bewilderment. The quantity of spirit stones consumed had far surpassed what was necessary to awaken a martial soul. The 40 spirit stones, when converted to gold, equated to an entire year's revenue for the Su family. If awakening a martial soul required such an immense amount of spiritual energy, even a prominent family like the Sus could scarcely afford it. Furrowing his brow, Suemo pondered briefly before resolutely continuing to place more spirit stones. 50, 80, 100, 105. After a considerable time, over 100 spirit stones had been depleted. Yet, Shio on the altar remained without an awakened martial soul. As the spirit stones were consumed, the formation of the awakening altar ceased its operation, the brilliance dimmed, and tranquility was restored. Sumo's countenance darkened. After expending over 100 spirit stones, Shearer's martial soul still had not awakened. What could be the reason? Could it be that Shearer lacked a martial soul? In this world, there exist individuals who are born without martial souls, destined to never become warriors. Suemo was profoundly perplexed. Nevertheless, he dismissed this notion, for he had sensed a considerable martial soul fluctuation emanating from Shearer. Yet, why had it not awakened? Brother Suemo, why? Am I unable to awaken my martial soul? She and Apos gazed at Suemo, her beautiful eyes similarly filled with confusion. I too am at a loss regarding this matter. Suemo shook his head and reassured her, do not worry, Shearer. We shall inquire with father. He is well versed and should possess the knowledge of the cause. With that, Suemo led She and Apos out of the ancestral hall, making their way toward their father Suhong's residence. Chapter 32. The seal. As Suemo was about to awaken Shearer's martial soul, countless miles away from Linyang City, in the remote central continent, amidst a range of majestic mountains, stood a series of magnificent palaces. Thousands of palaces with gilded bronze roofs occupied hundreds of towering peaks, grand and imposing, like celestial abodes. At that moment, within a central, opulent palace, a towering figure seated on a dragon throne abruptly rose. The aura emanating from the figure was like a raging tempest, vast and mighty, sweeping across the surrounding void. Two sword-like beams of divine light erupted from his eyes, shattering the space before him into nothingness. Guards! His soft cry resonated like a thunderclap, shaking the land for miles. Instantly, dozens of figures swiftly entered the hall and bowed respectfully before him. My daughter's whereabouts have been discovered in the eastern continent. The towering figure gazed towards the east, a rare smile gracing his resolute face. After more than a decade of searching, news of my lost daughter has finally surfaced. Who is willing to venture to the eastern continent and bring my daughter back to the palace? The figure's gaze was like lightning as he scanned the crowd below. Your subject is willing to go. Your subject is willing to go. This disciple is willing to go. Thunderous responses echoed, as everyone eagerly volunteered. 13th Elder, Howard, the two of you shall make the journey. Ensure that you bring my daughter back. With a wave of his hand, a palm-sized jade disc flew towards the two individuals. This artifact will allow you to pinpoint my daughter and Apos' exact location. Yes, Palace Lord. Yes, Master. Below, a gaunt old man and a handsome young man accepted the jade disc, bowed, and retreated. The Su family Suemo and She and Amp, Apos, arrived at the family head and Amp, Apos' courtyard and met Su Hong, Suemo, and Amp, Apos' father. Father, what is happening? Why can't Shearer's martial soul be awakened? Suemo recounted Shearer's situation to his father and inquired. Let me examine Shearer first. Su Hong responded. Grasping She and Apos, arm and channeling a strand of true energy into her body. As he examined her, Su Hong and Apos' brows furrowed. Seeing his expression, Su Mo and Apos' heart sank, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. "Father, what's wrong with Xiu?" Su Mo asked again. "There seems to be an invisible force within Xiu, hindering her martial soul and Apos' awakening," Su Hong said with a hint of gravity, ceasing his probing, his tone uncertain. "An invisible force?" Su Mo was puzzled. "That and Apos' right. It's a seal. There's a seal within Xiu, preventing her martial soul from awakening," Su Hong exclaimed, as if suddenly realizing something. "What? A seal?" Su Mo was taken aback and turned to Xiu in bewilderment. "Xiu, how could you have a seal within you?" Xiu shook her head in confusion. Su Hong was equally perplexed, as the application of a seal was a profound and advanced technique, beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. He had only encountered it fleetingly in the past. Su Hong was aware of Xiu's background and found it perplexing. Logically, she and Apos, was merely a young girl from a small mountain village. How could a martial arts expert have placed a seal within her? "Father, is there any way to break the seal within she and Apos? Su Mo asked urgently. Su Hong shook his head and sighed. "I've only had limited exposure to seals in the past. I have no knowledge of how to break them. The art of sealing is far too profound for us to unravel." Hearing this, Su Mo's brows knitted together. If the seal within Xiu could not be broken, she would never be able to awaken her martial soul. He could not stand idly by. Mo and Apos, the power of the seal is beyond anyone's ability to undo in Linyang City. Perhaps only the experts of the great sects outside can unravel it, Su Hong added. Su Mo, Don and Apos, worry. It and Apos, alright even if I can and Apos, awaken my martial soul. She and Apos, forced to smile, not wanting Su Mo to worry too much about her. She and Apos, don't worry. I will find a way to break the seal for you and help you awaken your martial soul. Seeing the hidden disappointment in Xiu's eyes, Su Mo affirmed. With his talent, he would eventually leave Linyang City. Once he became powerful enough, he would naturally find a way to break the seal for Xiu. Since his father could not break the seal for Xi and Apos, Su Mo had no other options. Just as he was about to take Xi and Apos, back, Su Hong stopped him again. The martial arts tournament will begin in 3 days. Wei Rufeng of the Wei family has publicly declared that he will avenge his brother. He said he will cripple your cultivation and break your limbs during the tournament. Be careful. If you encounter him, concede early, Su Hong cautioned. What is Wei Rufeng and Apos' cultivation level? Su Mo inquired. It is said that he has reached the peak of the 9th level of qi refining, and his strength is formidable, surpassing Su Tian Hao, Su Hong replied. The peak of the 9th level of qi refining? And he dares to be so arrogant? A glint of coldness flashed in Su Mo and Apos' eyes as he retorted, if he doesn't and Apos' know what and Apos' good for him, his brother will serve as a warning. With that, Su Mo left with Xiu. Su Hong was taken aback and shook his head with a wry smile. He could no longer comprehend his son. Back in his courtyard, Su Mo and Xia sat together. Xiu, after this martial arts tournament, once the new year passes, I will take you away from Linyang City. There are countless experts outside, and surely there will be a way to break your seal. Su Mo consoled Xi and Apos, gently. Su Mo, I and Apos, am sorry. I and Apos, am causing you trouble, Xiu said, her voice filled with remorse. Silly girl, why are you being so polite with me? Su Mo affectionately ruffled Xiu's hair. Unbeknownst to him, he had developed feelings for this gentle, kind, and innocent girl. Su Mo, I don't want to be a burden to you. Xiu looked up at Su Mo. Her eyes filled with determination. Su Mo, you have extraordinary talent. The vast world outside is more suited for you. I will wait for your return. Hee, silly girl. Su Mo was touched. He reached out and pulled Xiu into his arms. Xiu trembled slightly but did not resist, gently resting her head on Su Mo's shoulder. Neither of them spoke, but their feelings blossomed in silence. At that moment, she and Apos, felt an unparalleled sweetness in her heart. Su Mo and Apos' heart was calm as he held she and Apos, as still as water. Having lived 2 lives, he had never felt such peace as he did at this moment. In his previous life, he had struggled through blood and fire, his nerves constantly on edge. Now, holding she and Apos, and enjoying this tranquil and serene state, he felt a deep sense of attachment. Chapter 33. The martial assembly commences as the nascent sun painted the sky with hues of dawn. A lingering mist veiled the land. Within his chamber, Suemo sat in meditative repose, a palpable aura of power emanating from him. Suemo was on the cusp of ascending to the 8th level of chi refining. He had attained the pinnacle of the 7th level several days prior, and these past few days had been dedicated to breaching the bottleneck. After what seemed like an eternity, Suemo opened his eyes, a hint of resignation flickering within their depths. He had yet to transcend the barrier. His cultivation had experienced an accelerated surge recently, fueled by the absorption of copious amounts of essence and blood in the Yufeng Mountains, propelling him from the apex of the 5th level to the zenith of the 7th. This meteoric rise had, however, left his foundations somewhat wanting, making further breakthroughs difficult in the short term. Nevertheless, despite being at the peak of the 7th level, his cultivation was comparable to that of the 8th, coupled with his physical prowess, which granted him the strength of 8 tigers. Even a 9th level chi refining martial artist would prove to be a formidable challenge. Today and Apos, martial assembly held but one objective for him: to seize the coveted first place. Emerging from his chamber, accompanied by Shi and Apos, Suemo joined his kin as they made their way towards the city lord and Apos' mansion, guided by the elders of their clan. The venue for this martial gathering was none other than the city lord and Apos' residence. The city lord and Apos' mansion of Linong City, strategically situated in the northern precinct, sprawled across a vast expanse, resembling a miniature palace in its grandeur and imposing presence. The main gate, towering at an impressive 5 meters, was forged from refined steel, rivaling even the city gates in its robustness. At this hour, a multitude of individuals thronged into the city lord's mansion, representing various factions and powers within Linyang City, all having received invitations from the city lord to witness the martial spectacle. Behold, the Su family arrives. The arrival of the Su family stirred a wave of hushed excitement among the assembled crowd. Observe, that is Su Tianhao, a prominent contender for the championship in this martial assembly. And beside him stands Su Hai, whose strength is formidable, second only to Su Tianhao. The prevailing discourse centered around Su Tianhao and Su Hai, the two preeminent figures among the Su family's disciples. Just then, another group of individuals approached from afar. This contingent comprised the members of the Wei family. Su Hong, in this martial assembly, your Su family shall face utter defeat. Wei Wankong, the patriarch of the Wei family, proclaimed as he drew near. Wei Wankong, victory in martial contests is earned through genuine skill, not mere rhetoric. Su Hong retorted, casting a sidelong glance at his adversary. Then let us await and witness the outcome. Wei Wankong scoffed. Beside Wei Wankong stood a young man clad in purple robes, bearing a striking resemblance to him. This youth was none other than Wei Wankong and Apos' eldest son, Wei Ruffeng. Wei Ruffeng and Apos' gaze swept across the Su family and Apos' ranks, eventually settling upon Suemo. Thud. 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 Wei Ruffeng advanced purposefully, halting directly before Suemo and Apos' brows arched slightly as he regarded his opponent. Insignificant ant. You would be wise to pray that our paths do not cross in this martial assembly, for if they do, your fate shall be worse than death. Wei Ruffeng uttered with a sinister smile playing upon his lips. Insolence. Wei Ruffeng, how dare you? Su Hong began to remonstrate, incensed that Wei Ruffeng would openly threaten his son before his very eyes, but Suemo interjected. Wei Ruffeng, I return those words to you in kind. Suemo responded, his eyes narrowing as he spoke with chilling resolve. A mocking smirk curled upon Wei Ruffeng's lips before he shifted his gaze to Su Tianhao, his eyes ablaze with martial fervor. Su Tianhao, you are the sole member of the Su family worthy of facing me in battle. I trust you will not disappoint, Wei Ruffeng declared, his countenance radiating arrogance and self-assurance. Such audacious words, Wei Ruffeng. I have long yearned to experience the vaunted techniques of your Liang sect. Su Tianhao countered with a cold laugh, his own fighting spirit surging. Wei Ruffo was a disciple of the Liang sect, another of the Tianwei kingdom and Apos' 4 major sects, whose overall strength was on par with that of the Tiayuan sect. I shall await you, Wei Ruffeng pronounced before turning and striding purposefully towards the city lord's mansion. The Wei family followed in his wake, entering the mansion. Tianhao, what are your odds against Wei Ruffeng? The third elder of the Su family inquired. Perhaps 50-50. Su Tianhao replied. However, Lin Xiong, the City Lord's daughter, should not be underestimated either. They both pose a significant threat to my aspirations for victory. The others nodded in acknowledgement. In this martial assembly, only these 3 individuals had attained the pinnacle of the 9th level of chi refining. It seemed that a fierce and momentous contest was on the horizon. Subsequently, the Su family also entered the City Lord and Amp, Appos, S mansion. Within the City Lord and Amp, Appos, S mansion, a colossal training ground stretched out, easily accommodating tens of thousands of spectators without feeling cramped. At the heart of this expansive arena, a massive rectangular battle platform had been erected. Surrounding the platform, grandstands had been constructed in the 4 cardinal directions. The eastern, western, and northern grandstands were already filled with spectators, representing the City Lord and Amp, Appos, S mansion, the Wei family, and the Su family respectively. In front of these families sat 10 exceptional young disciples, exuding an aura of extraordinary talent. The representatives of the other lesser factions, however, were relegated to the area beneath the grandstands, lacking the status to be seated above. Look, that beautiful maiden is the City Lord and Appos, S daughter, Lin Xiong. Someone pointed towards the northern grandstand, where a slender figure stood at the forefront of the younger generation, clad in azure robes, her features delicate and refined. Indeed, she is stunning, and her talent is remarkable. She has already reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of chi refining at the tender age of 17. Yes, the victor of this martial assembly will almost certainly emerge from among her, Wei Rufeng and Su Tianhao. There is little doubt. The murmurs of the crowd below filled the air. On the southern grandstand, only a handful of individuals were seated. In the center sat a captivating woman with a voluptuous figure and a bewitching countenance, drawing frequent glances from those nearby. This woman was none other than Luo Huan, the proprietor of the Zijing Pavilion. Su Mo, standing on the eastern grandstand, turned his gaze towards Luo Huan, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. It appears that the City Lord and Appos, S mansion holds the Zijing Pavilion in high regard. The Zijing Pavilion must indeed possess an extraordinary background. As if sensing Su Mo and Appos' gaze, Luo Huan turned her eyes towards him, a seductive smile gracing her lips. Su Mo quickly averted his gaze, refraining from further observation. She was a mesmerizing enchantress, capable of captivating hearts. At that moment, Lin Xiong, the City Lord, a tall and imposing figure, rose to his feet on the northern grandstand. His eyes swept across the assembled crowd, and a faint smile played upon his lips as he announced in a clear voice. Today marks the commencement of the Linyang City Martial Assembly. I, Lin Xiong, extend a warm welcome to all of you who have graced my City Lord's mansion with your presence. Without further ado, let the competition begin. With those words, Lin Xiong nodded in the direction of the Su and Wei families before resuming his seat. A middle-aged man stepped forward from beside Lin Xiong and gracefully descended onto the central platform. This man was Linda, the chief steward of the City Lord and Appos' mansion. This martial assembly will consist of 30 participants and will follow an elimination format. To ensure fairness, all participants shall now draw lots, Linda declared, holding aloft a box of wooden sticks. These 30 sticks are marked with 15 numbers. Those who draw matching numbers shall be paired as opponents. Upon hearing this, the participating disciples eagerly approached to draw their lots. Su Mo stepped forward as well, selecting a stick at random. He drew the final number, stick number 15. Once everyone had drawn their lots, Linda announced in a resounding voice, "The martial assembly shall now commence. The 2 participants who drew number 1, please step onto the platform, while the rest await their turn below." The 2 participants who drew number 1 were Wei Cheng, a member of the Wei family with a cultivation level of the 7th level of chi refining, and his opponent was none other than Su Hai. I concede. Wei Cheng raised his hand with resignation. Su Hai secured victory without a fight. No one mocked Wei Cheng for his decision. He possessed only a 7th level chi refining cultivation, while Su Hai was an early stage 9th level chi refining martial artist. There was simply no point in competing. It would only result in self-inflicted humiliation. Chapter 34. The Unbridled Arrogance of Su Haixing. Contestants number 2, ascend the stage, Linda announced, following Su Haixing's triumph. The 2 combatants who entered the arena were a scion of the City Lord's mansion and a member of the Wei family. Both possessed cultivation at the peak of the 7th level of chi refining, and a fierce, evenly matched battle ensued. Boulder-shattering palm, ferocious tiger fist. After a period of intense combat, they unleashed their signature techniques, colliding with tremendous force. Bang! The Wei family disciple, ultimately less skilled, was forced back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, the city lord and amp, Appos, mansion progeny landed a palm strike, sending his opponent flying. Lin he emerges victorious, declared Linda. Next, contestants number 3. The competition raged on, each battle concluding with the defeated departing in dejection and the victors radiating triumph. Contestants number 7, take the stage. As Lindo and amp, Appos, words echoed. 2 figures gracefully ascended the platform. One was Su Ping of the Su family. However, upon recognizing his adversary, his countenance visibly soured. His opponent was none other than Lin Xiong, the city lord's daughter. I concede, Su Peng declared, resigned. Possessing only a peak 6th level qi refining cultivation, engaging Lin Xiong in combat would be utterly futile. Lin Xiong's expression remained serene, as if her opponent's capitulation was entirely expected. Without uttering a word, she gracefully descended from the arena. The battles continued on the platform. It was undeniable that the descendants of the city lord's Lin family and the Wei family possessed superior overall strength compared to the Su family. While the Su family boasted 2 9th-level qi refining disciples, Su Tianhao and Su Hai, only Su Mei had reached the 8th level. In contrast, the Lin and Wei families each had a single 9th-level qi refining disciple, but boasted 3 or 4 at the 8th level. Contestants number 10, enter the arena. As Linda's voice resonated, 2 more disciples ascended the stage. One was Wei Ruffling of the Wei family. His opponent was a Su family member named Su Nan, whose cultivation was only at the peak of the 6th level of qi refining. I concede, I admit. Su Nan readily opted to concede. A decision that surprised no one. Even within the Su family, his choice was deemed prudent, given the 3-level disparity in cultivation. However, what transpired next caught everyone completely off guard. On the platform, a sinister grin flickered across Wei Rufeng's lips. He surged forward with sudden velocity, delivering a devastating blow to Su Nan's chest. Ah! Su Nan cried out in agony as he was sent hurtling through the air, spewing a mouthful of blood before crashing heavily onto the ground below, immediately losing consciousness. Silence descended upon the surroundings, so profound that a pin drop could be heard. No one had anticipated Wei Rufeng's sudden assault. Humph! A worthless wretch. He was never worthy to concede. Wei Rufeng scoffed, his arrogance palpable. The Su family members were incensed, their hearts ablaze with fury. Wei Rufeng's unbridled arrogance had thoroughly enraged them. He had not only delivered a verbal insult but had also inflicted grievous harm upon Su Nan. This was a blatant provocation against the Su family, a public humiliation. Wei Wankong, what is the meaning of this? My Su family disciple had already conceded. Why did your Wei family disciple inflict such a brutal injury? Do you truly believe my Su family is so easily bullied? Su Hong demanded, rising to his feet and directing an angry glare at Wei Wankong. Haha, Su Hong, injuries are inevitable in martial contests. Your Su family disciple and amp, Appos, misfortune is solely attributable to his inferior skill. Wei Wankong responded with a nonchalant smile, unfazed by Su Hong and amp, Appos, heir. You, very well. If that is your stance, then do not fault my Su family for our lack of restraint. Su Hong retorted, his voice laced with menace. Humph. Let your Su family unleash its full might. Wei Wankong sneered. Enough, enough. Brothers Su and Wei, temper your anger. Do not allow a mere martial contest to sour your relations. At this juncture, City Lord Lin Xing intervened, assuming the role of peacemaker. While he welcomed the animosity between the Su and Wei families, as it fostered mutual restraint, he had no desire to disrupt the current martial gathering. In the upcoming matches, exercise restraint and avoid causing unnecessary harm. Violators will face severe penalties, Lin Sheng declared, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. Let the competition resume. Su Hong forcibly suppressed his anger. With Lin Sheng and Appos' pronouncement, he could not afford to escalate the situation further. Let the competition resume. Soon after, Su Tianhao entered the arena as contestant number 13. Su Tianhao and Appos' opponent was a Wei family disciple with an 8th level qi refining cultivation. However, the Wei family disciple did not concede. Instead, he launched a fierce assault from the outset, but was effortlessly defeated by Su Tianhao. Although Su Tianhao harbored resentment towards the Wei family, he refrained from harming his opponent, mindful of the city lord and amp, Appos' admonition. Before long, it was Su Mo and amp, Appos' turn to compete. However, Su Mo could not help but chuckle wryly. He was contestant number 15, making his match the final one of this round. Among those who had yet to compete, only one remained, Su Yu, his opponent for this battle. On the platform, Su Mo and Su Yu stood 10 paces apart. Suemo, you should concede. Suyu declared haughtily as he entered the arena. Oh, and why should I concede? Suemo inquired with a nonchalant smile, his interest piqued. Humph. Do you believe you can defeat me? Suyu sneered. Whether I can defeat you or not will be revealed once we and Appos V exchanged blows, Suemo replied calmly. His expression serene. Suemo and Appos' casual tone caused Suyu to furrow his brow. Despite his earlier display of confidence, he did not underestimate Suemo. He had witnessed Suemo's strength firsthand. Nevertheless, he remained confident in his own victory. In the Su family viewing area, the first elder cast a smug glance at Su Hong. Patriarch, your son is about to be eliminated. He is unlucky to have met you in the first round. First elder, are you so certain your son will prevail? Su Hong countered. Haha, is there any doubt? The first elder chuckled. While Suemo and Appos' strength is commendable, comparable to a 7th level chi refining martial artist, he is destined to lose against you and Appos. Since the first elder is so confident, let us wait and see, Su Hong replied. Unwilling to engage in further debate, he fixed his gaze on the platform, awaiting the outcome. Beneath the viewing platform, a complex gaze was similarly fixed on the arena. The source of this gaze was Liu Yushan. Liu Yushan had abandoned Suemo in favor of Su Yu, a decision driven by pragmatism. However, she had been astounded by the display of power Suemo had exhibited in his battle against Wei Liang. The Su family had always looked down on. Despite this, she did not regret her choice. While Suemo was formidable, his talent paled in comparison to Su Yu's. The battle between Suemo and Su Yu would serve as the ultimate validation of her decision. At that moment, the two combatants on the platform engaged. Huh! Su Yu roared, contorting his arms and body into peculiar poses, resembling a coiling serpent emanating an aura of chilling coldness. Suemo felt a sudden chill, as if he were the prey of a venomous snake. Heavens, it and Appos' actually the second-tier martial skill, and Appos, serpent and Appos' 9 transformations and Appos. A cry of recognition erupted from the Su family ranks. Suemo was taken aback. He had not expected Su Yu to have mastered a second-tier martial skill, and Appos, serpent and Appos' 9 transformations and Appos, was a low-grade second-tier martial skill exclusive to the Su family. Ordinary Su family juniors were not even eligible to learn it. Generally, only those who had attained the spirit martial realm were permitted to cultivate this technique. Is this your trump card? Suemo mused, shaking his head inwardly. He could not help but lament the family and Appos' unwavering dedication to nurturing Su Yu, even granting him access to a second-tier martial skill. Moreover, Su Yu and Appos' cultivation had reached the same level as his own, the peak of the 7th level of chi refining. Today marks the most significant day for the peerless Godmaster. I was so filled with excitement last night that sleep eluded me. And now my fingers tremble as I type. Truly, this day will determine the fate of this book. Since April, from the moment the first word of the peerless Godmaster graced a blank document, I have toiled late into the night, braving storms and power outages. Enduring business trips and illness, updates have always been imperative. I recall the days when I battled a fever of 39 degrees, typing with an ice pack clutched in my arms. Reflecting on those moments now brings a unique sense of nostalgia. The book is now live. Many friends and fellow readers may choose to part ways, and it saddens me deeply. Each one of you has accompanied me through countless days and nights. In those late hours, when drowsiness threatened to claim me, I would often glance at my phone, seeing your familiar names, which never failed to bring a smile to my face. Indeed, it is your presence that has brought the peerless Godmaster to this day. I remember when I first embarked on this journey. The peerless Godmaster did not receive much recognition initially. I will forever cherish the words of Editor Cat, urging me to update diligently. Thus, countless nights under dim lights found me gritting my teeth, persevering. There were times I would doze off at my computer, not for my sake, but for you. For every reader who has supported and believed in me. For you, a subscription may seem like mere pennies. A month's subscription could equal a snack or a pack of cigarettes. I, too, am a weary worker, recently dismissed from my job, not due to lack of effort, but for being caught typing during work hours too many times. My child is small and incredibly adorable. He is my entire world. My aspirations are modest. I only wish for him to have access to better formula and a quality kindergarten. The future of my life and my child and Appos' depends on this book. So I earnestly implore all of you to subscribe and support me. With the book and Appos' release, I pledge to work even harder. Abandoning this endeavor is absolutely out of the question. Such a betrayal to my readers, who have grown alongside me, is unfathomable. Expect 4 updates a day. This is my commitment to you. The brilliance of the peerless God Master will undoubtedly unfold after its launch. And Sumo's extraordinary life will soon shine. I apologize for my overwhelming excitement. I may have rambled. Yet, I trust you understand. And I promise to reflect on all of you once more in my concluding remarks. My heartfelt gratitude extends to the numerous supporters on the fan list. Though I cannot name each one, every name of those who stood by me will forever remain etched in my memory. Lastly, I sincerely hope that today, my readers will grant me their initial subscription. This is my most heartfelt request. I bow deeply. With love, from your devoted author, Longxia. Chapter 35. Targeting the weakest link as the foremost prodigy of the Su family, and the scion with the highest grade martial soul, Suyu was cultivated with unstinting dedication. Resources such as cultivation techniques, martial skills, and potent elixirs were supplied in abundance. If Suyu desired anything, the Su family would spare no effort to provide it. His innate talent, manifested in a 5th grade human-level martial soul, made him a prime candidate for preferential treatment. Consequently, Suyu had attained the 7th stage of qi refining in a remarkably short span of time. With his endowment, surpassing Su Tianhao was merely a matter of time. Yet, despite all this, Suyu's prowess remained insufficient in Sumo's eyes. Thwack! Suyu initiated the attack, launching himself at Sumo. His lithe physique moved with serpentine agility, achieving astonishing velocity. His fingers, akin to venomous fangs, pierced the air, striking towards Sumo and Appo's chest with blinding speed. Suyu and Appo's martial soul, the iron scale python, synergized exquisitely with his 9 venomous serpent transformations, amplifying its potency. In response, Sumo casually raised his fist, delivering a seemingly weightless blow. Rumble! A violent shockwave erupted, enveloping the ground in swirling dust. Suyu and Appo's initial assault proved futile. He circled Sumo, unleashing a barrage of fierce attacks. The sound of exploding true energy reverberated incessantly. Regardless of Suyu's relentless onslaught, Sumo effortlessly deflected each attack with his 9-fold surging waves fist. He didn't even bother to utilize his true energy. Relying solely on the strength of his physical form, Suyu and Appo's countenance darkened. Having executed 8 transformations of the venomous serpent, he was unable to inflict any damage upon Sumo. His opponent's strength exceeded his expectations. Well, devours serpent. Suyu roared, his hand morphing into a claw, resembling the maw of a venomous snake, lunging towards Sumo. This ends now, Sumo murmured. He subtly channeled his true energy, causing his aura to surge. His protracted engagement was merely to assess the 9 venomous serpent transformations. Its potency was indeed impressive, potentially enabling Suyu to contend with ordinary 8th stage qi refining martial artists. Boom! The fist collided with Suyu's claw, unleashing a torrent of energy that sent Suyu flying through the air like a kite with a severed string. He traced a graceful arc before landing beyond the platform. Sumo had carefully modulated his strength, ensuring that Suyu was merely ejected from the platform, unharmed. How? How is this possible? Suyu exclaimed, his expression aghast. You and Appo's, at the peak of the 7th stage of qi refining. Suyu was incredulous. He had Appo's expected Sumo to be at the same cultivation level as himself. Sumo and Appo's cultivation technique, a 3rd grade one, surpassed all others present. Furthermore, he had made no attempt to conceal his aura, making it difficult for others to discern his true cultivation level. From the Su family's viewing platform, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The peak of the 7th stage of qi refining. His cultivation speed is astonishing. Just over a month ago, he was at the peak of the 5th stage. Haha, excellent. That and Appo's, my son. Su Hong boomed, casting a triumphant glance towards the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's face flushed crimson, his features contorting in agitation. He had spared no expense in nurturing his son, Suyu, since his martial soul's awakening, expending countless resources. Yet, he had only just reached the peak of the 7th stage. How could Sumo, a mere waste with a 1st grade human-level martial soul, cultivate at a comparable pace? Moreover, Suyu was no match for him, even at the same cultivation level. Below the platform, Lu Yushan's face was ashen, her body trembling precariously. She bit her lip, her gaze fixed on the towering figure on the platform, consumed by remorse. From the surrounding platforms, murmurs of approval arose. Sumo's rise had engendered a degree of surprise. However, it was merely a fleeting interest. While his strength was noteworthy, he still lagged behind the elite scions of the three great families. Suemo wins, Linda announced, his voice resonating. The second round begins now. Number 1 versus number 2, number 3 versus number 4, and so on. Number 15 may choose any victorious opponent. Victory grants their position. The second round commenced. Su-hai, designated as number 1, ascended the platform. His opponent was number 2, a member of the Lin family from the city lord's estate. Despite being at the peak of the 8th stage of qi refining, the Lin family disciple was defeated by Su-hai in 3 moves. Su-hai's strength is truly formidable. Indeed, if Su Tianhao, Lin Xiao, and Wei Rufeng were to clash prematurely, one of them would be eliminated. Su-hai is guaranteed a spot in the top 3. This round is unlikely, but the next will undoubtedly feature some intense matchups. The audience buzzed with anticipation. In the subsequent matches, Lin Xiong, Su Tianhao, and Wei Rufeng displayed their overwhelming power, each defeating their opponents with a single move, eliciting gasps of admiration. Su Mei, the sole Su family member at the 8th stage of qi refining, faced a Wei family opponent of equal cultivation. After a fierce exchange spanning dozens of moves, Su Mei was defeated. After 7 matches, Suemo remained. Number 15. Ascend the platform. You may select any opponent. Victory grants you their place, Linda proclaimed. Suemo leaped onto the platform, his eyes scanning the assembly. A smirk crept across his face as he pointed downwards, declaring, "I choose him." All eyes followed his gesture, and a collective understanding dawned. Suemo had shrewdly targeted the weakest link. Sumo's chosen opponent was a handsome young man in silk robes, the young city lord, Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's cultivation had reached the early stages of the 7th stage of qi refining, but he had been fortunate enough to avoid formidable opponents in the first 2 rounds. Of the 7 victors, Lin Xiao was undoubtedly the weakest. Suemo and Apos' choice was deemed logical. Anyone in his position would have selected the weakest opponent. "You choose me?" Lin Xiao asked, his face darkening. He doubted his ability to defeat Suemo. Indeed, or does the young city lord lack confidence in his abilities and wish to concede? Does he not even possess the courage to face me? Suemo sneered, his tone laced with contempt. His intention was to provoke Lin Xiao into battle. Given the disparity in their strength, he feared that Lin Xiao might simply surrender. Suemo had not forgotten Lin Xiao's attempt to seize Sheer and his ambush. While he couldn't kill Lin Xiao at this juncture, he could certainly teach him a lesson. "You." Incensed by Suemo's disdain, Lin Xiao retorted, "Suemo, defeating me will not be as easy as you think." With that, Lin Xiao ascended the platform. Chapter 36. The Fiery Blade Technique. As Lin Xiao ascended the platform, a trace of mockery curled at the corner of Suemo and Apos' mouth. "Lin Xiao, your strength is not to be underestimated. It compels me to unleash my full power," he declared, his eyes gleaming with amusement as he spoke loudly. "Humph. Even if you employ all your might, do not expect to defeat me easily." Lin Xiao retorted with a cold scoff. "Is that so?" Suemo chuckled, raising his voice. "Then I shall indeed go all out. Strike, Lin Xiao!" With a fierce cry, Lin Xiao and Apos' expression turned grave. He refrained from idle chatter and channeled his true energy, launching a fierce attack. His palm enveloped by a formidable gust of wind aimed straight at Suemo. As Suemo observed the rapidly approaching palm, a glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. "How dare you covet Shio? Today, I shall make you pay a little interest." Clenching his fist tightly, he retaliated with a powerful punch, the blazing force surging forward with unstoppable momentum toward Lin Xiao. The strength of Suemo and Apos' punch surpassed that of his earlier blow that had defeated Suyu, being twice as potent. Regardless of whether Lin Xiao was weaker than Suyu or merely slightly stronger, he would surely suffer a severe blow from this strike. Crack. As anticipated, Lin Xiao was no match for Suemo. His arm shattered under the impact, and he was sent flying by the force of the punch. Letting out a wail as blood gushed forth, vivid crimson streaked the arena, leaving a trail of blood several meters long. He crashed heavily to the ground, gravely injured. Unable to rise for a long while, the entire venue fell silent, the atmosphere thick with disbelief as the spectators turned their incredulous gazes towards Suemo, their faces reflecting a mix of astonishment and confusion. From now on, let the remaining matches be conducted with restraint. Do not deliberately inflict harm. Violators shall face severe penalties. Lin Xing's earlier words echoed in their ears. Yet, here was Suemo having grievously wounded Lin Xiao. Was this not a blatant affront to the city lord? Goodness. Lin Xiao, I never imagined you to be so fragile. You couldn't and Apos' to withstand even a single punch. Suemo feigned surprise as he approached, saying with a hint of self-reproach, "It is my fault. Had I known you were this weak, I should have only used 10% of my strength." You cough cough. The gravely injured Lin Xiao, filled with fury, was about to speak when he was seized by another bout of violent coughing. He was acutely aware that Suemo had deliberately sought to harm him. Previously, when he had sent someone to eliminate Suemo, that person had vanished without a trace, their body never to be found. He knew that Suemo was well aware of his role in that incident and was now enacting revenge. Yet, despite knowing this, he could not voice it aloud. Now, not only had Suemo severely injured him, but his words were laced with humiliation, leaving Lin Xiao feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. His anger surged, causing fresh pain to radiate through his throat as his injuries worsened. Enough. At that moment, a furious shout erupted from the northern stands. Lin Xing and Apos' face was stormy, and with a resounding crack, he smashed the armrest of his chair. Suemo, how dare you unleash such ruthless force? Do you dismiss the words of the city lord as mere wind? Lin Shang's expression darkened, his anger palpable as he roared. Not only had Suemo disregarded his words, but he had also injured his son, igniting a fierce fire in his heart. My lord, I did not intend to cause harm. Suemo maintained a calm demeanor, explaining as you witnessed. I believed Lin Xiao to be formidable and intended to engage him in earnest. I did not anticipate his weakness, which led to my unintentional injury. You are truly heartless, and yet you dare to quibble? Lin Sheng and Apos' fury ignited further, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. City Lord, please do not be enraged. Su Hong interjected, his expression apologetic. Though my son has injured your esteemed son, it was not intentional, merely a momentary lapse. Everyone present can attest to this. I hope you can be magnanimous. Humph. Su Hong, you speak lightly, but it is not your son who is injured. Lin Sheng retorted coldly. My lord, the priority must be your son and Apos' well-being. Once the matches conclude, I will personally have Mo and Apos' apologize to your son, Su Hong stated with meticulous care, granting Lin Sheng face and providing him a way out. Lin Sheng, unable to press further, could only coldly command for Lin Xiao to be carried away. Now, let us commence the third round of combat. Lindo announced. There are 7 contestants remaining. We must eliminate 4 to determine the top 3 of this competition. You will draw lots again. There are 7 bamboo slips. The first fights the second, the third battles the fourth, the fifth faces the sixth, and the 7th may choose any opponent. Linda presented several bamboo slips once more. Suemo and the others took turns drawing. This time, Suemo drew number 6. Once everyone had drawn, Linda proclaimed loudly, the third round of combat begins now, with contestants 1 and 2 stepping onto the stage. Contestant 1 is Lin Xiong, and his opponent is also a member of the Lin family. I concede. The Lin family contestant sighed in resignation. He had hoped that by some stroke of luck he might face Suemo in this round, thus securing a spot in the top 3. Alas, fate had other plans. If he were to face anyone else, even in defeat, he would fight. However, facing Lin Xiong, a fellow member of the city lord's household, there was no need for another battle. Contestants 3 and 4 ascended the stage. Contestant 3 was Wei Ruffing, while contestant 4 was Su Hai. Su Hai, you are no match for me, Wei Ruffing declared haughtily as he stepped onto the platform, looking down upon Su Hai. Is that so? Strength is not determined by mere words. Su Hai replied resolutely. Humph, stubborn fool, I shall show you the chasm between us. Wei Ruffing sneered. You have the privilege to witness the flame blade technique of the Liang sect. Su Hai's brow furrowed as he glanced at Wei Ruffing. Then unleash your blade. Wei Ruffing raised his right hand, causing scorching air to swirl around his palm, transforming it into a blazing implement, flickering with faint flames. For you, a hand blade suffices. He smirked, and with a swift movement, he leapt into the air. Prepare to be defeated. As Wei Ruffing soared above, his arm moved in a flurry, unleashing a series of slashes, each blade's shadow aiming directly at Su Hai. The air split as the blade energy cut through, layering upon itself, the searing heat distorting the very fabric of space. Wei Ruffing's technique was undeniably formidable. Even a peak 8th level practitioner of chi refinement would be swiftly vanquished by such an attack. Arrogance! Shatter! Wei Ruffing and Apos' contempt ignited Su Hai and Apos' fury, and he retaliated with fists like cannonballs, shattering the onslaught of blade energy. The arena erupted in a cacophony of explosions, the forceful energy swirling chaotically, blazing flame in the sky. Taking advantage of the chaos, Wei Ruffeng closed in on Su Hai, striking down with a fierce blade, the flames licking at Su Hai and Amp, Appo's skin, searing him with pain before the attack even landed. Impressive. The might of Wei Ruffeng pressed heavily upon Su Hai. Thunderclap fist, channeling all his strength. Su Hai met Wei Ruffeng and Amp, Appo's assault head-on. Bang! The clash of fist and blade sent Su Hai staggering back several paces. Yield! Wei Ruffeng shouted, leaping forward to deliver a trio of slashes. Triple flame slash. 3 unparalleled arcs of light tore through the air, each blow more powerful than the last, descending upon Su Hai with unrelenting ferocity. Su Hai's pupils constricted, an overwhelming sense of danger flooding his senses. Thunderous might. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his most potent technique, his fist striking like lightning, echoing with the sound of thunder. Chapter 37. The top 3 with all his might. Su Hai braced himself against the 3 strikes that came at him. Boom, boom, boom. After deflecting the first strike, Su Hai felt a violent tremor throughout his body. The second strike forced him to retreat 5 steps. By the third strike, he was sent sliding 10 meters away, landing beneath the arena. Defeated, Su Hai, at the initial stage of the 9th level of Qi refinement, was vanquished by Wei Ruffeng in 3 blows. The flame blade technique of the Blaze Sun sect was indeed as formidable as its reputation suggested. This technique was a pinnacle among the mid-grade 2nd-level blade techniques, and its power was naturally immense. Given Wei Ruffeng's prowess, it was likely that even Su Tianhao and Lin Qiong would struggle against him. The spectators were astounded. Wei Ruffeng and Appo's strength was remarkably overwhelming, able to crush Su Hai without even wielding a blade. On the Wei family's viewing platform, Wei Wunkong wore a broad smile, brimming with confidence. Su Hai, to withstand 3 of my strikes, you and Appo's demonstrated considerable ability, Wei Ruffeng declared with an air of arrogance. Then turned his gaze towards Lin Qiong and Su Tianhao below the arena, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Wei Ruffeng wins. Contestants number 5 and 6, step forward, announced Linda. Su Mo ascended the stage, facing his opponent, Wei Kuan, a disciple of the Wei family, a mere waste at the 7th level of Qi refinement. He dared to aspire for a spot among the top 3? Wei Kuan sneered coldly. I'll give you 10 breaths to roll off the stage. Wei Kuan's words were domineering, sharp, and incredibly arrogant, as if Su Mo were nothing more than clay to be molded at his whim. Su Mo chuckled, scrutinizing his opponent as if he were a fool. What are you laughing at? Wei Kuan retorted coldly. Do you wish to challenge me? Just a mere 8th level Qi refinement cultivator, and you act so high and mighty. It and Appo's. It's clear that all members of the Wei family share the same arrogance, Su Mo mocked. Mere? Wei Kuan was taken aback for a moment. Then a glint of menace flickered in his eyes. Indeed, ignorance breeds audacity. The 10 breaths have passed. Even if you wish to concede, I shall not grant you the opportunity. With that, a surge of overwhelming energy erupted from Wei Kuan as he slightly turned his body. Lifting his right leg, boundless true energy surged into his leg. In the next instant, Wei Kuan lunged forward like a cheetah, leaping high into the air, his leg sweeping downwards. Mountain-shattering leg technique. 1 kick to shake the mountains. Wei Kuan and Appo's leg descended with tremendous force, akin to a mountain and Appo's weight, stirring up a tempestuous wind. Su Mo and Appo's garments fluttered in the gale, yet he remained steadfast. Soon after, the powerful leg struck Su Mo. This is bad. Wei Kuan and Appo's heart sank. For all he hit was an afterimage. That kick was quite good. Too bad your attack speed is too slow. Su Mo and Appo's voice echoed from behind Wei Kuan, accompanied by the force of a thunderous punch. With no time to spare, Wei Kuan swept his leg backward as soon as he landed. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted as the punch and Appo's wind dissipated, shattering Wei Kuan and Appo's leg strike. He staggered back 5 steps, astonished. The crowd was left in shock. Su Mo had actually repelled Wei Kuan. How could Su Mo be so strong? Wei Kuan was at the pinnacle of the 8th level of Qi refinement. The spectators clearly hadn't and Appo's anticipated this. Though Su Mo had previously fought above his level, that was during his 5th level of Qi refinement. As one ascended, the disparities between realms grew wider, making it increasingly difficult to fight beyond one's level. Could it be that Su Mo was such a prodigy, still capable of surpassing his limits? The crowd pondered. Moreover, Su Mo and Appo's swordsmanship was exceptional, and yet he hadn't even drawn his sword. This is impossible. Wei Kuan's expression darkened, and he shouted, "How can you be so strong? It's truly laughable. Are you saying that only others can be weaker than you, while you refuse to accept anyone stronger?" Suemo found himself speechless. "I don't and oppose. Believe you can defeat me," Wei Kuan bellowed, charging at Suemo once more. His arms spread wide like a great rock taking flight, his long, powerful legs executing a series of rapid kicks. Thunderous leg technique. Swish, swish, swish. Countless leg shadows surge forth like a tidal wave, the fierce leg strikes sweeping through the air with overwhelming force. "I have no time to play with you," Suemo coldly retorted, channeling 30% of his strength. His fists moved like the relentless flow of a great river, unceasing. In an instant, the barrage of leg shadows shattered, and Suemo darted through the chaotic air currents, landing a punch squarely on Wei Kuan and Appo's foot. Thud! Wei Kuan was sent soaring into the air, crashing down beneath the arena. Suemo turned and descended from the stage. "Well done, a beautiful victory," Su Hong exclaimed, elated. She and Appo's stood behind Su Hong, her face beaming with joy as she silently celebrated Suemo and Appo's triumph. Wei Wongkong and Appo's expression soured. Casting a glance at his son before regaining his composure, defeating Wei Kuan was insignificant. When confronted with Wei Rufeng, a dismal defeat awaited. "Suemo wins," Linda declared. Continuing, "Su Tianhao, you may choose any opponent. Should you win, you will take their place among the top 3. Su Tianhao, contestant number 7, ascended the stage. Surveying the remaining contenders below, Lin Xiong, Suemo, and Wei Rufeng. "Lin Xiong, let us duel." After a moment of contemplation, Su Tianhao chose Lin Xiong. Wei Rufeng's aura was too overwhelming. Su Tianhao resolved to face him last. As for Suemo, he deemed him unworthy of a challenge, thus selecting Lin Xiong. Su Tianhao has chosen Lin Xiong. Regardless of the outcome, one of them will be eliminated, securing Suemo's position in the top 3. The crowd murmured, acknowledging Suemo and Appo's good fortune in avoiding a confrontation with a 9th-level Qi refinement opponent. Indeed, even Su Hai, at the 9th level of Qi refinement, had been eliminated. And here was Suemo, advancing to the final rounds. The spectators secretly admired Suemo's luck. Clad in blue, Lin Xiong stepped gracefully onto the arena. "Su Tianhao, I have long awaited this battle." She smiled slightly. "So have I?" Su Tianhao nodded. "Then let us begin." With that, a brilliant yellow light erupted from behind him, and a colossal stone phantom appeared. Rock Martial Soul. Su Tianhao's martial soul glimmered with 4 yellow rings, signifying it was a peak human-level 4th-tier martial soul. In Linyang City, among the younger generation, a human-level 4th-tier martial soul was already considered elite, with only Su Yu possessing a human-level 5th-tier martial soul. Facing Lin Xiong, Su Tianhao dared not underestimate her and immediately unleashed his martial soul. The power of a martial soul greatly enhances a warrior's strength, with higher-tier souls providing even greater boosts. Lin Xiong also summoned her martial soul, a black iron longsword, sharp and cold, equally a human-level 4th tier. Water sword technique. With a sharp sound, Lin Xiong drew her sword and struck first. The long sword sliced through the air, condensing a substantial amount of moisture, transforming it into razor-sharp blades that cut through the void. "This technique is ineffective against me." Su Tianhao's calm voice echoed as a torrent of true energy surged forth, enveloping him completely in the phantom of his martial soul. Clang, clang, clang. The sword light struck Su Tianhao, shattering against his formidable defense. The rock martial soul provided unparalleled protection. Chapter 38. The mighty Wei Rufeng. The rock martial soul bestowed upon Su Tianhao an exceptional level of defense. It could be asserted that individuals of slightly inferior strength could scarcely breach his defenses. Lin Xiong chuckled softly. This maneuver was merely a test, as she clearly did not anticipate breaking through Su Tianhao's defenses with a single strike. Whoosh! Lin Xiong moved once more, her body darting swiftly. And with a flourish of her long sword, a slender beam of sword light sliced through the air, akin to ripples upon water, reaching Su Tianhao in the blink of an eye. "Come forth, Stone Fist!" Su Tianhao cried out, advancing rather than retreating, and with a powerful strike. His iron fist shattered the sword light. He then stepped forward to meet Lin Xiong, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches. Boom, boom, boom. The shadows of their fists danced wildly, while sword energy crisscrossed, resulting in continuous explosions that stirred the air like a tempest. The two exchanged blows with unparalleled intensity, 10 strikes, 50 strikes, 100 strikes. Before long, they had engaged in 100 exchanges, yet neither had emerged victorious. Remarkable, truly remarkable. This was the essence of a contest between formidable opponents. Their strengths were nearly matched, making it arduous to determine a victor in such a brief span. Each was a contender for the championship. The onlookers expressed their admiration, reveling in the spectacle. Su Tianhao is about to be defeated. Suemo shook his head in quiet contemplation. He was uncertain how others perceived the match, but in his eyes, Su Tianhao would surely fall within 20 exchanges. As the battle progressed, Lin Xiong grew increasingly resolute, her momentum surging. In contrast, Su Tianhao gradually found himself relying solely on his formidable defense to withstand her onslaught. While Su Tianhao's defense was indeed powerful, Lin Xiong's sword bore an even greater offensive capability, sufficient to penetrate his barriers. As expected, after several exchanges, Su Tianhao began to falter, and soon he bore the marks of battle, with several sword scars marring his form. Su Tianhao, you have been defeated, Lin Xiong declared, her voice ringing out as her dazzling sword light pierced the void, striking his shoulder. Ugh, Su Tianhao grunted, retreating abruptly. A hole had been punctured in his shoulder by the long sword, blood flowing profusely. The crowd fell silent. Ultimately, Su Tianhao had succumbed to Lin Xiong. Lin Xiong, one day, I shall surely best you. Su Tianhao felt a pang of disappointment, but quickly composed himself. Whenever you wish. As Su Tianhao descended from the arena, Lin Xiong and Appo's gaze swept over the spectators. Catching a glimpse of Suemo, a glint of cold light flickered in her eyes. But she soon turned her gaze to Wei Rufeng, her fighting spirit ablaze. Wei Rufeng, do not waste time. Ascend and duel me. Let us ascertain who truly reigns as the foremost in Linyang City. With the momentum of her victory over Su Tianhao, Lin Xiong extended a direct challenge to Wei Rufeng. If she were to vanquish him, she would claim the title of champion. As for Suemo, he was of little concern to her. However, since he had harmed her brother, she would not let that transgression go unpunished. After facing Wei Rufeng, she would ensure Suemo paid the price. Haha, Lin Xiong, I do not wish to take advantage of you. Rest for a moment, recover your true energy, and then we shall battle. Wei Rufeng laughed heartily, turning his gaze to Suemo, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Suemo, it is our turn to clash. Suemo responded with a cold smile, ready to ascend the stage, but Lin Xiong interjected. Wei Rufeng, I require no rest. Lin Xiong declared, swallowing a pill. If we are to fight, then let us do so without further ado. Wei Rufeng's expression darkened as he retorted, Very well, Lin Xiong. Since you are so eager, I shall oblige. With that, Wei Rufeng stepped onto the arena. This time, he bore a hefty black longsword upon his back, ancient and formidable. Clang! The longsword was drawn, and Wei Rufeng's aura surged. Lin Xiong, let us see whether your water sword technique is superior or if my blazing flame blade technique prevails. Flames erupted overhead. Wei Rufeng ceased his words and launched into action. With a sweeping motion of his longsword, a deluge of blade light cascaded like flames, charging towards Lin Xiong as if a rain of fire had begun to fall. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Xiong wielded her longsword, conjuring a curtain of sword energy. The encroaching blade light was obliterated, unable to advance an inch. Flames engulfed the city. After his initial strike bore no fruit, Wei Rufeng attacked again. The blade light blazed fiercely, as if aflame, instantly evaporating the moisture in the air. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The blade light surged forward, distorting the very air around it. Lin Xiong remained unfazed, her longsword quivering as she deftly countered the onslaught of blade light. Haha, exhilarating. Come, receive 3 more strikes. At this moment, Wei Rufeng had reached Lin Xiong's front, bellowing as he unleashed 3 furious slashes, the black longsword wielded with an overwhelming force. Flaming tri-slash. Wei Rufeng's attacks were ferocious, each strike following the last without pause. Though Lin Xiong was a woman, her swordsmanship was equally formidable and fierce, rivaling Wei Rufeng's prowess. Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, she had parried Wei Rufeng's blade light. Receive 5 more strikes. Wei Rufeng declared boldly, his longsword swinging like a wild stallion. The crimson blade light rampaging forth, spreading like wildfire. Ding, 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 ding. In an instant, the arena was shrouded in a tempest of blade light and sword energy, the figures of the combatants obscured and untraceable. Swish, swish. Moments later, 2 figures were sent flying backward, standing several meters apart. At this juncture, the arena lay in ruins, scarred by both sword and blade. The crowd fixated on the two, uncertain if a victor had emerged. Just then, Lin Xiong staggered, a small trickle of blood escaping from her lips. The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. Had Lin Xiong been defeated? Lin Xiong, you have fallen. Wei Ruffing and Appos' face broke into a triumphant smile, an aura of invincibility radiating from him. Lin Xiong clenched her silver teeth, finally exhaling a sigh of resignation. Wei Ruffing, you are indeed powerful, deserving of the title of the foremost among the younger generation of Linyang City. With those words, Lin Xiong gracefully descended from the stage. A raucous laughter erupted from the stands as Wei Wankong rose, his face alight with joy. Ruffeng, my son, congratulations on claiming victory in this contest. This is both strength and honor. I am proud of you. Wei Wankong felt an immense sense of satisfaction, surveying the crowd with pride. His son had secured first place. And as a father, he basked in the glory. Congratulations, Master Wei. You have raised an exceptional son. Truly remarkable. Congratulations, Master Wei. From the stands, members of various minor factions rose to offer their congratulations to Wei Wankong. I hereby declare, the champion of this Linyang City contest is Wei Ruffeng, Linda announced loudly. Hee. Wei Ruffeng beamed, exuding confidence. Suemo furrowed his brow. Wei Ruffeng is first? I believe I have yet to compete. Cough, cough. Suemo cleared his throat to draw the attention of the crowd. First place? Wei Ruffeng? Have you all gone mad? Suemo turned to Linda, speaking with indifference. I have yet to compete. Chapter 39. The whole arena shook as Suemo and Appos' words fell. An eerie silence enveloped the arena, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Many spectators wore expressions of intrigue as they observed Suemo, wondering if he truly intended to challenge Wei Ruffeng once more. Did he believe he could triumph over him? Suemo, what significance does this hold for you? Linda's countenance darkened as he remarked. Wei Ruffeng is already the champion. Any further duel with him would merely be a formality. Oh, until the victor is determined. How can you claim Wei Ruffeng is the champion? Suemo scoffed, non-committally shrugging his shoulders. According to the rules of the competition, each of the top 3 must face one another to establish their rankings. Thus far, only one battle had transpired. Wei Ruffeng's victory over Lin Xiong did not warrant his declaration as the number 1. What absurdity! The crowd was taken aback. For Sumo's demeanor suggested he genuinely believed he possessed the strength to contend with Wei Ruffeng. Linda frowned, visibly displeased. Chief Lin, I was destined to face him in the finals. Since he desires battle, I shall oblige. Wei Ruffeng's eyes sparkled with amusement as he gazed at Suemo, his expression replete with mockery. I will reduce you to a pitiful state. I fear you may surrender before the contest even begins. Rest assured, the word surrender does not exist in my lexicon, Suemo declared resolutely. Wei Ruffeng chuckled ominously. He reveled in Sumo's defiance. As long as Suemo refused to concede, he could continue his assault without restraint, and even if he were to severely injure his opponent, no one could reproach him. But what if you choose to surrender? Suemo countered, feigning ignorance of Wei Ruffeng and Appos' intentions. Wei Ruffeng was momentarily taken aback, then burst into incredulous laughter. Surrender? Huh. That is the most ludicrous jest I've heard in my lifetime. Very well, let us engage in combat. Ascending the platform, Suemo fixed his gaze upon Wei Ruffeng. This audacious youth truly overestimated his capabilities. Having merely defeated Wei Kuan, who was at the 8th level of Qi refinement, he seemed to be riding an inflated sense of confidence. It was likely he could not withstand even 3 of Wei Ruffeng's strikes. No one harbored faith in Suemo. They unanimously deemed him no match for Wei Ruffeng. Even Su Hong, seated among the spectators, wore a mask of concern. Despite Sumo's repeated displays of prowess, he remained skeptical of Sumo's ability to best Wei Ruffeng. Amidst the crowd, perhaps only Sheer held unwavering confidence in Suemo, a testament to her blind admiration. With a sharp metallic sound, Suemo drew his long sword, his aura shifting dramatically. His gaze became as piercing as the blade itself, emanating waves of sharp energy. Seeing Suemo and Appos' imposing presence, Wei Ruffeng was momentarily startled, but that was the extent of his reaction. Flash! Wei Ruffeng bellowed, raising his long knife high above. A brilliant crimson glow coalescing upon its blade before he unleashed a strike towards Suemo. A searing flash of blade light shot forth, scorching the very air. Swish! With a flick of his wrist, Suemo thrust his sword, executing 3 rapid jabs. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed as the knife and amp, Apos, S brilliance was obliterated before it could even approach Su Mo, sending ripples of energy cascading outward. Submit to defeat. Wei Rufeng surged forward, seizing the moment when Su Mo shattered the knife's glow, advancing directly before him. Triple flame slash. Swish, swish, swish. The weighty blade tore through the air with a haunting wail, the intense heat igniting the atmosphere itself. Su Mo is about to falter, murmured the crowd, recalling how Su Hai had succumbed to this very technique. If he could not withstand it, how could Su Mo? Windswept clouds. Su Mo and amp, Apos, S expression remained serene, a torrent of energy surging into his long sword. The blade and amp, Apos, S radiance intensified as he swung, conjuring a tempest of sharp light that swept across the arena. Boom! The clash of blades erupted, energies colliding with explosive force. Su Mo's hair danced wildly, his garments fluttering, yet he remained steadfast. What? He withstood it. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief, gazing at the calm-faced youth. Impressive strength. No wonder he is so arrogant. Wei Rufeng's eyes narrowed as he growled. But it is merely a desperate struggle. Brace yourself for my 9 strikes. With that, Wei Rufeng soared into the air, gripping his knife with both hands, and struck down with ferocity. 9th flame slash. 9 arcs of fiery blade energy erupted forth, intertwining to form a colossal web of destruction, looming ominously over the arena. Break! Facing the vast network of blades, Su Mo shouted, advancing rather than retreating, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. His sword danced with unrestrained fury, merging with the tempest, like a gale sweeping through the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. With each step, the air reverberated as Wei Rufeng staggered back, his arms trembling from the relentless force. His blood surging wildly. He roared in frustration. What? Wei Rufeng is being overwhelmed by Su Mo. How is this possible? Su Mo and amp, Apos, S strength is astonishing. The crowd was in turmoil. Su Mo's attacks became increasingly ferocious, each strike faster than the last, his blade cutting through the air like a whirlwind. Razor wind. Windswept clouds. Gale piercing the sky. Ugh. Wei Rufeng grunted, stumbling backward several paces, his anger flaring as he lifted his gaze, only to find a blinding flash before him. A blade light. A light so sharp it was unmatched. Before he could react, the sword light was upon him. Divine wind's annihilation. Wei Rufeng's body was suddenly enveloped in a bristling array of sweat-soaked hairs as he attempted to wield his sword for defense. However, the blade and Apos' radiance was simply too swift. As his weapon was barely lifted, the gleaming edge struck fiercely at his abdomen. With a piercing sound, blood gushed forth as Wei Rufeng was instantly sent flying. A heart-wrenching scream echoed, resonating through the arena as he crashed heavily onto the battle platform. My Dantian. My cultivation. On the ground, Wei Rufeng appeared to have lost his sanity, his lower abdomen torn open, and his internal chi surged forth like a torrential flood, uncontrollably spilling out. Su Mo, having sheathed his sword, stood motionless, coldly observing his opponent. Had he not hastily retracted 80% of his strength at the last moment during that final strike, God Wind and amp, Apos' absolute kill, Wei Rufeng would have surely met his demise. The entire training ground fell into a profound silence, an eerie stillness prevailing. All eyes widened in disbelief. No one had anticipated Su Mo's overwhelming prowess, decisively defeating Wei Rufeng with his peak cultivation at the 7th level of chi refinement. The crowd could not help but recall Su Mo and amp, Apos' previous words. I have yet to compete. The outcome is not determined. How can you proclaim Wei Rufeng as the champion? It became evident that Su Mo and Apos' confidence was not mere arrogance, but rather a reflection of his genuine capabilities. Wei Rufeng. A resounding shout suddenly erupted from the stands, jolting everyone back to reality. Wei Wangkong rushed down from the platform, reaching his son's side, and upon seeing Wei Rufeng's Dantian shattered and his cultivation destroyed, he trembled violently. You wretched creature. You seek death. Wei Wangkong and Apos' eyes turned crimson with rage as he unleashed a palm strike towards Su Mo. A colossal handprint, imbued with tremendous force, swiftly bore down upon Su Mo. Chapter 40. The Imperial Xian Palace. Wei Wangkong's visage contorted in a grotesque mask of fury, his inner rage erupting like a tempest. He had borne witness to the crippling of both his sons. Wei Lin, rendered a cripple by Su Mo 3 months prior, and now Wei Rufeng, his gifted heir. stripped of his cultivation by the same hand. Such devastation ignited a primal wrath within him. His eyes, bloodshot and inflamed, radiated a palpable aura of murderous intent. Without hesitation, he unleashed a palm strike, determined to obliterate Su Mo from existence. The colossal palm imprint, imbued with unbridled malice, hurtled towards Su Mo. Even before impact, the sheer force of its oppressive aura paralyzed Su Mo, rendering him incapable of evasion. Wei Wankong, a formidable cultivator at the fourth peak of the spiritual martial realm, dwarfed Su Mo in power by a factor of tenfold. Just as the lethal palm neared its mark, Su Hong and Apos, as towering figure materialized upon the battle platform, interposing himself between Su Mo and the impending doom. Wei Wankong, you court death, Su Hong bellowed, unleashing a devastating punch that shattered the palm imprint and sent Wei Wankong reeling off the platform. Poof! Wei Wankong spat a mouthful of crimson, landing heavily below, his expression shifting to one of shock and disbelief as he beheld Su Hong. Su Hong, your cultivation, it has ascended to the 5th level of the spiritual martial realm? Su Hong's gaze flashed with lethal intent as he retorted, indeed, Wei Wankong. If you possess a death wish, I shall gladly grant it today. You. Wei Wankong's face flushed crimson with suppressed rage. Casting a venomous glance at Su Mo, he gnashed his teeth in impotent fury, forced to swallow his pride. He had not anticipated Su Hong and Apos' advancement to the 5th level of the spiritual martial realm, a power he could not presently contend with. With a deep, steadying breath, Wei Wankong subdued his seething anger and signaled for his attendants to escort the incapacitated Wei Rufeng from the arena. He would bide his time, plotting his vengeance for a later date. Su Hong's formidable strength sent ripples of astonishment through the assembled crowd. Within the Su family ranks, Elder Su Yu's eyes glinted with a complex mixture of emotions. He had long considered his power on par with Su Hong's, and with a prodigious son of his own, he had envisioned gradually eroding Su Hong's influence within the clan, ultimately usurping his position. But now, his son had fallen to Su Mo, and Su Hong had far surpassed him in martial prowess. City Lord Lin Sheng, observing from his elevated seat, furrowed his brow in quiet contemplation, lamenting the ascendant power of the Su family. Su Mo emerges victorious, Linda announced, his gaze lingering on Su Mo with a strange mixture of awe and apprehension. Turning to Lin Xiong, Linda inquired, Miss, do you still desire to engage Su Mo in combat? Per the established rules, Lin Xiong and Su Mo were slated for one final duel to determine the ultimate victor of the tournament. However, Lin Xiong had previously succumbed to Wei Rufeng, who in turn had been vanquished by Su Mo. With Su Mo and Apos' dominance firmly established, his victory was all but assured. Lin Xiong and Apos' gaze drifted towards Su Mo, her heart a tumultuous sea of conflicting emotions. She had previously dismissed Su Mo as an insignificant opponent, even planning to humiliate him in battle as retribution for her brother's humiliation. Yet, he had concealed his true strength, surpassing her own by a considerable margin. I concede, Lin Xiong uttered, her voice tinged with resignation. Linda nodded in acknowledgement, Lin Xiong's concession aligning with his expectations. Therefore, I now proclaim the results of this martial contest, he announced, his voice resonating throughout the arena. First place, Su Mo. Second place, Wei Rufeng. Third place, Lin Xiong. A wave of jubilant cheers erupted from the crowd, with many young women unabashedly expressing their admiration for the victor. Brother Su Mo, congratulations, Xier exclaimed, approaching Su Mo with a radiant smile. Haha. Su Mo responded with a hearty laugh, playfully tapping Xier and Apos' delicate nose. The youthful pair, their faces alight with joy, presented a captivating tableau that drew admiring sighs from the onlookers. A prodigious young man and a captivating young woman, a match made in heaven, inspiring envy in all who beheld them. Subsequently, City Lord Lin Shen bestowed the promised rewards upon Su Mo, Wei Rufeng, and Lin Xiong. As the victor, Su Mo received not only a yuan enhancement pill, but also a venerable, century-old blood ginseng. Wei Rufeng and Lin Xiong were also presented with substantial prizes. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I hereby declare the Linyang City Martial Contest concluded, Lin Xiong announced, rising from his seat. As the crowd began to disperse, Su Mo, hand in hand with Xier, prepared to depart, his face beaming with triumph. Suddenly, an unforeseen event unfolded. The tranquil sky transformed into a maelstrom of swirling clouds. Crack! A sound akin to shattering glass echoed through the air. Then, before the disbelieving eyes of the crowd, a fissure rent the heavens asunder. The fissure rapidly widened, spanning several meters in mere moments, revealing an abyss of formless darkness. The assembled throng stood dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. What manner of phenomenon was this? A massive fissure tearing through the very fabric of reality? Had the sky itself been shattered? Such an occurrence defied all precedent. In that moment, the crowd's eyes widened once more, their gazes riveted upon the sky, their hearts pounding with trepidation. From the celestial rupture, two figures emerged, a gaunt, gray-robed elder and a handsome young man clad in ornate brocade. As they descended from the fissure, an aura of immeasurable power emanated from them, washing over Linyang City. Under the weight of this oppressive force, the crowd was rendered immobile, their hearts threatening to burst from their chests. The elder and the youth, their eyes gleaming like lightning, surveyed the crowd below. Wherever their gazes fell, tremors of fear ran through the onlookers. These two individuals were undeniably powerful. Suemo felt his breath catch in his throat as their eyes swept over him. Fortunately, their attention was fleeting. Soon, their gazes settled upon heir, standing beside Suemo. In that instant, the oppressive aura that had blanketed the city dissipated, replaced by a gentle warmth. The elder and Apos' eyes twinkled with delight, while the youth and Apos' gaze held a trace of admiration. "Young mistress, we have finally found you," the elder declared, his voice filled with gentle reassurance. With graceful movements, the elder and the youth descended from the sky, landing upon the battle platform. "Young mistress?" Sumo's heart skipped a beat as he absorbed the implications of the elder's words. Heir's brow furrowed in confusion as she regarded the elder. The elder smiled kindly, offering an explanation. "Young mistress, you are the daughter of the Imperial Xian Palace's master, lost for many years. We have come to escort you home." The elder, known as the 13th elder of the Imperial Xian Palace, had been dispatched by the palace master to retrieve his long-lost daughter. The Imperial Xian Palace? The crowd exchanged perplexed glances. Though unfamiliar with the name, they surmised that it must be a force of extraordinary power. "How do you know I am your palace master's daughter?" Heir asked, her voice tinged with apprehension. Though she posed the question, a part of her already believed the elder's words. She was an orphan, her parentage unknown to most, and the jade pendant she had worn since childhood bore the symbol Xian. "Young mistress, over a decade ago, the palace master was embroiled in a struggle for supremacy within the Imperial Xian Palace. At that time, you were but an infant. The palace master's adversaries sought to exploit you to gain leverage and attempted to harm you. Loyal subordinates managed to protect you and facilitate your escape. But you were pursued relentlessly, your fate unknown." The 13th elder patiently recounted the events of the past. "Young mistress, have you been unable to awaken your martial soul? That is because a soul-sealing imprint was placed within you. You must have awakened your martial soul just a few days ago. It is precisely because we sensed the fluctuations of the soul-sealing mark within the young lady that we were able to locate her. Junior sister, now, you should return with us to the central continent. This desolate place is not where you belong." Beside Elder 13, a handsome youth clad in a resplendent robe spoke with a warm smile. This individual, known as Shangwan Hao, is a direct disciple of the master of the Imperial Xian Palace, which is why he addresses heir as junior sister. Shangwan Hao's gaze scrutinized the young girl before him. Filled with admiration, heir and Apos' exquisite beauty sparked a brilliance in his eyes. Even as the esteemed holy son of the Imperial Xian Palace, he seldom encountered such a stunning woman. Upon hearing his words, heir furrowed her delicate brows, feeling a twinge of anxiety. She glanced at Suemo beside her and resolutely declared, "I'm sorry, but I will not go with you. I am living quite well here." Elder 13 and Shangwan Hao were taken aback by her response. And then they noticed heir and Apos' hand tightly clasped with that of the young man beside her. Shangwan Hao and Apos' expression darkened instantly, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Junior sister, is your reluctance to return due to this native?" Shangwan Hao inquired, casting a disdainful glance at Suemo, exuding an air of superiority. Chapter 41. The golden scales transform into a dragon. Upon hearing Shangwan Hao's words, Xia immediately felt a chill wash over her delicate face. I won't allow you to speak of Suemo like that." Anger flickered in her eyes. She held disdain for anyone who insulted Suemo. Shangwan Hao raised his eyebrows in surprise, not expecting Xio to care so much for this native. "Miss, we are under the orders of the palace master to escort you back to the palace. Regardless of your wishes, we will take you with us," declared Elder 13. With the palace master and Apos' command, Even if she and Amp, oppose, or resisted, he would forcibly bring her back. Sumo, brother. She and Amp, oppose, or anxiously turned to Sumo, Don and Amp, oppose, worry, she and Amp, oppose, Sumo reassured her, placing a comforting hand on hers. As long as I'm here, no one can take you away. He felt joy for Sheer in finding her family. If she wished to return to her loved ones, he would not stand in her way. However, since she did not want to go back, he could not allow her to be taken. With you here? A lowly ant dares to speak so boldly. Shang Wanhao coldly retorted, suddenly stomping his foot and unleashing a wave of energy that struck Sumo instantly. Poof! Blood spewed from Sumo's mouth as he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Sumo, brother. Xia gasped in shock, rushing to help him up. Moer. Su Hong's fury flared as he glared at Shang Wanhao, demanding, "What do you mean by this? An ant has no right to speak to me." Shang Wanhao dismissed Su Hong without a glance. With a flick of his sleeve, Su Hong felt a tremendous force strike him, staggering him back several steps and causing blood to trickle from his mouth. What? Su Hong was horrified, a storm of disbelief rising in his heart. How could he be so strong? This young man appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years old, yet he could effortlessly injure him. Shang Wanhao exuded arrogance and dominance. In his eyes, Su Hong and the others were mere country bumpkins, unworthy of his attention. Sumo clenched his fists tightly, fury boiling within him at the audacity of this man. Nevertheless, he refrained from recklessly confronting him. Aware of the vast disparity in their strengths and mindful of the elder who seemed even more formidable. Enough, holy son. Let us not waste time. The palace master awaits our return. Elder 13 addressed Shang Wanhao before turning to Shi and Oppos. Miss, I apologize, but we must return to the Emperor and Oppos' palace. With that, Elder 13 waved his hand, and a gust of wind swept Shi and Oppos at his side. Shi and Oppos, Sumo exclaimed in alarm, instinctively moving forward. However, a terrifying pressure descended upon him, making him feel as though a mountain was pressing down, rendering him unable to take a single step. Let me go. Let me go. Sheer cried in anger, struggling against her restraints, but she could not break free. Miss, what do you intend to do? Elder 13 asked with a stern expression. If not for her being the palace master's daughter, he would have taken her away without hesitation. I won't go with you. I want to be with Sumo. Shio declared defiantly. Elder 13 furrowed his brow, glancing at Sumo before shaking his head. You can never be together. Why? Shio questioned. Because you are from two entirely different worlds. Elder 13 replied indifferently. He is merely a commoner, like a carp in a pond, destined to live in that confined space and never see the vast world outside. You, on the other hand, will return to the Emperor's palace and become a bird soaring in the sky, flying farther and farther away. Do you understand? The greatest distance in the world is that between a bird and a fish. Shio was taken aback but resolutely shook her head. I don't need to understand. I just want to be with Sumo. At her words, Sumo's heart quivered. He was moved by the depth of her feelings for him. Elder 13 and Oppos' expression turned icy. Miss, I advise you to forget him. If the palace master learns of this, not only he, but even his family will face annihilation. Shia froze in shock. Sumo's expression darkened as he suddenly spoke to Shia. Shia, you should go with them. Sumo, brother. Shia exclaimed in shock, looking at him in confusion. Shia, he is right. Only by returning with them can you cultivate better in martial arts. I will find you in Central Continent later. Sumo said earnestly. He realized that Shia leaving with them was not necessarily a bad thing. Staying with him might hinder her martial path. Moreover, he understood that these two would undoubtedly take her away today, regardless of his objections. All of it stemmed from his insufficient power. With clenched fists, Sumo felt an insatiable thirst for strength at this moment. Shia's eyes glistened with unshed tears as silence enveloped her. Aunt, do not harbor delusions. You will never reach the Central Continent, nor will you see junior sister again, Shang Wanhao sneered, his tone dripping with derision. Sumo's gaze turned icy as he regarded the young man in brocade before him, a surge of murderous intent rising in his heart. Whether I reach the Central Continent or see Shio again is not for you to concern yourself with, Sumo replied coldly. Seeking death. A lowly ant dares to speak to me like this. Do you know my identity? Shang Wanhao and Oppos' eyes brimmed with malice as he shouted. What identity? Aren't you just from the Emperor's palace? Sumo retorted. Haha. Do you understand what the Emperor's palace represents? Shang Wanhao scoffed, his face full of pride. Let me enlighten you. The Emperor and Apos. S palace symbolizes unimaginable power. It represents a peak you can never hope to reach in your lifetime. A force that can decide the life and death of millions with a mere thought. Now, do you understand the gap between us, you pathetic ant? Shang Wanhao looked down at Su Mo with utter disdain. Su Mo and Apos. S brow furrowed deeply. The scorn directed at him ignited an inferno of rage within him. You call me an ant repeatedly, yet I ask you, for someone as formidable as you, what realm have you attained? Haha. My current cultivation is a level you will look up to for your entire life, Shang Wanhao declared proudly. A level I will look up to for my entire life? Su Mo shook his head in disdain, responding provocatively. Since you are so confident, I shall see how you make me look up to you. I need only 10 years. No, 5 years, just give me 5 years, and I will surpass you. 5 years from now, I will challenge you. At Su Mo and Apos' words, the crowd fell into stunned silence, all gazing at him in disbelief. Even Su Hong was taken aback by his son and Apos' bold declaration. What? You actually intend to challenge me in 5 years? Shang Wanhao was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, shaking his head in disbelief. It seems you still fail to recognize the disparity. How tragic for a frog at the bottom of a well. Then Shang Wanhao added, I accept your challenge. I shall await your arrival. By the way, my name is Shang Wanhao. This was merely an offhand remark, filled with mockery, as he did not take it seriously. How could a lowly ant hope to surpass him in 5 years? The answer was an unequivocal impossibility. Su Mo paid him no further heed and turned to the elder in gray robes, saying, Elder, you mentioned earlier that Shio would become a bird soaring in the sky, while I remain a carp in the lake. That metaphor is quite apartment. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment, believing that Su Mo had finally come to terms with his situation. Upon hearing these words, the 13th elder raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of perplexity stirring within him. Could it be that this young man has suddenly gained enlightenment? Just then, Su Mo unexpectedly shifted his tone and declared, However, I wish to convey to you, esteemed elder, that even a carp can leap over the dragon gate, transforming into a dragon with golden scales, soaring to great heights. Can you truly ascertain that I, Su Mo, shall lead a life of mediocrity? Su Mo and Apos' voice resonated with conviction, embodying the lofty aspirations characteristic of youth, as if his fervor coalesced into a tangible force, ascending towards the heavens. The imagery of the carp leaping over the dragon gate, and the dragon emerging from golden scales. Su Mo and Apos' impassioned words sparked a flicker of astonishment in the 13th elder's eyes, yet he soon shook his head, scrutinizing Su Mo once more. And with an expression devoid of emotion, remarked, Young lad, you are rather naive, are you not? The notion of a carp leaping over the dragon gate and becoming a dragon is merely a fantasy of the weak. The 13th elder found the situation somewhat amusing. While this youth and Apos' ambition was commendable, it was nevertheless unrealistic. I shall achieve this. In 5 years, the truth will be revealed, Su Mo asserted resolutely. The 13th elder chuckled softly, not taking the declaration to heart, and turned to the holy son, Guang Hao, saying, Let us depart. Indeed, Guang Hao nodded, casting a disdainful glance at Su Mo, sneering, An ant shall forever remain an ant, incapable of defying destiny. With that, the two, accompanied by Shi and Apos', soared into the sky, ascending towards the heavens. Brother Su Mo, I admire you. Shi and Apos' exclaimed, her beautiful eyes filled with tears as she voiced her feelings aloud for the first time. Su Mo and Apos' heart trembled upon hearing this confession. She and Apos' remember to wait for me, he shouted, gazing at the fading figure in the sky. Chapter 42. The choice the martial arts competition has concluded. Heir has also departed. Su Mo stood upon the battle platform, lost in contemplation. I need not comprehend. I only wish to be beside Brother Su Mo. I adore you. The echoes of Heir's words lingered in Su Mo's ears for a long while. A tinge of bitterness filled Su Mo's heart. Lacking strength, he felt powerless to protect the woman he cherished. Heir, let us return, Su Hong approached, placing a reassuring hand on Su Mo's shoulder. I believe that one day you shall reunite with Heir. Upon hearing his father's words, Su Mo regained his focus, inhaling deeply before resolutely declaring, In 5 years, not only shall I bring Heir back, but I shall also trample upon the arrogance of Shang Wanhao. I have faith in you. Su Hong nodded emphatically, offering comfort to Su Mo. Subsequently, Su Mo, alongside Su Hong and others, departed from the city lord and Apos' mansion, Returning to the Su family residence. As the crowd dispersed, the events of the martial arts competition spread through Linyang City like wildfire. Su Mo's desperate counterattack had vanquished Wei Ruyun of the Wei family, earning him the title of champion of this competition. Shortly after its conclusion, two enigmatic and formidable figures arrived at the city lord's mansion, whisking away the exquisite maiden by Su Mo's side. Su Mo made a 5-year pact with one of the young men, pledging to challenge him upon the passage of time. Thus, following this altercation, Su Mo emerged as the celebrated figure of Linyang City, hailed as its foremost prodigy, basking in unparalleled glory. Regardless of the tumult beyond, Su Mo sat cross-legged in his chamber, consuming the yuan-augmenting pill awarded to him. The pill, a top-tier elixir, was imbued with an immense potency. As soon as it entered his abdomen, it transformed into pure spiritual energy, coursing throughout his entire being. Su Mo channeled his energy, feeling it flow vigorously through his meridians before settling in his dantian. With the elixir's essence refined, Su Mo's true energy surged dramatically, allowing him to break through the barriers of cultivation and ascend to the 8th level of qi refinement. He then consumed the century-old blood ginseng, another top-tier spiritual herb. Although not as potent as the yuan-augmenting pill, its effects were still formidable, enhancing his cultivation and replenishing his vitality. The ginseng's power propelled Su Mo further along, reaching the mid-stage of the 8th level of qi refinement. In the following days, Su Mo immersed himself in rigorous training, steadily advancing his cultivation. His swordsmanship and footwork improved daily, and he mastered the 9th wave fist to its peak. Su Mo harbored a burning ambition. Within 5 years, he must journey to the central continent to seek out heir. Though he lacked knowledge of its location or distance, nothing could deter his relentless pursuit. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, marking the year's end. In the family courtyard, Su Mo sat alongside his father, a table laden with various delicacies before them as they partook in their reunion meal. However, this gathering was solely comprised of the two of them. Su Mo and Appo's mother had passed away, and Su Hong had no siblings, making their reunion meals a solitary affair. Heir, what are your plans for the new year? Su Hong inquired. Father, I intend to venture out for training after the new year, Su Mo replied. With his current strength, he was invincible among the youth of Linyang City. Moreover, as his cultivation level rose, his training speed had begun to wane. It was time to step beyond the confines of the city. In a month, the 4 major sects of Tianwei Kingdom will open their doors to recruit disciples. You might consider trying your luck, Su Hong sighed. However, the requirements for joining these sects are stringent, demanding at least a 4th-tier martial soul. Although your talent is exceptional, your martial soul and Appo's grade is too low. The chances are slim, but there remains a glimmer of hope. Su Hong harbored hopes for his son to join one of the 4 major sects, yet he felt a sense of helplessness given Su Mo and Appo's martial soul deficiency. Father, my martial soul is not actually a 1st-tier human grade. Su Mo pondered for a moment before deciding to reveal some truths to his father. What? Not a 1st-tier human grade? Su Hong exclaimed, bewildered. Although he was not present when Su Mo awakened his martial soul, numerous family members bore witness. Could they all have been mistaken? Indeed, father, look. Su Mo smiled slightly and suddenly unleashed his martial soul. The shadowy, devouring martial soul floated in the air, radiating 6 yellow rings. A 6th-tier human-grade martial soul. What? 6 rings? Su Hong and Appo's eyes bulged in astonishment. After Su Mo retracted his martial soul, it took a moment for Su Hong to regain his composure. Heir, you possess a 6th-tier human-grade martial soul. No wonder your training speed is so remarkable. Su Hong rejoiced, overwhelmed with excitement. The 6th-tier human-grade martial soul was a rarity in Linyang City for decades. Though he was unaware of how Su Mo and Appo's martial soul had transformed from 1st-tier to 6th-tier, it was no longer of consequence. Haha, father, with my talent, joining any of the 4 major sects should pose no problem, Su Mo declared confidently. Indeed, with a 6th-tier human-grade martial soul, joining any of the 4 major sects is assured. Su Hong laughed heartily, then inquired, which sect do you intend to pursue? Father, what are the distinctions among the 4 major sects? Su Mo asked. Su Hong pondered briefly before responding. The 4 major sects are Tianjin sect, Liang sect, Fengling Island, and Tianyuan sect. Among them, Tianjin sect is the most powerful, while the other 3 are relatively equal in strength. If you decide to join a sect, Tianjin sect should be your priority. Tianjin sect, you say? Suemo contemplated. Indeed, Tianjin sect is a sword-focused sect, and over 90% of its disciples are sword cultivators. Since you wield a sword, it would be the most suitable choice for you, Su Hong reasoned. Suemo nodded, recognizing that Tianjin sect indeed appeared to be the best fit for him. As time progressed, several more days slipped by. One day, while Suemo was diligently training in his room, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Suemo rose to open the courtyard door, finding a servant standing outside, accompanied by a beautiful young woman. Suemo recognized her as the maid from the Zijing Pavilion. Young Master Mo, this is Miss Yu from Zijing Pavilion. She seeks an audience with you, the servant said, his eyes gleaming with admiration as he spoke respectfully. Suemo furrowed his brow, uncertain of the maid's intentions for seeking him, and inquired, "Might I ask what brings you here, miss?" "Young master, our pavilion master has invited you to the pavilion for a discussion," the beautiful maid replied, her gaze intense, accompanied by a light laugh. The mix of anxiety, admiration, and shyness in her expression reflected her curiosity towards Linyang City's foremost prodigy. "The pavilion master wishes to see me?" Suemo was somewhat taken aback. He had no connection with the pavilion master, Luo Huan, having only purchased beast souls from her on 2 occasions. Why would she desire to meet him? Very well. Lead the way. After a moment and Appo's contemplation, Suemo decided to meet with her and discern the purpose of the invitation. Immediately, he followed the maid toward the Zijin Pavilion. Chapter 43. Foaling Island, Purple Gold Pavilion, Backyard. Within the spacious hall, Suemo encountered the master of the Purple Gold Pavilion, Luo Huan. Luo Huan remained as breathtakingly beautiful as ever, her ample bosom and voluptuous curves accentuating a figure that was both enchanting and delicate. With a waist as slender as a willow branch, sculpting an astonishing silhouette. "Luo Pavilion Master, may I inquire about the matter you wish to discuss with me?" Suemo asked, taking a seat while consciously diverting his gaze elsewhere, attempting to avoid direct eye contact. "Young Master Su, I have a question for you," Luo Huan said, her crimson lips parting as she smiled alluringly. "Please, speak," Suemo nodded in response. "Oh dear, young Master Su, did I not mention before that you could simply call me Sister Luo? How could you have forgotten?" Luo Huan teased playfully, casting a charming glance at Suemo while feigning annoyance. Suemo felt a shiver run through him, his body responding in a manner that left him momentarily disarmed. He quickly inhaled deeply and replied, "Sister Luo, please go on." "That and Appo's the spirit." Luo Huan and Appo's eyes sparkled with allure as she bit her lip, asking, "The 4 major sects of Tianyue Kingdom will soon be recruiting disciples. I wonder if young Master Su intends to participate?" Suemo was taken aback, unsure of the relevance of her question. Whether he attended or not seemed inconsequential to her. After a brief contemplation, he replied honestly, "I will participate in the assessment." Luo Huan nodded, seemingly unfazed by his response, and continued, "Then may I ask which sect you are considering joining?" With a smile gracing her lips. She gazed intently at Suemo, furrowing his brow slightly. Suemo sensed that her inquiry held ulterior motives. He responded with a light-hearted tone, "Sister Luo, feel free to speak your mind." Luo Huan laughed softly. "Since you ask, I shall not beat around the bush." With that, she produced a letter and extended it towards Suemo, saying, "Please have a look." Confused, Suemo examined the document and discovered it was a letter of recommendation. The contents suggested he join Foaling Island. Noticing Suemo and Appo's astonished expression, Luo Huan explained, "Young Master Su, you may not be aware, but the Purple Gold Pavilion is affiliated with Foaling Island. With this letter of recommendation, you need not participate in the entrance examinations. You can directly become an outer disciple of Foaling Island." Affiliated with Foaling Island? Suemo was taken aback, realizing he had underestimated the true power of the Purple Gold Pavilion. Indeed, Luo Huan confirmed with a slight nod, "Should you wish to join a sect, I hope it will be Foaling Island. While it may not be the strongest of the 4 major sects, it is the most resource-rich compared to the others. The branches of the Purple Gold Pavilion are spread across major cities in Tianyue Kingdom, with countless resources flowing into the island daily. Thus, Foaling Island is the most suitable choice for you." "Oh?" Sumo's eyes flickered with curiosity, and he questioned, "Sister Luo, though my talents are commendable in Linyang City, they may not hold much weight in the greater Tianyue Kingdom. Why then do you place such importance on me and even write a recommendation letter?" Feeling perplexed, Suemo expressed his thoughts, for while he was indeed the best in Linyang City, he knew there were undoubtedly others in Tianwei Kingdom with greater talents. Moreover, his visible martial soul was merely of the lowest rank, making it surprising for Luo Huan to advocate for him so strongly. You jest, young Master Su. The fact that you, with a cultivation of the 7th level of Qi refinement, can defeat opponents at the 9th level is a rarity in the entire Tianwei Kingdom. Luo Huan smiled, continuing, furthermore, our Purple Gold Pavilion is tasked not only with generating wealth for Foling Island, but also with identifying exceptional disciples. I sense your extraordinary potential, which is why I hope you will join Foling Island. Suemo nodded in understanding. Her reasoning began to make sense. However, he did not rush to respond, instead lowering his head in contemplation. Noticing his demeanor, Luo Huan and Apos, gaze softened, and she said, if you agree to join Foling Island, I have a gift for you. A gift? Suemo was taken aback, realizing that not only would he become an outer disciple, but he would also receive a present. This was indeed an enticing offer. Without inquiring about the nature of the gift, Suemo weighed his options and made a decision. The differences among the 4 major sects seemed negligible to him. Joining any of them would be similar, as becoming a formidable force primarily depended on his own efforts. Since she had extended such a warm invitation, he resolved to accept her offer to join Foling Island. Very well. I accept your offer. I shall join Foling Island. Suemo concluded after a moment of reflection. Excellent. Young Master Su, your promptness is commendable. In that case, I present you with this gift. Luo Huan then produced a storage bag and handed it to Suemo. Upon opening it, Suemo's excitement surged. The storage bag contained 100 soul crystals, each resonating with the essence of 1st level, 9th rank beast souls. The value of these 100 beast souls was equivalent to 40,000 taels of gold, leaving Suemo astonished by her generosity. Seeing the joy on Suemo's face, Luo Huan smiled brightly. Having sold him beast souls on 2 occasions before, she was confident this gift would be immensely beneficial to him. Sister Luo, I am deeply grateful for your generosity. I shall repay this kindness in the future. Suemo expressed his heartfelt thanks with a respectful bow. Then may I inquire how you plan to repay this favor? Luo Huan asked playfully, her eyes sparkling as she licked her enticing lips. Suemo was momentarily taken aback by her flirtation, feeling overwhelmed by her charm. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he rose to take his leave from the Purple Gold Pavilion. Upon returning to the Su family estate, Suemo approached his courtyard, only to spot 3 figures standing at his doorstep from a distance. What brings them here? Suemo wondered, recognizing that the trio consisted of Su Tianhao, Su Hai, and Su Yu. Suemo. At that moment, the 3 noticed him approaching. Do you need something? Suemo inquired as he stepped closer. Suemo. In a couple of days, Su Hai and I will be heading back to Tianyuanzong. Several other clan members will accompany us to participate in the entrance examination. We were wondering if you would like to join us. Su Tianhao, once the proudest young master of the Su family, now spoke with a newfound warmth after their previous encounter in Linyang City. Yes, Suemo, you should come with us. Su Hai added, his demeanor transformed as well. No longer dismissive, Su Yu remained silent, his expression slightly awkward given their previously strained relationship. You all go ahead. I have no intention of going to Tianyuanzong. Suemo replied, shaking his head. I plan to go to Foling Island. Foling Island? The 3 were momentarily taken aback before nodding in understanding. They did not press further. Recognizing that the differences among the 4 major sects were not significant, and since their relationships with Suemo were not particularly close, they respected his choice without further comment. With that, the 3 turned and departed. Beneath a firmament where moonlight cascaded like liquid silver, bathing the land in its ethereal glow, Suemo ensconced himself within his chamber. He unearthed 100 soul crystals, each containing the essence of a beast, and commenced their consumption. Ascending to the 7th grade of the human realm should pose no challenge. He mused inwardly. 10, 30, 50, 80. Ere long, Suemo had devoured the spirits of 80 beasts, yet his martial soul remained stubbornly unchanged. Can it be that such a multitude of 9th grade souls is insufficient for advancement? A tremor of apprehension ran through him. He persisted. Soon, the remaining 20 souls were also consumed, but to no avail. Confound it! Suemo exclaimed, frustration boiling over, as his martial soul ascended in rank. The difficulty of progression increased exponentially. Despite having absorbed a plethora of souls in the Valley of Dark Winds, along with numerous martial souls, and now this additional feast, his soul remained unyielding. With a sigh, Su Mo relinquished his vexation. He knew that with enough souls and martial spirits, advancement was inevitable. Time, as it often does in cultivation, slipped away unnoticed. 5 days hence, Su Mo emerged from his chamber, having reached the advanced stages of the 3rd level of the myriad manifestation divine art. His physical form now possessed the might of 9 tigers, rivaling that of a 9th level chi practitioner. The Wind Spirit Island's disciple selection was but a fortnight away. The moment for departure had arrived. He sought out his father, Su Hong, and revealed his intentions. "My son, the journey to Wind Spirit Island is fraught with peril. Allow me to send an escort," Su Hong offered. "Nay, father. I shall fare well alone," Su Mo replied, declining the offer. "These 3 manuals are for you." He presented his father with the chaotic origin unification art, the divine wind swordplay, and the phantom shadow step, explaining, "I chanced upon these martial arts. They are exceedingly potent, far surpassing our Su family's techniques. With their mastery, your strength shall undoubtedly ascend to new heights." Su Hong, astonished by the manuals and Appos caliber, nodded without pressing for further details. Outside the gates of Linyang City, Su Mo, leading a spirited steed with a blue-tinged mane, turned to his father. "Farewell, father. May fortune favor your path, my son," Su Hong responded. "Return now, father," Su Mo urged. Mounting his steed, Su Mo cast one final glance at Linyang City before urging his horse forward. The steed, a whirlwind of motion, vanished into the distance. Sword strapped to his back, Su Mo rode onward, traversing the vast expanse of the world. Gazing upon the boundless landscape, his heart swelled with ambition. The chivalrous dreams of his past life reawakened within him. The life of a man is forever intertwined with the martial world. In this second life, he resolved to become a paragon of strength, to live a life of splendor, surrounded by fine steeds, exquisite wines, and beautiful women. While traversing the world with a song on his lips and a sword in his hand, the steed, a prized possession rumored to possess the blood of a mythical beast, was capable of covering 1,000 leagues by day and 800 by night. Clatter, clatter. Su Mo rode with the wind, gradually distancing himself from Linyang City. Whoa! Barely 100 leagues from the city, Su Mo abruptly halted his steed, a figure having materialized in his path. Eyes narrowed, Su Mo scrutinized the individual. Clad in a gray robe, the figure stood with his back turned, obscuring his features. Yet, Su Mo sensed ill intent. "Su Mo, your time has come," a raspy voice declared. The figure turned, revealing a middle-aged man with a sinister countenance. "Are you Wei Guang?" Su Mo inquired, recognizing the man as Wei Guang, the 9th elder of the Wei family. "Indeed, it is I," Wei Guang sneered, his eyes brimming with malice. "You slew Wei Liang and crippled 2 scions of the Wei family. Only your blood can avenge these transgressions." Without further ado, Wei Guang unleashed his aura and lunged at Su Mo, a palm strike aimed with lethal intent. Confronted with imminent peril, Su Mo remained composed. He soared into the air and unsheathed his sword. Swish! A flash of light cleaved the air, bisecting the incoming palm strike. "Impressive, but ultimately futile," Wei Guang remarked, his brow furrowed. He pressed his assault. "You cannot kill me," Su Mo countered, his voice unwavering. "Arrogant fool," Wei Guang roared, unleashing a barrage of palm strikes, each carrying the weight of a mountain. As an expert in the spiritual martial realm, Wei Guang's inner energy had transformed into primordial energy, capable of inflicting damage from a distance. Tempestuous whirlwind. A tempestuous gale arose. Sword light danced, and palm strikes shattered, dissipating into nothingness. Wind howls across the heavens. Amidst the howling wind, the sword transformed into a beam of light, piercing towards Wei Guang. Seeking death, Wei Guang scoffed, intercepting the sword with a palm strike, deflecting its course. Simultaneously, his left hand shot towards Su Mo's head. Ninefold tidal fist. Su Mo retaliated with a punch, unleashing 9 layers of force that collided with Wei Guang and Appos. Palm. Boom. Su Mo grunted, propelled backward by the impact. The spiritual martial realm is indeed formidable, Su Mo acknowledged inwardly. His eyes gleaming, Su Mo brandished his sword, its aura resonating with the wind, and launched another strike. Divine wind annihilation. The razor-sharp sword light tore through the void, merging with the wind to obliterate all in its path. Die. Seeing Su Mo's capabilities, Wei Guang and Appos' murderous intent intensified. He unleashed another palm strike, its power overwhelming. Void-piercing palm. Sword light and palm strikes clashed, and Su Mo was once again sent flying. a trickle of blood escaping his lips. With a swift turn, Suemo transformed into a blur, fleeing into the distance. He knew he could not prevail against his opponent. "Where do you think you and Oppos, re-going, brat?" Wei Guang roared, pursuing Suemo with the speed of a falcon. Wei Guang was astonished. Suemo, a mere 8th level Qi practitioner, had managed to withstand several of his attacks. Should Suemo continue to develop at this rate, the Wei family would be rendered obsolete in Linyang City. Wei Guang was not a mere 1st level spiritual martial realm expert. He was at the 2nd level. He had anticipated an easy victory. But Suemo's strength had exceeded his expectations. Suemo had to die. Suemo maximized the Phantom Shadow step, each stride covering 10 meters. His movements akin to a panther. However, Wei Guang, despite lacking a superior movement technique, remained close behind, his speed undiminished. "You cannot escape, Suemo." Wei Guang and Oppos' voice echoed. Suemo scoffed and accelerated, diving into the nearby forest. The dense foliage hindered both Suemo and Wei Guang, but Suemo was able to use the trees and undergrowth to his advantage, quickly disappearing from sight. "Damn it," Wei Guang cursed, his face contorted with rage. How could he, a spiritual martial realm expert, allow a mere Qi practitioner to slip through his fingers? Chapter 45, Yanqi several hundred miles from Linyang City. Within a secluded forest, a young man clad in green stepped forth. This youth was none other than Suemo, casting a glance in the direction of Linyang City. A chill swept across his countenance. "Wei family, when I return, it shall be your day of reckoning." Taking a deep breath, Suemo oriented himself and strode away resolutely. In the southern region of Tianwei Kingdom, there lies a vast lake known as Xingshui Lake. This expansive body of water spans over 3,000 miles, occupying nearly 1/5 of the kingdom's territory. Xingshui Lake is renowned not only for its size, but also because it houses Fengling Island, one of the 4 major sects of Tianwei Kingdom. Nestled beside Xingshui Lake is a bustling city named Linshui City. The city thrives with activity. Its streets teem with people and vehicles, a stark contrast to Linyang City, which pales in comparison. As Suemo wandered through the streets of Linshui City, he felt like a country bumpkin in the city. His curiosity piqued as he observed the vibrant surroundings. Linyang City, with its modest population of around 300,000, could not hold a candle to Linshui City, which boasted over 2 million inhabitants. At that moment, Suemo appeared weary from his journey. After more than 10 days of travel, he had finally arrived at Linshui City, the closest city to Fengling Island, where ferries were readily available to ferry individuals directly to the island. Upon reaching the dock, Suemo was met with a throng of people, no less than several hundred, gathered around a large wooden sign displaying a notice. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was an announcement from Fengling Island, stating that 2 days hence, warships would arrive to transport candidates for the assessments. Understanding the sheer number of individuals vying for a spot on Fengling Island, Suemo sought out an inn and secured a room. After ordering a few dishes, he settled into a window seat in the bustling dining hall, savoring the food while listening to the lively discussions around him. The inn, known as the Liban Inn, was lavishly decorated and enjoyed thriving business. Filled to the brim with patrons, many of whom were young men and women, clearly travelers who had come to participate in the entrance examinations for Fengling Island. "I heard that this year the standards for enrolling disciples at Fengling Island have been raised." Indeed, in previous years, the minimum requirement for a martial soul was level 4, but this year it has been elevated to level 5. Last year, they admitted 1,000 disciples. This year, however, only 500 will be accepted, prioritizing quality over quantity. Listening to the chatter, Suemo felt a twinge of surprise. A level 5 martial soul was a rarity in Linyang City, with only Suyu among the youth possessing such prowess. Yet this year, Fengling Island had set level 5 as the minimum requirement for admission. Astonished, Suemo acknowledged the formidable reputation of one of the 4 major sects of Tianwei Kingdom. At the same time, he felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of competing against numerous talented individuals, his blood stirring with anticipation. Just then, 3 young figures entered the dining hall, 2 boys and a girl, instantly capturing the attention of the onlookers. The girl, dressed in a flowing blue gown, possessed fair skin and delicate features, exuding beauty. The other boy, slender and garbed in fine clothing, radiated an air of arrogance. However, the most striking of the trio was the young man between them, appearing around 15 or 16, handsome with profound eyes, exuding an aura of immense power. Clearly a master of the spirit martial realm. Suemo raised an eyebrow. Recognizing that this youth was of a similar age, yet had achieved the impressive cultivation of the spirit martial realm. A remarkable feat, Yin Shi. It seems there are no available seats. The girl in the blue dress surveyed the crowded hall and addressed the handsome youth. Not a problem. Let us sit over there. The slender boy said, noticing Su Mo seated alone and making his way towards him, the other two following closely behind. We'll take this spot. You can squeeze in elsewhere, the slender boy ordered as he approached Su Mo. Looking up, Su Mo regarded him briefly before returning to his drink, ignoring the command. The slender boy frowned, raising his voice. Hey, did you not hear me speaking to you? A smile played on Su Mo and Apos' lips as he replied, Oh, is there something you need? I said, move aside. We want this position. The slender boy's expression darkened with arrogance. Apologies, but I suggest you find somewhere else to sit. Su Mo replied indifferently. Indeed, there are always individuals who act arrogantly, attempting to claim what is not theirs. You. The slender boy was taken aback. Then coldly retorted, You have quite a bit of nerve. Do you know who we are? Does your identity concern me? Su Mo replied, his tone dismissive. You are asking for trouble. The slender boy became enraged and pointed towards the handsome youth beside him, declaring, We are from the Yin family of Zishan City. And this is our young master, Yin Shi. At that moment, a wave of murmurs rippled through the hall. The name Yin Shi was well known as the heir of the Yin family, the dominant force in Zishan City. Reputed to possess a level 8 martial soul and having attained the spirit martial realm at such a young age. The slender boy's chest swelled with pride as he absorbed the astonished reactions around them, a smile adorning the faces of Yin Chi and the blue-dressed girl. A level 8 martial soul? Su Mo's gaze sharpened in surprise as he scrutinized the handsome youth. Now you know our status? Why don't you hurry and leave? The slender boy taunted, relishing Su Mo's astonishment. What Yin family? What Yin Chi? I have not heard of them. All I hear is a dog barking at me. Su Mo scoffed dismissively. The slender boy's face twisted with rage, and he was about to retaliate when Yin Chi interjected. Might I inquire who you are? That you so brazenly disregard the Yin family? Yin Chi was no fool. He sensed that Su Mo's confidence hinted at a significant background. Though the Yin family was powerful, there were several families in Lin Shui City whose strength matched or exceeded theirs. After a careful assessment, he found nothing extraordinary about Su Mo, concluding he was likely from a lesser family. To earn respect, one must first learn to respect others, Su Mo replied coolly, meeting Yin Chi and Apos' gaze without yielding. Respect? A hint of derision flickered in Yin Chi and Apos' eyes as he sneered. Respect is built upon strength. What qualification do you possess to demand our respect? Su Mo and Apos' expression hardened. Yin Chi's words, though harsh, rang true in this world. Only the strong were revered, while the weak were subjected to bullying. Yin Chi. This person has insulted our family. He cannot be spared, the girl in blue said, her melodic voice laced with lethal intent. Indeed, he is arrogant and dismissive of the Yin family. His crimes are unforgivable, the slender boy added, seething with rage at Su Mo's insult. Yin Xing. Cripple his cultivation and let him go. Yin Chi nodded slightly and spoke in a calm tone, as if merely stripping Su Mo of his cultivation was an act of extraordinary mercy. Chapter 46. Riding the wind and breaking the waves. Yin Xing. Render his cultivation null and let him go. Yin Chi instructed the emaciated youth beside him. Upon hearing this, the frail youth Yin Xing grinned menacingly and unleashed a powerful strike towards Su Mo. The crowd gasped in shock. How ruthless. To seek to obliterate someone and Apos' cultivation over mere words. Their gazes towards Su Mo turned sympathetic, recognizing the futility of fighting for pride at such a cost. Yet, just as this thought crossed their minds, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Slap. Before Yin Xing and Apos' fist could land, a sharp sound echoed, followed by a searing pain on his face, where a clear handprint materialized. Yin Xing stood frozen in disbelief. Everyone else was equally stunned. How dare you seek death? Regaining his composure, Yin Xing's face turned dark, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes burning with murderous intent directed at Su Mo. He was furious, and his true energy surged as he prepared to strike again. Stop. A commanding voice thundered like a bell, instantly enveloping the entire hall in an overwhelming pressure. The crowd looked up to see an elderly man in a blue robe descending from the staircase on the second floor. His solemn countenance projected authority without a hint of anger. Anyone who dares to cause trouble in my inn shall have their limbs severed and their cultivation rendered useless, he declared, his eyes flashing like lightning. Though his voice was not loud, It resonated in the ears of the crowd like a clap of thunder. Suemo fixed his gaze on the elder, sensing an aura of terrifying strength far surpassing that of his father, Su Hong. Senior, I am the young master of the Yin family from Zishan City. This person has insulted my family, and such a crime cannot go unpunished, Yin Shi replied respectfully. Pointing at Suemo, the Yin family of Zishan City? The elder narrowed his eyes, surveying the group. Rules cannot be broken. No one is allowed to fight within the Yin. Once you leave, your grievances are of no concern to me. Despite the formidable reputation of the Yin family, the elder's own family was equally powerful, showing no fear. Yin Shi frowned, surprised that the elder dismissed the Yin family's authority. After a moment of contemplation, he cast a glance at Suemo and waved to the blue-clad girls, saying, "Let us depart." "Must we really let that guy go?" Yin Xing asked, filled with reluctance as he shot a resentful look at Suemo. "Come now." Yin Shi shook his head and stepped out of the inn. The blue-clad girls followed suit. And although Yin Xing was unwilling, he had no choice. Outside the inn, Yin Xing inquired, "Brother Yin Chi, are we truly going to spare him?" "Humph. While we cannot act inside the inn, he must eventually leave, and we can wait for him outside," the blue-clad girl sneered. Yin Xing's eyes brightened at her words. "Yin Lan, there's no need for such trouble. He is likely here for the entrance examination of Winling Island. Once he enters, I have 100 ways to deal with him." Yin Shi and Apos' eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashing within. "But what if he fails the examination?" "Humph. If he fails, he will not be a disciple of Winling Island. We can eliminate him on the spot," Yin Shi replied. Yin Xing and the blue-clad girl nodded in agreement. And the trio departed. In the inn and Apos' hall, after the three left, the elderly man cast a glance at Suemo before turning away. Suemo remained seated, observing the departing trio through the window. Although he could not hear their conversation, it was clear they were plotting against him. Nevertheless, he felt no fear. After finishing his meal, Suemo returned to his room, seated cross-legged on the bed, and began to cultivate, releasing his martial soul. He had reached the latter stages of the third layer of the myriad manifestations technique, his strength comparable to that of a 9th-level Qi refinement warrior. Therefore, he decided to take his time with the myriad manifestations technique and focus on enhancing his true energy cultivation. Suemo had been at the peak of the 8th level of Qi refinement for some time, feeling that it would not be long before he stepped into the 9th level. Time flew swiftly during his cultivation, and soon 2 days had passed. On a bright morning, after freshening up and having breakfast, Suemo made his way to the dock outside the city. Upon arriving, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The dock was teeming with people, their voices creating a thunderous roar, a sea of heads filling the area. A quick glance revealed that there were at least 10,000 people gathered, the majority being young men and women, none older than 18, and some as young as 13 or 14. Each face radiated the vigor of youth, filled with animated conversations and excitement. As the ships from Winling Island had yet to arrive, Suemo stood by the lakeshore, taking in the surrounding scenery. After about half an hour, 10 dark shapes appeared on the vast lake. As they grew closer, they revealed themselves to be 10 enormous warships, each over 100 meters long, their massive sails billowing in the wind. The characters and Apos, Winling and Apos, were emblazoned on the sails, artistically inscribed. The ships of Winling Island had arrived. Soon, the warships docked. All participants in the entrance examination of Winling Island board the ships immediately. A robust, middle-aged man shouted from the center ship, his voice infused with powerful true energy, resonating like rolling thunder. The crowd hurried aboard, and Suemo followed closely behind, stepping onto one of the warships. Before long, everyone had boarded, and the ships set sail once again. Star Water Lake spanned 3,000 miles, dotted with numerous islands. Winling Island was located over 400 miles from Linshui City. At this moment, the warships sailed smoothly, their speed rivaling that of galloping steeds, and they would reach Winling Island by midday. Amidst the vast waters, with waves crashing and an endless horizon, Suemo stood at the bow, his thoughts swirling like the ripples on the lake. The world of sex promised to be extraordinarily thrilling. Suddenly, as he was lost in thought, Suemo felt several icy gazes upon him. Turning his head, he saw Yin Chi and his companions glaring coldly from a nearby warship. A smile crept across Suemo and Apos' lips if they were foolish enough to provoke him. He wouldn't hesitate to use them as nourishment to enhance his cultivation. With that, Suemo paid them no further mind. After more than 2 hours of navigating through the waves, they finally neared Winling Island. Standing at the bow, Suemo beheld the verdant island emerging into view. Lush and vibrant, In the center of the island, a grand array of buildings sprawled between the mountains, a magnificent sight to behold. Before long, the warships arrived at the dock of Windling Island. The vessels anchored, and everyone disembarked. No one is allowed to wander freely on the island. Violators will be executed without mercy, the robust middle-aged man declared sternly as he stepped forward. Now, everyone follow me onto the island. With that, he turned and ascended the island, followed by the throng of thousands. Chapter 47. Outer Sect Disciples. The crowd followed the robust middle-aged man until they arrived at the entrance of Windling Island. Before them lay a vast plaza, measuring 1,000 feet in circumference, where numerous individuals from Windling Island awaited, clearly the evaluators for the examination. Elderway. All the disciples participating in the assessment are here. The muscular middle-aged man respectfully addressed a short, stout elder. Very well, you may depart. The elder waved his hand, then gestured to a stern young man beside him. The young man nodded, stepped forward, surveyed the crowd, and called out loudly. Those possessing a recommendation letter from the Golden Pavilion, step forward. With a rustle, around 100 individuals emerged from the throng. Suemo was naturally among them. Possessing a recommendation letter from the Golden Pavilion granted one direct entry as an Outer Sect disciple of Windling Island. Suemo had learned that without such a letter, one would only be relegated to the status of a servant disciple unless their cultivation reached the spirit martial realm. Servant disciples held the lowest status on the island, enduring arduous labor and hardship. Thus, Suemo aspired to become an Outer Sect disciple directly. He had no inclination to prove himself step by step through the entrance examination. That would be a foolish endeavor. With a recommendation letter in hand, he would seize the opportunity without hesitation. Follow me, the young man commanded, leading the gathered individuals away from the plaza to the other side. The remaining youths and maidens observed Suemo and the others with envious glances as they began their own complex assessments under the elder and Apos' instructions. Upon reaching the other side of the plaza, the stern young man collected each individual's recommendation letter. Following his commands, everyone lined up in an orderly fashion. Your possession of the Golden Pavilion and Apos' recommendation letter signifies your extraordinary talents. Therefore, you need not participate in the entrance examination like the others. You shall directly become Outer Sect disciples of Windling Island, the young man announced authoritatively. However, to ascertain your specific talents, I request that each of you release your martial spirits for my observation. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd wasted no time and unleashed their martial spirits. Suemo followed suit, and an explosion of dazzling yellow light erupted forth, illuminating the area. A myriad of martial spirits manifested, ranging from serpents and monkeys to ferocious tigers, blades, swords, axes, and even trees, flowers, and blades of grass. Among the multitude of martial spirits, 3 stood out remarkably. They were a golden longsword, a purple flower, and a block of ice swirling with cold air. These 3 martial spirits radiated with 8 yellow halos, a clear indication of their rank as 8th-tier, human-level martial spirits. The owner of the golden longsword was a robust youth, while the one with the purple flower was a delicate young woman clad in purple. The wielder of the ice martial spirit was none other than Yin Qi. The majority of the others possessed 7th-tier, human-level martial spirits, with only about 20 boasting 6th-tier martial spirits. Not a single individual among them had a 5th-tier martial spirit. Except for Suemo, all eyes were filled with envy as they regarded Yin Qi and the other 2. 8th-tier, human-level martial spirits were regarded as geniuses on the expansive Windling Island. It could be said that possessing an 8th-tier human-level martial spirit greatly facilitated one and Apos' future advancement to the spirit martial realm and beyond, ultimately leading to the true spirit realm, home to the most formidable warriors in the entire Tianyu kingdom. As the 3 basked in the attention of the crowd, they appeared quite pleased, especially Yin Qi, whose face bore an expression of pride. He cast a dismissive glance at Suemo, filled with disdain. Previously, Yin Qi had worried that Suemo, also possessing a recommendation letter, might be exceptionally talented. However, upon discovering that Suemo possessed only a 6th-tier martial spirit, he scoffed derisively. The stern young man, upon noticing 3 8th-tier human-level martial spirits among the crowd, could not help but brighten his gaze and nod inwardly. Excellent. 3 of you possess 8th-tier human-level martial spirits. What are your names? He inquired, a smile evident in his demeanor. I am Chao Yuan, replied the stout youth. I am Feng Xilan, chimed in the purple-clad maiden. I am Yin Qi, the last one declared. The stern young man nodded, then surveyed the rest of the crowd. I have taken note of your martial spirit talents. Now, I will escort you to the outer sect area to assign your residences. With that, the group followed the stern young man, departing the plaza and making their way into the mountain gates. Meanwhile, nearly 10,000 young men and women remaining in the plaza were undergoing rounds of assessments, creating an atmosphere of fervor. The entrance examination of Windling Island comprised three components. The first was the martial spirit assessment, which served as the most crucial standard for evaluating a warrior and Appos, innate talent. The second was the comprehension assessment, measuring a warrior and Appos, understanding and aptitude in martial techniques. Those with high comprehension progressed rapidly in martial arts. The third was the willpower assessment, gauging an individual's personal resolve and character. A person with a strong will could compensate for deficiencies in other areas. Overall, the examination on Windling Island covered martial spirit, comprehension, and character, providing a comprehensive evaluation. However, the latter two assessments were merely supplementary. The martial spirit rank remained the paramount criterion. Nevertheless, these intricate evaluations were of no concern to Suemo, for he had already arrived in the outer sect area. The outer sect region was vast, nestled on the mountainside, with a breathtaking array of 1,000 courtyards stretching across the landscape. Here we are, the outer sect area. From courtyard 700 to courtyard 1,000, all are unoccupied. You may choose freely, the stern young man stated coolly. All the courtyards bore distinct numbers, meticulously organized. Each courtyard contained 3 independent rooms, thus accommodating only 3 individuals per courtyard. The young man added, "May I inquire who resides there?" At that moment, a youth pointed toward the distance and posed the question. The group followed his finger to the highest point of the outer sect area, where 10 elegant and grand pavilions stood. Each pavilion had 3 stories, exuding an air of sophistication and luxury far beyond that of ordinary courtyards. Upon hearing the inquiry, the stern young man smiled slightly. Those are the residences of the top 10 disciples of the outer sect. In Windling Island, the stronger the individual, the better the treatment. If one of you is fortunate enough to defeat any of them in the future, you may take their place and reside within the pavilion. The top 10 outer sect disciples not only enjoyed superior accommodations compared to ordinary outer sect disciples, but also received resources that far surpassed those available to their peers. Thus, if you seek improved treatment, you must exert yourselves diligently, he explained in detail. Though the young man maintained a cold demeanor, his heart was not as unyielding as it appeared. The crowd was astonished, realizing the stark disparities among the outer sect disciples. In 10 days, the sect will hold the Qing Yuan trial for new disciples, and all must participate. Those who perform excellently will receive substantial rewards, so strive to cultivate earnestly, he concluded. Now, please select your living quarters. Each room contains a volume of sect regulations and other pertinent matters for your perusal. Having said this, the stern young man turned to depart. By the way, my name is Wang Hui, an elder of the outer sect. Should you have any questions, feel free to seek me out at the outer sect elder and Appos hall. With that, he took his leave. He is actually an elder of the outer sect? He appears to be merely in his late 20s, does he not? Yet, astonishingly, he has already attained the status of an elder. Humph. What do you know? Although he seems to be only in his late 20s, it is highly probable that he is actually in his 30s. His advanced cultivation merely gives him the illusion of youth. The crowd murmured in discussion. Chapter 48. 2 roommates, courtyard 730. This is the residence chosen by Suemo, a solitary courtyard devoid of any other occupants. The courtyard comprises 3 rooms, and Suemo casually opted for the one on the right. Upon entering, he found the chamber modest, measuring merely a dozen square meters, furnished with a wooden bed and a simple table and chair. As expected, a book lay atop the table, which Suemo picked up and began to examine intently. The initial pages of the book provided a comprehensive introduction to Foling Island, a force that has endured for 8 centuries and is one of the 4 major sects of Tianyue Kingdom. Presently, the island boasts nearly 20,000 elders, stewards, and disciples combined. The disciples are classified into several tiers based on their cultivation levels: miscellaneous disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples. Even among the elders, distinctions are made between outer and inner elders. Foling Island and Appos regulations are notably stringent, encompassing dozens of rules of varying significance. Subsequent sections of the book catalog numerous common magical beasts and spiritual herbs, amounting to several hundred varieties, greatly expanding Suemo and Appos' knowledge. The final pages elucidated the geographical conditions of the vast sky continent, which is divided into 5 regions: southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest, and central, encompassing a total of 108 domains. Tianyue Kingdom is situated in the expansive eastern region, one of the 100 nations within this vast territory. After finishing the reading, Suemo was overwhelmed with astonishment, unable to quell the tumult of thoughts in his mind. This world is immense, and the sprawling Tianyue Kingdom is merely a fragment of the vast sky continent, akin to a drop in the ocean. It is doubtful that even a cultivator at the chi refining stage, let alone one at the spirit martial stage, could traverse the entirety of the eastern region in their lifetime. Furthermore, the eastern region is but one of 5. Central region. The mention of the central region brought to Suemo and Amp, Appo's mind thoughts of she and Amp, Appo's. He wondered how she was faring and whether she was thriving after her arrival in the central region. After a considerable time, Suemo closed the book and sighed in resignation before sitting cross-legged in preparation for his cultivation. 5 years, time is of the essence. At that moment, a clamor arose from the courtyard, piquing Suemo and Appo's curiosity. He opened the door and stepped outside, where he encountered 2 young men engaged in conversation. One was dressed splendidly and bore an elegant countenance, while the other was wrapped in animal skins, robust in stature, and had a dark complexion. I assure you, if you follow me, Li Feng, you will undoubtedly thrive on Fengling Island, the elegantly dressed youth proclaimed with pride. Senior brother Li Feng, I am not interested in mingling. I simply wish to cultivate diligently. If I become a master, I can protect my village, the sturdy youth replied with a simple, honest smile. Haha, with me looking out for you, becoming a master will be a piece of cake, Li Feng declared, patting his chest confidently. Suemo, overhearing their conversation, couldn't he help but smile wryly. These 2 were likely new miscellaneous disciples, and the lavishly dressed youth had just arrived, already seeking to recruit the other as a subordinate. Miscellaneous disciples, while part of the outer sect, reside alongside outer disciples, but must perform menial tasks due to their insufficient cultivation level. In contrast, individuals like Suemo, who had entered through a recommendation letter, could directly become outer disciples, even if they had not yet reached the spirit martial stage. Greetings, senior brother. The sturdy youth greeted Suemo respectfully upon noticing him. Li Feng cast a glance at Suemo, narrowing his eyes as he inquired, are you also a new disciple? Indeed. Suemo nodded with a smile. You must have entered as an outer disciple through a recommendation letter, right? Li Feng continued, then boasted with a confident grin. Though I am merely a miscellaneous disciple, my talent is on par with those of you who received recommendation letters. Is that so? Suemo smiled, non-committally shrugging his shoulders. Among the miscellaneous disciples, there are indeed many prodigies, for the Zijing Pavilion cannot unearth every talent within Tianyue Kingdom. The geniuses they recommend are merely a fraction. You will see. In a few years, I will certainly make a name for myself in Tianyue Kingdom. Li Feng scoffed upon observing Suemo's demeanor, then swaggered into the central room. Suemo shook his head, bemused by the audacity of this newcomer who dared to proclaim his future fame in Tianyue Kingdom right after entering the sect. However, despite his arrogance, he lacked the haughty disdain exhibited by others like Yanqi. Senior brother, my name is Niu Xiaohu. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. The sturdy youth introduced himself, cupping his hands. I am Suemo. Suemo replied with a nod. Senior brother Suemo, your direct admission as an outer disciple indicates your talent, Niu Xiaohu said with a simple smile, scratching his head. I am rather slow-witted, so I hope that when you have time, you can offer me some advice. With sincere and clear eyes, Niu Xiaohu elicited a favorable impression from Suemo, leading him to engage in conversation with the youth. Niu Xiaohu hailed from the northern regions of Tianyue Kingdom, coming from a humble background where his family had been hunters for generations. His martial soul was a 5th-tier human-level martial soul, the highest in his village in a century. Thus, he had come to take part in the assessment on Fengling Island, bearing not only the expectations of his parents, but also those of the entire village. Xiaohu, as long as you possess unwavering determination and a heart of a champion, you will undoubtedly become a formidable figure in the future, Suemo encouraged, patting the young man and Appo's shoulder. Yes, Niu Xiaohu nodded earnestly. Soon after, Suemo returned to his room to resume his meditation. The spiritual energy surrounding Fengling Island was tenfold that of Linyang City, making cultivation remarkably efficient. However, Suemo had reached the brink of a breakthrough, and it would be difficult to achieve a breakthrough within a few days. As day turned to night and dawn broke, a knock echoed from outside his door. "Senior brother Suemo," came Niu Xiaohu's voice from beyond the door. "What is it, Xiaohu?" Suemo inquired as he opened the door. "Senior brother, an elder from the island just came by and instructed us to go to the sect affairs hall to collect our identity jade tokens," Niu Xiaohu explained. "All right. Let us go now." Suemo nodded in agreement, stepping out with Niu Xiaohu. "Wait, we should also call for senior brother Li Feng," Niu Xiaohu added. And the three made their way to the sect affairs hall together. On the mountain path, the trio encountered a bustling crowd. They soon arrived at the sect affairs hall, where they queued to receive their identity jade tokens. The jade tokens were palm-sized green plates, remarkable in nature, upon infusing them with true energy. One's identity information would manifest upon them. Suemo gently infused a strand of true energy, and his identity information appeared prominently. Name: Suemo. Status: Outer Disciple. Contribution points: 0. According to the book, contribution points represent one's contributions to the sect and are highly valuable, redeemable for various resources on the island. After receiving their jade tokens, the trio proceeded to the outer sect square. The outer sect square was expansive, alive with disciples either practicing martial skills or engaging in friendly sparring, creating a lively atmosphere. "Look over there, senior brother Suemo, senior brother Li Feng. Let us go check it out," Niu Xiaohu exclaimed, pointing toward a gathering at the edge of the square. Curious, the three approached the crowd and discovered a towering black stone tablet, 2 meters high, adorned with shimmering white crystals. At that moment, a youth in a yellow robe was striking the tablet, his punch landing without causing it to budge, yet the crystals on the stone glimmered brightly in response. "What kind of stone tablet is this?" Suemo inquired, glancing at Li Feng and Niu Xiaohu. Niu Xiaohu shook his head, indicating he did not know. "This is an attack power testing stone. It measures a warrior and Appo's strength," Li Feng explained, displaying his knowledge. With a sly smile and a hint of provocation, he suggested, "How about we have a competition and see whose attack power is superior?" Chapter 49. The Attack Power Testing Monument. What is the Attack Power Testing Monument? Suemo inquired. Intrigued. "How does one ascertain the specific attack power?" "It is quite simple," replied Li Feng. "Do you see the crystals on the monument? These crystals represent the data. To illuminate one crystal, one must exert 500 gene of force, equating to the strength of one tiger. The number of crystals you light up corresponds to the number of tiger forces in your attack." Suemo shook his head, expressing skepticism. If one crystal represents the strength of a tiger, then the margin of error seems rather significant. If two individuals possess nearly identical attack power, would their results not be the same? Uninformed, Li Feng scoffed. Each crystal emits one of 5 distinct hues: yellow, green, blue, purple, and violet. The yellow hue signifies 100 gene of force, with each subsequent color representing an additional 100 gene. For instance, if you possess 4,300 gene of strength, you would illuminate 9 crystals, with the first 8 glowing violet and the 9th shining blue. "Oh, I see." Suemo nodded with a smile, finding the attack power testing monument quite intriguing. He pondered who had designed such an invention. How about a challenge? Are you brave enough to compete? If not, consider my words unspoken, Li Feng said with an air of arrogance. If you wish to compete, I am certainly open to it. However, wouldn't it be more fascinating with a little wager? Suemo suggested, recognizing that Li Feng hailed from a wealthy family. A wager, you say? Haha, you seem rather confident. Li Feng's eyes sparkled with amusement. Very well, since you wish to bestow me with your riches, let us wager 20,000 taels of gold. Suemo was taken aback by the magnitude of Li Feng's offer. All right, I accept. In truth, Suemo was currently devoid of resources, having exhausted his spirit stones and funds, with merely 1,000 taels of gold remaining. Yet, he understood that a gamble does not necessitate a stake. As this was a wager he was destined to win. After all, Li Feng was not a master of the spirit martial realm, merely a practitioner of the qi refining realm. Few could surpass his attack power. Allow me to demonstrate first. Keep your eyes wide open. Li Feng proclaimed confidently as he parted the crowd and approached the monument. Huh! With a resounding shout, Li Feng unleashed his energy, causing his aura to surge dramatically. What immense vigor! He is at the 9th level of qi refining. The onlookers murmured in awe, realizing that among the newly admitted disciples, few possessed such prowess. Suemo nodded, not particularly surprised. He had already learned from Niu Xiaohu that Li Feng wielded a 7th-tier martial soul, which accounted for his remarkable strength. Golden Stone Fist. Li Feng bellowed, delivering a powerful blow to the testing monument. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, sending ripples across the surface of the monument. And the crystals began to shine brilliantly. 1, 3, 5, 8, 9. As all 9 crystals glowed with a violet hue, the 10th crystal flickered twice before illuminating with a blue light. 4,900 Gene. Impressive, Senior Brotherly Feng. Niu Xiaohu exclaimed, his face brimming with admiration. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Typically, a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refining possessed only 9 tiger forces. Yet, Li Feng and Amp, Appos, S strength approached 10 tiger forces, surpassing that of an ordinary peak practitioner. Li Feng turned to Su Mo, a triumphant expression on his face. Su Mo, is there any need for further competition? Hand over the wager. In Li Feng and Amp, Appos, S view, aside from disciples of the spirit martial realm and a few nearing that status, no one else could possibly surpass his strength. At the 9th level of Qi refining, and yet only 4,900 Gene? How audacious! Su Mo remarked, shaking his head as he approached the monument, channeling his energy before striking it with his fist. Su Mo executed this strike with precision, infusing it with a strength significantly greater than that of an average peak practitioner. Li Feng was taken aback, disbelief etched on his face as he derided Su Mo and Amp, Appos, S chances of surpassing him. However, as Su Mo and Amp, Appos, S fist made contact, the crystals on the monument lit up in rapid succession. 1, 3, 5, 8, 10. The first 10 crystals radiated violet light, yet the illumination did not cease. The 11th crystal shone with a yellow hue before swiftly transitioning to a blue glow. 5,400 Gene, exceeding 10 tiger forces, approaching 11. The crowd gasped in shock, gazing at Su Mo with newfound reverence. Niu Xiaohu stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom the magnitude of Su Mo and Appos' strength. Li Feng, too, was rendered speechless, disbelief washing over his features. The significance of 5,400 Gene transcended that of a peak practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refining, nearing that of a practitioner at the threshold of the spirit martial realm. Li Feng, where is my 20,000 taels of gold? Su Mo extended his hand, a smile gracing his lips. This? Li Feng faltered, his expression darkening as he questioned, Su Mo, how could you possibly possess such formidable attack power? This defies logic. With the same cultivation level, Su Mo surpassed him by an entire tiger force, a notion too difficult for the self-proclaimed genius, Li Feng, to accept. Unbeknownst to Li Feng, Su Mo had actually reached the pinnacle of the 8th level of Qi refining. Had he known the truth, it would have been even harder for him to reconcile. Li Feng, you too are a genius. Surely you understand that genius cannot be measured by common standards. Su Mo teased. Li Feng and Amp, Appos' response faltered, his face flushing with indignation at Su Mo and Amp, Appos' implication. I concede my loss. Li Feng, albeit begrudgingly, accepted defeat. He promptly produced 2 gold notes amounting to 20,000 taels and handed them to Su Mo. Joy surged within Su Mo. With this newfound wealth, he could procure some beast souls within the sect for his martial soul to consume. Clear the way. Suddenly, a powerful voice thundered from behind the crowd, followed by an overwhelming aura from a figure of the spirit martial realm, causing the onlookers to scatter in disarray. Only Su Mo and Li Feng remained unmoved. Su Mo turned to see a young man clad in black, with a hooked nose and an unsettling demeanor. Yukue? What do you want? Li Feng and Amp, Appos' voice turned icy, clearly recognizing the newcomer. Oh, I thought it was someone of significance. Just you, a worthless fool, the black-clad youth sneered upon spotting Li Feng. Yukue, do not overstep your bounds. Li Feng retorted, anger flaring within him. Yukue smirked disdainfully. A defeated foe dares to shout in my presence? Leave at once, or do not blame me for being ungracious. You, Li Feng and Amp, Appos' face darkened with fury. He gritted his teeth, but ultimately relented, stepping aside. Yukue was a perilous individual, and Li Feng did not wish to provoke him. Yukue's gaze fell upon Su Mo, who remained steadfast, and his expression soured. Coldly, he uttered a single word, scram. Chapter 50. Yukue. The cold command "get lost" was spat out from Yukue and Appos' mouth, displaying an air of arrogance and dominance. Su Mo narrowed his eyes, recognizing that this individual was even more haughty than Yin Qi. What if I refuse? Su Mo responded indifferently. The test monument stood here solely for the disciples of the island to assess their abilities. If the other party wished to test their offensive power, Suemo would certainly yield. However, the contemptuous manner in which Yukue demanded he leave ignited a surge of murderous intent within Suemo refuse. Yukue seemed slightly taken aback, his icy gaze appraising Suemo from head to toe before breaking into a chilling smile. You possess quite the courage. But I wonder who granted you such audacity. Are you aware of the consequences of defying me? Or do you believe Li Feng will come to your aid? Earlier, Yukue had seen Suemo conversing with Li Feng and assumed they shared a close bond. I do not require assistance from anyone. I have encountered many fools like you, and I have grown weary of such empty threats. Suemo shook his head dismissively. What? Upon hearing this, a murderous glint surged in Yukue's eyes, resembling a venomous snake. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. Yukue's palm surged with true energy. His clothes billowing as he prepared to strike and eliminate Suemo. Yukue, cease this at once. Li Feng's voice rang out, cold and commanding. Yukue turned his gaze towards Li Feng, a disdainful smile curling his lips. Are you truly willing to defend him? He is merely a defeated foe. If you wish to seek death as well, then come at me together. I do not intend to defend him. Li Feng shook his head. Yukue, do not forget the rules of Fengling Island. Private duels among disciples are strictly forbidden. If you violate the sect's rules, you may face a month of confinement at best or expulsion from the sect at worst. Do you truly wish to break the rules so soon after joining? Upon hearing this, Yukue's brow furrowed as he pondered. Li Feng's words held merit. He had only just joined the sect and had yet to establish a firm footing. To be expelled over a mere insect would be a grievous loss. Boy, I shall spare you this day. But when the Qing Yuan trial arrives, I will make you kneel and beg for mercy, Yukue declared icily, then bypassed Suemo to approach the test monument. He clawed at the stone tablet with his right hand. Boom. The stone tablet trembled, and the testing crystals erupted in brilliant light. 1, 10, 15. A full 15 testing crystals burst forth with purple radiance, dazzling to behold. 15 tiger strength. The crowd gasped in astonishment. As expected of a master in the spirit martial realm, a casual strike yielded such formidable power, 7,500 pounds of strength. Yukue cast a glance at Suemo, his eyes filled with arrogance. Suemo narrowed his eyes. 15 tiger strength? Indeed formidable. However, if that were all he had, it would not suffice to instill fear in him. Li Feng, Xiaohu, let us depart. Suemo called out, then turned to leave. Niu Xiaohu hurriedly followed. And after a moment and Appo's hesitation, Li Feng also chose to follow suit. Li Feng, are you familiar with this Yukue? Suemo inquired as they traversed the mountain path. We hail from the same city. Li Feng nodded, then added, Suemo, I advise you to avoid enmity with Yukue. He is exceedingly dangerous. Oh? In what way is he dangerous? Pray tell, Suemo asked. After a brief contemplation, Li Feng explained, Yukue possesses an 8th-tier martial soul, with extraordinary talent, having reached the pinnacle of the first level of spirit martial realm. Moreover, he is exceptionally ruthless. Those who oppose him either die or are gravely injured. Li Feng had previously harbored some grievances with Yukue, so although his relationship with Suemo was not particularly close, he did not wish to see Suemo perish at Yukue and Appo's hands. His earlier remarks were an attempt to help Suemo evade a dire fate. Despite having lost 200,000 gold to Suemo, he bore no resentment, for to him, it was a trifling sum. Thank you for your warning. However, it is not I who seeks conflict with him. Rather, he is the one who seeks conflict with me. Suemo nodded, expressing gratitude. Although Li Feng was somewhat proud, he possessed a commendable character and was quite forthright. Then, Suemo and Appo's tone shifted as he coldly declared, if he truly refuses to heed reason, he will only court his own demise. Li Feng was taken aback, looking at Suemo in astonishment. Initially, he believed himself to be arrogant, but he did not expect this seemingly gentle youth to harbor an even greater sense of superiority. Li Feng shook his head, perplexed by how a mere Qi refinement realm warrior could disregard a spirit martial realm warrior. Do you know how the Qing Yuan trial is conducted? Suemo asked again, knowing that Li Feng hailed from a prominent family and must possess considerable knowledge. The Qing Yuan trial is held on Qing Yuan Island, primarily involving the hunting of demon beasts, Li Feng explained, though he admitted he was unaware of some specific rules. Hunting demon beasts? Suemo and Appo's eyes brightened. Such simplicity presented an opportunity for him to enhance his power and martial soul level. Hunting demon beasts is something I relish. At that moment, Niu Xiaohu grinned widely, declaring, "I have been hunting with the village and Appos S beast hunting team since I was 10. Slaying demon beasts is my forte." "Haha, Xiaohu. I hope you achieve great success in the trial," Su Mo replied with a smile. Although Niu Xiaohu possessed only a 5th-tier martial soul, he was diligent in his training and had reached the early stage of qi refinement, placing him at an average level among the new disciples. Upon returning to their courtyard, the three each retreated to their respective rooms. After a moment of contemplation, Su Mo left his room once more and made his way to the contribution hall. He intended to exchange for contribution points. The methods for acquiring contribution points on Fengling Island were manifold, as detailed in the sect's literature. Disciples could earn contribution points by donating spiritual herbs, martial techniques, demon beast materials, or by completing sect tasks. Naturally, a simpler method existed, directly contributing money to the sect. After all, wealth equated to resources. Having recently won 200,000 gold from Li Feng, Su Mo aimed to convert it into contribution points in order to procure some beast souls from the island. Back in Linyang City, Su Mo's martial soul level was unrivaled. However, upon arriving at Fengling Island, his 6th-tier martial soul felt woefully inadequate, with many possessing higher levels. Upon entering the contribution hall, Su Mo exchanged all 200,000 gold, acquiring a total of only 20 contribution points. One contribution point required 1,000 gold. Subsequently, he used the 20 contribution points to obtain 10 second-tier, first-level beast soul crystals. Second-tier, first-level demon beasts were comparable to first-level spirit martial realm warriors, and each second-tier, first-level beast soul crystal was valued at 2 contribution points, equivalent to 2,000 gold, 5 times the price of first-tier 9th-level beast soul crystals. In his room, Su Mo sat cross-legged, unleashing his devouring martial soul. With a crack, he crushed one of the soul crystals, releasing a lizard-like beast soul. As the crystal shattered, the beast soul charged forth with a roar, attempting to bite at Su Mo. Su Mo was taken aback, realizing that this second-tier beast soul possessed a degree of intelligence. He quickly activated his devouring martial soul, a powerful suction force immediately engulfing the lizard-like beast soul. Although the beast had formidable strength in its corporeal form, it was now merely a soul body and posed no resistance to Su Mo's devouring martial soul. After devouring the beast soul, the devouring martial soul showed no significant reaction, prompting Su Mo to continue consuming. Soon, all 10 beast souls had been devoured. Yet, the devouring martial soul remained stagnant, failing to progress to a higher level. Su Mo's expression darkened. His martial soul had lingered at 6th tier for a prolonged period. Previously in Linyang City, he had consumed numerous beast souls, and now, after devouring 10 second-tier first-level beast souls, it still could not advance. What was happening? Could it be that my martial soul could only reach 6th tier? In Su Mo's heart, a sense of bewilderment lingered. Although the elevation of his martial spirit level necessitated an ever-increasing number of beast souls for each advancement, never before had he encountered such a staggering surge in demand. Alas, he resolved to consume more in the future, steadfast in his belief that he could indeed progress. After a prolonged period of contemplation, unable to unravel the mystery, he could only sigh in resignation and cast aside his thoughts. Subsequently, he dismissed the distractions from his mind and commenced his cultivation. However, this time, Su Mo did not cultivate his true energy, but instead focused on refining his body. With the enhancement of his cultivation, his training speed had gradually diminished, making it exceedingly difficult to break through the bottleneck and elevate his cultivation to the 9th level of qi refinement before the arrival of the Qingyuan trial. Thus, he chose to cultivate the body, aspiring to perfect the 3rd layer of the Wanshi divine art before the trial commenced. At that point, his body strength would surpass even the pinnacle of the 9th level qi refinement practitioners, comparable to those on the threshold of the spiritual martial realm. In this manner, his overall prowess would stand unparalleled among the newly initiated disciples. Within the confines of his chamber, torrents of spiritual energy converged, and within Su Mo and Appos' body, an array of hieroglyphic runes permeated his blood. The pursuit of cultivation knows no bounds, and time flew swiftly in the throes of training. In the blink of an eye, several days had elapsed. The Qingyuan trial was about to commence. Chapter 51. The 5 Great Talents as Dawn Broke. The sky was painted with hues of red. Su Mo opened his door and stepped outside. He inhaled deeply the fresh air, feeling invigorated. After several days of cultivation, he had completely mastered the 3rd level of the Wuxiang divine art, significantly enhancing his strength. Once the current trial concluded, he would begin to cultivate the fourth level of the Wuxiang divine art. This progress was largely attributed to the rich spiritual energy of Windling Island. Otherwise, he would have needed several times longer to achieve this. Creak. The sound of doors opening echoed as Li Feng and Niu Xiaohu emerged from the adjacent rooms. Good morning, senior brother Su Mo. Niu Xiaohu greeted with a smile. Xiaohu, your cultivation has improved significantly, Su Mo remarked. Noting the evident enhancement in Niu Xiaohu and Amp, Appos, S aura, now at the mid-stage of the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Hee. The abundant spiritual energy on Windling Island has accelerated my cultivation compared to when I was at home, Niu Xiaohu replied, beaming with happiness. Suemo, today marks the beginning of the Qingyuan trial. How about we have a friendly competition to see who ranks higher? Li Feng proposed, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. After losing to Sumo in their last contest, he had worked diligently to surpass him, leading to considerable progress in his own cultivation. Though he was only at the mid-stage of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, his strength was notably greater than that of an average peak 9th layer practitioner. Furthermore, a warrior and Appos' overall strength is not solely determined by attack power, speed, defense, and battle experience are equally crucial. Thus, he did not perceive his strength as inferior to Sumo's and felt confident for the upcoming trial. All right, how about we wager 20,000 taels of gold? Suemo replied, a hint of intrigue curling his lips. Deal. Let us go. The three of them set off toward the outer courtyard square, where the sect had summoned all new disciples to gather. At that moment, over 300 individuals had congregated in the square, each brimming with excitement and readiness to make a remarkable impression in the trial. The new disciples this year are impressively strong, Su Mo observed, astonished. Among the crowd, there were no fewer than 40 individuals at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, with the weakest possessing at least the 7th layer of Qi refinement. This year, Windling Island had elevated its entry standards, selecting only the elite disciples, albeit in fewer numbers. The 4 major sects of Tianyue country all share a similar rule. If new disciples do not reach the spirit martial realm within 2 years, they will be expelled. The formidable strength of the 4 major sects ensures they do not accommodate the incompetent. Each year, Windling Island expels numerous individuals, which is why the entry standards have been heightened. Individuals such as Su Tianhao and Su Hai from the Su family, who had joined Tianyuanzong for a year, still remained at the Qi refinement stage, and if they did not advance to the spirit martial realm this year, they too would face expulsion. Such individuals are not to be feared. Our greatest rivals are those at the spirit martial realm, Su Mo stated. Li Feng shook his head and replied gravely, this year, there are 8 new disciples who have reached the spirit martial realm, and their strength should not be underestimated, especially the 5 super talents with human level 8 martial spirits. 5 individuals with human level 8 martial spirits? Su Mo exclaimed in surprise. During his entry, he recalled that Yin Qi and his companions all possessed human level 8 martial spirits, and to think another individual had also attained this level. Indeed, the 5 individuals are referred to as the Appos, 5 great talents of the new disciples, and Appos, each boasting extraordinary talent and reportedly included in the sect and Appos' key cultivation list, Li Feng affirmed. The 5 great talents. Su Mo smiled slightly, as this was the first time he had heard of them during his recent seclusion. Look, that is Yin Qi, one of the 5 great talents. The aura of a spirit martial realm expert is undeniably formidable. As the crowd stirred with excitement, Su Mo turned to see 2 men and a woman approaching. The tall, elegant youth in yellow at the center exuded a powerful aura without reservation. This was Yin Qi. The 2 flanking him were Yin Xing, his kin, and the blue-clad young woman, Yin Lan. As they reached the square, the crowd parted respectfully. Yin Qi surveyed the gathering with an air of arrogance, and upon spotting Su Mo, a smirk formed on his lips, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Su Mo, noticing the expression, remained unfazed. After all, he was merely at the first stage of the spirit martial realm, not a cause for concern. Shortly after Yin Qi's arrival, Chao Yuan, Feng Xilan, and Mu Kuei also appeared. Chao Yuan, robust and taller than Niu Xiaohu, bore a fierce countenance and carried a black long sword on his back. In contrast, Feng Xilan appeared more delicate, her looks not striking but her figure curvaceous, drawing attention. With the 4 great talents present, the crowd fell silent. The 4 seemed to sense one another, their eyes locked in a fierce exchange of intent. Dressed in a black robe, Wu Kuei and Oppos. S cold gaze flickered as he licked his crimson lips, a chilling smile gracing his features. He was determined to secure victory in this trial, and anyone daring to obstruct him, including the other 4 great talents, would meet a dire fate. As more new disciples arrived, a figure emerged from the distance, capturing everyone's attention. A young man clad in white approached with a smile, his handsome visage and graceful demeanor standing out. Though he appeared to walk slowly, he closed the distance in the blink of an eye, revealing a white longbow slung across his back. Despite his lack of any evident aura, he emanated an invisible pressure that stirred unease among the onlookers. Suemo narrowed his eyes, recognizing that this individual was extraordinary, exuding a strength that rivaled even Wu Kuei. He is one of the 5 great talents, Luo Qianfan. Li Feng and Oppos' voice whispered beside him. Luo Qianfan? Suemo murmured, committing the name to memory. This individual was likely a formidable rival. A sense of excitement stirred within Suemo. The Qingyuan trial promised to be a fierce contest. He is quite low-key and rarely appears, but it is said he has some connections on the island, though the truth of this remains uncertain. Li Feng added, Senior brother Li Feng, senior brother Suemo. Why do I feel like this person is quite ordinary? He seems rather unremarkable. Niu Xiaohu scratched his head in confusion. Ah, Xiaohu. One must not judge solely by appearances. Although he displays no overt aura, his gaze is profound, and his energy is deeply restrained. If you pay close attention, you will sense his uniqueness, Suemo replied with a faint smile. Is that so? Let me give it a try. Niu Xiaohu nodded in agreement. Just as they were engaged in conversation, a sudden surge of imposing auras erupted from the distance. Chapter 52. Astonishing rewards in the distance. A dozen figures glided gracefully through the air, their formidable presence sweeping across the surroundings. Sumo's eyes widened in astonishment. They could actually fly. It was said that upon breaking through to the spirit martial realm and reaching the true spirit realm, one could traverse the skies. And it appeared that the rumors held true. With a thunderous arrival, these figures descended upon the plaza, hovering majestically before the crowd, each exuding an overwhelming aura that stirred the winds and clouds. The entire plaza fell into an immediate silence. All present felt the oppressive weight of their power, their expressions shifting, breaths quickening. Leading the group was a stout elder, none other than Elder Wei, who had presided over the entrance examination. This individual was reputed to be the 3rd elder of the outer sect, holding significant authority within it. After settling into position, Elder Wei surveyed the crowd, his gaze eventually resting upon Wu Kuei, Yin Qi, Feng Zilan, and the other 3, commending, "You 5 are remarkable, each possessing an 8th-level martial soul. You are the most talented among the new disciples, and I look forward to your performance in the upcoming trials." The other elders smiled approvingly at the 5, their eyes filled with admiration. Among the over 10,000 disciples of Wind Spirit Island, fewer than 100 possessed an 8th-level martial soul, highlighting its rarity. Yin Shi and the others were thus deemed worthy of special cultivation. Elder Wei continued, "Today, I shall oversee the Qing Yuan trials. Allow me to outline the rules." His voice resonated throughout the plaza, capturing everyone's undivided attention. The Qing Yuan trials will last 3 days, taking place on Qing Yuan Island. Your task is simple: hunt demon beasts and acquire their cores. Although the island spans only 500 miles, it is home to tens of thousands of demon beasts. The quantity of cores you obtain will determine your ranking in the trials. The more cores you collect, the higher your score. A first level 7 demon beast core is the minimum scoring standard, equivalent to 1 point. A first level 8 core is worth 2 points. A first level 9 core 4 points, and so forth. There are 4 key points to note. First, only cores obtained on Qing Yuan Island will count towards your score. Any cores you possess prior are deemed useless, as we have special means to discern them. Second, the top 20 participants will receive rewards. Third, during the trials, several elders will be stationed throughout the island, overseeing the entire process. Should you encounter life-threatening danger, call out to abandon the trial, and within moments, an elder will rescue you. However, you will forfeit your eligibility for ranking. Fourth, if you wish to become strong, you must endure trials of blood and fire. Therefore, in this trial, you are permitted to seize cores from others, and killing is allowed. Elder Wei and Oppos' voice thundered, particularly emphasizing the last 4 words, which carried an ominous tone. The crowd shuddered at his words, their eyes gleaming with determination, apprehension etched across their faces. The allowance for killing hinted that this trial would likely devolve into a brutal contest of survival. Su Imo nodded inwardly, acknowledging Elder Wei's harsh yet truthful perspective. Indeed, while sheltered beings might become formidable, they could never truly attain strength. What strong individual had not endured countless tribulations before being able to dominate the world? At that moment, Su Imo sensed two surreptitious auras of malice directed toward him. His brows furrowed as he turned to find Yin Qi and Wu Kuei, their eyes glinting with murderous intent. Fixated upon him, Su Imo merely scoffed, dismissing their presence. Elder Wei scanned the assembly once more, declaring, "Now, I will announce the rewards for the trials. The first place will receive 300 contribution points, second place, 200, third place, 100, fourth to 10th places, 50 each, and the 11th to 20th places, 30 each." As soon as Elder Wei's words fell, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. The new disciples gaped, their breaths coming in rapid succession, faces flushed with excitement. Wind Spirit Island was rich in resources, and its disciples could exchange contribution points for any treasures they desired. Hence, the rewards were primarily in contribution points. However, acquiring these points was exceedingly difficult for ordinary disciples. Even with 2,000 taels of gold, one could only obtain a single contribution point. Now, the rewards for the Qing Yuan trials were staggering, with even the 20th place earning 30 points, and the first place an astounding 300 points. In terms of gold, 300 contribution points would equate to 600,000 taels. Even among the newly arrived disciples, many hailed from prestigious families. Yet they too were taken aback by the magnitude of Wind Spirit Island and Apos' generosity. Su Imo, too, was astonished. Once he regained his composure, he felt a surge of fervor. 300 contribution points could allow him to exchange for numerous elixirs to enhance his cultivation and acquire a plethora of beast souls to elevate his martial soul and Apos' rank. In a short period, his strength could soar to unprecedented heights. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Everyone's eyes gleamed with ambition, casting wary glances at their neighbors. Even those who had previously maintained amicable relations began to adopt a cautious demeanor. "Is everyone clear?" Elder Wei's commanding voice cut through the tension, his gaze sharp as lightning. "Understood." The crowd responded in unison. "Excellent. Now, all of you, proceed to the dock to board the ships." With that, Elder Wei, accompanied by several elders, transformed into beams of light and soared toward Qing Yuan Island. At the dock, the warships of Wind Spirit Island awaited. The 500 new disciples boarded the vessels, setting sail for Qing Yuan Island. Qing Yuan Island lay 600 miles south of Wind Spirit Island, characterized by towering mountains, dense forests, and an abundance of demon beasts and rare flora, making it an ideal ground for the trials. For years, new disciples had undergone their trials upon this very island, honing their skills while also gathering valuable resources, such as rare treasures. The ships sailed swiftly, reaching Qing Yuan Island before noon. Upon disembarking, the disciples gathered at the forest and Apos' edge, where Elder Wei and the other elders awaited. "Let the disciples of the 7th level of Qi cultivation enter the forest first," Elder Wei commanded. As soon as his words echoed, over 300 disciples at the 7th level of Qi cultivation surged forward, darting into the forest like the wind. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. Su Imo nodded in approval at this arrangement, recognizing it as considerate for the less experienced disciples. After all, in such trials, lower cultivation levels often faced greater disadvantages. Had they entered all at once, it was inevitable that stronger disciples would target and eliminate the weaker ones. Now, those at the 8th level of Qi cultivation may enter the forest. After a brief interval, Elder Wei spoke again. Hearing this, Su Imo exchanged a glance with Niu Xiaohu, and together they stepped forward, plunging into the forest alongside over 100 peers of similar cultivation. Wu Kuei stood at the forest's edge, his icy gaze locked onto Su Mo's retreating figure, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Chapter 53. The azure mist grass. Su Imo dashed into the dense forest, where ancient trees loomed, stretching endlessly before him. The air was thick with the wild aura of beasts, and the echoes of roars resonated throughout the woodland. Over 100 individuals had entered this vast expanse, scattering quickly and disappearing from sight. The trial of Qing Yuan was not merely a test, but a battle, prompting everyone to maintain a safe distance from one another. Su Imo and Niu Xiaohu, however, remained together, racing through the woods. "Xiaohu, do you wish to stay with me, or go off on your own?" Su Imo inquired. Niu Xiaohu pondered for a moment before responding. "Brother Su Imo, I believe I shall venture alone." His decision stemmed not from distrust, but from practicality. He was not foolish. and he recognized that if they encountered a beast, there would be complications regarding who would strike and who would claim the beast core. Thus, he opted for solitude. Very well, take care. Suemo did not press the matter, nodding in agreement. Be cautious, brother Suemo. I shall take my leave, Niu Xiaohu replied, and with that, he sprinted away in another direction. Watching Niu Xiaohu depart, Suemo took a deep breath and darted deeper into the forest. The wilderness, teeming with beasts, was a paradise for Suemo, a veritable treasure trove for his cultivation. It had been a long time since he last hunted beasts in the Yufeng mountain range and absorbed their essence. This time, he was determined to indulge fully. With a thunderous punch, he dispatched a level 6 blue-eyed tiger. After ensuring the area was clear, he unleashed his martial spirit, swiftly consuming the beast's soul and essence. Although the level 6 beast was of too low a rank to yield significant benefits, he would not squander the opportunity. Extracting the beast core and leaving behind a desiccated corpse, Suemo vanished into the depths of the woods. Although the level 6 beast core would not contribute to the trial and oppos, as evaluation, it still held considerable value. Having ventured less than 100 meters further, he was met with the sound of multiple tiger roars echoing through the forest. 6 blue-eyed tigers charged towards him, poised to attack. Aha! Suemo was not startled. Rather, he was delighted. He had not anticipated encountering such a plethora of beasts on Qingyuan Island. Just moments after entering, he was already faced with an abundance of foes. With a flurry of punches, the 6 level 6 blue-eyed tigers were obliterated, their remains showering the area with blood. Once again, he summoned his martial spirit to consume their souls and essence. However, a wry smile crept onto his face as he realized he could only absorb 1/5 of their essence. Having annihilated them too swiftly, wasting a significant portion, it seems one must not be too ruthless when hunting beasts. Suemo lamented, shaking his head as he continued onward. The density of beasts on Qingyuan Island surpassed that of Yufeng mountain range, a fact he could not overlook. After more than an hour, Suemo had traversed several dozen miles into the forest, encountering increasingly formidable foes. A sudden roar pierced the air as a massive yellow serpent, measuring several dozen meters in length and as thick as a barrel, lunged from the underbrush, its jaws wide open, aimed directly at Suemo's head. The foul stench assaulted his senses. This serpent was a peak level 8 beast. Seeking death, Suemo bellowed, evading the attack and countering with a powerful punch to the serpent and Appos' head. With a resounding crash, the serpent and Appos' head shattered, blood and brain matter splattering in all directions. As he finished consuming the serpent's essence and soul, Suemo heard distant roars and sounds of combat. This commotion hinted at the presence of numerous beasts. With his current strength, he could discern even the slightest movements within a mile radius. Could it be a beast horde? Suemo mused briefly, collected the serpent and Appos' core, and sped toward the source of the noise. He was eager to seize the opportunity. Having reached the peak of the 8th level of Qi refinement and consumed a substantial amount of beast essence, he felt his realm on the verge of a breakthrough. Before long, Suemo arrived at a valley from which the sounds of battle emanated. He cautiously perched atop a large tree at the valley and Appos' edge, peering into the fray below. Within the valley gathered no fewer than 30 or 40 black giant wolves, known as iron-tooth wolves, all peak level 8 beasts. Among them stood a notably larger iron-tooth wolf king, a formidable level 9 beast. The wolf pack was besieging 2 young men, who were evidently new disciples from Winling Island. The pair, tall and slender with strikingly similar features, were clearly brothers, both having reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. Despite their considerable strength, they struggled against the overwhelming pack, having slain several iron-tooth wolves but sustaining injuries in the process. The iron-tooth wolf king lurked amidst the chaos, launching surprise attacks, rendering their situation dire. "Brother, since you have arrived, why not lend us your aid?" One of the black-clad youths exclaimed, his ears twitching as he caught sight of Suemo's hiding place. Discovered? Suemo was taken aback. He had concealed himself more than 200 meters away, taking great care to mask his presence, yet they had managed to notice him. With no intention of retreating, he leaped from the tree and approached. "Brothers, there are 3 azure mist grasses in this valley. We will hold off the wolves. You must retrieve them." The other youth, clad in yellow, urged upon seeing Suemo azure mist grass. Suemo and Appos' eyes brightened. This rare herb was a top-tier spiritual plant, capable of saving high-level practitioners 2 months of arduous training. For someone like Suemo, who had reached a bottleneck, Consuming it would easily allow him to break through his current limits. Very well, be careful. Without hesitation, Sumo warned them before darting into the valley, weaving past the wolves and heading deeper within. As the Wolf King howled in fury, rallying the pack to pursue Sumo, the two youths unleashed their martial spirits, summoning their full strength to hold the wolves at bay, buying Sumo precious time. Venturing deeper into the valley, Sumo soon spotted 3 azure mist grasses nestled against a rocky wall. These plants stood merely 7 or 8 inches tall, shrouded in mist and brimming with spiritual energy. Quickly harvesting the 3 azure mist grasses, he executed his technique and hastily made his way back toward the valley's exit. Success! Let us go, he called as he reached the valley and Apos' mouth, sprinting out with urgency. In truth, Sumo possessed the strength to annihilate and consume all the iron-toothed wolves. But he refrained from doing so, considering the two youths' presence. Seeing Sumo succeed, the brothers fiercely repelled the wolves, racing to catch up with him. The pack, enraged, pursued them relentlessly, but after several miles, they halted their chase. Beasts have their domains, and upon crossing into another territory, the wolves clashed with different beasts, ultimately retreating in defeat. Chapter 54. A self-inflicted demise. Having evaded the wolf pack, Sumo and his companions sought refuge in a secluded thicket. Gentlemen, Sumo began, addressing the pair. We have acquired 3 azure cloud herbs, precisely 1 for each of us. It was only now that Sumo had the opportunity to scrutinize his companions. Their faces were gaunt, and their eyes were narrow, conveying an air of brooding unease. Indeed, young brother, one of the two, garbed in yellow, responded with a peculiar smile. We are grateful for your assistance in procuring these herbs. Sumo's brow furrowed, his eyes narrowing. Assistance in procuring the herbs? What do you mean by that? The two exchanged a knowing glance before positioning themselves to block Sumo's path. You are but an ant at the 8th level of chi refining, the youth in black sneered. Do you truly believe you are worthy of sharing these herbs with us? Hand them over, and you may yet live. Without my aid, you would never have obtained these herbs, Sumo retorted, his countenance darkening. Do you intend to consume them alone? The youth in black shook his head. Precisely because you aided us, we shall spare your life. Surrender the herbs, and be gone. How amusing, Sumo scoffed, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Because I aided you, you grant me mercy? How magnanimous of you. The youth in yellow, growing impatient, interjected, Brother, why waste words on him? Simply kill him. Boy. This is your final chance, the youth in black snarled, his face contorting. Hand over the herbs or face death. Sumo shook his head, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. You offer me a chance, but I shall not extend the same to you. The two paused, their expressions puzzled. What do you mean by that? I mean that both of you shall perish. Sumo and Apos' voice was devoid of emotion. Perish? Have you lost your mind? The youth in black scoffed. Brother, kill him. Die. The youth in yellow roared, a cruel smile playing on his lips as he lunged towards Sumo. A self-inflicted demise, Sumo murmured, his face remaining impassive. Without hesitation, he met the youth's palm with a fist, unleashing the full force of his 9-fold fist. This technique, the first martial art Sumo had mastered, was a mid-grade level 1 skill, and despite its moderate rank, its power was formidable. Its relative simplicity had allowed Sumo to attain mastery over the past month. Boom. Fist met palm, and the youth in yellow convulsed violently before emitting a blood-curdling scream. He was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground, lifeless. His arm had been shattered into fragments, and his internal organs reduced to a pulpy mass. Brother, the youth in black cried out in horror, staring at Sumo in disbelief. You are not at the 8th level of chi refining. You are a master of the spiritual martial realm? In his eyes, only a practitioner of the spiritual martial realm could have delivered such a devastating blow. Having dispatched the youth in yellow, Sumo turned his attention to the youth in black. I do not desire the herb. I shall leave at once. The youth in black stammered, retreating as he spoke. I have a question for you. Sumo said, recalling a previous encounter. How did you discover my presence outside the valley? My martial soul is the 6-eared beast, granting me exceptional hearing. Within a radius of 2 miles, I can hear even the fluttering of a fly's wings. The youth in black explained, Now may I leave? I see. Sumo nodded, acknowledging the explanation. Martial souls are diverse and unpredictable. One must not underestimate anyone. He then fixed his gaze upon the youth, a hint of mockery in his eyes. I told you, I would not grant you a chance. From the moment you sought to claim the herbs for yourselves, your fate was sealed. Had they not been consumed by greed, they would not have met such an end. Without another word, Sumo transformed into a blur, launching himself forward. The youth in black was paralyzed with terror and attempted to flee, but he was no match for Sumo's speed. He was overtaken in an instant and struck down. Even his attempt to cry out for help from the sect elders was cut short. As he lay dying, the youth in black was consumed by regret. Had he not coveted the herb, he and his brother would not have perished. They had just joined the Wind Spirit sect, their futures brimming with promise, only to be plunged into the abyss. With death, all was extinguished. Too weak. Sumo shook his head, dismissing the fallen foe. A 9th-level chi refining practitioner was no match for his fist. Perhaps only a master of the spiritual martial realm could truly challenge him. I wonder if the essence and blood of these 2 practitioners will be sufficient to elevate my cultivation? Sumo mused. He sat cross-legged, releasing his devouring martial soul. The dark vortex materialized behind him, and the essence and blood of the 2 youths transformed into streaks of crimson light, merging into the vortex. Both possessed 7th-grade human-level martial souls, which were also mercilessly devoured. The blood essence of a 9th-level chi refining practitioner is indeed potent. Sumo shuddered as the energy surged through his body. The blood essence of these 2 practitioners was remarkably dense, coursing through his meridians like a raging river. Sumo focused his mind, diligently refining the energy. The potent blood essence was transmuted into true chi, flowing into his dantian. In less than a quarter of an hour, the true chi in Sumo and Appo's dantian reached its limit, shattering the bottleneck of his cultivation. Boom. His dantian expanded rapidly, the total volume of true chi increasing exponentially, becoming more concentrated. The mist-like chi filled his dantian. An aura far exceeding that of the 8th level of chi refining erupted from Sumo. He had reached the 9th level of chi refining. After refining all the blood essence, Sumo rose to his feet, his eyes gleaming with vigor. Haha, with my current strength, who among the new disciples can stand against me? Sumo exclaimed, elated and full of confidence. He then searched the corpses, retrieving 2 storage pouches. Most chi refining practitioners could not afford storage rings and instead used storage pouches. The pouches contained over 13,000 taels of gold, 30 demon cores, 3 manuals, and some clothing. Among the demon cores, more than 20 were from 7th level chi refining demons or higher. Sumo examined the manuals, discovering that they were all 1st grade, high-level martial arts techniques, of little use to him. However, he could exchange them for contribution points within the sect. After stowing away the pouches, Sumo gazed into the depths of the forest. The Azure Origin trial lasts only 3 days. There is no time to waste. Let the slaughter commence. Sumo's aura was thick with murderous intent, his eyes blazing with a desire to kill. In that moment, he felt as though he had returned to his previous life, to an era of dominance where all who stood in his path would fall. With that, Sumo turned and retraced his steps, intent on exacting revenge upon the Iron Fang wolf pack in the valley. Chapter 55, The Situation on Qingyuan Island. Within a desolate valley, the scene was one of utter devastation. With dismembered limbs scattered across the ground, the lifeless bodies of dozens of iron-toothed wolves lay there, desiccated and resembling decayed wood. Amidst the carnage, a young man clad in green sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His features were strikingly handsome, with star-like brows and piercing eyes. This young man was Suemo. After a brief moment, Suemo opened his eyes and exhaled a deep breath. The essence of the slain iron-toothed wolves had significantly enhanced his cultivation, bringing him closer to the mid-stage of the 9th layer of chi refinement. The only regret was that despite devouring so many beast souls and martial souls, his devouring martial soul had yet to advance. This caused Suemo to feel a sense of urgency, although he was powerful among the newly initiated disciples. If his martial soul did not improve, his cultivation speed would dwindle and he would soon be surpassed. Moreover, with so many senior disciples on Windy Island, whose cultivation levels far surpassed those of the new initiates, how could he compete with them if his strength did not increase swiftly? Although his martial soul could consume essence blood, relying solely on this method for enhancement was not sustainable. He had already discerned that while rapid, the process of absorbing essence blood had significant drawbacks. After consuming large quantities, the true energy within him would become muddled, and the more he absorbed, the more pronounced the issue became. Prolonged reliance on this method would inevitably compromise his foundation. Thus, after extensive consumption, Suemo needed time to consolidate his cultivation and refine his true energy to solidify his base. Moments later, Suemo surveyed the ravaged valley and rose to depart. As for the 3 by Xia herbs he had obtained, he did not rush to consume them. The immediate priority was to continue devouring. Once his cultivation reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of qi refinement, or even the threshold of the spirit martial realm, those 3 herbs might aid him in breaking through. In the forest, Suemo moved with the grace of a legendary slayer, unstoppable in his path. Any beast he encountered, regardless of its level, met a grim fate. Of course, all the beasts he had slain so far were of the 1st rank, with no 2nd rank beast appearing yet. As Suemo hunted down dozens more beasts, the sky darkened, and by chance, he encountered Li Feng. At this moment, Li Feng appeared feeble, his complexion pale, his clothes tattered and bloodied, clearly in a state of distress. He staggered through the woods, coughing blood, indicating that he had sustained severe injuries. Suemo, what are you doing here? Li Feng halted upon seeing Suemo, weakly inquiring. Li Feng, how did you incur such grave injuries? Suemo approached Li Feng, questioning him with a look of confusion. Given Li Feng's strength, few among the new disciples could have harmed him. Could it be that he had encountered a 2nd-rank beast? Suemo, Li Feng began to respond, but suddenly changed color, coughing up another mouthful of blood before collapsing, unconscious. Suemo was taken aback and hurriedly checked Li Feng's condition, discovering that his injuries were indeed severe. 3 of his ribs were broken, and his internal organs had suffered significant damage. Without treatment, he would likely not survive more than 2 days. With a sigh, Suemo realized he could not turn a blind eye now that he had found him. Although Li Feng was arrogant, he was not malicious, and there was no grudge between them. Suemo lifted Li Feng and carried him to a nearby cave. The beasts in this cave had previously been vanquished by Suemo, making it a safe haven. After placing Li Feng against the stone wall of the cave, Suemo fed him a healing pill and infused his true energy into Li Feng and Apos' body to refine the medicinal properties and stabilize his condition. Despite the pill being refined, Li Feng showed no signs of awakening, prompting Suemo to continuously channel his true energy into him for healing. This process lasted throughout the night. When dawn broke the following day, and Suemo had exhausted his true energy for the 3rd time, Li Feng finally stirred awake. Suemo, thank you for saving me. Li Feng and Apos' eyes reflected a complex emotion as he expressed his gratitude. During this time, Li Feng had considered Suemo a rival. Yet it was Suemo who saved him in his moment of peril. There is no need for excessive thanks between fellow disciples, Suemo replied, shaking his head. But tell me, how did you sustain such grievous injuries? Who attacked you? Having examined Li Feng's wounds thoroughly, Suemo ruled out the possibility of a beast being responsible. The injuries were evidently inflicted by a martial artist. It was Huang Yinqing. He is the one who left me in this state. Li Feng's eyes flared with anger as he spoke through gritted teeth. Who is Huang Yinqing? Suemo, sitting cross-legged to recover his true energy, inquired with curiosity. Huang Yinqing is one of the 8 spirit martial realm experts among the new disciples, though his martial soul is only at the 7th rank. He has reached the spirit martial realm and is extraordinarily powerful, Li Feng explained. Why would he target you? Was he after your beast core? Suemo asked again. Yes. Li Feng nodded, then added, however, he didn't seek the beast cores for himself. Not for himself? Suemo's brow furrowed in confusion. If not for himself, then for whom? Suemo, you may not yet grasp the current situation. Li Feng shook his head. The new disciples have already divided into several factions. The 5 prodigies, except for the mysterious Luo Qianfan, have each gathered numerous followers to collect beast cores for them. They are numerous and formidable, sweeping through everything in their path, leaving no one to oppose them. Huang Yinqing is now part of the Wu Kuei faction. Upon hearing this, Suemo's brow creased in thought. He had not anticipated that these 4 individuals would possess such influence. If this were the case, the speed at which the 4 prodigies acquired beast cores would be alarming. With this in mind, Suemo realized that not only would it be difficult to secure first place, but even making it into the top 5 would be a challenge. However, Suemo was puzzled by the fact that a spirit martial realm expert like Huang Yunqing would willingly serve Wu Kuei. It was known that among the 500 new disciples, only 8 had reached the spirit martial realm. Given Huang Yunqing's strength, he could easily secure a position in the top 10 without any trouble. What price had Wu Kuei paid to win Huang Yunqing's allegiance? How is your condition now? After a brief moment, Suemo inquired. Li Feng and Apos' expression was somber, devoid of his previous vigor. He shook his head and said, I am too severely injured to recover in the short term. I am considering giving up. Suemo sighed. Li Feng spoke the truth. Such injuries would likely require at least a month to fully heal. Then you should have the elders of the sect come to retrieve you. Suemo suggested after a moment. having regained much of his true energy. Rising, he gazed outside the cave, his eyes gleaming with determination. Rest assured, I will avenge you. Li Feng was taken aback by Su Mo and Ampos' words, then incredulously asked, Su Mo, you can end Ampos be thinking of confronting them, can you? Li Feng felt a sense of absurdity. The four prodigies were immensely powerful and numerous. Seeking them out would be tantamount to courting death. And what do you think? Su Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Su Mo did not intend to seek revenge for Li Feng. Their relationship had not reached such a depth. His true motivation was to seize the beast cores, a far swifter process than hunting them himself. As long as he acquired enough beast cores, he could secure first place in this trial, along with 300 contribution points, a most enticing reward. As for absorbing the essence blood of the beasts, there would be ample time to hunt them after the trial concluded. Moreover, should anyone foolishly seek their own demise, the blood of martial artists would also serve Su Mo equally well. Very well, I shall take my leave. Take care of yourself. In an instant, Su Mo ceased to speak further and swiftly vanished from the mountain's embrace, leaving Li Feng in a state of astonished disbelief. Chapter 56. The Heavenly Alliance. Within the vast and desolate forest, Su Mo remained vigilant, keenly observing his surroundings while simultaneously hunting demonic beasts and searching for the whereabouts of Wu Kuei and his companions. Along the way, he encountered several junior disciples, each attempting to hunt demonic beasts independently. These disciples, possessing relatively low cultivation levels of either the 7th or 8th stage of Qi refinement, were startled upon sensing Su Mo's formidable aura and fled in panic. Su Mo, somewhat amused by their reaction, chose not to pursue them, as robbing them held little significance for him. Thus far, Su Mo had acquired nearly 150 demon cores from beasts of the 7th stage and above. This impressive tally positioned him among the top contenders among the newly initiated disciples. However, Wu Kuei and the other 3 prodigies had gathered numerous disciples to their ranks, enabling them to collect demon cores at a rate far exceeding his own. Therefore, Su Mo realized that to claim the title of first in this trial, he would need to seize opportunities from them. Were the other disciples to learn of Su Mo and Ampos' intentions, they would likely deem him insane, given that he, a mere practitioner of the 9th stage of Qi refinement, sought to rob those of the spiritual martial realm, especially when they were in overwhelming numbers. Yet, emboldened by his talent, Su Mo harbored no fear. He was well aware that both Wu Kuei and Yin Qi had already harbored murderous thoughts towards him. Should the opportunity arise to eliminate them, he would act without hesitation. After searching the forest for over an hour without finding any trace of Wu Kuei and his companions, Su Mo felt a twinge of frustration, realizing that he couldn't rob anyone if he couldn't find them. Perhaps he could inquire with other disciples if he happened upon them. He mused. At that moment, Su Mo caught the faint sound of laughter in the distance, boisterous, arrogant laughter. Could it be Wu Kuei and Huang Yuqing? His eyes brightened at the thought, and he swiftly concealed his aura, cautiously making his way toward the source of the laughter. Although he was unafraid of Wu Kuei and his associates, he understood the necessity of caution, as they were numerous and included 2 practitioners of the spiritual martial realm. Soon enough, Su Mo spotted a group of youths. However, these were not the individuals he sought. In a clearing within the woods, a group of over a dozen youths surrounded a boy clad in purple. The lowest among them possessed a cultivation of the 8th stage of Qi refinement, while 3 boasted the 9th stage. Among this group, Su Mo recognized one of them, Yin Xing, a member of Yin Qi's clan, and one of the 3 at the 9th stage. The purple-clad boy they surrounded was also at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of Qi refinement. His pallid complexion and the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth indicated he had suffered injuries from a confrontation with Yin Xing and his companions. Haha. Zhou Xin, I present you with 3 choices. First, surrender all your demon cores. Second, submit to Brother Yin Qi while still handing over your cores. Third, we will kill you and seize everything you possess. Yin Xing laughed maniacally, his face brimming with arrogance. Zhou Xin and Ampos' expression darkened. Though he had reached the peak of the 9th stage, he found himself outnumbered and injured by their combined assault. Everyone, while Yin Qi is powerful, are you truly content to be his pawns? Zhou Xin did not respond directly to Yin Xing, but instead addressed the others beside him with a grave tone. Zhou Xin, our talents pale in comparison to Brother Yin Qi and Ampos'. Only by aligning with him can we realize our ambitions on Windridge Island, replied a stern-faced youth standing beside Yin Xing. To follow Yin-Chi to fulfill your ambitions? Zhou Xian scoffed disdainfully, shaking his head. Wang Lei, it is pitiful that you consider yourself a genius, yet willingly choose to be a lackey for another. His disdain for these individuals was palpable. How could they maintain any dignity if they had so willingly bent their backs? You and Amp, Oppos, recording death. The cold youth and Amp, Oppos, S fury ignited at Zhou Xian and Amp, Oppos, S words. Ready to strike him down. Enough, Zhou Xian. If you wish to understand why they have chosen to follow brother Yin-Chi, I can enlighten you and offer you a chance, Yin-Xing interjected, halting the cold youth. It is because, by aligning with brother Yin-Chi, they can join the Heavenly Alliance. Join the Heavenly Alliance? Zhou Xian was momentarily taken aback, then realization dawned upon him. Su Mo, concealed not far off. Listen to Yin-Xing's words, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. He had not anticipated Yin-Chi wielded such influence. No wonder he could gather so many followers. It was all due to the Heavenly Alliance. Su Mo had heard of the Heavenly Alliance, an organization among the disciples of Wind Ridge Island, noted for its vast power. With over 10,000 disciples on the island, numerous factions existed, yet the Heavenly Alliance stood as the mightiest of them all. Countless disciples took pride in joining the alliance, while many aspired to be part of it. The leader of the Heavenly Alliance was none other than Duan Jingtian, the core disciple of Wind Ridge Island. Duan Jingtian lived up to his name, his prowess was extraordinary, and his talent unrivaled. He was a source of pride for Wind Ridge Island, revered by countless disciples. It was said that he possessed a terrestrial-grade martial soul, achieving the spiritual martial realm at the age of 12 and breaking through to the true spirit realm by 20. Now, at merely 22, he had become an invincible figure among the disciples of Wind Ridge Island. Duan Jingtian, alongside 3 other exceptional talents from the major sects, was known as the 4 prodigies of Tianwei, their fame resonating throughout the Tianwei kingdom. Long ago, Su Mo had heard the name of the 4 prodigies. But due to the remoteness of Linyang City and the scarcity of information, he had only learned a little. It was only after arriving at Wind Ridge Island that he discovered the core disciple was indeed one of the 4 prodigies and ranked 3rd among them. As a faction founded by Duan Jingtian, the Heavenly Alliance now flourished on Wind Ridge Island, naturally attracting the attention of ordinary disciples. Su Mo shook his head. It was no surprise that many would be eager to align with Yin-Chi, given the enticing benefits he promised. Zhou Xian, brother Yin-Chi and Amp, Oppos, S elder brother is an inner disciple and a key member of the Heavenly Alliance. If you join us, you too can become a member of the Alliance. Do not let this opportunity slip by. Another spoke up, clearly familiar with Zhou Xian. Joining you would guarantee membership in the Heavenly Alliance? Zhou Xian raised an eyebrow, internally grappling with his thoughts. He longed to join the Alliance, yet as a warrior, he had always adhered to the principle of unwavering integrity, facing challenges fearlessly and advancing boldly. To bow to them simply for the sake of joining the Alliance would betray his martial heart. However, the allure of the Heavenly Alliance proved to be immensely tempting. After much internal struggle, Zhou Xian finally gritted his teeth and resolutely declared, I will not submit to Yin-Chi. Even if I wish to join the Heavenly Alliance, I shall do so through my own strength. His voice rang with conviction. He refused to compromise his martial principles and believed in his own talent. Chapter 57, Su Mo takes action from a distance. Su Mo listened to the words of the purple-clad youth, Zhou Xian, and silently praised him. Faced with such a predicament and the allure of the Heavenly Alliance, he was able to resolutely refuse. This individual possesses an admirable character. As long as he does not meet an untimely demise, he is destined for greatness. Zhou Xian, I see you are indeed a talent, and I offered you kind counsel, yet you failed to appreciate it. In the arena, Yin-Xing, upon hearing these words, was filled with fury and mockery, his murderous intent palpable. You think you can join the Heavenly Alliance based on your own strength? Do you believe you even have a future? Zhou Xian's heart sank, and he asked, What, are you truly going to kill me? Indeed. Refusing to submit makes you our enemy, and our enemies only have one fate, death. Yin-Xing's expression was arrogant and domineering as he commanded, Everyone, kill him together. At his words, the crowd surged into action, unleashing an array of palm strikes, blade lights, and sword energies that thundered toward Zhou Xian. Overwhelmed by the multitude of attacks, Zhou Xian felt a wave of dread wash over him. He dared not confront them head-on and could only dodge incessantly. Yet, the sheer volume of assaults was too much, and soon he endured several more hits, compounding his injuries. If circumstances did not change, Zhou Xian would soon meet his end, even if he cried out for help. Summoning the elders from the island, it was unlikely he would be saved. The fearsome elders might arrive only to find him already dead. Suemo shook his head, deciding to lend a hand. It would be a pity for such a virtuous individual to perish here. Moreover, to Suemo, Yanxing and his companions were more foes than friends, and he certainly did not wish to see them succeed. Casually picking up a stone the size of an egg from the ground, Suemo infused it with energy and flung it toward the arena. Who dares to ambush me? Yanxing, sensing the impending projectile before it reached him, instinctively dodged to the side. However, he soon spotted a youth clad in green emerging from the woods. Upon recognizing him, Yanxing's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Huh, it's you, Suemo. I was just looking for you. Who would have thought you would come to me?" Yanxing was elated, harboring resentment towards Suemo for the humiliation of their previous encounter. During this trial, Yanqi had instructed him to slay Suemo on sight. Yanxing had scoured a vast area of the forest in search of Suemo. And just as he was growing frustrated, the boy appeared before him. It was as if he had stumbled upon something invaluable without effort. As Suemo entered the arena, the other disciples immediately ceased their assault on Zhou Xin, regarding Suemo with wariness. "Yanxing, who is this person? Do you have a grudge against him?" inquired a youth clad in gray. "Just an ignorant little ant who dared to provoke me and brother Yanqi." Yanxing scoffed disdainfully. "Is that so? How audacious. Allow me to help you eliminate him." The gray-clad youth chuckled sinisterly, advancing towards Suemo. "Boy, to offend brother Yanqi is to court certain death. When you descend into the underworld, remember it was I, Chao Ling, who sent you there." Suemo remained silent, merely casting a glance at the gray-clad youth. His expression one of incredulity, as if regarding a fool seeking death. The disdain in Suemo's gaze ignited Chao Ling's fury, and he struck out with a palm aimed at Suemo. Chao Ling's cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th level of qi refinement. His palm unleashed a fierce gust of wind, formidable in its might. As Chao Ling and Apos, as palm approached Suemo, the latter stood motionless, seemingly stunned. A cruel glint flashed in Chao Ling and Apos' eyes, as if he could already envision Suemo being crushed beneath his strike. Just then, Chao Ling and Apos' expression faltered as his hand was seized, unable to advance an inch further. Suemo grasped his palm with ease, smiling as he asked, "You wish to kill me?" Suemo and Apos' smile was innocent, as if he truly found joy in the moment, untouched by anger despite the attack. "Indeed, perish." Chao Ling's eyes flickered with cold light as he attempted to shake off Suemo's grip and launch another assault. Yet, no matter how he struggled, he could not break free. Suemo's hand was like a vice, securely holding him. Soon, Chao Ling's face turned crimson, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Even he, despite his dullness, realized that the youth before him was undoubtedly a master, far surpassing him in strength. To kill a killer is the way of the world. Farewell. Suemo smiled, then yanked Chao Ling toward him and delivered a powerful punch to his chest. Bang! Chao Ling had no time to scream before he crumpled to the ground. The spectators were taken aback. They had not anticipated that this seemingly harmless youth would execute a killing blow without so much as blinking, smiling as he dispatched Chao Ling. "Suemo, you truly do not know the meaning of death. Even if the King of Heaven were to arrive today, he could not save you." Yanxing roared in fury, and sensed that Chao Ling had not even touched Suemo before being killed. "Everyone, strike together and annihilate him." With a thunderous cry, Yanxing attacked first, his true energy surging as he unleashed a punch that shattered the air. The others followed suit, each employing their most potent strikes. Instantly, a torrent of various attacks surged forth, converging into a river of assault directed at Suemo. "Be careful, junior brother," Zhou Xin urgently warned Suemo, fully aware of the power behind their combined strike. 3 practitioners at the 9th level of qi refinement, along with 5 at the 8th level. Their joint might comparable to that of a half-step spirit martial realm warrior, nearing the strength of a first-level spirit martial realm warrior. "Fear not. These rabble cannot harm me," Suemo replied nonchalantly. Zhou Xin was momentarily stunned. Rabble? Is this fellow overly confident? Could he possibly be a spirit martial realm warrior? As the onslaught approached Suemo, his smile vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. "Break." Suemo uttered a sharp command, his aura erupting with overwhelming force as he unleashed 9 punches in rapid succession. Boom, boom, boom. With his first punch, Suemo shattered their combined assault. The remaining 8 punches roared forth like cannonballs, targeting the 8 adversaries. What? The 8 were struck with terror, unable to comprehend how their formidable joint strike had been obliterated by a single punch from Suemo. What level of strength is this? Furthermore, Sumo and Apos' counterattack was instantaneous. With no time to contemplate, the eight could only muster their utmost power to defend against the incoming shadows of Sumo and Apos' fists. In the next moment, cries of agony erupted as 5 of the disciples at the 8th level of chi refinement could not withstand Sumo's punch and were violently obliterated. The 3 disciples at the 9th level of chi refinement, though they managed to block one punch, were sent reeling back, blood spurting from their mouths. This is impossible. You cannot be this powerful. Yanxing lay on the ground, his face a mask of disbelief, utterly unable to accept the reality before him. He could not fathom how Sumo and Apos' strength could be so formidable. Even a typical half-step spirit martial realm warrior could not possess such prowess. Yet, Sumo and Apos' displayed cultivation was merely at the 9th level of chi refinement. Chapter 58. Ascending to the pinnacle, Yanxing, in a state of disarray, rose to his feet. His expression one of sheer astonishment. Sumo, I never anticipated your strength to be so formidable. It truly exceeds my expectations. His countenance darkened as resentment flickered in his eyes. However, you have wounded me today, and I shall ensure that you pay for it 100-fold in the future. 100-fold? Do you possess the strength to back those words? Sumo scoffed. Humph. We shall see. Yanxing retorted coldly before turning to the other 2 companions. Let us depart. With that, he pivoted, leading his injured comrades away. This time, not only had he failed to eliminate Sumo, but he had also sustained injuries and lost several men, igniting a tempest of fury within him. Yet, a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. It was clear he was no match for Sumo at present. His only recourse was to relay Sumo and Apos' information to Yanqi, who would surely take action. Could Sumo escape death then? Yanxing, did I permit you to leave? Sumo's sudden, chilling voice cut through the air as he stepped forward, blocking the trio's path. The 2 disciples at the 9th level of chi refinement were taken aback, their faces registering alarm as their vigilance heightened. Sumo, do you intend to seize our demon cores? Yanxing's face turned frigid, his teeth gritting. I desire not only your demon cores, but your very lives. Sumo replied, shaking his head with an air of indifference. Ha! Yanxing was momentarily stunned, then erupted into laughter, mocking. Sumo, do you dare to kill me? Are you aware of the consequences of such an act? His demeanor was one of derision, utterly unfazed. Just moments ago, even as Sumo blocked his path, Yanxing had assumed he was merely after the demon cores, with no inkling of impending danger to his life. Now, with Sumo and Apos' declaration of intent to kill, he found it laughable. Oh, and what consequences might those be? Pray, enlighten me, Sumo inquired, a smile playing upon his lips, his interest piqued. If you were to slay me, there would be no sanctuary for you on Windling Island, and you would find yourself without a burial place, Yanxing sneered. My family has numerous disciples on Windling Island, both outer and inner sect members. Furthermore, my family boasts an elder of esteemed rank, a distinguished outer sect elder. Do you still dare to kill me? With that, Yanxing cast a taunting glance at Sumo, his expression laden with scorn. This was the source of Yanxing and Apos' confidence. Not even a mere Sumo, nor an average inner sect disciple, would dare to take his life. Indeed formidable. No wonder you exude such audacity. Sumo realized, nodding in acknowledgement. Humph. Now you see the gravity of your situation. Offending me guarantees your demise. Yanxing and Apos' eyes gleamed with self-satisfaction, interpreting Sumo and Apos' realization as fear. He continued, however, I can extend you an opportunity. If you kneel and apologize, vowing to serve me, I shall overlook your transgressions. Yanxing chuckled inwardly, convinced that even with Sumo's strength, he was powerless without a formidable backing. Once Sumo became his servant, he would have 100 ways to torment him to death. Your proposal is intriguing, Yanxing. You truly are magnanimous. Sumo grinned, revealing a row of pristine teeth. Yanxing and Apos' eyes brightened at this, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Had he known it would be so effortless to subjugate Sumo, he would have exerted less effort. Haha, a wise man knows when to yield. Sumo, you are indeed clever. Now, hasten to kneel and apologize. Sumo nodded silently, advancing towards Yanxing. The latter beamed with delight, basking in his triumph. The 2 men beside him wore disdainful expressions. Astonished that such a powerful figure as Su Mo would appear so timid and weak, reduced to kneeling in submission, Zhou Xian, standing to the side, was utterly bewildered. Shaking his head internally, he had initially believed Su Mo to be a figure of substance, only to discover his cowardice. What good was raw power if one was paralyzed by fear? Just as Zhou Xian was engulfed in disappointment, a sudden turn of events unfolded. Approaching Yin Xing, Su Mo abruptly extended his hand, seizing Yin Xing's neck with lightning speed. Su Mo's grip was immensely powerful, akin to a vice, constricting Yin Xing's throat. With a mere exertion of force, he could shatter his windpipe. Yin Xing and Apos' eyes bulged, his face turning crimson and grotesque. He attempted to speak, but only a series of strangled gasps escaped his lips. Yin Xing, do you comprehend how you are to meet your demise? Su Mo spoke with a smile, stating, You perish due to your folly. Among the fools I have encountered, congratulations on claiming the top spot. Gasping, Yin Xing and Apos' throat convulsed, yet he could not articulate a word. His complexion shifted from red to a shade of blue. Su Mo and Apos' grip remained steadfast, rendering him utterly powerless. Fear flooded Yin Xing and Apos' eyes, for in this moment, Su Mo could extinguish his life with but a thought. Su Mo continued, Have you considered that you have attempted to kill me twice? Would I simply allow you to depart? To let you go, only to return to slay me again? Your background may indeed be formidable, but to me, it holds no significance. Throughout my life, I have loathed being threatened. Anyone who dares to threaten me, even if they are a celestial deity, I shall not hesitate to eliminate. With that, Su Mo tightened his grip without hesitation, and with a sickening crack, Yin Xing and Apos' voice was silenced forever. His lifeless form slumped. Eyes bulging like a dead fish, his visage now a ghastly purple hue. In his final moments, Su Mo had denied him even a single word. Casting Yin Xing and Apos' corpse aside, Su Mo and Apos' gaze shifted to the two remaining disciples. Upon meeting Su Mo and Apos' cold stare, they involuntarily shuddered. He was a merciless harbinger of death, rendering Yin Xing's earlier hopes for an apology utterly laughable. Flee. Without a moment's hesitation, the two turned and dashed away, quickly covering several dozen meters. They did not escape in unison but rather split into two separate directions, understanding that should Su Mo pursue, he could only chase one of them. Yet, Su Mo did not pursue either. Instead, he turned to Zhou Xian and declared, Zhou Xian, those two sought your life. Shall you simply allow them to escape? Zhou Xian instinctively gasped, finally regaining his composure. Just moments prior, he had felt disillusioned by Su Mo, only to witness him take decisive action, ruthlessly eliminating Yin Xing. This was no mere pretense of kneeling in apology, it was a manifestation of lethal intent. Very well, I shall pursue. Zhou Xian exclaimed, gratitude shining in his eyes. Su Mo, I vow to repay this life-saving grace in the future. With that, he shot a grateful glance at Su Mo before darting after one of the fleeing figures. As Zhou Xian departed, Su Mo unleashed his devouring martial soul, absorbing the blood and martial souls of the deceased. His intention in sending Zhou Xian after them was merely to divert attention. He could not allow anyone to witness the true capabilities of his martial soul. Among the fallen disciples, including Yin Xing, there were 7 in total. Their essence was swiftly consumed by Su Mo, leaving no trace behind. However, he could only absorb 6 of their martial souls, as Chao Ling and Apos' had dissipated due to the time elapsed since his demise. Su Mo felt no regret. While the martial souls were all above the 6th rank, they were of insufficient caliber to enhance his own martial soul and Apos' progression. After the consumption, Su Mo quickly collected the storage bags from the deceased, then transformed into a shadow, racing into the forest. His path was aligned with one of the fleeing individual's escape routes. Su Mo pursued the other party not with the intent to kill, but rather to use them as a means to locate Yin Qi. Chapter 59. Luo Qianfan. The two fleeing individuals parted ways, with Zhou Xian pursuing one of them. For Zhou Xian, dealing with an opponent weaker than himself and severely injured posed little challenge. Su Mo, on the other hand, chased the other figure, clad in black, who darted through the forest. Due to his own injuries, this individual was not particularly swift. After a brief moment, Su Mo caught up with him, maintaining a steady pace that went unnoticed, trailing 100 meters behind. Since this individual had allied with Yin Qi, he undoubtedly knew the latter's whereabouts. By following him, Suemo was certain he would eventually locate Yin Qi. Securing Yin Qi's demon core was merely one objective. If he could eliminate him, that would be even better. The animosity between Suemo and Yin Qi was minimal, stemming from a minor conflict at an inn. Yet, that trivial encounter had ignited a murderous intent in Yin Qi, revealing his narrow-mindedness. Suemo was not a bloodthirsty person. Rather, he adhered to a strict code of conduct. His principle was simple. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if they provoke me, I will retaliate. Anyone who harbored ill will towards him would not be spared. Conversely, he would not indiscriminately bully or slaughter those with whom he had no quarrel. For instance, he had refrained from killing Shou Xin for the sake of consuming his essence and had even saved him. Of course, Sumo's pursuit of Yin Qi was primarily motivated by the desire to seize his demon core. Otherwise, he would not have bothered to seek him out. After absorbing the essence of Yin Xing and others, Sumo's cultivation had advanced once more, now reaching the mid-stage of the 9th level of Qi refinement. With the late stage within reach, this level of cultivation, combined with his comparable strength to a half-step spirit martial realm, bolstered Suemo and awakens' confidence. He was now eager for a confrontation with a spirit martial realm warrior. As Suemo followed the black-clad youth, they traversed several miles. The youth, unaware of Sumo's presence, eventually discerned his direction and began to run in the opposite path after a considerable distance. Suemo hastened to keep up. After tracking him for an additional 10 miles, as Suemo contemplated how to deal with Yin Qi, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A piercing shriek suddenly echoed through the air. In that instant, every hair on Suemo's body stood on end as a sense of danger surged within him, prompting him to halt abruptly. At that moment, a black feathered arrow abruptly struck the ground just 5 paces ahead of him, quivering ominously. The arrow appeared not intended to kill Suemo, but rather to hinder his progress. Suemo furrowed his brow and turned to the right. 100 meters away, atop a hill, stood a young man clad in white, his garments billowing in the wind. He held a large white bow and regarded Suemo coldly. Luo Qianfan. Suemo raised an eyebrow, surprised to encounter the most enigmatic of the 5 prodigies in such a manner, and even more astonished that the latter had taken action against him. Was he attempting to seize the demon core? Suemo pondered. What is your intention? Suemo inquired coolly, his voice infused with true qi, resonating across the distance. Even at 3 miles away, his voice would be audible. In response to Suemo and awakens' query, Luo Qianfan atop the hill did not show anger but instead smiled faintly. Junior brother, there is merit in mercy. That individual is already gravely injured. Why pursue him so relentlessly? With a warm smile, Luo Qianfan exhibited no hostility towards Suemo. Taken aback, Suemo quickly realized that Luo Qianfan had misinterpreted his actions as a pursuit to kill the black-clad youth. Thus, he had loosed an arrow as a warning. This is my affair and does not concern you. Suemo shrugged nonchalantly, a cold smirk gracing his lips. This fellow was quite amusing, seemingly possessing the leisure to intervene on behalf of another. It does not concern you. Luo Qianfan nodded, adding, primarily, I find you rather intriguing. Interesting to you? Suemo and awakens' expression shifted, a chill creeping over him as he replied, You possess such tastes? However, I must disappoint you. I am only interested in women. Luo Qianfan paused, then shook his head in exasperation. You misinterpret my words. I am referring to your strength. I sense you are the only newcomer capable of competing with me. Oh, is that so? Suemo arched an eyebrow, surprised. He had not anticipated that Luo Qianfan could discern the depths of his power. Moreover, the tone in which he spoke indicated a level of respect surpassing that afforded to the other 4 prodigies. Hearing Luo Qianfan's words ignited a fierce battle spirit within Suemo. A spirit martial realm warrior represented the perfect opportunity to test his own capabilities. If you can withstand 3 of my arrows, I may consider collaborating with you, Luo Qianfan stated, observing the burgeoning combat fervor in Suemo's eyes. What type of collaboration? Suemo inquired, puzzled. If you can endure 3 arrows, I shall reveal to you what you seek. Otherwise, there will be no need for further dialogue, Luo Qianfan replied, shaking his head. Very well. Come down, and let us spar. Suemo agreed without hesitation, even without any collaboration. He was eager to engage in a contest of skill with this individual, just as Luo Qianfan seemed able to gauge his prowess. Suemo could similarly perceive the extraordinary nature of his opponent. There is no need to descend. Prepare to receive my arrows, Luo Qianfan countered. an arrow materializing in his hand as he strung his bow. As he drew the string, Luo Qianfan's demeanor transformed dramatically. His previously gentle aura shifted into one of sharp intensity and formidable presence, starkly contrasting the mild-mannered youth he had appeared to be moments before. What? Suemo was astonished. The fact that his adversary intended to attack him from a mile away was unexpected. While archery is a ranged weapon, the distance seemed too great for the arrow to retain much force. However, the next moment, Suemo realized how gravely mistaken he was. Whoosh! The black feathered arrow was released, becoming a streak of darkness, tearing through the air with an ear-piercing sonic boom, rapidly approaching Suemo fast. Exceedingly fast. The arrow and Apos' speed was beyond description, reaching its peak as it instantaneously crossed the distance to Suemo. What? Suemo and Apos' expression shifted to one of horror. This was his first encounter with such a rapid attack. The energy contained within the arrow was immensely powerful, far from the diminished potency he had anticipated due to the distance. In the blink of an eye, Suemo realized he could not evade it. Even his speed was insufficient to dodge, and he had no time to draw his sword, as the arrow was already upon him. Chapter 60. The underground demon cave. The sculpted feather arrow, crafted from fine iron, is exceptionally resilient and sharp enough to pierce gold and split stone. As Suemo was on the brink of being slain, he roared with urgency, twisting his body with all his might. At the same time, he unleashed a powerful punch that struck the arrowhead with precision. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the sculpted feather arrow was shattered by his fist, the overwhelming force propelling Suemo back several paces. Remarkable! Suemo marveled inwardly at the arrow and Apos' formidable power, estimating its might to be no less than 10,000 pounds. In terms of offensive capability, the arrows fired by the arrow cultivator, Luo Qianfan, surpassed over 90% of martial artists of the same rank. Even among spirit martial realm practitioners, Luo Qianfan and Apos' arrow had significantly greater power than that of Wei Guang, the ninth elder of the Wei family. Of course, when Wei Guang ambushed Suemo, the latter was merely at the 8th level of qi refining and was not taken seriously, likely not using his full strength. The second arrow, Luo Qianfan and Apos' voice rang out as 3 sculpted feather arrows appeared in his hand. He bent his waist and mounted his stance, drawing the bowstring taut with all 3 arrows poised for release, the white bow bending into a crescent shape. A gentle breeze swept through. Buzz! The bowstring trembled with a piercing shriek as the black arrows shot forth, forming a triangular formation as they hurtled towards Suemo. The second volley consisted of 3 arrows unleashed simultaneously. Each arrow possessed even greater strength than the previous one, the air quaking as they converged upon Suemo, sealing off any chance of escape. 9-layered tsunami fist. Suemo stood his ground, unleashing both fists in a powerful strike, his energy surging like ocean waves, dissipating much of the arrow's force before he sent all 3 sculpted feather arrows flying with a single punch. With eyes like lightning and a heart ablaze with battle intent, he was resolute. In the face of the first arrow, he had been caught off guard, but now he was prepared. Defeat was not an option. I was right about you. With your cultivation, you managed to withstand half of my strength. Luo Qianfan and Apos' eyes sparkled as he smiled slightly, reminding, however, for this final arrow, I shall employ 80% of my strength. If you cannot withstand it, you may very well perish. Do you wish to continue? 80% of his strength? Suemo's gaze sharpened. Such a formidable attack was merely at half strength? Yet, if you wielded 50%, then so would I. Release it. Suemo replied, his expression slightly solemn as he nodded. Swish! Atop the mountain peak, Luo Qianfan suddenly propelled himself into the sky, soaring like an eagle into a height of 100 meters. In the next moment, he paused in midair, looking down at Suemo, a different black sculpted feather arrow swiftly appearing in his hand. This arrow was immense, approximately 2 meters long and as thick as a child's arm. It was more akin to a black spear than an arrow. With the arrow in hand, Luo Qianfan let out a long howl, drawing the bowstring, transforming the massive sculpted feather arrow into a streak of black lightning that spiraled towards Suemo. Indeed, this was a deadly strike. The colossal arrow not only traveled at astonishing speed, but also spun like a drill in midair, creating a whirlwind that tore the very air apart. Suemo stood firm, his garments flapping wildly in the fierce wind, his expression grave. This arrow and Apos' power was more than double that of the previous strike. Swish! At that moment, Suemo finally drew his sword, the the blade gleaming as it emerged from its sheath. Gripping the long sword, he infused it with boundless true energy, the sword and Apos' radiance surging dramatically. Wind sweeping the clouds. He bellowed, slashing upward with a reverse strike. This attack was a culmination of all his strength, his vital energy surging fiercely. With the sword light enveloped by a tempest, it charged directly toward the massive arrow. Suemo sought to ascertain whether his current prowess could withstand a spirit martial realm practitioner, albeit one of exceptional caliber. Boom! The clash of sword light and the massive arrow resulted in an explosive sound that reverberated deeply, waves of energy sweeping outward, sending debris flying within a Tinjong radius. After a moment, the dust began to settle. At this time, Luo Qianfan had descended from the air, alighting upon a branch of a giant tree. He gazed intently at the scene below. Truth be told, he was uncertain whether Suemo could endure this strike. He had previously slain a wounded second-level spirit martial practitioner with this arrow, though he had only employed 80% of his strength. Even an ordinary first-level spirit martial practitioner would find it hard to resist, let alone Suemo, who was merely at the 9th level of Qi refining. As the dust cleared, a solitary, upright figure emerged from the chaos. "Huh, what a thrill!" Suemo exclaimed, grinning at Luo Qianfan. At that moment, he appeared disheveled, his clothes torn to shreds, yet despite his disarray, he bore no injuries, only feeling a slight ache in his arm from the immense force. Impressive. Luo Qianfan observed Suemo's upright posture and sensed an even greater aura emanating from him, realizing that Suemo had sustained no harm. He couldn't help but commend him inwardly. He had never anticipated that a Qi-refining 9th-level martial artist could possess such strength. Even a typical first-level spirit martial practitioner would likely pale in comparison. "Haha, Luo Qianfan, do you wish to continue fighting?" Suemo boldly inquired, his eyes brimming with combat fervor. Upon hearing this, Luo Qianfan leapt down from the tree, approaching Suemo and shaking his head. "No need. Your strength is on par with mine." Suemo nodded, recognizing that since his opponent did not wish to continue, he too would relent. Although he had only withstood 3 of Luo Qianfan and Apos' arrows, he had gained a clear understanding of his own capabilities. "You mentioned wanting to collaborate with me. What do you have in mind?" Suemo asked, unperturbed despite the interference in his pursuit of the cloaked youth. Luo Qianfan nodded, then inquired, "By the way, may I ask your name, junior brother?" "Suemo," he replied. Upon hearing this, Luo Qianfan pondered briefly before speaking, "Junior brother Suemo, I have discovered an underground demon cave in the heart of Qingyuan Island, teeming with countless demon beasts and rare spiritual herbs. However, many of the beasts within are second level, exceedingly powerful, and I cannot contend with them alone. Hence, I wish to join forces with you to explore this underground cave. Together, we can not only acquire numerous spiritual herbs, but also hunt a great number of second-level demon cores. What do you think?" After finishing, Luo Qianfan fixed his gaze on Suemo, awaiting his response. "An underground demon cave?" Suemo's eyes narrowed as he asked, "Have you ventured inside? What spiritual herbs are there, and how many demon beasts can be found?" Suemo did not rush to agree, as he was still unfamiliar with Luo Qianfan. "I have been inside, though I did not dare to go too deep. On the outskirts of the cave, I discovered no fewer than 4 types of spiritual herbs, but I was besieged by 5 second-level demon beasts and several first-level 9th-tier beasts, forcing me to retreat hastily. So many demon beasts, and second-level ones at that?" Suemo was taken aback, realizing that the cave was fraught with both opportunity and peril. He then inquired, "What kinds of demon beasts inhabit it?" "They are insect-like beasts." "Insect-like beasts? What kind of insects?" Suemo questioned, puzzled. "They are the size of a human head, a type of insectoid demon beast I have never encountered before. They are entirely black, as hard as iron, and possess wings," Luo Qianfan replied gravely, acknowledging the formidable strength of such creatures. Suemo fell silent, having never heard of such a beast. However, the prospect of acquiring abundant spiritual herbs and demon cores within this cave was enticing, although it was dangerous. With their combined strength, even if they were overmatched, escape would certainly be feasible. "Very well, I shall join forces with you," Suemo declared to Luo Qianfan. Chapter 61. A Gathering of Geniuses. According to Luo Qianfan, the location of the subterranean demon lair lies at the heart of the island. The two hurriedly made their way, and after approximately 2 hours, they arrived at a vast canyon. A grim realization struck Luo Qianfan as he exclaimed, "Oh no, the news has leaked." In the canyon, 56 individuals had congregated, all encircling a cliff face. What is happening? Are there others aware of this place? Suemo asked, furrowing his brows upon seeing the crowd ahead. This subterranean demon lair was initially discovered by 2 new disciples, but they dared not enter. Later, I chanced upon them, and we ventured inside together. Ultimately escaping as a trio, Luo Qianfen explained with a nod, his expression filled with resignation. It seems they have divulged the information. Let us approach and investigate. Suemo understood, and the 2 proceeded forward. In the center of the canyon, resting against the ground was a cliff with a gaping maw, its diameter measuring at least 2 meters. The once thick brambles and deadwood had been cleared away, revealing the dark depths of the cave. At that moment, a group of youths had formed 4 factions, surrounding the cave entrance. Who are you? One of the individuals barked upon noticing Suemo and Luo Qianfen. As they recognized Luo Qianfen, one of the 5 great geniuses, their expressions shifted to one of surprise and intrigue. Step aside, Luo Qianfen commanded, his gaze sweeping over the crowd with an air of indifference. They exchanged glances, and a burly youth stepped forward, albeit with trepidation. Brother Luo, this area has already been claimed by the 4 great geniuses. It would be best for you to seek another location. Claimed by the 4 great geniuses? Luo Qianfen's expression darkened. Suemo, astonished, realized that all the 4 other geniuses had indeed gathered. The convergence of the 5 great geniuses promised an inevitable clash. Yes, Brother Wu Kuei, Brother Yin Qi, Brother Chao Yuan, and Sister Feng Xilan are all inside. They have instructed us to prevent anyone from entering, so please, Brother Luo, take your leave. The burly youth spoke with a hint of respect as he nervously regarded Luo Qianfen and Apos' expression. Being one of the 5 great geniuses and a formidable warrior, Luo Qianfen's authority was not to be trifled with. However, since he had already allied himself with Wu Kuei, he could not simply disregard the order. Clear the way. Luo Qianfen's voice turned cold, his eyes sharp as blades. Instantly, the crowd felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on them, causing their breaths to quicken. Most of them possessed low cultivation levels, with only a handful having reached the 8th or 9th stages of the Qi refinement realm. Moments later, they exchanged determined glances before reluctantly parting, creating a path for Luo Qianfen. None dared to provoke him. The wrath of a strong warrior was a burden they could not bear. With the crowd dispersing, Luo Qianfen hastened into the cave, disregarding Suemo. He was eager to enter, for he knew the treasures within were plentiful. As Luo Qianfen entered the cave, Suemo prepared to follow suit. Stop! The burly youth shouted, blocking Suemo and Apos' path. This area is sealed off. Who allowed you to enter? Suemo raised an eyebrow, gesturing towards Luo Qianfen and Apos' retreating figure. Wasn't Apos' it permitted? Huh. Others are one of the 5 great geniuses, a master of the spirit martial realm. What are you in comparison? You dare to stand alongside him? Begone. The burly youth scoffed derisively, his disdain evident. Believing that Luo Qianfen had entered without concern for Suemo, he assumed their relationship was insignificant. Oh, it seems strength is indeed the issue, Suemo mused quietly to himself. I will grant you 3 breaths to vanish from my sight, or I shall take your life. Suddenly, Suemo's expression turned icy as he spoke in a detached tone. What? The burly youth was taken aback, then sneered. Do you truly believe yourself a master of the spirit martial realm? With so many of us here, I am eager to see how you intend to kill anyone. Unperturbed, the burly youth felt secure, confident that the numerous martial artists around him, most at the peak of the 8th stage, would easily overpower any challenger. Die. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Suemo's eyes as he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. The burly youth was obliterated in an instant, his body reduced to mere fragments. The crowd stood in shock, frozen in place. None had anticipated Suemo and Apos' ferocity. In a mere moment of conflict, he had annihilated a peak 8th stage warrior. After dispatching the burly youth, Suemo strode into the cave with a calm demeanor. He had deliberately displayed his strength to intimidate the others. Had they all attempted to obstruct him, it would have posed a nuisance. And he certainly could not afford to slay them all. As Suemo ventured deeper into the cave, he discovered it sloped downward, the space expanding as he progressed. After approximately 15 minutes of walking, covering a distance of about 2 miles, he arrived at a vast underground chamber. This subterranean realm was colossal, its expanse beyond comprehension, dwarfing even the underground world he had encountered in the Yufeng Mountains. The atmosphere was dark and oppressive, filled with a frigid, foul stench. Surveying the area, Suemo found no sign of life, not even Luo Qianfan. Earlier, Luo Qianfan had intended to team up with Suemo. But upon realizing that all four great geniuses had entered the subterranean space, he chose to act independently. With no other option, Suemo proceeded cautiously, searching the shadows of the cavern. Despite the scattered luminescent jade stones illuminating the ground, visibility remained low. As he advanced, Suemo stumbled upon the corpses of several insects. Massive creatures the size of a human head, their bodies cloaked in a tough, dark shell, with long, jagged fangs that glinted menacingly. Additionally, he discovered 3 bodies of martial artists, clearly new disciples from Windling Island. It seemed these individuals had fallen victim to the giant insects and Appo's assault. Noticing that the bodies still bore warmth, indicating recent death, Suemo summoned his martial soul to begin the process of devouring. The martial souls of the 3 and the beast souls of the dark insects had long since dissipated, leaving behind only remnants of blood, which Suemo consumed entirely. However, due to the time elapsed since their demise, much of the essence had already dissipated. Nonetheless, these 3 individuals had all reached the 9th stage of chi refinement, and the black insects were also formidable 9th-grade beasts, even with the loss of essence. Their consumption significantly bolstered Suemo and Appo's strength, elevating him to the late stage of chi refinement. These bodies are treasures in my eyes. Suemo smiled lightly and continued his journey deeper into the cavern. Chapter 62. The Ethereal Fruit. The subterranean realm was vast. Suemo wandered for nearly half an hour without reaching its end. He encountered no perils nor glimpsed any other souls. However, as he traversed the expanse, he occasionally stumbled upon the recently deceased, some belonging to new disciples, others to the dark, monstrous insects. Naturally, Suemo would not squander the essence of their blood. He leisurely consumed the blood essence from the corpses he found. It was a far swifter means of amassing blood essence than hunting beasts himself. Yet, the cores of these monsters had been harvested by others, and no spiritual herbs were visible along his path, likely stripped bare by several prominent talents. Suemo remained unperturbed. Even in the absence of spiritual herbs and cores, the abundance of blood essence he acquired was a source of great delight. As long as his cultivation continued to progress, and his strength grew formidable, he would not lack for cores in the future. At that moment, Suemo's eyes brightened as he spotted several more corpses ahead, 3 insect carcasses and 2 martial artists. The 3 insect bodies were notably larger than those he had previously encountered, each the size of a bull. Elated, Suemo hastened forward to absorb their blood essence. Although the quantity of blood essence from these insects was less than that of the 2 martial artists, the vitality contained within was equivalent to 7 or 8 times that of the 2 men. As the vitality surged into him, Suemo quickly refined it, and his cultivation experienced a rapid ascent. Before long, he transitioned from the late stage of Chi Refinement Level 9 to the pinnacle of Chi Refinement Level 9. With a considerable amount of vitality still raging within him, unrefined, Suemo decided to sit and diligently refine the vitality, condensing his true energy. With such potent vitality supporting him, even if he could not break through directly to the spirit martial realm, he would at least reach the threshold of half-step spirit martial realm. Martial artists of the spirit martial realm have true energy that has undergone transformation, evolving into innate true energy. The half-step spirit martial realm is merely a transitional phase, not a true realm in itself. Those at this stage have begun to convert their true energy into innate true energy, generating some innate essence, yet have not fully crossed into the spirit martial realm, making them significantly stronger than those in the late stage of Chi Refinement Level 9. The resplendent vitality was refined into true energy, surging within Suemo's dantian, filling it with mist-like true energy, while additional true energy continuously flowed into his meridians. The sheer volume of true energy began to create a faint pain in his dantian, prompting Suemo to compress it forcefully. When the amount of true energy in his dantian reached a critical threshold, the center of the true energy suddenly collapsed, forming a vortex. The vortex began to spin slowly, gathering the true energy from within the dantian, gradually expanding. Moments later, Suemo had completely refined the absorbed vitality, and all the mist-like true energy in his dantian merged into the vortex, causing it to swell several times, occupying nearly half of his dantian. The true energy vortex, composed of condensed true energy, was extremely refined, nearing the point of transformation. At that moment, Pure innate essence erupted from the center of the vortex, seamlessly merging with the true energy. Half-step spirit martial realm. In the next instant, Suimo abruptly opened his eyes, his luminous gaze piercing the dimness of the space, radiating two brilliant beams of light. It was time to compete for the cores and spiritual herbs. Suimo clenched his fists tightly, feeling the surge of newfound power within him, and smiled faintly. Now that his cultivation had reached the half-step spirit martial realm, there was no need for him to voraciously consume blood essence for a while. In less than 2 days, Suimo had ingested a vast quantity of blood essence, propelling his cultivation from the pinnacle of Qi refinement level 8 to the half-step spirit martial realm. He needed to consolidate his gains for a while and refine his true energy before attempting another breakthrough. The primordial unity Qi skill he practiced was inherently pure and refined. However, he sensed that the true energy within him had become rather muddled, its purity diminished significantly. Should he force a breakthrough to the spirit martial realm in this state, it would undoubtedly impair his martial foundation. Thus, he would not recklessly advance to the spirit martial realm. With a sigh, Suimo set his course, moving forward like a specter. After traveling several miles, he felt a potent wave of true energy accompanied by a series of explosive sounds. Suimo's spirit jolted, and he quickly concealed his presence as he approached the source. Before long, he witnessed the scene ahead. A swarm of over 100 black giant insects was relentlessly assaulting a group of youths. This group, consisting of more than 20 individuals, included prominent talents such as Yin Qi, Wu Kuei, Feng Xilan, and even Luo Qianfan. In front of them stood a colossal tree soaring over 100 feet high, its trunk as robust as a giant pillar, reaching from the ground of this subterranean realm directly into the stone above. The trunk was covered in numerous gray lumps, each the size of a watermelon, densely clustered along its surface. Upon closer inspection, Suimo discerned that each gray lump emanated a life force. These were unmistakably insect eggs. This was surely the breeding ground of the black insects. Not only were there countless insect eggs on the tree, but 9 fist-sized red fruits also grew on its branches, radiating a crimson glow. Even from 100 feet away, Suimo could detect a faint, alluring fragrance. What kind of spiritual fruit is this? Suimo and Appo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Although he did not recognize the fruit, it was undoubtedly no ordinary item. Otherwise, these individuals would not be present. Clearly, they sought to acquire the spiritual fruits from the tree, which had drawn the ire of the insect swarm. Suimo refrained from rushing in to snatch the fruits, instead opting to observe the unfolding battle with keen interest. Among the 100 or so insects, at least 10 were of the second rank, and notably, 3 were second rank, second-tier beasts, comparable to martial artists at the second tier of the spirit martial realm. The remaining insects were predominantly first-rank, 9th-tier beasts, with the weakest being first-rank, 8th tier. The more than 20 new disciples were not lacking in strength, with 8 experts at the spirit martial realm, including the 5 top talents, all present. Most of the others were at the peak of Qi refinement level 9, with several having even reached the half-step spirit martial realm. However, despite their considerable strength, they were still no match for the insect swarm. Many sustained injuries, and peril loomed over them. The 3 second-rank, second-tier beasts were being engaged by Luo Qianfan, while Wu Kuei, Chao Yuan, and others focused their efforts on the other 2. Although these formidable beasts were temporarily contained, several second-rank, first-tier beasts were wreaking havoc, forcing the group to retreat steadily. The insects possessed hard shells, and those who lacked sufficient strength found it impossible to penetrate their defenses. Their mandibles were razor-sharp, capable of tearing flesh with a single bite. Huang Yinqing, hold it off. I will go for the ethereal fruit. At that moment, Wu Kuei, alongside a tall youth, was collaborating to fend off one of the second-rank, second-tier beasts. Suddenly, he shouted, pivoting away from the beast and swiftly darting toward the colossal tree. Wu, senior brother, Huang Yinqing was taken aback. But before he could voice his concerns, the insect before him lunged again, its fearsome mandibles glinting menacingly. Go, Huang Yinqing bellowed, unleashing his martial spirit to withstand the insect's onslaught. His martial spirit manifested as a fierce blue bird, its gaze sharp and fierce. As he activated his martial spirit with all his might, he struggled to hold his ground against the insect. Wu Kuei hastened toward the giant tree, drawing closer, his heart racing with excitement at the sight of the 9 red fruits shimmering atop the branches. He was about to leap onto the colossal tree when suddenly a piercing shriek echoed behind him. Startled, Wu Kuei swiftly dodged to the side, and in that instant, A dark projectile whizzed past him. It was an arrow. Luo Qianfan, what are you doing? Yukue turned, glaring furiously at Luo Qianfan. For the arrow had indeed been loosed by him. Yukue, do you intend to monopolize the ethereal fruit? Luo Qianfan retorted with a cold smirk, all the while grappling with the monstrous insect. Luo Qianfan possessed formidable strength. Although the second-level insect was fierce, it relied solely on brute force. Now unleashing his full combat prowess, it would not be long before he vanquished this formidable foe. Chapter 63. The entire arena as foes. Luo Qianfan, not only formidable in strength, wielded a bow that served as a lethal weapon for long-range combat. Within a 2-mile radius lay his domain of attack. No one could possibly seize the ethereal fruit under his vigilant gaze. How could that be? He exclaimed. In response, Yukue maintained a stoic expression, issuing a sharp retort. Have you not discerned the current situation? If we do not swiftly acquire the ethereal fruit, the longer we delay, the more likely we are to become prey for the monstrous insects. Once I secure the fruit, we can discuss the distribution later. Though his demeanor remained unyielding internally, he harbored resentment, intent on monopolizing the ethereal fruit. Once he plucked it all, he would depart, indifferent to the fates of the others. Without further ado, Yukue leapt into action, ascending the towering tree to claim the ethereal fruit. Yukue, halt! Came another commanding shout. Yin Qi, having dispatched 2 level 2 beasts that assailed him, broke away from the fray, racing towards the tree to contest Yukue for the fruit. In the distance, Suemo felt a tightening in his chest, but refrained from intervening, confident that Luo Qianfan would not allow either to succeed. Although they united against the monstrous insects, each individual sought to obtain the most spiritual fruits, ever wary of one another. As anticipated, upon witnessing the two poised to seize the fruit, a glint of coldness flickered in Luo Qianfan and Appos' eyes. He swiftly retreated, creating distance from the insect before him. In a flash, 5 feathered arrows appeared in his grasp. With a swift draw, he released them simultaneously, the arrows transforming into streaks of dark light, aimed at the 2 competitors. 3 arrows targeted Yukue, while the remaining 2 were directed at Yin Qi. Scoundrel! Yukue and Yin Qi erupted in fury as they neared the ethereal fruit, only to be met with Luo Qianfan's assault. Their anger surged, yet they had no choice but to retract their hands to fend off the incoming arrows. Otherwise, even if they managed to grasp the fruit, they would meet their demise. The sound of powerful strikes echoed as they swiftly dismantled Luo Qianfan's barrage. However, the might of his arrows was formidable, forcing both men to stagger back, plummeting from the tree. Subsequently, they found themselves ensnared by a swarm of approaching level 2 beasts. A piercing scream shattered the air as Huang Yuqing, valiantly fending off a level 2 insect alone, was brutally slain, its neck bitten through. This is dire, the crowd gasped, realizing that with Huang Yuqing's fall, who else could withstand such a creature? Many hearts began to waver at the thought of retreat. After all, spiritual fruits were of little worth without life to enjoy them. In an instant, a dozen disciples at the pinnacle of Qi refining retreated, fleeing into the distance. Witnessing the mass exodus, several remaining individuals, including Chao Yuan, Feng Xilan, and 2 other disciples of the spiritual martial realm, sprang into action, racing towards the tree with astonishing speed. With so many disciples fleeing, the odds against the monstrous insects became exceedingly bleak. Acquiring the ethereal fruit was imperative. The situation spiraled beyond control, and Luo Qianfan, with no other recourse, could only scoff disdainfully and charge towards the tree. His speed eclipsed that of all others. As he raced forward, he once more drew his bow, forcing those in front to dodge and slow their advance. Luo Qianfan, you seek death. Feng Xilan's voice rang out, her figure exuding elegance, yet her expression was frosty as she brandished her sword, unexpectedly turning to strike at Luo Qianfan. In the chaos of his attack, the others found themselves beset once more by the oncoming horde of monstrous insects, plunging back into the fray. No more delays. Suemo resolved to act. He recalled Yukue's earlier words regarding the ethereal fruit, though he was unaware of its effects. Its ability to incite such fervor among the spiritual martial disciples indicated its immense value. Concealing his presence and restraining his aura, Suemo maneuvered deftly past the fray of combatants and monsters, swiftly approaching the tree. In no time, he ascended, launching himself towards the branches with lightning speed. At that moment, everyone was preoccupied with battling the numerous insects, rendering them oblivious to Sumo's stealthy advance. With a swift motion, he plucked an ethereal fruit from the tree, its crimson skin chilling to the touch and fragrant with allure. Who is it? A thunderous voice erupted, revealing Su Mo and Apos' presence. A fierce blade of energy cleaved through the air towards him, wielded by Chao Yuan, one of the 5 prodigies, his imposing figure unmistakable. What? Seeking death? Get down. The others, too, recognized Su Mo, their anger igniting. In an instant, a torrent of attacks, blades, fists, and claws surged towards him. By the heavens! Su Mo muttered, incredulous at the frenzy surrounding him. With a swift unsheathing of his sword, he performed a dazzling display, a curtain of blade light shattering the incoming onslaught. Su Mo's current strength was formidable. Even a coalition of 3 or 5 adversaries would struggle to match him. Seeking death, surrender the spiritual fruit, and I may spare your life. The crowd erupted in fury, their voices a cacophony. Wu Kuei and Yin Qi, upon recognizing Su Mo's visage, were struck with astonishment, utterly unprepared for the strength he displayed. After dispelling their attacks, before Su Mo could continue claiming the ethereal fruit, a fresh wave of assaults surged forth. This time, they were joined by a black bolt of energy piercing through the air, Luo Qianfan's arrow. Simultaneously, Yin Qi and the others, disregarding their injuries and the threats from the insects, charged towards him. Good heavens! Su Mo's expression shifted. The sheer magnitude of the assault forced him to reconsider. Each of the 5 prodigies possessed immense power, nearing the capabilities of level 2 spiritual martial practitioners, and with the addition of a dozen others, their combined might was daunting enough to challenge even a level 3 practitioner. Moreover, the presence of Luo Qianfan weighed heavily on him. Should he face the collective wrath of so many, acquiring the ethereal fruit might prove exceedingly difficult. Luo Qianfan, our agreement still stands, Su Mo declared, retreating from the storm of attacks, leaping down from the tree to evade them. Luo Qianfan paused, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter. Su Mo, may you remain true to your word. With that, Luo Qianfan pivoted sharply, retreating from the battlefield and soaring into the distance, disappearing within moments. What? Su Mo stood bewildered, utterly confused by Luo Qianfan and Apos' sudden departure. The others, equally taken aback, had little time to ponder as they surged towards the great tree, intent on seizing the spiritual fruit. Chapter 64. The efficacy of the ethereal fruit. A mile away, Luo Qianfan paused atop an earthen slope. He swiftly retrieved 3 quivers from his storage bag and strapped them to his back. Each quiver was filled with dozens of black feathered arrows. With a grand bow in hand and quivers at the ready, he gazed confidently into the distance, a triumphant laughter echoing. Su Mo, today I shall demonstrate to you what it means to be the king of ranged combat. In an instant, Luo Qianfan's body bent low as he knocked 5 arrows onto the bowstring, drawing the white bow into a perfect arc. With a resounding twang, 5 arrows were released, transforming into 5 streaks of dark light that pierced through the air, hurtling towards several figures perched in the trees. Without a moment and Apos' hesitation, Luo Qianfan knocked another 5 arrows, his hands moving with such speed that they appeared as mere phantoms, the sound of arrows soaring through the air reminiscent of popping beans. A relentless barrage of arrows ensued, each arrow seemingly guided by an unseen force, targeting different foes with unerring precision. The continuous rain of arrows left the assailants in disarray, with some falling prey to the monstrous creatures in their desperation to defend against the onslaught. The adept warriors, such as Yin Qi, Wu Kuei, and Feng Xilan, found themselves repelled, unable to advance, while simultaneously fending off attacks from the beasts, sustaining injuries along the way. By the heavens! How astonishing! Su Mo exclaimed, unable to restrain his astonishment at the display before him. The prowess demonstrated by Luo Qianfan was indeed formidable. Should they face an opponent of equal rank who could not close the distance, defeat was all but certain. Su Mo, if not now, then when will you seize the ethereal fruit? Luo Qianfan and Apos' voice broke through Su Mo and Apos' reverie, prompting a hearty laugh as Su Mo nimbly ascended the tree to pluck the coveted fruit. This time, no one dared impede him. He collected the remaining 8 ethereal fruits, dispatching any who attempted to approach with arrows that soared through the air. With the final fruits in hand, Su Mo's spirit soared, a newfound respect for Luo Qianfan blossoming within him. Su Mo, relinquish the ethereal fruits, came the shouts of the others, their expressions darkening as they witnessed Su Mo's successful gathering. Focus on combating the beasts. Su Mo chuckled, leaping down from the tree and darting away. Soon, he rendezvoused with Luo Qianfan, their figures swiftly vanishing from the sight of the crowd. Scoundrel! Curse it all! The others seethed in fury, desperately attempting to fend off the surrounding creatures, ultimately leaving behind a trail of carnage as they made their escape. In the end, only 10 remained, consisting of the 4 prodigies, 2 other spirit martial realm warriors, and 4 disciples on the cusp of that realm. Exiting the mountain's depths, Suemo and Luo Qianfan walked side by side. How shall we divide the 9 ethereal fruits? Suemo inquired, glancing at Luo Qianfan. For each? And whoever takes the extra must offer 300,000 taels of gold, Luo Qianfan proposed after a moment's contemplation. Suemo was taken aback. The implication was clear that the value of a single ethereal fruit far exceeded 300,000 taels, perhaps even double that amount. 300,000 taels? Suemo hesitated. Redirecting his question, what exactly are the properties of the ethereal fruit? You are unaware? Luo Qianfan was astonished. Indeed, Suemo replied. Let us first allocate the ethereal fruits, and then you can elaborate. Luo Qianfan and Appos' expression turned serious. It was evident he harbored reservations about divulging the fruit and Appos' secrets, wary that Suemo might turn against him upon learning its true potential. Suemo, however, was unfazed, recognizing that caution was warranted given their unfamiliarity. Here are 4 for you. Should you desire an additional one, you may offer me 400,000 taels of gold, Suemo stated calmly. Confident that even with the increase, Luo Qianfan would find the fruit desirable. For 100,000 taels? Luo Qianfan frowned, pondering for a moment before conceding. Very well. For 100,000 it is. While the sum was considerable, the prospect of acquiring an additional ethereal fruit made it worthwhile. This is 300,000 taels in gold. Along with this second-tier spirit herb, which is valued at roughly 100,000 taels, Luo Qianfan said, producing the gold notes and a small blue herb before handing them to Suemo. The herb radiated a dense aura of spiritual energy, far surpassing Suemo's previous herb, confirming its status as a second-tier spirit herb. With that, Suemo presented the last ethereal fruit to Luo Qianfan. Now, can we discuss its properties? The ethereal fruit is an exceedingly rare spirit fruit. It is said that the tree bears fruit only once every 50 years, yielding but 9 at a time. Luo Qianfan explained, nodding. While it does not enhance a warrior's cultivation, it allows those below the true spirit realm to enter a state of ethereality for a brief period, making the mastery of any martial technique much more efficient. Is it truly that powerful? To master any technique with such ease? Suemo was taken aback by the revelation. But only within certain limits, Luo Qianfan continued with a slight smile. For instance, if I, as a first-tier spirit martial realm practitioner, consumed the ethereal fruit, I could swiftly attain a high level of proficiency in any second-tier martial technique. However, attempting to learn a third-tier technique would prove exceedingly challenging, and the effect would be significantly diminished, as higher-tier martial arts are inherently more difficult to master. Suemo nodded in understanding. Indeed, the higher the tier of martial technique, the greater the challenges faced in its cultivation. Having practiced 2 third-tier techniques, he knew the difficulty was at least tenfold compared to a first-tier technique. Suddenly, Suemo realized a curious point. According to Luo Qianfan, even with the ethereal fruit, mastering third-tier techniques would be arduous. Yet, he had managed to achieve great progress in 2 such techniques without ever consuming the fruit. Did this imply that his comprehension was extraordinary? Dismissing the notion, Suemo shook his head, recognizing that high comprehension was a boon, not a burden. And how long does the effect of the ethereal fruit last? He inquired. Each fruit provides approximately half an hour of effect, and they can be consumed in succession, Luo Qianfan replied. As they conversed, the light at the mouth of the mountain came into view. You may proceed first, Suemo suddenly said, halting in his tracks. Luo Qianfan regarded him with a puzzled expression but did not press the matter, nodding in agreement. Take care. With that, Luo Qianfan exited the mountainous depths. Alone in the cavern, Suemo turned to face the dim recesses, a cold smile gracing his lips as he settled into a meditative position. Whoever wishes to emerge must pay the toll. Indeed, Suemo is poised to embark on a plundering expedition, aiming to seize some demonic course. Previously, during his time in the demon lair, he was besieged by an overwhelming number of demon insects, leaving him with no opportunity to act. However, he is now resolute in not letting this chance slip away again. After all, with the vast expanse of Qingyuan Island, where else could he seek them? Although these individuals possess formidable strength and are numerous, they are but trifles in the eyes of Suemo at this moment. Moreover, it is worth noting that each of them has sustained considerable injuries. Chapter 65. I am waiting for you in the mountains. Su-mo sat cross-legged with closed eyes, quietly awaiting his fate. Soon, the sound of footsteps echoed from within the demon lair. A towering figure burst forth from the depths, drenched in blood, with two massive wounds on his body, still oozing crimson. Upon reaching a distance of 10 paces from Su-mo, the figure abruptly halted. It was none other than Chao Yuan, one of the 5 great talents. Chao Yuan, the fastest among them, had managed to evade the demon insects and escape. Su-mo, I never expected you to remain. Chao Yuan and Appos' eyes gleamed with surprise, quickly shifting to confusion. Logically, Su-mo, having acquired so many ethereal fruits, should have fled. Yet he sat there, puzzling him. Chao Yuan's thoughts raced. He refrained from acting rashly. Although Su-mo had only revealed a cultivation level of a half-step spirit martial realm, his prior ability to effortlessly fend off multiple attacks indicated a strength not to be underestimated. Despite his injuries, which hampered his full potential, he was uncertain of his ability to subdue Su-mo alone. Chao Yuan waited for the others to emerge. With their combined efforts, capturing Su-mo would be a trivial task. Chao Yuan, relinquish the demon core, and you may leave. Su-mo opened his eyes, casting a cold glance at Chao Yuan. What? Chao Yuan was taken aback, then erupted into angry laughter. Did I hear you correctly? You, a mere half-step spirit martial realm waste, dare to demand my demon core? How absurd. His laughter echoed, as he found the audacity of Su-mo to be utterly ridiculous. Are you unwilling? A smirk danced on Su-mo's lips, laced with mockery. Humph. Surrender the demon core? Not a chance. Chao Yuan sneered. Yet as he contemplated, he realized that if Su-mo could not seize his core and fled, he might not be able to stop him in his current weakened state. To stall for time, he added with a grin, however. I do possess a fair number of demon cores. If you're in need, I could sell you a portion. You have 3 breaths to hand over the demon core, or face death. Su-mo rose, unwilling to engage in further dialogue, his gaze icy as he spoke. You, arrogant fool. If you desire the demon core, let's see if you have the qualifications. Enraged, Chao Yuan, a genius with an 8th-tier martial soul, could not tolerate such disrespect. He ceased his banter and swung his long blade towards Su-mo instantly. A massive blade aura, a meter long, sliced through the air. With a swift motion, Su-mo split the blade aura in 2. In the next moment, a chilling gleam appeared, poised at Chao Yuan and Appos' throat. Gulp. Feeling the cold edge against him, Chao Yuan froze, unable to suppress the instinctive swallow. You have 1 breath left. Su-mo grinned, a smile that struck terror in Chao Yuan's heart. I will surrender the demon core. Panic-stricken and pale, Chao Yuan quickly offered his storage bag to Su-mo, the realization of Su-mo and Appos' strength far exceeding his expectations. Get lost. Su-mo commanded coldly, striking Chao Yuan and Appos' head with the hilt of his sword, sending him staggering back, nearly falling. Su-mo, you will pay for this. Chao Yuan ground his teeth in resentment, hastily fleeing. Su-mo had not only demanded the demon core, but had also seized his entire storage bag. Observing Chao Yuan's retreat, Su-mo stowed the bag in his storage ring. Had the other complied and surrendered the core, he would not have taken anything else, since they chose defiance. He would claim it all. Soon after, Su-mo turned his gaze back to the demon lair as footsteps echoed once more. More individuals were emerging. This time, the sounds were chaotic, indicating multiple arrivals. In an instant, a group of figures surged forth from the lair. Among them were Wu Kuei, Yin Qi, and a total of 9 individuals, all pale and in disarray. Upon seeing Su-mo, a tidal wave of murderous intent surged within them, nearly engulfing him. They had endured significant losses, only to inadvertently aid Su-mo, igniting their fury. Su-mo, hand over the ethereal fruit, or face death. Yin Qi bellowed, swiftly positioning himself before Su-mo, eyes ablaze with malice. You cannot escape. Wu Kuei and Feng Xilan quickly surrounded him, their intent to corner him apparent. Su-mo blinked and chuckled. When did I ever claim I intended to flee? Enough with the nonsense. Let me be clear, whether you surrender the ethereal fruit or not, you shall not escape alive today. Wu Kuei's expression was grim, his eyes glinting with cruelty as he sneered. I will flay you alive, subjecting you to unbearable torment before your demise. Huh, flaying me alive would be a mercy. Feng Xilan laughed maliciously, her beautiful eyes filled with venom. How shall we distribute the ethereal fruit once we kill him? Another disciple of the spirit martial realm inquired. He had collected 9 ethereal fruits and intended to share with Luo Qianfan. He needed to know how many Su Mo possessed before deciding on the distribution. Wu Kuei nodded. He likely has a small portion left. Yin Qi started, but was interrupted by Su Mo. With a smile, Su Mo observed their banter, amused. Did they believe they had him cornered? They had not even begun to fight yet were already deliberating the spoils. Such confidence. Have you finished your discussion? Su Mo's mocking tone cut through the tension. Do you not wish to know why I am here waiting for you? The group paused, confusion etched on their faces. Indeed, why was Su Mo here waiting for them? Surely it could not be to hand over ethereal fruits. Humph. Su Mo. Do enlighten us as to why you are here. Yin Qi scoffed, pride radiating from him. No matter your schemes, you will not escape today. Yin Qi was brimming with confidence. Despite their injuries, 9 of them combined could overpower even a second-tier spirit martial realm expert. So how could they fear Su Mo? Because I am waiting for you, Su Mo replied with a calm smile. I am waiting for you to bring me your storage bags. What? The group froze, their astonishment palpable. Su Mo and Apos' words implied he intended to rob them of their storage bags. A bizarre sensation stirred within them. A mere half-step spirit martial realm warrior dared to threaten several spirit martial realm experts. At that moment, the ever-smiling Su Mo suddenly made his move. Chapter 66. Sudden wealth. Su Mo suddenly surged forth, a sharp beam of sword light slicing towards Wu Kuei, appearing without warning. As swift as the winds of the 9 heavens, it materialized before Wu Kuei in the blink of an eye. The blade of the tempest. Su Mo and Apos' strike was executed with unparalleled rapidity, intent on decisively eliminating an adversary. Despite their numbers, they posed little threat to Su Mo. Yet they could still cause him some inconvenience. By vanquishing a formidable practitioner of the spirit martial realm, he could instill fear in the rest. Wu Kuei, among them, bore considerable wounds and harbored the most intense desire to eliminate Su Mo, having openly threatened to flay him alive. Thus, without hesitation, Su Mo directed his attack at Wu Kuei. With a soft thud, a severed head soared into the air, followed by a fountain of blood shooting skyward. Wu Kuei's head rolled upon the ground, his eyes wide open, unable to comprehend the manner of his demise even in death. What? The crimson blood splattered across the faces of the onlookers, leaving them in stunned silence, before they hastily retreated, creating distance from Su Mo. No one anticipated that Su Mo would suddenly erupt in violence. Su Mo, have you truly killed Wu Kuei? Yin Qi exclaimed, his face reflecting sheer disbelief as he gazed at Su Mo. A chill permeated the hearts of all present. Su Mo's prowess appeared exceedingly formidable. With a swift motion, Su Mo positioned himself before the crowd, obstructing their escape. You have 10 breaths to surrender all your storage bags. Otherwise, your fate shall mirror his. His icy gaze swept over the group, his tone devoid of warmth. Why should we hand over our storage bags to you? A disciple of the spirit martial realm bellowed. His face contorted with rage. The response came in the form of a whistling sword chi, which promptly severed the disciple's head, following in Wu Kuei and Apos' grim footsteps. Though a spirit martial realm warrior, he was grievously injured and could not withstand Su Mo and Apos' assault. There is no reason. You sought to kill me, and I am merely taking your storage bags. Consider it a generous act of mercy. Su Mo and Apos' voice resonated coldly as he surveyed the remaining 7. 3 breaths have elapsed. You have 7 breaths left. You. The crowd seethed with fury, their gazes flickering with uncertainty. The instantaneous deaths of 2 among them had cast an overwhelming shadow upon their spirits. Su Mo's prowess was astonishingly beyond comprehension. Could he truly be merely a half-step spirit martial realm practitioner? Although Su Mo had the element of surprise in slaying Wu Kuei without sufficient strength, no ambush would guarantee success. Yin Qi, if we strike together, can we escape? Feng Xilan whispered, channeling her thoughts to Yin Qi. A spirit martial realm practitioner possessed the ability to communicate over distances within 100 steps. It will be difficult. This fellow must have encountered some fortuitous event. His strength is overwhelming. Even if we were uninjured, we likely would not be his match, Yin Qi conveyed. What then? Are we truly to relinquish our storage bags? I refuse to accept this. Feng Xilan's face turned pale, her eyes filled with indignation. Does he truly dare to slaughter us all? Alas, this man is a madman. Who knows the extent of his capabilities? Yin Qi sighed, contemplating before stating, let us surrender our storage bags. Feng Xilan hesitated, torn within. Do not worry. This is merely a temporary measure. Once we return to Ling Island, We will find ways to deal with him. Yan Qi's voice was frigid as he continued. My elder brother is an inner sect disciple and a member of the Heavenly Alliance. Dealing with him will be effortless. I shall ensure he pays 100-fold, 1,000-fold in return. Upon hearing this, Feng Xilan sighed inwardly. Very well. In the midst of the gathering, Su Mo observed in silence, a cold smile gracing his lips. The 10 breaths have passed. It seems you are unyielding. If so, do not blame me for what comes next. As he spoke, a surge of energy enveloped him, and his sword erupted with dazzling brilliance. Stop! Yan Qi cried out, gritting his teeth. I will comply. I am willing to surrender my storage bag. With reluctance, Yan Qi tossed his storage bag to Su Mo. Feng Xilan soon followed suit, producing her own storage bag. Observing the 2 prominent figures surrendering their bags, the others, albeit begrudgingly, followed suit. Haha! Su Mo rejoiced as he collected the storage bags from the group. In truth, had they resisted, he would have hesitated to eliminate them all. These individuals were among the elite of the new disciples, each possessing remarkable talents and receiving significant attention from the sect. Particularly, those with 8th-tier martial souls were under close scrutiny. Having already slain Wu Kuei, should he proceed to eliminate Yan Qi and Feng Xilan, the sect would inevitably be enraged, leading to severe repercussions for him. The so-called trials, which ostensibly forbade bloodshed, were perhaps relative. If all the talented newcomers were slain, who would not be outraged? After acquiring the storage bags, Su Mo also searched the bags of the deceased Wu Kuei and his companion, erupting into laughter once more as he departed gracefully. Yan Qi and the others stood in place, their faces ashen, rendered speechless. In a secluded glade, Su Mo sat cross-legged upon the ground. Gazing at the spoils from the past 2 days, a smile adorned his face. Before him lay a neatly arranged row of storage bags. The number exceeded 20. He had dispatched many foes and gathered their possessions. He casually picked up a storage bag, opening it to reveal its contents, which made his eyes gleam. Inside were 32 demon cores of tier 7 or above, in addition to 18,000 taels of gold and 2 martial arts manuals. Su Mo chuckled softly, retrieving another storage bag, anticipation brimming in his eyes. This bag belonged to Wu Kuei, and its worth was surely substantial. With a flourish, the storage bag opened, and a multitude of items spilled forth. Su Mo's gaze sharpened as he beheld nearly 200 demon cores, over 80,000 taels of gold, 5 martial arts manuals, 7 spirit herbs, and 20 low-grade spirit stones among the bounty. Of the 7 spirit herbs, 5 were of the 1st-tier superior grade, while the remaining 2 were notably 2nd-tier inferior grade. Aha! Su Mo exclaimed in delight. This was a veritable fortune. He had not anticipated Wu Kuei's wealth, which even included 20 spirit stones. Eagerly, he proceeded to open and inspect the remaining storage bags, the cumulative wealth causing him to gasp in astonishment. Across the 20-plus storage bags, there were a total of 1,130 demon cores, 450,000 taels of gold, 42 martial arts manuals, 16 weapons, and 43 spirit herbs. The individuals he had robbed were all outstanding new disciples, none of whom were weak. Each possessed significant wealth, especially Yan Qi, Feng Xilan, and a few others from the spirit martial realm. Each storage bag contained valuables on par with Wu Kuei's. Were there even soul crystals? Among the items, Su Mo discovered 5 soul crystals, sensing the fluctuations of soul power within, all belonging to the 1st tier of 2nd-grade beast souls. For ordinary practitioners, soul crystals held limited utility and were seldom sought after. As Su Mo understood, they were primarily purchased in bulk by alchemists and artifact masters. The presence of soul crystals prompted Su Mo to sigh inwardly. This trial had yielded considerable rewards. His only regret lay in the fact that despite devouring so many beast souls and martial souls, he had yet to advance in rank from absorbing martial souls. This left him once more in a state of unease. If he could not ascend after consuming martial souls, it would pose a significant setback to his future path in martial arts. His current martial soul level, not to mention throughout the entirety of Windling Island, could only be deemed as mediocre even within the outer sect. With another sigh, Su Mo shook his head and then decisively crushed 5 soul crystals, unleashing his martial soul and devouring the 5 beast souls. At that moment, the long silent devouring martial soul suddenly began to tremble. Chapter 67. The trial concludes. Su Mo and Appos' martial spirit had not advanced in a considerable time, which left him in a state of frustration. Without any expectation, he effortlessly devoured the souls of 5 beasts, not anticipating that these would elevate his martial spirit's rank. Yet, unexpectedly, after consuming these 5 beast souls, his devouring martial spirit vibrated with a low hum. Beyond the 6th circle of the yellow halo, a 7th yellow halo burst forth. Suemo widened his eyes in astonishment. His devouring martial spirit had finally leveled up, transitioning from human level 6 to human level 7. At that moment, he exhaled deeply, feeling a cloud of gloom lift from his heart. It seemed he had overthought the situation. His martial spirit could still progress, but it merely required more beast souls or martial spirits than he had previously imagined. A smile returned to Sumo's face. As long as his martial spirit could advance, he could find ways to procure whatever resources were needed. With the wealth amassed during this trial, acquiring a substantial number of beast souls was no longer an issue. He then stored all his spoils into his storage ring, keeping the monster cores in a separate bag. Upon returning to Windling Island, he planned to organize his items thoroughly. Those that were of no use to him would be donated to the sect in exchange for contribution points. Subsequently, he would use those points to acquire a vast quantity of beast souls, making another elevation of his martial spirit imminent. Afterward, Suemo sat cross-legged on the small mountain, diligently cultivating to consolidate his cultivation. Having looted over 1,000 monster cores, along with his own, he was now close to 1,300 cores, rendering any further hunting unnecessary. In this Qingyuan trial, he was undoubtedly the frontrunner. Time swiftly passed as he practiced. The next day, around noon, a thunderous voice reverberated across the island, jolting Suemo from his meditation. The trial period had concluded, and all trial disciples were to return within 2 hours. The booming voice belonged to Elder Wei of Windling Island. Upon hearing this, Suemo rose, exited the mountain, and soared towards the forest's edge. Simultaneously, hundreds of new disciples traversed the island, hastily making their way back. Outside Qingyuan Island, a considerable gathering had formed. In addition to a dozen outer sect elders, many new disciples had congregated. Some of these new disciples had exited the forest early, abandoning the trial. Some, like Li Feng, had sustained serious injuries and had to withdraw, while others, possessing insufficient strength, fell prey to formidable beasts and were ultimately forced to seek aid from the sect elders, thus being eliminated early. Which new disciple do you suppose will claim first place in this Qingyuan trial? A middle-aged elder with a square face inquired, smiling as he stood among the outer sect elders. This time, the victor must be one of the 8 disciples at the spirit martial realm, asserted another elder clad in a blue robe. The square-faced elder rolled his eyes at this statement, scoffing. Elder Zhao, your words are mere platitudes. Even a 3-year-old knows that the first place will undoubtedly belong to a spirit martial disciple. Humph. Then tell us who you think will take first, retorted the blue-robed elder with a cold snort. I believe the first place will emerge from among the 5 geniuses with human level 8 martial spirits. As for who it will be, I cannot say for certain, the square-faced elder replied with a chuckle. Humph. That may not necessarily be the case. While those with higher martial spirit levels might have a slight edge, this trial is not merely a contest of strength. The more powerful individuals may not necessarily gather the most monster cores, the blue-robed elder sneered. Indeed, Elder Zhao has a point. The differences in strength among those spirit martial disciples are minimal, making it difficult to predict. The other elders nodded in agreement. Elder Wei, who do you believe stands the best chance of winning this trial? The square-faced elder turned to Elder Wei, inquiring respectfully. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Wei gazed into the depths of the forest and remarked, I believe Luo Qianfan has the greatest hope of victory. Oh, what leads you to that conclusion, Elder Wei? The others asked, intrigued. Among the 8 spirit martial disciples, the 5 geniuses possess the greatest potential, and their strengths are closely matched, making it hard to discern. Elder Wei acknowledged before continuing, if one were to choose who among them has the best chance, it would undeniably be Luo Qianfan. His proficiency with the bow allows for devastating long-range assaults, enabling him to eliminate beasts far quicker than other martial professions. Of course, this is merely a potential assessment. The actual rankings will only be revealed once the trial concludes, Elder Wei added thoughtfully. What Elder Wei articulated was quite reasonable. Upon hearing his words, the others nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit of his insight. Although archers may lack prowess in close combat, they reign supreme in ranged warfare, capable of turning the tide from afar. Once, over 30 elders from Windling Island had banded together to hunt a rival sect member, who happened to be an archer. However, the outcome of that ambush left the elders humiliated. In an overwhelming display of power, the 30-plus elders found themselves unable to even approach their target, who, from 100 miles away, struck them down with pinpoint accuracy. As time passed, more disciples returned from the forest. Within less than an hour, half of the disciples had already made their way back. Suemo, moving with the grace of a cheetah, emerged from the forest after an hour and Appo's journey. His arrival went unnoticed by anyone. Standing at the forest's edge, he scanned the area and noted that Yin Qi, Feng Xilan, and Luo Qianfan had yet to return. Soon, his gaze fell upon Li Feng, who was seated on a large rock, eyes closed in recovery. Suemo approached him. Li Feng, how's your injury? Suemo inquired as he reached Li Feng. Li Feng opened his eyes, and upon seeing Suemo, he smiled. My injuries are stable now. I should fully recover in about a month. Suemo, seeing you back brings me great relief. I was genuinely worried that you might confront Huang Yinqing. Li Feng shook his head, feeling a weight lift from his heart. If Suemo had indeed sought out Huang Yinqing and perished at his hands, it would have left Li Feng in distress. Huang Yinqing is dead, Suemo replied with a subtle smile. What? Huang Yinqing is dead? Li Feng was taken aback, his eyes reflecting disbelief. It wasn't Appo's. Timi, he met his end at the jaws of a beast. I witnessed it myself, Suemo explained. Indeed, Huang Yinqing had not been slain by him but had fallen victim to that black monster's maw. Slain by a beast? Li Feng's expression shifted as he nodded in understanding. Realizing that Suemo lacked the strength to have killed Huang Yinqing, it was entirely plausible for him to have perished at the hands of a beast. Chapter 68. Elder Wei's anticipation, by the way. Where is Xiaohu? Hasn't he returned yet? After conversing with Li Feng for a while, Suemo glanced around but could not spot Niu Xiaohu. No. Li Feng shook his head, frowning as he asked, could something have happened? Suemo fell silent. Given Niu Xiaohu's limited strength, he genuinely harbored concerns about his safety. At that moment, as the two were worrying about Niu Xiaohu, a robust figure burst forth from the forest. It was indeed Niu Xiaohu. Though his complexion appeared somewhat fatigued, his eyes sparkled with excitement. I have broken through to the 9th level of qi refining. Suemo was taken aback. The aura emanating from Niu Xiaohu was quite intense, stirring the surrounding air, clearly indicating that he had recently achieved this breakthrough and had yet to fully master his newfound power. Senior brother Suemo, senior brother Li Feng, I'm back. Niu Xiaohu exclaimed, beaming with joy. Xiaohu, impressive. In just 3 days, you and Appo's VE advanced in your cultivation, Suemo remarked with a gentle smile. Hee. On my way back, I fortuitously obtained a spirit herb, which enabled my breakthrough. Niu Xiaohu chuckled, then noticed Li Feng's pale visage and exclaimed, Senior brother Li Feng. What happened to you? You're injured. Just a minor injury, nothing serious. Li Feng replied with a bright smile, unwilling to lose face in front of Niu Xiaohu. That's good. Niu Xiaohu nodded. After some idle chatter, a large number of trial disciples began to return. Yin Qi, Feng Xilan, and others arrived together. Upon stepping out of the forest, their gazes converged upon Suemo, their expressions dark and menacing, as if they wished to devour him whole. The other disciples were puzzled by their demeanor. Senior brother Suemo, senior brother Li Feng, it seems Yin Qi and the others have been glaring at me. Niu Xiaohu scratched his head in confusion as he stood beside Suemo, remarking, from their expressions, it looks like they harbor a deep-seated grudge against me. But I haven't offended them. Hee, Xiaohu, you must be mistaken. Pay them no mind, Suemo said lightly, knowing that the ire was directed at him. Not Niu Xiaohu. However, Li Feng furrowed his brows. He had distinctly sensed the murderous intent in Yin Qi and Appo's gaze. Casting a thoughtful glance at Suemo, he pondered. After another half hour, nearly all the trial disciples had returned, and no one else emerged from the forest. Elder Wang, how many disciples have returned? Elder Wei inquired, surveying the area. Replying to Elder Wei, among the trial disciples, a total of 500 were expected, with 447 having returned, leaving 53 missing. The elder in the blue robe respectfully reported after surveying the scene. A loss of 1/10, similar to previous years. Elder Wei nodded, his expression indifferent, showing no signs of concern over the 50-plus missing disciples. Fengling Island requires elites, not mediocrity. The loss of these individuals is inconsequential. Their inability to complete such a simple trial task merely reflects their incompetence. Well, the time has come. Let us prepare to return to Fengling Island. Elder Wei continued, preparing to announce. Elder Wei, it appears Wu Kuei has not returned, along with 2 other disciples at the spirit marshal level. The square-faced elder suddenly interjected, expressing his confusion. Oh. Upon hearing this, Elder Wei scanned the area and, indeed, did not see Wu Kuei and the others. His brow furrowed slightly. With their strength, the likelihood of them perishing on Qing Yuan Island is minimal. Let us wait for a while longer. If they have not returned after a stick of incense, we shall depart. Elder Wei contemplated before speaking. If it were ordinary new disciples, Elder Wei would never have entertained such a decision. Common newcomers do not possess the standing to warrant such patience from so many elders. However, Wu Kuei was different, a genius with an 8th-tier human-level martial soul, destined to enter the inner sect and potentially rank among the core disciples in the future. Thus, Elder Wei placed significant importance on him. Time passed swiftly, and soon a stick of incense had burned down. Elder Lu and Elder Zhao, please search the island. The rest of you shall return to the sect with me. Elder Wei commanded before turning to announce, all disciples, gather and board the ship to return to Feng Ling Island. Immediately, all disciples boarded the warship, retracing their route. As evening approached, the group returned to Feng Ling Island and gathered once more in the square. In the square stood a wooden table measuring 10 meters long and 5 meters wide, behind which sat a dozen elders overseeing the trial. Now, any disciple who believes they can place should step forward and present their acquired demon cores. Elder Wei proclaimed from his central position, his gaze sweeping over the gathered disciples with a mix of curiosity and surprise. Elders Zhao and Lu had already returned. They found Wu Kuei without much delay, as their formidable strength allowed them to fly, enabling them to return to the sect before the disciples who traveled by ship. Wu Kuei was found, but he had already become a lifeless corpse, his head severed. The two elders discovered Wu Kuei and another spirit martial level disciple's bodies in the passage leading to the demon lair. Additionally, they found numerous corpses within the lair, though those bodies had been reduced to mere bones, ravaged by the demon insects. While the corpses in the lair may have fallen to the insects, Wu Kuei and the other disciple were evidently slain by a person wielding a sword. Elder Wei could not fathom who among the new disciples possessed the capability to kill Wu Kuei. Was it Luo Qiefan? Or perhaps Yin Qi, Chao Yuan? Or someone else entirely? Elder Wei did not feel anger over Wu Kuei and Apos' death. Rather, he was intrigued by the individual capable of dispatching two talented spirit martial disciples. Such a person, who could vanquish Wu Kuei, must inherently be of extraordinary talent themselves. Given their prowess, their rank in the trials would undoubtedly be high, and their identity would soon be revealed. Elder Wei felt a sense of anticipation. As Elder Wei spoke, new disciples stepped forward, presenting their hunted demon cores. The elders then assessed their scores based on the cores' levels and quantities. The number of demon cores acquired by the disciples varied greatly. Some possessed dozens, while others had only a few. A first-tier 7th-level demon core equaled 1 point, an 8th-level core counted as 2, a 9th-level core as 4, and a first-tier 1st-level core as 8 points. In no time, over 200 individuals had their scores calculated. At this moment, one of the 5 great talents, Chao Yuan, stepped forward, sweeping his sleeve to reveal a heap of demon cores on the table. My goodness! Senior brother Chao Yuan has actually obtained so many demon cores. Impressive! With such a vast number of cores, senior brother Chao Yuan is likely to claim first place. That may not be the case. The other talented spirit martial disciples are surely formidable as well. As soon as Chao Yuan produced the demon cores, gasps of astonishment and whispers of discussion erupted around him. Before him lay a staggering pile of cores, numbering nearly 300. Su Mo, standing among the crowd, felt a flicker of surprise. He had cleared out Chao Yuan and Apos' demon cores just yesterday, yet in the span of a single day, he had managed to amass so many once more. What Su Mo did not realize was that after returning from the demon lair, Chao Yuan had summoned some of his subordinates to scour the area, allowing him to gather such a substantial number of cores in just one day. The elders swiftly counted Chao Yuan's demon cores, and after he collected them, he strode away with confidence. In the face of the astonished and envious gazes of the crowd, Chao Yuan felt no sense of pride. Rather, a deep bitterness welled within him. He understood that even with nearly 300 demon cores in his possession, he was undoubtedly far from the first place. Turning his gaze towards Su Mo amidst the throng, resentment swirled in Chao Yuan's heart. Chapter 69. A shocking revelation. The newly initiated disciples approached in an orderly fashion to count the demon cores. Following Chao Yuan was Feng Xilan, whose collection, though inferior to Chao Yuan's, still amounted to over 200 cores. Soon, it was Yin Qi's turn. As he stepped to the table and waved his hand, A dazzling display unfolded as a multitude of demon cores cascaded down, far exceeding Chao Yuan's count, totaling over 500 cores. Heavens! Brother Yin Qi acquired such an abundance of demon cores. Remarkable, far surpassing Brother Chao Yuan. Haha, Brother Yin Qi is sure to claim first place. The disciples gasped in astonishment. Elder Wei's eyes glinted, a flicker of intrigue coursing through him as he scrutinized Yin Qi. Could it be that Yin Qi was responsible for slaying Wu Kuei? If Yin Qi indeed vanquished Wu Kuei, it would be entirely reasonable. For his martial spirit talent was not inferior to Wu Kuei's, and possessing the capability to slay him would not be surprising. Yin Qi wore a smug expression, casting a sidelong glance at Su Mo in the distance, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He possessed more than one storage bag. Despite having one pilfered by Su Mo, a portion of demon cores remained, supplemented by offerings from several disciples, enabling him to amass such a quantity. In this trial, he still harbored hopes of securing first place. Many disciples approached to count their demon cores. Among the new initiates, barring a few from the spiritual martial realm, only a scant handful had acquired over 100 cores. Thus far, it appeared that Yin Qi held the title for the most demon cores. Niu Xiaohu had amassed 42 cores. Brother Su Mo, how many demon cores did you obtain? Niu Xiaohu inquired as he returned to Su Mo's side after his count. Haha, just a tad more than you. Su Mo replied with a smile. Of course, brother, your prowess surpasses mine. You must have collected more. Perhaps you might even fortuitously break into the top 20. Niu Xiaohu chuckled. Fortuitously? Su Mo shrugged nonchalantly, confidently asserting. I will undoubtedly fortuitously secure a place in the top 20. Alas, if only Brother Li Feng hadn't been injured and withdrawn early. He too would have had a chance. Niu Xiaohu sighed, glancing at the dejected Li Feng. Li Feng, overhearing, forced a smile and declared, Xiaohu. It's merely one trial, nothing to lament. In the future, I shall reclaim my rightful glory. Indeed, I believe in you, Brother Li Feng. Niu Xiaohu said earnestly before suddenly exclaiming, Look, it's Luo Qianfan. His demon cores are not fewer than Yin Qi's. Su Mo turned to see Luo Qianfan standing at the table, a substantial pile of demon cores before him, rivaling Yin Qi's collection. Su Mo nodded slightly. Given Luo Qianfan's strength, accumulating over 500 cores was hardly surprising. Indeed, Luo Qianfan was one of the 5 great talents, possessing over 500 demon cores. It seemed evident that the first place in this Qingyuan trial would be contested between Yin Qi and Luo Qianfan, depending solely on who scored higher. With respect to the 5 great talents, it was already clear that Feng Xilan and Chao Yuan stood no chance. Wait, where's Wu Kuei? Murmured the crowd. Some finally realizing his absence. Goodness, Wu Kuei hasn't he returned? Could he have perished? Impossible. With Wu Kuei's strength, who could possibly defeat him? Unless faced with an extraordinarily powerful demon beast? Have you only just noticed? Not only Wu Kuei is missing, Huang Yunqing and Song Liang, both at the spiritual martial realm, have also not returned. The crowd erupted in shock, the atmosphere thick with commotion. A few disciples had already suspected Wu Kuei might have perished, having witnessed him enter the demon lair but never emerge again. The majority, however, were completely unaware of this, only now realizing with astonishment that Wu Kuei had not returned. Silence. Elder Wei's booming voice resonated throughout the venue, instantly stilling the crowd. The counting of demon cores resumed. Before long, most disciples had completed their counts. It was apparent to all that the top few placements in the trial had crystallized. Yin Qi and Luo Qianfan were poised to claim the first and second spots, with Chao Yuan in third and Feng Xilan in fourth. Elder Wei surmised that Wu Kuei had undoubtedly fallen to the hands of one of the other 4 great talents, with Yin Qi and Luo Qianfan being the most likely culprits. To simultaneously slay 2 opponents of equal rank with a single decisive strike demonstrated extraordinary prowess, and their talent was undoubtedly the finest among the new disciples, warranting special cultivation. As the others finished tallying their cores, Su Mo approached with an air of confidence. It was not merely a matter of wanting to go last. He was assured of his first place standing and felt no need to rush. Quickly present your demon cores, commanded Elder Wang, one of the elders responsible for counting, his eyes not even lifting as he impatiently urged Su Mo as the last participant. Once he counted Su Mo's cores, his task would conclude. Su Mo nodded and opened a storage bag. Instantly, a cacophony of sounds erupted as demon cores tumbled forth. In no time, Su Mo's count surpassed 300 cores. What? Elder Wang was taken aback, not expecting this relatively unknown disciple to have amassed over 300 cores. rivaling Qiao Yuan. However, the next moment, his surprise morphed into astonishment as the cores continued to pour forth from Su Mo's storage bag. Soon, the count approached 500 cores. Could it be that I am imagining things? This individual possesses such a multitude of demon cores? Who is this person? How could he possibly have so many cores? Could he also be a master of the spiritual martial realm, having concealed his true abilities? The surrounding disciples were even more astonished than Elder Wang. The sound of cores cascading continued unabated, as if the storage bag were inexhaustible. 600 cores, 700, 800, 900, 1,000. When the count reached the astounding figure of around 1,000 cores, Su Mo finally retracted the storage bag. The cores amassed into a small mountain, filling the entire table with a radiant glow and an overwhelming aura of demonic energy. Elder Wang stood dumbfounded. The disciples were in a daze. Li Feng and Niu Xiaohu gaped in disbelief, their mouths agape enough to fit a duck egg. A profound silence enveloped the space. Moments later, Elder Wei was the first to recover, his gaze alight with intensity, fixated on Su Mo. He was now certain that the slayer of Wu Kuei was neither Luo Qianfan nor Yin Qi, but rather this very young man before him. With his cultivation, Elder Wei could easily discern that Su Mo was merely half a step into the spiritual martial realm. Yet, he remained convinced of his prowess. Additionally, upon closer inspection through his spiritual sense, he noted Su Mo's extraordinary physique, with blood and energy surging far beyond the norm, akin to a human-shaped beast of carnage. Elder Wei felt an exhilarating surge of joy. Could this person possess a unique constitution? At that moment, he had already formed a certain resolution in his heart. Chapter 70, Contribution Acquired. Su Mo stood at the forefront, facing 1,000 demon cores, leaving everyone utterly bewildered. Elder Wang stared at the colossal pile of demon cores, momentarily dumbfounded, and forgot to count them. Elder? Su Mo gently called out, noticing the elder's prolonged silence. In truth, Su Mo had not intended to draw too much attention to himself. He merely sought to acquire 700 or 800 demon cores. However, considering the scoring system, where the disparity between cores of different grades is substantial, he decided it prudent to gather a few more for assurance. Otherwise, should the average grade of the cores be low, it could jeopardize his chances of achieving the top score. For instance, a second grade, first-level demon core is worth twice that of a first-grade, ninth-level core and 8 times that of a first-grade, 7th-level core. Thus, by procuring 1,000 demon cores, he believed he had secured sufficient leverage. Oh, Elder Wang awakened, his expression shifting to one of astonishment as he began to swiftly tally and register the cores. Yin Qi, Qiao Yuan, Feng Xilan, and the others wore expressions of utter dismay. Though they had anticipated Su Mo would possess a considerable number of cores, the revelation of 1,000 cores still struck them like a thunderclap. Subsequently, their hearts brimmed with resentment and humiliation. A significant portion of those cores rightfully belonged to them. Now, they had inadvertently enriched Su Mo. My heavens! Over 1,000 demon cores. This is impossible. How could he possibly amass so many? Cheating. He must be cheating. Indeed, he is definitely cheating. There is no way he could have obtained this many cores otherwise. The disciples were astounded, each struggling to comprehend the situation. And soon many began to voice their accusations. Elder, this person is cheating. Yes. Elder, if he isn't cheating, there is no way he could have so many cores. We suggest his disqualification from the evaluation. Numerous disciples voiced their objections, hoping the elder would revoke Su Mo's qualification. Yin Qi, Feng Xilan, and the others echoed their sentiments, casting scornful glances at Su Mo. If they could succeed in disqualifying him, not only would their own standings improve, but it would also provide a temporary relief from their frustrations. Silence. Elder Wei rose, an overwhelming aura enveloping the venue, swiftly silencing the crowd. I have examined these demon cores. They were indeed acquired within the past 3 days on Qingyuan Island. Elder Wei and Apos' countenance was grave as he declared. No one is permitted to speak out of turn. Violators will face punishment for disturbing the sect. Upon hearing this, the crowd instinctively recoiled, fearing to utter another word. To offend an elder was tantamount to courting death. The counting of the demon cores proceeded rapidly, completed in less than a minute. After which Su Mo collected the cores and stepped back. The demon cores acquired during the Qingyuan Island trial would not be claimed by the sect. Once their grades were verified, the disciples could reclaim them. Once all the cores were registered, everyone gathered in the square to await the elder and Apos' announcement of the results. Brother Su Mo, am I seeing things? Did you really acquire over 1,000 demon cores? Besides Su Mo, Niu Xiaohu wore a dazed expression, still grappling with the revelation. Li Feng appeared similarly stunned, his expression blank, disbelief etched in his eyes. In 3 days, even if one were to hunt tirelessly, it seems implausible to collect over 1,000 demon cores, does it not? Even if one were to unleash 1,000 pigs on Qingyuan Island, it would be impossible to eradicate them all in 3 days. Heh, little tiger, in this world, nothing is impossible. Only the unthinkable exists, not the unattainable. Su Emo replied with a slight smile, his words enigmatic. Before long, the scores from the trial were compiled. Elder Wei cleared his throat, rose once more, and announced loudly. The trial for the new disciples has concluded successfully. I shall now reveal the top 20 rankings. The venue fell silent, all ears attuned to his words. 20th place, Du Qing, with a score of 260 points. 19th place, Mayu, with a score of 272 points. 18th place, Zhang Qiwen, with a score of 285 points. 11th place, Lu Ying, with a score of 408 points. Elder Wei announced the rankings from 11th to 20th in one breath, and those called rejoiced fervently. Although their standings were not particularly high, emerging from a pool of 500 new disciples was a significant honor. Moreover, each of those ranked from 11th to 20th would receive 30 contribution points, a generous reward. At this moment, many disciples who had hoped for a high ranking held their breath, anxiety palpable in the air. After a brief pause, Elder Wei continued. 10th place, Zhang Nan. Score, 410 points. 5th place, Feng Xilan, with a score of 693 points. 4th place, Chao Yuan, with a score of 864 points. Neither Chao Yuan nor Feng Xilan were surprised by their rankings. They had anticipated their positions and knew entering the top 3 was nearly impossible. Yan Qi's expression grew serious. He and Luo Qianfan had amassed a similar number of demon cores, and the outcome now hinged on this moment. As for the first place, he had long since relinquished hope. 3rd place, Yan Qi, with a score of 1,504 points. As Elder Wei spoke, Yan Qi and Appo's gaze sharpened, his brows furrowing. He had been surpassed by Luo Qianfan, securing only 3rd place. 2nd place, Luo Qianfan, with a score of 1,505 points. At this juncture, Elder Wei paused once again. The crowd fell into a stupor, all eyes turning towards Yan Qi, their expressions filled with sympathy. Yan Qi and Appo's face turned ashen. He had lost to Luo Qianfan by a mere point. Just 1 point separated him from 2nd place. The difference between 3rd and 2nd place, while seemingly trivial, resulted in a significant disparity in rewards. 3rd place earned a reward of 100 contribution points, while 2nd place garnered 200. Just 1 point had cost Yan Qi 200 contribution points. How could he possibly feel at ease? I now announce that the first place in this Qingyuan trial, the new disciple king of newcomers, is. At this moment, a faint smile graced Elder Wei's face as he looked towards Su Mo, proclaiming loudly, 1st place, Su Mo, with a score of 3,020 points. Elder Wei's voice resonated throughout the hall, silence enveloping the crowd as if a pin could be heard dropping. 3,020 points, surpassing the combined scores of the 2nd and 3rd places. The unexpected triumph of a relatively unknown disciple over everyone else was met with disbelief. Yet, since Elder Wei had confirmed there was no cheating involved, the crowd dared not voice their discontent. All 20 disciples, please step forward and present your identity tokens to receive your rewards. As Elder Wei finished speaking, Su Mo and the others promptly advanced, retrieving their identity tokens. You 20 individuals, having distinguished yourselves in this trial, not only demonstrate your innate talent, but also your strength. I hope you will continue to strive diligently in the future and become the pillars of our Foling Island. Elder Wei's gaze swept over the crowd, offering encouragement. His attention lingered on Su Mo, inwardly nodding in approval. To secure 1st place yet remain unflappable, neither arrogant nor complacent. Such a talent was commendable. With that, Elder Wei flicked his fingers, and 20 beams of light shot forth from his hand, swiftly entering the identity tokens of the participants. Su Mo felt a stirring within him as he channeled a wisp of true energy into his identity token. Instantly, several lines of text appeared on the token. Name, Su Mo. Status, Outer Sect Disciple. Contribution points, 300. Upon seeing the information on his identity token, Su Mo's heart soared with elation. 300 contribution points, successfully acquired. Chapter 71. Exchange. The night was deep, the moonlight flowing like water. In the room, Su Mo took out all the items from his storage ring. During this trial, Su Mo had struck it rich, acquiring not only 4 ethereal fruits and 300 contribution points, but also a plethora of spoils, greatly enriching his wealth. Now, Suemo needed to meticulously organize these items, retaining only those of utility and exchanging the rest for contribution points. Throughout this trial, Suemo had amassed a total of 1,130 monster cores, 480,000 taels in gold, 42 martial arts manuals, 16 weapons, 43 spiritual herbs, and 32 bottles of various elixirs. He decided to keep 80,000 taels for essential expenses and offer the remaining 400,000 taels to the sect. After examining the 42 martial arts manuals, Suemo found that most were of the first-grade high quality, with only 11 being second-grade, all of which were of inferior quality, none of which he required. However, considering his limited martial techniques, he intended to exchange for a martial skill of a slightly higher grade from the sect. Among the 16 weapons, 8 were swords. Suemo selected a silver longsword, a second-grade inferior quality weapon, its blade gleaming with a cold light, and its hilt adorned with a dazzling blue gemstone. Compared to the refined steel sword he had brought from his family, which was merely a first-grade high-quality weapon, this gemstone sword was vastly superior. As for his soul-cutting sword, it was a third-grade inferior quality weapon, reserved for true spirit realm warriors, and he would not easily reveal it. From the 43 spiritual herbs, Suemo retained 10 second-grade inferior quality herbs and prepared to donate the rest to the sect. The elixirs he kept were primarily low-grade healing and energy-restoring potions, retaining only a few bottles. Suddenly, Suemo discovered a palm-sized piece of parchment amidst the heap of spoils. Picking it up, he examined it closely and realized it was a map, albeit incomplete, clearly just a fragment of a larger whole. Shaking his head, he casually stored the fragment in his storage ring. Once he had organized all the spoils, Suemo began his cultivation, diligently consolidating his realm and refining his true energy. On Windling Island, a broad mountain path bustled with people. Suemo walked along the path towards the contribution hall. With a multitude of people, the sect occupied several of the island's peaks, which were rich in spiritual energy. Windling Island boasted numerous halls, including the Medicine Hall, Martial Hall, Contribution Hall, Administration Hall, Task Hall, and Purple Gold Hall, each distinctly categorized and serving specific purposes. Currently, Suemo was en route to the Contribution Hall. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall, he presented the weapons, spiritual herbs, monster cores, and manuals he had organized the previous night, exchanging them for contribution points. After careful calculation, the total value of all items amounted to 1,125 contribution points. Even Suemo was taken aback by this significant value, which far exceeded the reward for his first-place victory. Indeed, it was evident that seizing treasures through combat was the most lucrative endeavor. After exchanging for contribution points, Suemo proceeded to the Purple Gold Hall. The Purple Gold Hall managed resources on Windling Island. Aside from martial arts manuals, all cultivation resources could be found there. The Purple Gold Pavilions across the major cities of Tianwei Kingdom operated in conjunction with the Purple Gold Hall to generate wealth for Windling Island. Elder, I wish to exchange for some beast souls, Suemo stated as he entered the Purple Gold Hall. Oh, what grade of beast soul do you wish to exchange for? And how many? Inquired the elder stationed within the hall. After a brief contemplation, Suemo asked, I would like to exchange for second-grade 3-level beast souls. May I inquire about the price? The first-level second-grade beast souls had too low a soul power to significantly aid Suemo's martial soul advancement. He pondered how many he would need to consume to elevate his martial soul if he continued to devour first-level second-grade beast souls. Even the second-level beast souls would likely yield minimal results. Thus, Suemo opted for the more expensive second-grade 3-level beast souls, which, while costly, offered far superior absorption effects, possessing at least 10 times the soul power of the first-level second-grade variant. 10 contribution points per crystal of second-grade 3-level beast soul, the elder informed. 10 points each? How exorbitant! Suemo gasped inwardly, having expected the price to be around 5 or 6 points. He was astonished that it was indeed 10 points each. A full 5 times the price of the first-level variant. All items in the Purple Gold Hall are already discounted by 10% for island disciples. The prices are even higher outside the island, the elder chuckled, noticing Suemo's half-step spirit martial realm cultivation and sneering. If you cannot afford it, then leave. Return when you have accumulated sufficient contribution points. Unfazed by the elder and Apos' disdain, Suemo contemplated briefly before declaring, I will exchange for 100 second-grade 3-level beast soul crystals. Despite the steep price, it remained within his acceptable range. 100. Do you possess that many contribution points? The elder was taken aback, a look of disbelief crossing his face. 102nd grade, 3-level beast soul crystals required 1,000 contribution points. It would not be surprising for inner disciples or some powerful outer disciples to possess such a sum, but Sumo, being merely a half-step spirit martial realm disciple, seemed unlikely to have such wealth. Indeed, Sumo nodded, producing his identity jade token. The elder took the token, infused it with true energy, and Sumo's information instantly materialized. Contribution points, 1,425. After exchanging for 1,125 points worth of spoils, along with the rewards from the trial, he had precisely 1,425 contribution points. The elder nodded in acknowledgement after confirming Sumo's sufficient contribution points and retrieved 102nd grade 3-level beast souls. Subsequently, the elder lightly brushed Sumo's identity jade token, and a flash of white light passed, restoring the token to its normal state. Sumo took back the token and discovered his contribution points had decreased by 1,000, leaving him with 425 points. Will you be learning alchemy or weapon forging? The elder inquired, as beast souls were generally used in those crafts, and few disciples employed them otherwise. I wish to learn both, Sumo replied with a smile, offering a vague response. After exiting the purple gold hall, he made his way to the martial hall. The martial hall was where Windling Island stored its martial arts manuals. It was a vast palace with 5 floors, housing countless techniques and skills. Sumo spent 50 contribution points to exchange for a 2nd-grade mid-quality martial skill, Wind Demon 9 Swords. This technique was exceptionally powerful and, according to the manual, ranked among the top martial skills of its grade. Sumo couldn't help but marvel at the benefits of having contribution points, allowing him to acquire whatever he desired. Upon returning to his residence, he found a young man in black standing in the courtyard. Upon closer inspection, Sumo recognized him as the young Elder Wang Hui. Greetings, Elder Wang, Sumo said, hurrying forward with respect. Sumo, Elder Wei requests your presence, Wang Hui replied, a hint of a smile breaking through his cold demeanor. Elder Wei? Sumo furrowed his brow, puzzled. It was surprising that Elder Wei, a figure of authority, would summon him and even send Wang Hui to deliver the message. Chapter 72. Disciple by name Sumo followed Wang Hui as they made their way to Elder Wei and Apos' residence. Although Sumo was unaware of the reason for Elder Wei and Apos' request to meet him, he could not turn down the invitation extended so graciously. Elder Wang, might I inquire what business Elder Wei has with me? Sumo asked along the way. You will find out when you arrive, Wang Hui replied nonchalantly. Then added a reminder, Sumo, life is full of opportunities, and today is your chance. Opportunities? What kind of opportunity? Sumo was taken aback, his curiosity piqued. Wang Hui smiled silently, further fueling Sumo's intrigue. Elder Wei's residence was located near the outer gate Elder's Hall, resembling a small but imposing palace. Come in. As they approached the palace, Elder Wei and Apos' voice resonated from within. Yes, master. Wang Hui bowed respectfully before leading Sumo into the palace. Master? Sumo was astonished to learn that Elder Wei was indeed Wang Hui's master. With a disciple who was already an elder, it was clear that Elder Wei was no ordinary figure. Inside the palace, Sumo beheld Elder Wei, who sat cross-legged on a mat, dressed simply like an ordinary old man. Upon seeing Sumo, Elder Wei and Apos' face broke into a gentle smile. Sumo, would you be willing to become my named disciple? Elder Wei inquired with a calm demeanor. What? Sumo was momentarily stunned. He had anticipated various reasons for this meeting, yet this was utterly unexpected. Elder Wei, why do you wish to accept me as a disciple? Is it merely because I achieved first place in the Qingyuan trial? Sumo questioned, withholding immediate agreement. To be frank, I have never taken a disciple before, despite there being one each year for the first place in the Qingyuan trial, Elder Wei replied, shaking his head. Then what is it? Sumo asked, puzzled. It is due to your talent. Although your martial soul is only of the 6th level of the human rank, which is below my typical standard for disciples, I perceive your vigor akin to that of a dragon, and your physique is remarkably exceptional. Even some formidable body refinement experts at the spirit martial realm do not possess such robust vitality as yours. Moreover, the fact that you can slay spirit martial realm warriors with your half-step spirit martial realm cultivation indicates your extraordinary talent. Thus, I am inclined to accept you as my named disciple, Elder Wei explained earnestly. Sumo, do you wish to become my disciple? Elder Wei posed the question again. Sumo and Appos. S mind raced as he weighed the pros and cons, accepting Elder Wei as his master would yield only benefits and no drawbacks. As a superlative powerhouse of the true spirit realm and a distinguished outer gate elder, establishing such a connection would provide a substantial foundation. Most importantly, Elder Wei and Appos' vast martial experience would guide him far better than solitary exploration. After a brief moment, Sumo made his decision. Is it merely a named disciple? He inquired brightly. If you are to accept a disciple, why not simply take me as one? This named disciple designation seems rather demeaning. While your talent is commendable, your martial soul level is still somewhat lacking. To become my true disciple, you must prove yourself, Elder Wei replied with a smile. And how might I prove myself? Sumo asked. Within 3 years, you must enter the top 10 of the outer gate, Elder Wei stated. Sumo raised an eyebrow. 3 years? If it were half a year, he might feel some pressure, but 3 years seemed quite manageable. If he could not reach the top 10 in 3 years, how could he hope to challenge Shang Wanhao within 5 years? Nodding, Sumo agreed. Very well, I am willing to become your disciple. Haha, splendid. A look of satisfaction spread across Elder Wei's face. Subsequently, Sumo bowed respectfully to Elder Wei in acknowledgement of his new master. Congratulations, junior brother Sumo. Wang Hui offered his congratulations with a clasped fist. Wang, brother, you are too kind. Sumo returned the gesture. Huier, you may take your leave. I wish to speak with Sumo privately. Elder Wei gestured for Wang Hui to exit. Yes, master. Wang Hui bowed and withdrew, leaving only Elder Wei and Sumo in the room. Sumo, if you have any questions regarding martial cultivation, do not hesitate to ask. Elder Wei said with a gentle smile. Sumo nodded, then proceeded to inquire about various issues he had encountered in his training. Elder Wei answered each question in detail, illuminating many areas of confusion for Sumo master. Does the level of a martial artist and Appos' martial soul truly determine their future achievements? Sumo gradually steered the conversation towards martial souls. The level of a martial soul indeed influences a martial artist and Appos' potential. For instance, a martial artist with a 6th level human rank martial soul, if diligent and fortunate, still has a significant chance of achieving the true spirit realm. However, one with a 5th level human rank martial soul, no matter how hard they strive, will find it impossible to ascend to the true spirit realm, Elder Wei elucidated. Sumo was taken aback, pondering that it seemed the 6th level human rank martial soul was a critical threshold. Had he possessed a 5th level martial soul, perhaps Elder Wei would not have accepted him as a disciple. Elder Wei continued, of course, this is not absolute. It is said that there exist exceedingly rare individuals in this world with extraordinary physiques, those who are born as prodigies, regardless of their martial soul level. Their achievements are often staggering. Yet, such individuals are exceedingly scarce, not only in Tianwei country, but across the entire vast territory. Not a single one has been heard of. Extraordinary physique? Sumo pondered silently. Haha, Sumo, while you may not possess an extraordinary physique, your constitution is still remarkable, greatly benefiting your martial path. Elder Wei chuckled. Sumo's lips twitched involuntarily. He certainly did not possess any extraordinary physique. It was merely the result of cultivating the myriad forms divine art. In addition to martial soul level, comprehension is also a crucial determinant of a martial artist and Appos' achievements, Elder Wei continued. A martial artist with extraordinary comprehension can advance swiftly in any martial technique. Even if their martial soul level is low and their cultivation speed is slow, they often possess the ability to overcome stronger opponents. Comprehension? Hearing this, Sumo felt a spark of interest. He had managed to cultivate 2 third-level martial techniques to minor completion in a remarkably short time, always believing his comprehension to be quite good. Master, how long would it take for a martial artist with exceptional comprehension to practice a third-level martial technique to minor completion during the Qi refinement realm? Sumo asked, his eyes gleaming with hope. Haha. Elder Wei smiled gently, shaking his head. Even with exceptional comprehension, it would still require at least 3 to 5 years to achieve minor completion of a third-level martial technique during the Qi refinement realm. Sumo was speechless. 3 to 5 years? He had barely been training for 3 to 5 months. After conversing with Elder Wei for an hour, Sumo gained valuable insights before taking his leave. Though he was merely a named disciple of Elder Wei for now, the elder's patient guidance filled Sumo with gratitude. As he walked back, Sumo reflected on the benefits of having a master. Just as he was lost in thought, a group of disciples approached from ahead, blocking his path. Chapter 73. The essence of the sword. A group of 5 or 6 disciples stood before Su-mo, blocking his path. These disciples, all seasoned outer sect members, exuded a formidable presence, each one a master of the spirit martial realm. Upon noticing their obstruction, Su-mo furrowed his brow. "Are you the reigning newcomer king, Su-mo?" inquired a rugged youth who stepped forward. "Indeed," Su-mo replied, his expression stoic. "What do you seek?" "We are members of the Battle Alliance. I am Yuxiong, and I extend an invitation for you to join us and serve senior brother Gujan." The rough-looking youth exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "What do you say? Are you not thrilled?" Su-mo shook his head dismissively. "What is this Battle Alliance? I have no interest." With that, he attempted to leave. Yuxiong was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting as he registered the rejection. The audacity of being spurned by a newly admitted disciple left him feeling humiliated. "Stop right there," Yuxiong commanded, blocking Su-mo's exit. "How dare you refuse? Do you understand the power of our Battle Alliance?" "I have no desire to know." "Step aside," Su-mo replied coldly, finding the arrogance of the invitation absurd. "Unappreciative fool." Yuxiong and Apos' face darkened. "Our Battle Alliance is one of the most powerful forces among the outer sect. Senior brother Gujan is among the top 10 disciples. How can you dare to refuse?" Su-mo and Apos' lips curled into a derisive smile. "Just because you invite me does not mean I must accept. Am I to be scorned for declining?" "Su-mo, we sought you out due to your impressive strength. You truly believe yourself to be someone of importance." Yuxiong sneered. "Whether I am deemed significant is irrelevant. What matters is my refusal to join your alliance." Su-mo retorted, turning to depart. "If you refuse to join, then prepare to receive my strike." Yuxiong shouted, unleashing a powerful palm strike that tore through the air, a massive imprint of energy aimed at Su-mo and Apos' back. A glint of cold light flashed in Su-mo and Apos' eyes. Was he being attacked merely for declining an invitation? This strike was immensely powerful, capable of overwhelming even a second-tier spirit martial expert. Su-mo pivoted, delivering a punch to shatter the palm imprint. Boom! The imprint disintegrated, sending Su-mo stumbling back several meters before he steadied himself, leaving behind a chilling declaration. "Yuxiong, I shall remember this palm." Yuxiong scoffed, his disdain palpable. "Just an ant, dominant among new disciples, yet nothing before me." Upon returning to his quarters, Su-mo's expression was solemn. Had he not possessed formidable strength, he could have been injured by Yuxiong's strike. Without sufficient power on Fengling Island, one would only be bullied. It was imperative to elevate the level of his martial soul. After a moment of contemplation, Su-mo extracted 102nd-tier, 3rd-level beast soul crystals, releasing his martial soul to begin the process of absorption. Crack! One by one, the soul crystals shattered. There contained beast souls consumed by Su-mo. The 2nd-tier, 3rd-level beast souls possessed tremendous energy, exceeding that of 10 first-tier beast souls. The cumulative effect of 102nd-tier, 3rd-level beast souls equated to that of 10,000 first-tier beast souls. As Su-mo continued to absorb, upon consuming 90 beast souls, his martial soul finally underwent a transformation. Boom, boom. His absorbing martial soul vibrated incessantly, and an 8th yellow halo suddenly emerged, 8 beams of yellow light shimmering brilliantly. An 8th-grade human-level martial soul. Su-mo exhaled, pleased. The 2nd-tier, 3rd-level beast souls had indeed lived up to their reputation. He then consumed the remaining 10 beast souls entirely. As he urged his martial soul, the room was instantly filled with a rush of spiritual energy, producing a howling wind. How powerful! Su-mo marveled. The elevation of his martial soul significantly enhancing his rate of spiritual energy absorption. It was time to consume the void fruit. With that thought, Su-mo rose and exited his chamber. On Fengling Island, atop a mist-laden, secluded cliff, Su-mo stood with his sword on his back, contemplating. He retrieved 2 void fruits and consumed them simultaneously. As the fruits entered his belly, a warm energy surged towards his mind. In an instant, Su-mo's eyes sparkled with light, as if he had entered a state of profound enlightenment. Clang! His gem sword was unsheathed, its brilliance illuminating the surroundings as a razor-sharp sword aura silently cleaved through the mist before him. Swish! Another stroke followed, transforming the sword aura into multiple wind blades that shattered the once intact fog into fragments. Su-mo drew in energy, stepping forward, wielding his sword. On the mountain peak, the winds howled fiercely one moment and fell still the next. All that remained were the flickering sword lights and the intertwining sword auras. Su-mo felt as if he had entered an ethereal state, his understanding of the divine wind sword technique flooding his mind. Many previously obscure concepts became crystal clear. As his comprehension deepened, his swordplay grew increasingly graceful and fierce. The four styles of the divine wind sword technique came alive in Su's hands, liberated from constraints, flowing freely and elegantly. The sword in his grasp morphed into a tempest, traversing the void and annihilating all in its path. In his perception, the wind transformed from mere air into sharp sword auras, directed by his will to vanquish all adversaries. Nearly an hour passed swiftly by. Emerging from his ethereal state, Sumo's eyes gleamed with joy. He had reached the realm of mastery. In just 1 hour, Sumo's divine wind sword technique advanced from peak minor mastery to the realm of major mastery, significantly boosting his strength. Sumo sighed inwardly. The void fruit was indeed remarkable. However, a question nagged at him. A sudden thought struck him, and he concentrated. Instantly, phantoms of swords appeared in the air, slicing through the mist once more, shattering it into pieces. With another thought, these spectral sword forms vanished. Could this be the essence of the sword? Sumo frowned in contemplation, a sudden insight igniting within him. He recalled his father, Su Hong, mentioning that powerful martial artists could comprehend the will of martial arts. The will of martial arts manifests in various forms. For swordsmen, it is termed sword intent, while for those wielding blades, it is called blade intent. The will of martial arts is elusive, and most individuals may never grasp it in their lifetime. Only exceptionally gifted martial artists can attain such understanding. The will of martial arts provides a significant enhancement to a martial artist and oppos's strength. In battles of the same tier, those who comprehend this will often defeat their opponents with ease. It must indeed be sword intent. Sumo and Oppo's eyes sparkled with determination. After a moment, he took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and resumed practicing his sword technique. He refrained from consuming the remaining 2 void fruits. Their extraordinary properties warranted saving them for later use. Furthermore, even if he were to consume them now, it would not propel him to the pinnacle of the divine wind sword technique. In his hand appeared a manual, titled 9 Swords of Wind Demon. Though merely a second-tier intermediate sword technique, it paled in comparison to the divine wind sword technique, yet it was perfectly suited for Sumo's current stage. After all, aside from the divine wind sword technique, his offensive martial arts were limited to the first-tier intermediate technique, ninefold tidal fist, which was far too singular. While the divine wind sword technique was formidable, its high level demanded significant energy, making it unsuitable for prolonged battles. The 9 Swords of Wind Demon consists of 9 styles. The first 3 styles are nameless, mere ordinary sword strikes. The latter 6 are Wind Demon Sword Chi, Wind Demon Cross Slash, Wind Demon Blood Rain, Wind Demon Skyfall, Wind Demon Dance of Chaos, and Wind Demon Cloud Cleaver. This sword technique is also wind-related, characterized by sharpness and ethereal transformations. The first style, the second style, the third style. The sword gleamed like water as Sumo practiced each move with precision. For the following half-month, he dedicated his nights to solidifying his cultivation and refining his true energy, while during the days, he ascended to the mountain peak to hone his swordsmanship and footwork. After this period, Sumo had mastered the first 5 forms of the Wind Demon and Oppo's S9 swords to a minor success. Compared to the divine wind sword technique, the Wind Demon sword technique proved to be considerably less challenging for Sumo. At this juncture, his cultivation had reached a state of complete consolidation. It was time to break through to the spirit martial realm. Chapter 74, Outer Sect Mission. In the room, Sumo retrieved several spirit herbs. Specifically a second-tier low-grade spirit herb, obtained from the Qing Yuan trial. Throughout the trial, Sumo acquired a total of 10 second-tier low-grade spirit herbs, all of which he chose to retain instead of exchanging for contribution points. Sumo intended to harness the medicinal power of the herbs to break through his current realm. He opened his mouth and swallowed the spirit herb, and its medicinal essence immediately erupted, wreaking havoc within Sumo and Oppo's abdomen. He focused his mind, striving to refine the medicinal energy. A rumbling sound resonated from within him as he continuously assailed his boundaries. After a considerable time, the potency of the spirit herb gradually diminished, prompting Sumo to consume another one. However, even after fully refining the second herb, he still had not achieved a breakthrough. Gritting his teeth, Sumo resolutely swallowed 3 spirit herbs in one go. The immense medicinal force from the 3 herbs was overwhelming, nearly surpassing Sumo's capacity to endure, causing a faint pain in his meridians. He gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength to refine the energy. Within his dantian, the true chi vortex grew increasingly robust, gradually showing signs of complete transformation, emitting wisps of innate energy. This process continued until dawn the following day, when Suemo had completely refined the medicinal energy from the herbs. At this moment, the true chi vortex in his dantian had transitioned from a misty form to a liquid state, akin to a clear spring. Within this spring, a torrent of innate energy surged forth, merging seamlessly with his true chi. This liquid state of true chi was referred to as a spirit vortex. Upon forming the spirit vortex, one could enter the realm of spiritual martial arts. With a thunderous sound, a powerful aura of the spiritual martial realm erupted from Suemo, enveloping the entire room. Moments later, he reined in his aura, opened his eyes, and a smile danced in his gaze. He had finally stepped into the ranks of spiritual martial realm experts. After 2 more days of training, feeling a sense of monotony, Suemo decided to accept some sect missions and venture out for some practical experience. Upon exiting his room, he discovered Li Feng and Niu Xiaohu engaged in a spar in the courtyard. Niu Xiaohu wielded a battle knife, launching a relentless assault on Li Feng, who effortlessly countered with his bare fists. Haha, Xiaohu, although you have reached the 9th level of chi refinement, the gap between us remains substantial. Li Feng laughed heartily, exuding confidence. Niu Xiaohu ceased his attacks and replied with a grin. It seems Brother Li Feng's injuries have mostly healed. Upon noticing Suemo and Apos' arrival, Niu Xiaohu cheerfully exclaimed, Brother Suemo. Suemo nodded with a smile. Li Feng and Apos' eyes sparkled with surprise as he asked, Suemo, you have broken through to the spiritual martial realm? At this moment, Suemo exuded a profound aura, his gaze deep and his demeanor markedly different from before. Indeed, Suemo affirmed with a nod. Li Feng's expression darkened. He believed his martial soul talent surpassed Suemo's, yet he found himself outpaced. This realization left him feeling disheartened. Really? Brother Suemo, you have truly become a master of the spiritual martial realm? Niu Xiaohu exclaimed, praising Brother Suemo. You deserve the title of the new king among the new disciples. Impressive. Hearing this, Suemo shook his head and replied, Xiaohu, there's no need for such titles. Remember, our goal is to compete with all disciples, not just a handful of newcomers. Niu Xiaohu nodded. By the way, I plan to accept a mission from the sect and may be away from Fengling Island for a while. Take care. Suemo informed the two. Accepting a mission? Niu Xiaohu gasped, quickly warning, Brother Suemo, I've heard that many sect missions are perilous and disciples often fail, meeting tragic ends. Please be cautious. Rest assured. I will be careful, Suemo assured him, then retrieved 4 spirit herbs from his storage ring, presenting them to the two. These are 4 second-tier low-grade spirit herbs. Each of you take 2. I hope you both advance to the spiritual martial realm soon. The two were taken aback, and Li Feng quickly protested, Suemo, I cannot accept your spirit herbs. I will earn my own medicinal resources through my efforts. Niu Xiaohu also shook his head, Brother Suemo, I understand the principle of no reward without effort. Keep the herbs for yourself. Suemo was speechless, finding it surprising that his offering was rejected. He understood that Li Feng's pride prevented him from accepting the gift, while Niu Xiaohu's honest nature led him to decline as well. I still have plenty of spirit herbs. My intent in giving these to you is to assist you in shedding your status as outer disciples, so we can explore the world together in the future. Wooden and Apos, tea that be delightful? Without giving them a chance to argue, Suemo placed the spirit herbs into their hands and departed the courtyard. Li Feng and Niu Xiaohu stood there, still holding the spirit herbs, feeling a surge of gratitude. The mission hall comprised 3 grand halls, the outer sect mission hall, the inner sect mission hall, and the core mission hall. Naturally, the outer sect missions were housed in the outer sect mission hall. Upon arriving at the outer sect mission hall, Suemo found it bustling with activity, filled with numerous outer sect disciples, numbering nearly 10,000. Aside from a few with only chi refinement cultivation, the rest possessed spiritual martial realm capabilities. The mission hall was the most active place for outer sect disciples. Within the mission hall, several large bulletin boards were neatly arranged, each displaying numerous sect missions. These missions included those issued by the sect, individual requests, and many entrusted by outsiders to the sect. Anyone in need could post a mission. For instance, if Suemo required a specific item, he could also post a mission for others to seek it out, albeit with a requisite reward. All posted mission rewards would be converted into contribution points through the sect's platform. even for missions posted by outsiders. Once completed, the issuer would pay the sect with funds, and the sect would reward the task completer with contribution points. In essence, contribution points served as a circulating currency on Phong Ling Island. As Su Mo approached one of the bulletin boards, he raised his gaze to examine the postings. Seeking a first-tier low-grade spirit herb, 9-spotted toxic herb, deadline, half a month. Reward, 10 contribution points, task difficulty, 1 star. Eliminate the Liu brothers of Baiyang City, deadline, 1 month, reward, 40 contribution points, task difficulty, 3 stars. One after another, the sect missions displayed substantial rewards, with greater difficulties yielding higher rewards. Suddenly, Sumo's attention was captured by one particular mission, causing him to pause in astonishment. Eradicate the blood knife stronghold of Tianling Mountain, deadline, 1 month, reward, 50 contribution points, task difficulty, 3.5 stars. The mission notice included a detailed description of the blood knife stronghold. The stronghold and Appo's leader, known as the blood knife, possessed a cultivation level of the 3rd stage of the spiritual martial realm, while 2 vice leaders held the 2nd stage of the spiritual martial realm, and 4 guardians were at the 1st stage of the spiritual martial realm, with 800 bandits of varying chi refinement levels. So the blood knife stronghold is quite formidable. Su Mo mused. He recalled that the bandits from the blood knife stronghold had once raided Gu family village, and he had annihilated them, rescuing Shi and Appo's. At that time, the highest cultivation level among those bandits was merely the 5th stage of chi refinement. He had assumed the blood knife stronghold consisted solely of chi refinement bandits, not realizing there were as many as 7 spiritual martial realm warriors. Without hesitation, Su Mo tore down the mission notice. The blood knife camp is comprised of a band of scoundrels, notorious for their acts of arson, murder, and plunder, showing no regard for the lives of the innocent, including women. It is utterly intolerable that they remain unvanquished. Who is this individual, possessing merely the cultivation of the 1st level of the spiritual martial realm, yet audacious enough to undertake a task rated 3.5 stars? Such a reckless endeavor, given his meager abilities, is a blatant invitation to demise. But I recognize him. He is the so-called king of newcomers among this year and Appo's new disciples, known as Su Mo. The title of king of newcomers indeed explains his unfounded confidence. However, such inflated self-assurance is misplaced. For being the top among new disciples merely translates to being the lowest among the outer sect, the surrounding outer sect disciples. Upon witnessing Su Mo accept the blood knife camp and Appo's task, began to murmur amongst themselves, mostly voicing their disdain. Chapter 75. Members of the Heavenly Alliance. Su Mo paid no heed to the crowd and continued to observe the notice board. On this outing, he intended to undertake several tasks to earn more contribution points. Although he possessed a considerable amount of contribution points at present, who would ever find an excess of contributions burdensome? Before long, Su Mo had selected 2 more task sheets, aside from the first task related to blood knife stronghold. The remaining 2 tasks were all of 3-star difficulty. Tasks of this level were nearly optimal for Su Mo. Tasks of 3.5 stars would be approaching his limits, and anything higher would be exceedingly challenging to complete. After retrieving the 3 task sheets, Su Mo registered them with the elder in the task hall and then departed. A few outer disciples who had been observing Su Mo shook their heads slightly. Taking on 3 tasks of such difficulty, this individual might not return. Naturally, Su Mo and Appo's fate was of no concern to them, and they had no intention of intervening. Just as Su Mo exited the task hall, he noticed 3 outer disciples approaching. Among them were Yin Qi and Feng Xilan, flanking a young man with a fair complexion and a charming demeanor. Su Mo. Yin Qi spotted him from a distance and shouted, hastening his approach. You Haven and Appo's forgotten the grudge for stealing our storage bags. Yin Qi and Appo's furious declaration was met with a cold smile from Feng Xilan. Now is the time for you to pay the price. Just the 2 of you? Su Mo replied indifferently, his gaze not directed at the 2, but rather at the young man beside them. This individual possessed formidable strength, likely surpassing that of Yu Xiong. Su Mo, do you still believe this is like before? Now, both Xilan and I have broken through to the 2nd level of the spirit martial realm. Our strength is several times greater than during the Qingyuan trials. Yin Qi laughed maniacally, adding, moreover, with senior brother Shinqing here today, what great waves can you possibly stir? The fair-skinned youth, Shinqing, turned his gaze towards Su Mo with disdain, saying, I won and amp. Oppose. T make it difficult for you. Compensate for the losses of junior brother Yin Shi and junior sister Xylan, and from now on, you will serve me and obey my commands. And I shall spare your life. To serve you? To obey your commands? And that is how I escape death? Sumo and amp. Oppose. S expression darkened, his eyes icy. The audacity of this individual was astounding. A smirk curled at the corner of Sumo and amp. Oppose. S mouth as he retorted, is your family aware of your arrogance? Shinqing was momentarily taken aback. Then his countenance darkened, a murderous intent flaring in his eyes. You seek death. With a cold bellow, Shinqing unleashed the full force of his peak third-level spirit martial realm aura, launching a powerful punch towards Sumo. Before the punch reached him, the overwhelming pressure seemed to freeze the air. With a swift movement, Sumo drew his sword, thrusting it towards Shinqing's fist. The collision produced a resounding impact. Shinqing remained unmoved, while Sumo was forced back several steps. Indeed, the third level of the spirit martial realm was formidable. Sumo inwardly lamented that had he not utilized his full strength, overcoming this opponent would have been exceedingly difficult. Shinqing examined his fist, frowning slightly. To his surprise, he noticed a fine sword mark on the skin, with a hint of crimson seeping from the wound. His face darkened ominously. The true energy he had gathered in his fist, which even tiered martial artists could not break, had been injured by an ant of the first level of the spirit martial realm, igniting a fierce killing intent within him. Yin Qi and Feng Xylan were equally astonished. Not only had Sumo entered the spirit martial realm, but he had also withstood a punch from Shinqing. At this moment, their conflict had drawn considerable attention, with many onlookers gathering in the task hall. It's Shinqing. How did he get into a conflict with that person? Shinqing is a member of the Heavenly Alliance. Offending him is akin to courting death. Many gasps of shock echoed through the crowd. Sumo, today, I will have your life. Shinqing bellowed, his true energy surging, his fists enveloped in a whirl of power. The onlookers held their breath, ready to witness the spectacle. While other disciples might hesitate to commit murder within the sect, members of the Heavenly Alliance were an exception. As the most powerful faction among the disciples of Windling Island, even many elders dared not offend them, but rather sought to ingratiate themselves. This was due to the Alliance leader Duan Jingtian, whose talent was unparalleled, possessing an earth-level martial soul and being one of the 4 talents of Tianwei, standing at the pinnacle of the younger generation of Tianwei Kingdom. Rumor had it that he would eventually succeed to the position of Island Master. Sumo and amp. Oppose. S aura also surged, his gaze filled with murderous intent. If they sought to kill him, he would equally retaliate. As a registered disciple of Elder Wei, with such backing, what harm could come from slaying an outer disciple? Stop. Just as both sides were on the brink of conflict, a booming voice echoed. The crowd parted as a stern young man, appearing to be in his late 20s, approached. This was none other than the outer elder Wang Hui. What is happening? Wang Hui inquired coldly as he stepped closer. Elder Wang, this person is audacious and arrogant, showing no respect for our Heavenly Alliance. I intend to teach him a lesson. Shinqing deliberately emphasized the words Heavenly Alliance, the threat unmistakable. Despite the elder's arrival, he showed no signs of retreating. Presumptuous. Wang Hui bellowed, the sound resonating in the ears of the crowd. He was well aware of the underlying threat, but dismissed it entirely, declaring, Windling Island strictly prohibits private duels. If both of you do not withdraw, I shall enforce the sect and Oppose S regulations. Shinqing and Oppose S expression stiffened upon hearing this, and he frowned. Wang Hui, do you dare disregard the Heavenly Alliance? Wang Hui remained impassive, coldly stating, respect is earned through one's own efforts. If Duan Jingtian were here, perhaps I would give him face. You, an outer disciple, dare to threaten an elder? If you do not withdraw now, I can charge you with disrespect towards an elder. Shinqing's face darkened significantly as he glared fiercely at Sumo, unwillingly muttering, Sumo, consider yourself fortunate today. With that, Shinqing waved his hand towards Yin Qi and Feng Xylan, indicating their departure. Yin Qi and Feng Xylan's expressions were not much better. They had anticipated easily subduing Sumo but were taken aback by his sudden surge in strength and the unexpected intervention of an elder, who was bold enough to disregard the Heavenly Alliance. The 3 turned to leave. Wait. Sumo's voice rang out. Shinqing and the others turned, puzzled by Sumo and Oppo's interruption. Shinqing, once I complete my tasks, let us settle our scores in the death arena. Sumo and Oppo's declaration reverberated throughout the hall, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. This individual of the first level of the spirit martial realm actually dared to challenge Qing, a peak third-level spirit martial realm expert, to a duel in the Death Arena. The Death Arena was a place for disciples of Windling Island to resolve grievances, as long as both parties consented. They could engage in a life-or-death battle, and the sect would not intervene. Qing was momentarily stunned, but then a smile crept across his face as he mockingly replied, "A Mirant wishes to battle me? Very well, Suemo, I await your return. Let us settle our fates in the Death Arena." Suemo nodded. "Be careful during your tasks. If you do not survive until I can kill you, it will be rather dull." Qing added with a smile before departing with Yin Qi and Feng Xilan. In the aftermath of their departure, Yin Qi turned to Qing and remarked, "Senior brother Shin, if you manage to kill Suemo in the Death Arena, I will ensure my brother expresses his gratitude to you." Qing, upon hearing this, felt a surge of delight but maintained a calm facade, saying, "No need for thanks. Senior brother Yinba is an inner disciple. How could I presume to accept gratitude? You are all members of the Heavenly Alliance now, and I will naturally assist you." Yin Qi and Feng Xilan nodded in agreement. Chapter 76. The Jade-faced young master. With Qing's departure, the battle could not continue, and the crowd gradually dispersed. "Thank you, Brother Wang." After everyone had left, Suemo softly expressed his gratitude to Wang Hui. Although he was unafraid of Qing, he still felt the need to thank Wang Hui for standing up for him. "Junior brother, you acted impulsively." Wang Hui shook his head, his brow furrowed with concern. Qing's cultivation is at the pinnacle of the spirit martial realm's third stage, and his strength surpasses that of the average practitioner at the same level. Engaging him in a life-and-death battle could spell disaster for you. Rest assured, Brother Wang. Since I dared to confront him, I am confident in my ability to defeat him, Suemo replied with a smile, his face radiating self-assurance. Seeing Suemo and Appo's unwavering confidence, Wang Hui was taken aback and nodded. "If you possess such certainty, I shall not press further. However," he paused, his expression growing serious, "it would be wise for you to avoid conflict with the Heavenly Alliance in the future." "Why is that?" Suemo inquired. Wang Hui sighed and elaborated. "The leader of the Heavenly Alliance, Duan Jingtian, is an extraordinary talent and the pride of Windling Island. His cultivation surpasses even that of me, an elder. And the Heavenly Alliance wields vast influence, with many elders supporting their cause. While Windling Island may appear tranquil on the surface, a tempest brews beneath. Various factions engage in constant open and covert struggles. The island master has grown old and has long contemplated abdicating in favor of a successor. Within a few years, once Duan Jingtian is fully prepared, he will undoubtedly inherit the position of island master. Thus, opposing the Heavenly Alliance would be unwise. Fortunately, Qing is merely a minor figure within the alliance, inconsequential in the grand scheme. Even if you were to kill him, with my protection and that of our master, the Heavenly Alliance would not sever ties with us over his death." Wang Hui meticulously laid out the complexities of the situation for Suemo. "Our master is one of the 10 elders of the inner sect, who, disinterested in the power struggles within the sect, voluntarily chose to serve as one of the 3 governing elders in the outer sect. With our master and Appo's strength, as long as you do not provoke the Heavenly Alliance, you will find it difficult for anyone on Windling Island to pose a threat to you." Wang Hui regarded Suemo earnestly. Suemo was astonished. He had initially believed Elder Wei to merely hold a high position in the outer sect, but now he realized how little he truly understood about his master. Being one of the 10 elders in the inner sect, that indicated his master and Appo's strength was not just at the pinnacle but among the highest echelons of Windling Island. "Brother, you need not worry. As long as the Heavenly Alliance does not provoke me, I shall not seek them out," Suemo assured him with a nod. Wang Hui shook his head helplessly. Though this junior brother seemed mild-mannered, he was, in truth, quite headstrong. Wang Hui's intention in sharing this information was to encourage Suemo to temper his brilliance and avoid confrontations with the Heavenly Alliance. However, Suemo's response suggested that if they were to provoke him, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. "Take care of yourself, junior brother." With a resigned sigh, Wang Hui turned and departed. Watching Wang Hui's retreating figure, Suemo furrowed his brows in contemplation, surprised by the intricate dynamics at play within Windling Island. After a moment, he shook his head. These matters were not his concern for now. His primary focus must be on enhancing his own strength. Exiting the sect, Suemo made his way to the dock of Windling Island and boarded a ship to leave. The dock was bustling with numerous ordinary iron sailboats making regular trips, allowing disciples of Windling Island to travel without charge. However, For those wishing to save time or travel alone, hiring a boat was an option, albeit at a cost. As the vessel glided across the shimmering Star Water Lake, Suemo stood at the bow, gazing across the surface. A month prior, he had arrived at Windling Island, having only reached the 8th level of Chi refinement. Now, he had ascended to the ranks of a spirit martial realm practitioner, qualifying him for initial ventures into the world. Within Starwater Lake, various magical beasts occasionally surfaced, some spouting towering jets of water or stirring tumultuous waves. Yet, not a single beast dared approach within 5 miles of the vessel. This route had been traversed by Windling Island for centuries, and any beast daring to disrupt the peace here would meet a swift end. Over time, even the less intelligent beasts had come to recognize this area as forbidden. After 2 hours of sailing, the sailboat arrived at the dock of Linshui City. Suemo dined at a guest house before purchasing a fine green-maned steed and setting off. Huangshe City lay 2,000 miles from Windling Island, a small and remote town. This city was considerably smaller than Yunyang City. With low walls and a population of under 100,000, it was more aptly described as a small town. In the streets of Huangshe City, a young man in a white robe led a horse. This young man was none other than Suemo, and Huangshe City was his first destination. His task here was to eliminate an individual known as the Jade-Faced Young Master. According to the task details, the Huang family in Huangshe City was the issuer of this mission, and so he headed towards the Huang residence. After inquiring casually, he soon discovered the location of the Huang family, one of the 2 prominent families in Huangshe City, known to all the townsfolk. Before long, Suemo arrived at a grand residence, where the words Huangfu were inscribed in an elegant script upon the entrance. "Who goes there?" As Suemo approached, 2 guards stationed at the entrance shouted in unison, their expressions vigilant as they fixed their gaze upon him. "I am a disciple of Windling Island, seeking to meet your family head," Suemo stated. "A disciple of Windling Island?" The guards exchanged startled glances, scrutinizing Suemo from head to toe before one of them clasped his fists and inquired, "May I ask how you can prove your identity as a disciple of Windling Island?" With a sigh, Suemo acknowledged their diligence but did not wish to trouble them. He produced his identity jade token. The token was smooth and devoid of inscriptions on one side, while the reverse bore the prominent characters and amp, oppos, Windling and amp, oppos. Upon seeing the token, the guards immediately displayed respect. "Please enter, young master. I will inform the family head at once." One guard led Suemo into the residence, while the other hurried inside to announce his arrival. As Suemo approached the main hall, hearty laughter echoed from within, and soon a portly middle-aged man emerged. "Ha! The esteemed disciple of Windling Island graces our humble abode, bringing great honor." The middle-aged man laughed heartily as he stepped out, but his expression shifted to a frown upon seeing Suemo. "Are you the head of the Huang family?" Suemo inquired. "Indeed, I am Huang Haod. Please, come inside for a discussion." The middle-aged man's frown relaxed as he nodded in greeting. Inside the hall, Huang Haod and Suemo took their seats, with Huang Haod in the position of honor. "Family head, where might I find the jade-faced young master?" Suemo asked directly. Huang Haod hesitated before responding, a hint of unease in his voice. "May I inquire about your cultivation level, young master?" Suemo paused, but replied truthfully. "I am at the 1st level of the spirit martial realm." "Ah." Huang Haod sighed heavily upon hearing this. "Young master, it would be best if you returned. With your 1st level of the spirit martial realm cultivation, you stand no chance against the jade-faced young master." His initial disappointment was palpable as he confirmed his suspicions about Suemo and amp, oppos, youth and limited prowess. Chapter 77. Disciple of the Tianyuan. Suemo was undeniably youthful, appearing to be merely a boy of 15 or 16, with only the cultivation of the 1st level of spirit martial realm. It was no wonder that Huang Haod felt a sense of disappointment. "Master Huang, there is no need for concern. Simply inform me of the whereabouts of the jade-faced young master," Suemo said with a smile. "Young master, you are unaware that the jade-faced young master is a formidable warrior of the 3rd level of spirit martial realm. A fortnight ago, I joined forces with several warriors of the 1st level of spirit martial realm from my clan, yet we were unable to match him. Should you rashly venture forth, you would be courting death," Huang Haod replied gravely, his skepticism towards Suemo apparent. A 1st level spirit martial realm warrior could hardly be a match for one of the 3rd level. Suemo scrutinized Huang Haod and noted that he himself was merely at the 2nd level of spirit martial realm. Generally, a 2nd level warrior even when allied with several first-level warriors, would indeed struggle against a third-level warrior. Shaking his head, Suemo realized he needed to demonstrate some prowess to earn Huang Hao and awakens' trust. Master Huang, behold my blade. He extended 2 fingers, mimicking a sword, and struck at Huang Hao with a pointed gesture. The white flash of his fingers was razor-sharp, slicing through the air and reaching Huang Hao in an instant. Huh! Huang Hao shouted, striking the beam of light with a punch. Boom! The clash of their attacks resulted in a thunderous explosion, sending shockwaves that shattered numerous tables and chairs in the hall. Stumbling back several steps, Huang Hao and awakens' back collided with the wall of the hall, causing the sturdy structure to crack. Impossible! How can he be so powerful? Huang Hao exclaimed in shock, but then, a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. Young master, I did not anticipate you possessed such strength. This is wonderful. I now have hope for revenge. At that moment, Huang Hao chastised himself for underestimating Suemo. Being a disciple of Windling Island, one could not measure him by ordinary standards. If he dared to accept this mission, he must possess a certain level of confidence. It was foolish of Huang Hao to belittle them. Suemo nodded and curiously inquired, Master Huang, what enmity do you hold against this jade-faced young master? Upon hearing this, pain flickered across Huang Hao's face as he gritted his teeth. The jade-faced young master arrived in Huangshe City 3 months ago. He is a beast, inherently wicked, and specializes in the torment of young maidens. He exploits them in unspeakable ways before ultimately leading them to their demise. My daughter fell victim to his cruelty. When she perished, she was left barely clothed, utterly unrecognizable. In just 3 months, he has ravaged over 100 young girls, far surpassing any animal in savagery. I intended to execute him when he was merely at the 2nd level of spirit martial realm, but in a short span, he advanced to the 3rd level. My Huang family is no match for him. Had it not been for our family's remaining resources, we might have faced extermination. Hence, I sought aid from Windling Island, hoping they would dispatch disciples to eliminate him. You must assist me, Huang Hao implored, bowing respectfully to Suemo. His hatred for the jade-faced young master was profound. He was willing to pay any price to see him slain. This is my mission, and I shall certainly take action, Suemo affirmed, then inquired again. Where can I find the jade-faced young master? He resides within the city. I am well aware of his location. Please wait a moment, Huang Hao replied, instructing a guard outside the hall to summon 3 elders. Uncertain of Huang Hao's intentions regarding the elders, Suemo refrained from asking further questions. After a brief wait, 3 middle-aged men, each around 40 years of age, entered the parlor. Huang Hao introduced them, and all 3 bowed respectfully to Suemo, young master. The jade-faced young master is incredibly powerful. We 4 shall accompany you as assistants, Huang Hao declared, rising to his feet. Let us depart. Suemo shook his head, feeling a bit exasperated. Clearly, they were still skeptical of his capabilities. In Huangshe City, in the northern area, atop a tower. Young master. That is the residence of the jade-faced young master, Huang Hao indicated as the 3 of them stood on the tower, gazing at a luxurious villa in the distance. Young master, we must exercise utmost caution. If we can launch a surprise attack, with our 4 combined efforts, we will surely be able to vanquish him, Huang Hao urged. His expression grave. Suemo sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat helpless. His intention was to confront this so-called jade-faced young master directly. With his significantly enhanced strength and newfound understanding of legendary sword intent, he was eager to test his skills. Yet, Huang Hao insisted on extreme caution, which left Suemo feeling frustrated. At that moment, their attention was drawn to a figure in the distance. A young woman clad in purple was swiftly approaching, reaching the jade-faced young master's villa in the blink of an eye. Why, thief, come forth and meet your demise. The purple-clad woman was fierce, brandishing a long sword and delivering a fierce strike at the villa door. Boom! The iron door shattered as if it were made of tofu, splintering into pieces. Who is this woman? Suemo inquired of Huang Hao. This woman exuded a powerful aura, revealing her to be a warrior of the 3rd level of spirit martial realm. Huang Hao shook his head, and the 3 elders of the Huang family expressed their ignorance as well. As the villa door lay in ruins, a furious voice erupted from within. Who dares to disturb my affairs? Seeking death. A disheveled young man burst forth from the villa. He was extraordinarily handsome, with fair skin akin to that of a woman, and his features were strikingly defined. However, despite his good looks, his eyes bore a sinister gleam, evoking a sense of dread. Who are you? The handsome young man's gaze fell upon the purple-clad woman, and he was instantly captivated, his eyes gleaming with desire. I am Yang Jixuan, an outer disciple of Tian Yuan's sect, the purple-clad woman replied, her expression haughty. Are you the jade-faced young master? Will you face justice on your own? Or shall I be the one to enact your punishment? Tian Yuan's sect disciple? The jade-faced young master narrowed his eyes. He had been relentlessly pursued over the past year and had not anticipated that even disciples from the four major sects would now seek his life. A year prior, the jade-faced young master had acquired a peculiar technique, an immensely powerful one that allowed him to enhance his cultivation by engaging in intimate acts with maidens. In just a year, he ascended from the 7th level of Qi refinement to the current 3rd level of spirit martial realm. It is important to note that his martial spirit was merely of the 3rd tier of human grade, under normal circumstances. It would take at least 15 years to reach such a level. This rapid rate of cultivation filled him with elation. Over the past year, he had relentlessly pursued young maidens to practice this dual cultivation technique. However, his actions had also drawn the ire of many, leading to constant threats on his life. Yet, fortune favored him, and he had managed to evade death time and again. Since that time, after each encounter with a maiden, he would torment them to death, releasing his pent-up rage. To escape the relentless pursuit of powerful foes, he had retreated to this remote city, contemplating a swift departure to find refuge elsewhere. The jade-faced young master sighed inwardly. Then, turning his gaze to the purple-clad woman, he grinned lecherously. A disciple of Tian Yuan's sect? I, the jade-faced young master, have had countless women, yet I have never indulged in the treasures of a major sect. Who would have guessed that the heavens would be so gracious as to send me such a gem today? Little beauty, today you shall experience unparalleled ecstasy beneath me. Ha ha. The jade-faced young man laughed heartily, brimming with excitement. Thief, seeking death. Upon hearing this, Yang Jixuan and Apos' delicate face instantly turned pale, her eyes glinting with a fierce intent to kill. Without a moment and Apos' hesitation, she thrust her sword towards the jade-faced young man. Chapter 78. The 3 breaths off bone powder. The words of the jade-faced young master left Yang Jixuan both ashamed and furious, her delicate face flushed crimson. As an innocent maiden, she was ill-equipped to endure such lewd remarks. Thus, without hesitation, she struck out. Though Yang Jixuan was a 3rd-level martial artist in the spirit martial realm, she was embarking on her first mission. Endowed with exceptional talent and a formidable background, she had previously enjoyed a period of stable cultivation within the Tian Yuan sect. Recently, feeling stagnant in her progress, she sought to refine her skills through experience. Upon encountering this particular task amidst countless assignments from various sects, her ire ignited. She could hardly believe there existed such a scoundrel in the world, leading her to resolutely accept the mission, vowing to eliminate this menace. Yang Jixuan and Apos' sword was ethereal and resplendent, her blade piercing forth and manifesting myriad colorful sword shadows that darted like lightning towards the jade-faced young master and Apos' chest. The young master sidestepped slightly, effortlessly shattering the sword shadows with a single palm, deflecting the long sword. Immediately thereafter, his right hand morphed into a claw, reaching for Yang Jixuan and Apos' tender, fair neck. She raised her sword in defense. Bang! The jade-faced young master and Apos' claw struck her sword, and they both recoiled simultaneously. You scoundrel, prepare to pay with your life. Yang Jixuan cried fiercely, her long sword sweeping through the air towards her opponent. 7-colored sword technique. The brilliant sword light erupted into a thick, colorful sword aura, dreamlike and exquisite, slicing towards the jade-faced young master with the speed of lightning. Break! A folding fan appeared in the jade-faced young master's hand seemingly out of nowhere. With a flick of the fan, he easily dispersed the 7-colored sword aura. Little beauty, I would hate to harm you. Surrender at once. He taunted. Dream on. Scoundrels like you deserve to be eradicated. Yang Jixuan retorted angrily, her sword vibrating incessantly as the colorful sword aura whirled and howled. 7-colored dream slash. Heavenly strike. The jade-faced young master showed no signs of weakness, countering Yang Jixuan and Apos' attacks with his fan, matching her blow for blow. Bang, 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 bang. Figures flickered. Sword auras whistled, and the sounds of explosive energy reverberated continuously, creating a tempest of force that surged in all directions. The two exchanged blows, engaging in a fierce battle that quickly escalated into a stalemate. Su Mo stood quietly atop a distant tower, observing the unfolding spectacle. A disciple of the Tian Yuan sect, Su Mo realized, noting that others were also on a mission to eliminate this person. After a moment's consideration, he shook his head slightly. Although the young woman demonstrated considerable skill, it was evident she lacked the experience to overcome the jade-faced young master. Her cultivation was slightly superior, and her martial techniques were clearly more advanced, yet her combat experience was woefully insufficient, leaving her with numerous openings. Furthermore, her swordplay overly emphasized flamboyance, straying from the essence of the art. Seven-colored glazed rain, Yang Jixuan exclaimed as delicate seven-colored sword energies cascaded down like a gentle spring rain, enveloping the jade-faced young master entirely. Come on! The jade-faced young master bellowed, his true energy surging forth to form a protective barrier around him. As a martial artist of the spirit martial realm, his true energy could manifest outward, enhancing both his offensive and defensive capabilities significantly. The densely packed seven-colored sword energies collided against the barrier, creating ripples of disturbance. As the barrier began to show signs of breaking, the jade-faced young master flicked his fan. Whoosh! 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 A few barely perceptible beams of light darted forth, slicing through the sword energies and racing toward Yang Jixuan with lightning speed. Not good. Yang Jixuan gasped in alarm. By the time she noticed the faint lights, they were already upon her, leaving her no time to evade. In a moment of desperation, she could only raise her sword to defend. The sword danced, and Yang Jixuan created a curtain of blades before her. Clang! 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 The sound of several delicate silver needles striking the sword curtain rang out, only to fall harmlessly to the ground. However, one needle managed to breach the curtain's defense, piercing Yang Jixuan and Appo's shoulder and embedding itself in her flesh. Haha, little beauty, now let us see how you resist. The jade-faced young master laughed triumphantly upon landing the hit. What kind of needle is this? Yang Jixuan asked urgently. Fear not, it is not poison, merely the 3 breaths off bone powder. The jade-faced young master replied, his eyes gleaming as he licked his lips, chuckling, once you succumb to my 3 breaths off bone powder. Within 3 breaths you shall become utterly weak, unable to muster a single ounce of strength, and will be at my mercy. What? Yang Jixuan gasped, her face paling instantly. Soon, she felt a wave of numbness spreading throughout her body, as if her strength were leaking out like a deflating balloon. Even her internal true energy began to falter. You beast! Yang Jixuan's complexion turned ghostly pale, her body feeling as if it were plummeting. Haha, little beauty. No woman I have set my sights on has ever escaped my grasp. The jade-faced young master laughed heartily, approaching Yang Jixuan and eyeing her curvaceous figure with a predatory grin. I can hardly contain my excitement. Why you better not come any closer? Yang Jixuan exclaimed in terror, her voice trembling. My father is an elder of the Tianyuan sect. If you dare to act against me, he will not let you off. The elder of the Tianyuan sect? The jade-faced young master paused, then scoffed dismissively. Even if your father is an elder, what can he do to me? Once this is over, I shall leave the Tianwei kingdom, and no matter how vast the world, I doubt he will find me. With that, the jade-faced young master moved closer to Yang Jixuan, reaching out to grab her. Yang Jixuan felt lost, her face dimming with despair, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had never anticipated that her first mission would turn into a nightmare. As she saw his hand nearing her, she bit her lip, contemplating self-destruction. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A sharp sword aura sliced through the air from a distance, darting towards the jade-faced young master's head like lightning. Who is it? The jade-faced young master was startled, and with no time to evade, he hastily swung his folding fan to counter the incoming sword aura. Bang! The sword aura exploded, sending the jade-faced young master staggering back. He focused his gaze to see a young man in white robes striding down the path. The boy had starry brows and sword-like eyes, his expression cold. It was Suemo. Given Yang Jixuan and Appo's predicament, he could no longer stand idly by. He could not bear to watch her suffer at the hands of the jade-faced young master. Upon seeing Sumo's sudden appearance, Yang Jixuan felt a glimmer of hope, tears of joy filling her eyes. Who are you? The jade-faced young master frowned, scrutinizing the boy before him. The one who is here to kill you, Suemo replied, his voice icy and devoid of emotion. Haha. The jade-faced young master laughed again, dismissing him with disdain. How amusing. A mere first-level spirit martial realm trash dares to claim he will kill me. Very well. I shall eliminate you first, and then enjoy this little beauty at my leisure. With a disdainful smile, he waved his folding fan, unleashing a blade of true energy towards Suemo. Chapter 79. The might of sword intent. The jade-faced young master struck casually, aiming to seize Yang Jixuan once more. To him, one strike was sufficient to eliminate Suemo. He regarded Suemo with utter disdain, considering him merely a first-level warrior of the spirit martial realm, foolishly aspiring to slay him. Was that not a jest? Even the most talented disciples of the four great sects could not traverse two realms in battle, let alone murder someone across two levels. Be careful. As the true energy blade sliced towards Su Imo, Yang Jixuan gasped in alarm. The sudden arrival of Su Imo was her glimmer of hope. She could not bear to witness his instantaneous demise. Do not worry. With me here, you shall remain unharmed. Su Imo offered Yang Jixuan a reassuring smile. His gaze then sharpened, and he unleashed a strike, releasing a sword energy tenfold stronger than before. The blade of energy sliced through the air with the swiftness of thunder, effortlessly shattering the true energy attack, and with relentless momentum, it struck the jade-faced young master's left arm. With a sickening sound, the jade-faced young master and Apos' arm broke like tofu, crashing to the ground. Blood gushed from the severed limb like a fountain. Ah! He screamed in agony, retreating in shock. How is this possible? You concealed your strength? The excruciating pain contorted the jade-faced young master's face into a grotesque mask of fury. He believed Su Imo had intentionally hidden his prowess. Otherwise, it was unfathomable that he could thwart his attack and sever his arm with a single stroke. Yang Jixuan was equally taken aback. She had not anticipated the sudden appearance of this white-robed youth to possess such formidable strength, grievously wounding the jade-faced young master with one strike. A wave of relief washed over her, and as the tension in her heart eased, she collapsed weakly to the ground. Su Imo did not glance at the fainted Yang Jixuan. Although the jade-faced young master had lost an arm, he remained a formidable opponent. He would not commit the same error as the jade-faced young master had. If his adversary had not underestimated him, he would not have suffered such a debilitating blow. Today, you shall perish, Su Imo declared coldly, launching himself forward, his jeweled sword transforming into a blur as he executed 13 consecutive strikes. Wind Demon Sword Chi. The fourth move of the Wind Demon Sword technique amalgamated 13 razor-sharp sword energies into a colossal blade of unparalleled might. Seeking death, the jade-faced young master, consumed by rage, surged forward, his aura intensifying as he did not retreat but advanced, his folding fan shimmering with light, sharper than any long knife, to meet Su Imo's sword chi. Heavenly Y/. Despite his injuries, the jade-faced young master unleashed a power greater than he had shown in his previous battle against Yang Jixuan, evidently having withheld his full strength. Boom! The heavenly Y/ effortlessly obliterated Su Imo's sword chi. The jade-faced young master leapt into the fray, his fan spinning like a whirlwind, unleashing a barrage of true energy blades that sliced through the air. Swish, swish, swish. Su Imo's movements were incredibly agile, weaving through the gaps between the blades of energy, his sword gleaming as he countered the jade-faced young master's onslaught. The jade-faced young master, a third-level warrior of the spirit martial realm, was indeed formidable. No matter how Su Imo attacked, he managed to parry each strike, neutralizing them with ease. Wind howling through the 9 heavens, a tempest erupted around them, merging the relentless sword chi with the wind, amplifying the speed and ferocity of the sword intent manifold. The howling winds obliterated all of the jade-faced young master's attacks. The sword energy within the tempest sliced towards the jade-faced young master with breathtaking speed. Since mastering the God Wind sword technique, Su Imo's power had increased dramatically, far surpassing his previous capabilities. The jade-faced young master's complexion began to pale, a sign of excessive blood loss. However, his aura remained undiminished, each strike growing more potent. Heavenly Y Earth Splitter. With a sweep of his fan, a 2-meter-long true energy blade shot forth, cleaving the raging winds in two. The wind dissipated, but the true energy blade surged forward, aiming to cleave Su Imo in half. Su Imo deftly evaded the true energy blade with his phantom step, his form flickering like a shadow. Boy, today I shall kill you. The jade-faced young master gritted his teeth, the loss of blood weakening him, compelling him to eliminate Su Imo swiftly. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became for him. Jade-faced young master, your strength is indeed formidable, surpassing that of most third-level spirit martial realm warriors, Su Imo remarked indifferently. However, you shall still perish. A beast like you does not deserve to live. Ha! Arrogant boy, you shall pay dearly for your hubris. The jade-faced young master laughed maniacally, roaring as he launched a frenzied assault. Heavenly Y Annihilation Slash. The jade-faced young master and Apos' attack was immensely powerful, a swirling vortex of true energy blades that howled through the air with astonishing might. Su Imo's expression grew solemn. The jade-faced young master's strength exceeded his expectations, likely surpassing even Shinching. Without employing sword intent, it would be challenging for him to defeat his opponent swiftly. What truly lay behind the power of sword intent? Suemo felt a surge of anticipation within. In the next moment, a flicker of sword energy sparkled in Suemo's eyes, an invisible sword aura surged skyward, causing his garments to billow without wind, and a sharp, fierce energy enveloped him. God Wind Absolute Kill. The cutting aura infused into his sword technique, unleashing a cataclysmic sword energy that surged forth. This sword energy, 3 meters in length, resembled a colossal wind blade, slicing through the void and obliterating all in its path. What? The moment the cataclysmic sword energy was unleashed, the jade-faced young master felt an overwhelming dread. The air around him seemed to be drawn in, transforming into countless fine wind blades that sliced at his skin with excruciating pain. Swish! The unstoppable wind blade shattered the true energy vortex in an instant, its residual force crashing into the jade-faced young master. The jade-faced young master was filled with terror, his protective true energy surging as he hurriedly summoned a barrier. Yet, when his barrier met the cataclysmic wind blade, it proved utterly inadequate, shattering within the blink of an eye. The residual sword energy struck his chest with tremendous force. Ah! The jade-faced young master screamed in agony, sent flying and crashing into the nearby courtyard wall. The wall crumbled, debris flying, dust rising into the air. From a distance, atop a tower, Huang Hao and his companions stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding scene. Earlier, Suemo and Apos' reckless intervention had left them anxious and somewhat displeased, chastising him for his impulsiveness. However, now, witnessing Suemo single-handedly defeat the jade-faced young master, they were filled with a mixture of astonishment and delight. Yang Jixuan, lying a short distance away, gazed on with wide eyes. "Is this sword intent?" she murmured, then shook her head in confusion. It cannot be. As the daughter of an elder from the Tianyuan sect, she was well aware of sword intent. Sword intent was a manifestation of martial will, an ethereal presence only accessible to those of the true spirit realm. In the history of Tianwei Kingdom, no warrior of the spirit martial realm had ever grasped sword intent, let alone a mere first-level warrior. Yang Jixuan dismissed the notion of it being sword intent. Perhaps it was some form of special secret technique to enhance one's strength. In the arena, Suemo maintained an expression of indifference, yet his heart raced with exhilaration. With a single stroke, he had grievously wounded the jade-faced young master. Sword intent was indeed formidable, amplifying his power by more than double. Approaching the ruins of the collapsed wall, Suemo fixed his gaze upon the debris, certain that the jade-faced young master lay buried beneath. "Come out. I know you are not dead." Suemo's eyes swept across the wreckage as he called out with a steely voice. Chapter 80. The 9-Spiral Secret Technique. Although Suemo and Apos' previous strike had successfully struck the jade-faced young master, it had also been diminished by 80% of its power. He was convinced that this sword strike alone was insufficient to slay his opponent. With a thunderous roar, a disheveled figure soared into the sky, debris scattering in all directions. Several nearly imperceptible silver needles concealed within the rubble shot towards Suemo simultaneously. The jade-faced young master abruptly changed direction and fled rapidly into the distance. "Do you think you can escape from me?" Suemo scoffed, his sword radiating brilliance as he deftly swung it, shattering all the silver needles. He then thrust his sword forward, unleashing a sharp beam of sword light that pierced through the void. With a sickening sound, the jade-faced young master, who had just managed to escape a few steps, was impaled, letting out a wretched scream before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Suemo approached, his cold gaze fixed upon the corpse of the jade-faced young master. This individual possessed formidable strength. Had it not been for the prior severing of an arm that left him wounded, even with the use of sword intent, it would not have been an easy task to kill him. Looking at the lifeless body, a spark of brilliance flickered in Suemo's eyes. The blood of a third-level spirit martial realm warrior. How potent could it be? He refrained from consuming it immediately, instead placing the body into a separate storage bag. After death, devoid of any life force, it could be treated as an object and stored in a spatial item. Suddenly, 4 figures swept in from the distance. Arriving before Suemo, it was Huang Hao and his companions. They had been observing from afar, waiting for the right moment to intervene. Had Suemo been unable to contend with the jade-faced young master, they would have retreated. If he managed to hold his own, they would find a way to encircle and eliminate him. However, they had not anticipated that Suemo would single-handedly slay the jade-faced young master in mere moments. "My lord, I never imagined your power to be this formidable. To slay a third-level spirit martial realm warrior while you are merely at the first level is truly astonishing," Huang Hao exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. He couldn't and Oppos, T help but think that the young master's talents on Winling Island were likely extraordinary. "The jade-faced young master is dead, and my task is complete," Suemo stated, having collected the corpse. "Thank you, my lord. Please allow me to host you at my residence for a few days as a token of my gratitude," Huang Hao earnestly expressed. Suemo shook his head, replying, "There is no need for thanks." He then stepped over to where the purple-clad woman lay, powerless on the ground. "Are you all right? Can you stand?" he inquired. Yang Jixuan shook her head and weakly replied, I cannot muster any strength." After a moment's thought, Suemo lifted her effortlessly into his arms. The delicate fragrance enveloped him, stirring something within. Yang Jixuan gasped, her face flushing a deep crimson. "I will help you dispel the effects of the drug," Suemo assured her as he carried her into the jade-faced young master's courtyard. Huang Hao and his companions followed suit. Upon entering the room, an intoxicating aura permeated the air. On the large bed lay two young maidens, writhing in a frenzy, their faces flushed and eyes glazed, exuding the essence of spring. "My lord, these two maidens have consumed aphrodisiacs," Huang Hao reported after examining the scene. Suemo frowned and said, "Huang, you must ensure their safety and help them recover from the effects." "Understood," Huang Hao replied, nodding. Suemo gently placed Yang Jixuan on a chair and said, "Please wait a moment." Yang Jixuan, her face still tinged with embarrassment, nodded slightly. He then exited the room, distancing himself from Huang Hao and the others. Releasing the jade-faced young master's corpse, Suemo immediately began to absorb the essence. He could not afford to delay, otherwise, the vitality within the corpse would dissipate. As a third-level spirit martial realm warrior, the vitality of the jade-faced young master was immense, flowing like a mighty river. Although he had lost a considerable amount of blood due to the severed arm, the remaining essence still brought Suemo immense joy. The continuous flow of vitality surged into him, which he diligently refined. His true energy rapidly increased, as did his cultivation level. Initially at the early stage of the first level of the spirit martial realm, he advanced to the mid-stage, then the late stage, and finally reached the peak of the first level. After refining all the vitality, Suemo found himself at the pinnacle of the first level, on the verge of breaking into the second level. With a decisive motion, he suppressed his aura and rummaged through the jade-faced young master's storage bag, smashing the corpse into fragments with a single punch. Upon returning to the room, he found Huang Hao and his companions had already neutralized the effects of the drug on the two maidens. The aphrodisiac they had consumed was of a lower grade and easily countered. "My lord, what about this young lady?" Huang Hao inquired, gesturing towards Yang Jixuan. "I will dispel the effects of the Sanchi soft bone powder for her. You may leave now." Suemo waved his hand, once more declining Huang Hao and Oppos' invitation. Soon after, Huang Hao and his companions departed with the two maidens, leaving only Suemo and Yang Jixuan in the room. Feeling the lingering intoxicating aura, Yang Jixuan became increasingly tense, her large eyes warily watching Suemo. "Do not worry. I have no intention of forcing any woman," Suemo reassured her with a gentle smile, then began channeling his true energy into her to dispel the drug's effects. Sanchi soft bone powder was a particularly potent substance, its effects so strong that even warriors at levels 5 or 6 of the spirit martial realm might struggle to resist it. For 2 full hours, Sumo worked diligently to neutralize the drug. After the duration, the effects of the Sanchi soft bone powder were entirely dispelled, and Yang Jixuan and Oppos' strength began to return. With a sigh of relief, Suemo stood tall. Looking at Yang Jixuan and Oppos' exquisite features, he couldn't and Oppos' help but recall she and Oppos'. It had been a long time since they parted. He wondered if she had awakened her martial spirit and what level it might be. Shaking his head, he turned to Yang Jixuan and said, "All is well now." "You are fine." Gratitude flickered in Yang Jixuan's eyes as she bit her red lip and said, "Thank you for saving me. May I ask your name?" "I, Yang Jixuan, will surely repay you." "And how do you intend to repay me?" "By offering yourself?" Suemo teased lightly. Yang Jixuan blushed deeply, caught off guard. "Haha. I shall take my leave." Suemo laughed heartily, then exited the room with an air of elegance. "My lord, will we meet again?" Yang Jixuan called out as she chased after him. "Fate will determine our reunion." Sumo's voice echoed softly in response. Yang Jixuan stood there, pondering, a cunning smile slowly spreading across her face. "I will uncover your true identity." Several dozen miles outside Huangshe City, Su-mo sat astride his horse, galloping along the ancient path. His next destination was Tianling Mountain, the Bloodblade stronghold. I wonder what treasures lie within the jade-faced young master's storage bag. Su-mo retrieved the storage bag and examined its contents, feeling a wave of disappointment wash over him. The jade-faced young master was hardly wealthy. The bag contained just over 10,000 taels of gold, 2 martial manuals, 3 vials of pills, and a few miscellaneous items. Upon inspecting the 3 vials, Su-mo discovered they were all aphrodisiacs. Without hesitation, he crushed all 3 vials. He had no need for such substances. The 2 martial manuals included one titled Harmony Technique, a high-grade second-level cultivation method, and another called Tianyin 12 Styles, a lower-grade second-level martial skill. These 2 techniques were the jade-faced young master and Appo's prized skills. The Harmony Technique was a remarkable dual cultivation method. Should this technique fall into the hands of individuals with malevolent intentions, it would likely transform into something akin to the actions of the infamous jade-faced young master, wreaking havoc upon countless innocent maidens. Su-mo shook his head. Retrieving the Harmony Sutra, and with a surge of vital energy, he reduced this forbidden art to ashes. What is this? As Su-mo and Appo's thoughts stirred, a palm-sized tortoise shell materialized in his hand. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the shell was inscribed with an intricate array of minuscule characters, too small for even his keen eyesight to decipher. After a moment of contemplation, he channeled his vital energy into the shell, causing the characters to rise and magnify before his eyes. The 9 Whirlpools Secret Technique. Chapter 81. 2 Spirit Whirlpools in the Realm of Spirit Martial Practitioners. The swirling vortex of true energy within the Dantian is referred to as the Spirit Whirlpool. This whirlpool, forged from formidable innate true energy, serves as the foundation for spirit martial warriors. Typically, a spirit martial practitioner possesses only one spirit whirlpool. However, according to the 9 Whirlpool secret method, it is possible for a practitioner to cultivate up to 8 additional spirit whirlpools, culminating in a total of 9, thereby unleashing an exponential increase in strength. This secret method is exclusive to the spirit martial realm, free from the constraints of cultivation levels, and can be seamlessly integrated into any martial art. To Su-mo's astonishment, he had stumbled upon such a fortuitous opportunity. The secret method does not fall under the category of standard martial skills, making it exceedingly rare and precious. Each secret method is said to possess remarkable effects. The efficacy of this particular method lies in its ability to enable practitioners to condense more spirit whirlpools. However, as the 9 Whirlpool secret method indicates, the process of condensing 9 spirit whirlpools is not only arduous but extraordinarily challenging for ordinary spirit martial practitioners. Achieving a second spirit whirlpool is already a significant feat, while only those with exceptional talent and robust physiques can hope to cultivate a third. The difficulty escalates exponentially when attempting to condense a 4th or 5th whirlpool, rendering the attainment of 9 almost insurmountable. No wonder the enigmatic gentleman with the jade mask, even while gravely injured, retains such formidable strength. It appears he has indeed cultivated the 9 Whirlpool secret method. A spark of realization ignited in Su-mo and Appo's eyes as he mused. However, he likely has only refined 2 spirit whirlpools. Otherwise, even with my sword intent, I would not stand a chance against him. Stowing away the tortoise shell, Su-mo galloped forth in search of a secluded place to thoroughly explore his newfound knowledge. Before long, he arrived at a nameless town. He secured a spacious room at an inn and settled in. Within the confines of his chamber, Su-mo retrieved the tortoise shell and meticulously studied the 9 Whirlpool secret method, committing its essential points to memory. After a while, he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. Commencing his attempts to cultivate the 9 Whirlpool secret method, an invisible force enveloped his spirit whirlpool, causing it to tremble faintly. As time progressed, the frequency of the whirlpool's vibrations increased. Gradually, the whirlpool began to stretch and showed signs of dividing. A surge of intense, true energy erupted from Su-mo and Appo's 2 spirit whirlpools, impacting his entire being. With a soft grunt, he felt a sharp pain coursing through his body, even with his formidable physical resilience. Taking a deep breath, he proceeded with utmost caution, ready to halt his efforts at the slightest indication of trouble. Should he fail to create a second spirit whirlpool and risk the collapse of his existing one, it would be a grave miscalculation. As time flowed on, beads of sweat adorned Su-mo and Appo's brow, yet his eyes sparkled with delight. His spirit whirlpools were gradually separating, each spinning independently while still maintaining a tenuous connection. Once they fully separated, success would be within his grasp. With exhilaration swelling within him, Suemo continued to execute the secret method, ultimately achieving complete separation of the two spirit whirlpools. With a thunderous crash, the two whirlpools erupted apart, their immense true energy radiating in tandem, like wild stallions breaking free. Surging forth from Suemo and Apos' body and shattering the furniture within the room, leaving chaos in their wake. After a brief moment, Suemo regained mastery over his internal power and opened his eyes, joy radiating from his expression. He had successfully formed the second spirit whirlpool. At this juncture, the two whirlpools had become distinct entities. Aside from the slight diminishment in size and energy, each whirlpool was on par with the previous one. With time, both whirlpools would replenish their energy and yield a doubling of strength. The cultivation of a second spirit whirlpool posed considerable challenges, and the prospect of forming a third would likely be even more daunting, Suemo pondered. Nevertheless, the primary obstacle in condensing spirit whirlpools lay in enduring the immense pressure of true energy. As long as one and Apos' body is sufficiently robust, the process becomes significantly less arduous. During this period, Suemo had focused his efforts on enhancing his cultivation and honing his martial skills, neglecting the fortification of his physique for quite some time. He had perfected the third layer of the myriad manifestations divine art and was now poised to embark on the fourth layer. The first three layers primarily enhanced the skin and augmented physical strength. The transition from the fourth to the sixth layer would center on refining the bones and body constitution, resulting in an exponential increase in physical power, allowing him to withstand even the mightiest of weapons. This remarkable body refining technique is extraordinary, exhibiting virtually no bottlenecks in advancement. As long as sufficient spirit energy is absorbed, rapid progress can be achieved. Suemo unleashed his martial soul, a rank 8 devouring martial soul, which emanated unparalleled absorption power, drawing in the surrounding spirit energy to replenish the true energy within his two spirit whirlpools before he commenced his training in the fourth layer of the myriad manifestations divine art. This time, as the spirit energy flowed into Suemo and Apos' body, it no longer transformed into symbolic runes, but instead morphed into ethereal images of small elephants, their numerous roars resonating as they vanished into Suemo's being. Gradually, Suemo's physical strength began to increase. After 3 days of residing in the inn, Suemo set forth once again. Tasks are bound by time constraints, and with the distance to the Howling Wolf Mountain being considerable, any delay could jeopardize his rewards, even if he fulfilled the task. Thus, he rode swiftly, and after 8 days, he arrived at the foot of Howling Wolf Mountain. The Bloodblade stronghold is perched atop the mountain. Due to its presence, the surrounding area of Howling Wolf Mountain is devoid of any villages or towns, resulting in a desolate silence that envelopes the region. Dismounting, Suemo began his ascent up the mountain. With the cultivation of his second spirit whirlpool, his strength had doubled. The Bloodblade stronghold, with its leader being a third-level spirit martial expert and several first- and second-level warriors, posed no threat to him. Before long, Suemo reached the mountainside, where a massive stronghold came into view. This stronghold was vast, consisting of hundreds of houses, and was encircled by towering stone walls several meters high. A grand flag fluttered in the wind above the main gate, emblazoned with a fearsome crimson blade. In front of the gate stood 8 bandits, each armed with long knives, engaged in casual conversation. This time, Protector Tin personally led the brothers out, and the haul was substantial. Indeed, not to mention the treasures, they brought back over 50 women. Yet here we are, guarding the gate while they revel in riches and pleasures. When will I get my chance to enjoy life? Grumbled a man with a face full of pockmarks. Just you, Zhang Matzi. With that level of strength, you're only fit for gatekeeping. Another jeered. Humph. If I regularly descended the mountain to plunder, my cultivation would have long surpassed this stage. I wouldn't still be stuck at the 4th level of chi refinement. Zhang Matzi retorted, but his words abruptly halted as he fixed his gaze into the distance. The others, puzzled, followed his line of sight. In the distance, a youth clad in white was approaching the stronghold with steady strides. Chapter 82. The bloodbath at the Sirius Mountain. The young man in white appeared to move slowly, yet his speed was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the gates of the stronghold. Who are you? Several bandits snapped back to reality, with Zhang Matzi barking fiercely. Whoosh. The answer came in the form of a dazzling flash of sword light. In an instant, The bandits fell lifeless. Suemo and Apos' expression remained indifferent as he disregarded the fallen, shattering the stronghold and Apos' gate with a single punch and stepping inside. Swish, swish, swish. At the sound of commotion, hundreds of bandits surged forth, encircling Suemo. Who are you to dare invade the Bloodblade stronghold? You seek death, they roared, rushing towards him. Die, Suemo bellowed. Seeing the onslaught of bandits, with a sweeping motion of his sword, he unleashed a torrent of sword energy across the sea of enemies. Swish, swish, swish. Each swing cleaved through numerous bodies. A fountain of blood erupted, raining down like a crimson storm as limbs flew through the air. In mere moments, 200 to 300 bandits lay slain, the scene drenched in gore. Despite their numbers, they were no match for him. This was nothing short of a massacre, a blatant slaughter, with both sides on entirely different levels of power. What? How can this person possess such terrifying strength? The remaining bandits were filled with dread. Quick, informed the leader. A bandit screamed, hastening back into the stronghold. Suemo paid no heed, advancing with purpose, his sword striking, blood splattering. With each step, he claimed a life. And with 10 steps, 10 lives perished. In no time, almost all the bandits were slaughtered, with only a few fleeing in panic. The ground was soaked in blood, forming a river that flowed away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the distance, a group of over 10 men rushed forward. Leading them was a burly middle-aged man with a rugged face. He was none other than the leader of the Bloodblade stronghold, Bloodblade himself. The rest were mostly martial artists of the spirit martial realm, the weakest among them being at the half-step spirit martial realm. Boy, regardless of who you are, daring to slay at my Bloodblade stronghold only leads to your demise. Bloodblade thundered as he approached, his eyes aflame with rage upon witnessing the carnage. After today, the Bloodblade stronghold will cease to exist. Suemo replied indifferently, such grandiose claims do not underestimate your opponent. A coldly handsome deputy beside Bloodblade scoffed, saying, Leader, allow me to handle this. I shall eradicate him. Bloodblade nodded. Old Who, be careful. The deputy, Who, sneered dismissively. He is merely at the first level of the spirit martial realm. How strong can he truly be? Having attained the second level of the spirit martial realm, Who was confident, seeing the first-level martial artist as no threat. With that, Who lunged forward, a black battle blade materializing in his hand, slicing downwards with immense force towards Suemo. The icy blade light was chilling and formidable, and Who and Apos' face twisted into a cruel smile. In the next instant, his grin froze. A white light flashed, swift as lightning, cleaving him in two, his innards spilling onto the ground. Who only had time for a final scream before he breathed his last. What? The crowd gasped in shock. The second-level spirit martial realm, Who had been slain with a single sword strike. Who is this boy? How can he be so fearsome? Bloodblade and Apos' brows furrowed deeply as he barked. Everyone, attack together. Surround and kill him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dozen high-ranking members of the Bloodblade stronghold brandished their weapons and charged at Suemo. Bloodblade led the charge, wielding a massive crimson blade, striking forth with a flash of blood-red light. Blood cloud slash. The crimson blade energy rippled like a blood cloud, tearing through the air, unstoppable. Die, die, die. Suemo, consumed by the battle frenzy, felt his inner energy surge as the two vortexes of spirit energy within him roared to life. Sword intent exploded forth, the sword energy spiraling upwards, piercing the heavens. Wind demon sword aura. Wind sweeping clouds. Wind howling through the 9 heavens. After executing 3 consecutive sword techniques, Suemo paused, standing resolutely. Before him, there was not a single foe left standing. The entirety of the Bloodblade stronghold had been nearly eradicated. Bloodblade lay on the ground, half of his body severed, still clinging to life, his eyes filled with terror and unwillingness as he gazed upon the blood-soaked earth and the countless dismembered limbs. Taking a deep breath, Suemo roared, Devour. Boom. The devouring martial soul erupted, an intangible force sweeping through the area as the endless river of blood surged forth, enveloping Suemo. After a lengthy moment, the crimson glow dissipated, revealing Suemo and Apos' figure. The boundless river of blood had successfully elevated his cultivation to the second level of the spirit martial realm, reaching the latter stages of that level. While the blood he consumed was plentiful, most belonged to martial artists of the chi martial realm and were of little value. Only a few had potent blood energy. He He then collected the storage bags of Bloodblade and the other Spirit Martial Realm warriors, as well as plundering the stronghold before departing. Within the Bloodblade stronghold, numerous women and slaves were imprisoned, and Suemo released them all. Upon reaching the foot of the Sirius Mountain, Suemo cast a glance towards the distance, where Linyang City lay. The Sirius Mountain was not far from Linyang City, less than 1,000 miles away. Suemo contemplated returning for a visit, but ultimately shook his head, dismissing the thought. I shall return when my strength is formidable enough. At that time, the first to be eradicated will be the Wei family. Spurring his horse onwards, Suemo set off to his next destination. This time, Suemo had accepted 3 tasks at once, having completed the first 2 with great efficiency. As for the final task, it would likely consume more time, as it was not a killing mission but rather an escort task, naturally requiring more time. The Ji family was a small clan in Maple Leaf City, with several martial artists at the first level of the Spirit Martial Realm. The family head, Ji Long, was a master at the second level of the Spirit Martial Realm. However, Ji Long had been injured by a second-level 3-tiered rainbow poison spider while hunting beasts, and the poison had infiltrated his organs. If he did not receive timely treatment, he would succumb to the poison soon enough. Yet, the poison of the rainbow poison spider was extremely potent, and given Ji Long's severe condition, ordinary detoxifying pills would be of no use. The Ji family sought the aid of a master alchemist, who finally agreed to treat Ji Long but required a crucial main ingredient for the antidote. This ingredient, known as orchid Xian seed, was the seed of the rare orchid Xian flower. The orchid Xian flower was exceedingly scarce, and its seeds even more so. After extensive inquiries, the Ji family learned that the leader of the Twin Eagles gang in Black Mountain City possessed such seeds. Consequently, the Ji family planned to travel to Black Mountain City to purchase the orchid Xian seeds from the Twin Eagles gang. However, Black Mountain City was a chaotic place, lacking a governing authority or the presence of the Tianyue Kingdom and Apos' military, filled instead with ruthless outlaws. Moreover, the so-called Twin Eagles gang was merely a ragtag group, notorious for robbery and murder. If the Ji family ventured to Black Mountain City without a powerful protector, they risked being devoured whole, leaving no trace behind. Thus, the Ji family posted tasks across the 4 major sects, seeking to hire 4 disciples from the sects for protection. Disciples from the 4 major sects possessed strength far superior to that of ordinary rogue martial artists, and their reputations alone would deter many. With the protection of the 4 sect disciples, the Ji family could safely journey to Black Mountain City. At this moment, within the hall of the Ji family, seated in the main chair was a young woman, approximately 25 or 26 years old, with an exquisite beauty, fair and delicate skin, and an aura akin to the serene orchid in a secluded valley. She donned a pale red long gown that accentuated her curvaceous figure, and her cascading black hair flowed down to her waist. This lady was none other than Miss Ji Shui Ro, the eldest daughter of the Ji family. To her right sat 3 young men, all tall and distinguished. Welcome, esteemed guests, to aid the Ji family. On behalf of my family, I extend my heartfelt gratitude, Ji Shui Ro said with a gentle smile, her voice soft as she rose to bow respectfully to the trio. Miss Ji, it is my duty. There is no need for thanks. As long as I, He Qian, am here, your journey will be safeguarded, declared a robust young man with an air of confidence. Indeed. With our escort, Miss Ji shall have no worries, echoed the other 2, equally self-assured. These 3 young men hailed from the prestigious sects of Tianjianmen, Liangzong, and Tianyuanzong. All were prodigies in their own right, having attained the 3rd realm of the spirit martial stage, showcasing formidable strength. Notably, the stout young man bore a massive black sword on his back, surrounded by an extraordinary aura of sword energy. He was a disciple of Tianjianmen, the foremost among the 4 great sections. Miss Ji, your father's life hangs by a thread. We must set out at once. He Qian urged. Please wait a moment longer. I have dispatched missions to all 4 sects, hiring 1 from each. We are still awaiting the disciple from Fengling Island, Ji Shui Ro replied, a hint of hesitation in her expression, accompanied by an apologetic smile. The disciples from Fengling Island are hardly of any use. Whether they join us or not makes little difference. Why waste time? Remarked a slender-eyed youth, a disciple of Liangzong. Indeed, I concur. Another disciple from Tianyuanzong nodded in agreement, adding, if there is no one from Fengling Island to undertake this task, will Miss Ji continue to wait indefinitely? While Fengling Island may boast wealth among the 4 sects, its overall strength is decidedly the weakest. The disciples from Fengling Island, compared to those from the other 3 sects, were significantly inferior. It was only in recent years that a certain Duan Jingtian had emerged, allowing Foling Island to maintain a semblance of prestige comparable to the other sections. Aside from Duan Jingtian, no other disciple from Foling Island could contend with the talents of the other three sections. Upon hearing the words of the two young men, Ji Shui Ro pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. With her father's life in jeopardy, every moment was of the essence. She could not afford any delays. No need to wait any longer. I have arrived. At that moment, a clear, resonant voice echoed from outside the hall. Chapter 83, Misfortune arising from words. As soon as the words were spoken, several individuals witnessed a young man clad in white robes entering from outside. Su Mo, having traveled hastily for 3 days, finally arrived at the Ji family in Maple Leaf City. Feeling somewhat helpless, he had not anticipated that this escort mission would be a collaborative effort involving multiple people. It was not that Su Mo was unwilling to collaborate, but rather that he preferred the freedom and ease of undertaking such tasks alone. Nonetheless, having arrived, he resolved to complete the mission alongside these individuals. Greetings, Miss Ji. I apologize for my tardiness, Su Mo said, bowing respectfully to Ji Shui Ro, who sat at the head of the hall. Not at all. Now that everyone is present, we should prepare to set off, Ji Shui Ro replied with a smile, rising to her feet. Please wait a moment while I make the necessary arrangements. With that, she gracefully exited the hall. Su Mo found a seat in the hall and settled down. Humph. Whether you come or not makes no difference. With your mere second level of the spirit martial realm, you're just a filler. A harsh voice rang in Su Mo's ears. The speaker was a young man with narrow eyes, named Song Yang, a disciple of the Liang sect. Su Mo frowned and glanced at him, coldly retorting, Your words are rather excessive. Be cautious. Misfortune often arises from careless speech. Misfortune from words? Ha ha ha. Song Yang laughed heartily. You, a nameless nobody from Windling Island, dare to boast? Do you really believe I can't remove you from this mission? Remove me? Su Mo was taken aback and inquired, Do you have the authority to represent the Ji family? Since Su Mo had accepted the Ji family's mission, he could not simply abandon it unless the Ji family rescinded his task. Thus, he posed the question, If you were severely injured, wouldn't you be incapable of participating in this mission? Song Yang mocked. Severely injured? Su Mo's eyes narrowed, a glint of sharpness flashing within. He shook his head, saying, There are always some frogs at the bottom of the well, arrogant and blind to the world. It is indeed pitiable. You think you're quite bold, don't you? Song Yang shouted angrily, rising to his full height, his presence surging with intensity. A mere second-level spirit martial realm waste dares to act arrogant in my presence. You must be tired of living. He Qian and another disciple of the Tianyuan sect watched the escalating conflict with keen interest. Do you know who you're dealing with? The Tianyuan disciple remarked with a teasing tone. This is Song Yang, a genius disciple of the Liang sect. He has completed 15 sect missions in a year and is quite renowned in Tianyue Kingdom, known as the Liyun Hand. Even I, Dongyu, might not stand a chance against him. You should pray for your own safety. Dongyu, a disciple of the Tianyuan sect, wore a smug expression. Upon hearing Dongyu's words, Song Yang's face lit up with pride. Waste, did you hear that? Will you voluntarily withdraw from the mission, or shall I force you to do so? Song Yang looked down at Su Mo with an air of superiority. Initially, he had no intention of expelling Su Mo, but the latter's disrespectful retorts had irritated him greatly. Su Mo raised his eyelids, casting a glance at the haughty Song Yang and calmly asked, Did you just call me a waste? Indeed. You possess only the second level of the spirit martial realm. How could you be anything but a waste? Song Yang scoffed. Su Mo stood up, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Song Yang, stating indifferently, If that is the case, then receive my blade, and if you survive, I shall spare you this once. As soon as Su Mo and Apos' words left his lips, Song Yang was momentarily taken aback. The disciples He Qian and Dongyu were equally stunned. Was this person foolish or simply ignorant? How dared he boast of receiving a sword strike and living to tell the tale? Ha ha. Song Yang snapped back to reality, his anger morphing into laughter. Boy, I misjudged you. You're not merely arrogant, you're downright foolish. Don't just say you can take one strike. Even 100 or 1,000 would be inconsequential. Song Yang laughed uproariously. After all, he was a genius disciple of the Liang sect, receiving focused training. His cultivation technique was of the second tier, and his martial skills were equally formidable, mastered to a peak level. In the vast Liang sect, there were merely a handful of individuals at the same level who could defeat him. Now, a disciple from Windling Island, who was at a lower cultivation level, had the audacity to claim he could withstand a strike from him. It was simply laughable, as Su Mo observed Song Yang's derisive laughter. A smirk of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. I shall now strike. In the next instant, a resounding clash echoed through the air as a brilliant sword light erupted forth. The blade moved with the swiftness of the wind, leaving no trace. And enveloped in an overwhelming sword might, it broke through the confines of space, cutting towards Song Yang. What? Upon sensing the power of Su Mo and Apos' strike, Song Yang and Apos' eyes widened in shock, his laughter abruptly ceasing. What replaced it was an expression of sheer terror. The unmatched sword might and unparalleled speed caused every hair on his body to stand on end, an overwhelming sense of danger flooding his heart. Dong Yu stood up in shock, and He Qian, a swordsman, also rose, having recognized the sword's formidable strength at a glance. Roar! Faced with such an overwhelming strike, Song Yang had no time to think, unleashing a furious roar as he attempted to counter with a palm strike against the sword light. Li in hand, Song Yang's palm transformed in an instant, glowing a fierce red, radiating an intense heat as if it could melt gold. The moment his palm collided with the sword light, an explosive sound reverberated, sending shockwaves spiraling outward, shattering the chairs and tables in the hall into dust. A figure shot forth from the center of the explosion like a rocket, crashing into the wall of the hall. Boom! The wall collapsed in a chaotic mess, burying the figure beneath the debris, leaving their fate uncertain. The hall fell into a profound silence. He Qian and Dong Yu exchanged wide-eyed glances, stunned by the spectacle. The defeated party was none other than Song Yang. He truly could not withstand even a single strike. At this moment, both of them couldn't help but reflect on Su Mo's earlier words. Song Yang indeed brought about his own misfortune through his careless insults. After defeating Song Yang with a single strike, Su Mo did not bother to glance at him again and sat down on the ground. Just as he had said, even if his opponent had survived, he would not attack again. With the chairs in ruins, there was no place left to sit. So Su Mo had no choice but to settle on the floor. After a long while, Dong Yu swallowed hard, gazing at the calm-faced Su Mo, his expression shifting. He then forced a smile, saying, "Brother, I did not expect you to be so powerful. It was indeed right for you to teach Song Yang a lesson. Even if you were to die, it would be well-deserved." Dong Yu spoke with an air of righteousness, seemingly forgetting that he had previously belittled Su Mo and mocked him. As a disciple of the Tianyuan sect, he had no ties to Song Yang, so the latter's fate was of no concern to him. Su Mo ignored him, disinterested in engaging with someone like Dong Yu, who was so sycophantic. He Qian remained silent, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Su Mo, secretly analyzing his strength. Earlier, Song Yang and Apos' counterattack had been somewhat rushed, lacking complete power. Thus, if He Qian were to attack, he too could likely inflict serious injury on Dong Yu. Although he was at the third level of the spirit martial realm, he had reached the pinnacle of that level, and his combat prowess far exceeded that of Song Yang. Ultimately, he concluded that if he were to face off against Su Mo, the outcome would be a 50-50 chance. Chapter 84. The four heroes of Tianyue. The hall was enveloped in an eerie silence, with Su Mo and his companions exchanging no further words. After a brief moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the hall as Ji Shui Ro approached, leading several warriors from the Ji family. Upon entering the hall and witnessing the disarray, a look of confusion crossed Ji Shui Ro's beautiful eyes as she exclaimed, "What has happened here?" As she scanned the room and noted the absence of Song Yang, she turned to Su Mo and his companions, inquiring, "Where is young master Song Yang?" Su Mo remained silent, while He Qian and Dong Yu exchanged uneasy glances, directing their gazes toward the collapsed wall. Ji Shui Ro, noticing their expressions, hesitated, her confusion deepening. At that moment, two Ji family warriors hurried forward, inspecting the debris, and gasped, "Miss, there is someone beneath the rubble." "What?" Ji Shui Ro exclaimed, rushing forward. The warriors began to clear the stones, revealing the figure underneath, none other than Song Yang himself. At that moment, Song Yang lay lifeless, blood streaming from all 7 orifices, devoid of any sign of life. Ji Shui Ro's brows furrowed deeply. The death of a disciple from the Lai Yang sect within the Ji family could spell disaster if not handled properly. "May I ask what transpired here?" Ji Shui Ro's voice was laced with concern as she addressed Su Mo and his companions. With only the 4 of them present, Song Yang's demise must be connected to the other 3. Yet, Ji Shui Ro hesitated to confront them. Recognizing that Su Mo and his companions possessed far greater strength and influence than her own family, her gaze settled on He Qian, for among the three, only he had the strength to easily slay Song Yang. Miss Ji, it was I who killed Song Yang. Su Mo spoke calmly. He provoked me, and I acted in response. This matter is of no concern to your Ji family. Should anyone inquire, simply relay the truth. Ji Shuai-ro was taken aback. She had noted that Su Mo was only at the second level of the spirit martial realm, the weakest among them. Yet here he was, claiming to have killed Song Yang. Was his strength comparable to He Qian's? Perhaps even superior? Ji Shuai-ro fell silent, while He Qian and Dong Yu remained quiet, clearly acknowledging the veracity of Su Mo's words. After a prolonged moment, Ji Shuai-ro sighed and forced a smile. Gentlemen, since Song Yang has met his end, I shall rely on you for this mission. Though she felt a sense of helplessness, Su Mo's strength was a boon, ensuring their journey would be considerably safer. Miss Ji, there is no need for formality. Su Mo and his companions replied in unison. Ji Shuai-ro then instructed her men to dispose of Song Yang and Apos' body, turning to Su Mo and the others. Gentlemen, let us set off. At the western gate of Maple Leaf City, a group of 10 spirited green-maned horses galloped forth, speeding towards Black Mountain City. In addition to Su Mo and his companions, there were 6 more warriors from the Ji family, all at the first level of the spirit martial realm. Ji Shuai-ro herself was at the same level. Black Mountain City, situated near the border of Tianwei Kingdom, lay a considerable distance of 4,000 miles from Maple Leaf City. Even with the horses and Apos' impressive stamina, it would take at least 4 to 5 days to arrive. Young Master Su, given your youth and remarkable prowess, you must be a prodigious disciple from Windling Island. Ji Shuai-ro engaged in light conversation with Su Mo during their journey. She found him intriguing. A second-level spirit martial realm cultivator capable of defeating a third-level opponent was a rare talent, even among the 4 major sections. Naturally, she was eager to foster a rapport. I can hardly claim the title of genius. Su Mo shrugged with a smile. Do not be modest, young Master Su, with your talent. You shall surely make a name for yourself throughout Tianwei Kingdom. Ji Shuai-ro and Apos' eyes sparkled with conviction. One can only hope, Su Mo replied with a gentle smile, betraying no hint of arrogance. To make a name for oneself in Tianwei Kingdom? Such aspirations fell short of his true ambitions. His dreams were grander. He sought to forge ahead, to stand at the pinnacle of this continent, fully mastering his own destiny. He recalled a saying from his past life: awake, wield the power of the world, intoxicated, rest upon the lap of beauty. This encapsulated Su Mo's true aspirations. The group traveled swiftly, and within just over 2 days, they covered more than 2,000 miles. As evening approached and darkness descended, they paused at an inn along the way. Inside, the group requested several rooms and ordered food and drink, conversing in the main hall as they dined. Esteemed gentlemen, barring any unforeseen events, we should reach Black Mountain City before noon the day after tomorrow, Ji Shuai-ro said, filling their cups. Miss Ji, rest assured, with the 3 of us escorting you, I doubt anyone in Black Mountain City would dare to trouble us. Dong Yu chimed in cheerfully. Ji Shuai-ro smiled lightly at this, saying, that would indeed be the best outcome. Miss Ji, if the Blue Hawk Gang refuses to part with the Lanxian seeds, what will you do? Su Mo inquired, taking a swig of strong liquor. Ji Shuai-ro paused for a moment before responding. That is precisely my concern. However, if I offer double the price, I believe they would acquiesce. Su Mo shook his head. If the Lanxian seeds hold significant value for them, even offering 2 or 3 times the price may not guarantee a sale. Miss Ji, do not fret. At this moment, He Qian interjected with a cold chuckle, exuding confidence. Should the Blue Hawk Gang refuse to sell the Lanxian seeds, I shall eradicate them for you. After all, this gang is notorious for their misdeeds. Eliminating them would be a service to the people. Young Master He, you must not. Ji Shuai-ro gasped in surprise. It is said that the 2 leaders of the Blue Hawk Gang, the Tsang Ing and the Tu Ing, are both peak 3rd-level spirit martial realm warriors, adept in combined attack techniques. Together, they can withstand dozens of exchanges against a 4th-level expert without defeat. And their gang boasts numerous members, including dozens at the 2nd level of the spirit martial realm. Engaging them would surely bring us ruin. To withstand dozens of exchanges against a 4th-level warrior. He Qian scoffed dismissively. That merely applies to the weakest of 4th-level warriors. Should they encounter a 4th-level expert from my Heavenly Sword sect, they would surely fall in less than 5 exchanges. Ji Shuai-ro smiled wryly, unwilling to engage in further debate. She understood that disciples from the four major sects often possessed an inflated sense of pride, viewing other warriors with disdain. She merely hoped that Yiqian would not act recklessly and jeopardize her mission. As they continued their meal and conversation, a large group of warriors suddenly entered the inn. Their faces alight with excitement as they chatted jovially. Can you believe it? Duan Jingtian, the core disciple of Wenling Island, is set to duel Jin Yang, the core disciple of the Liang sect, atop Yu Mountain. The four heroes of Tianyue, each possessing a ground-level martial soul, are truly unparalleled talents. The clash between them is exhilarating to contemplate. Who do you think will prevail, Duan Jingtian or Jin Yang? One curious soul inquired. It's hard to say. I and Appos, V heard that their strengths are closely matched. It may be difficult to determine a victor. To be honest, when it comes to talent, I place my bets on Duan Jingtian of Wenling Island. Why is that? Several others asked, intrigued. Need you ask? Among the four heroes of Tianyue, the other three are all nearing 25 years of age, while Duan Jingtian is only 22. The disparity in talent is glaringly evident. The others nodded in understanding. Suemo and his companions were taken aback by the conversation. Duan Jingtian, the pride of Wenling Island, challenging Jin Yang of the Liang sect? A confrontation among the four heroes of Tianyue? A spark of interest ignited in Sumo's eyes. Duan Jingtian, the pride of Wenling Island? He was eager to witness this encounter firsthand. Chapter 85. The Vulture. As the words of this group spread, the atmosphere in the inn and Appos' lobby became fervent. Many approached to inquire, is it true that Duan Jingtian is to duel Jin Yang? A plump young man stepped forward to ask. Of course it and Appos. That's true. This news has likely already circulated throughout Tianwei country. When will they compete? Another asked. In 5 days, atop Yushan. Many have already made their way there. We too must depart for Yushan. One person smiled and reminded, brother, if you wish to go, you should prepare early to avoid missing this once-in-a-lifetime battle. The impending battle at Yushan was so sensational that it became the sole topic of discussion within the inn. Duan Jingtian and Jin Yang were both paragon figures of Tianyue, their brilliance illuminating the realm. Their clash stirred excitement among countless souls. I never imagined Duan Jingtian would actually face Jin Yang. Once this task concludes, I shall head to Yushan, Dong Yu remarked with a smile, addressing Su Mo and Yiqian. Shall the three of us travel together? Certainly. Yiqian nodded. Such a grand battle is rare. I shall not miss it. Dong Yu then turned to Su Mo. And you, Brother Su? After a brief contemplation, Su Mo nodded. He intended to return to Fengling Island post-task, and since Yushan lay conveniently along the route, he deemed it fitting to witness the spectacle. The three of you are fortunate to witness such an extraordinary battle. Jishura sighed, alas, I lack such fortune. My father's life hangs by a thread. I cannot afford the luxury of attending Yushan. Do not despair, Miss Ji. It is paramount to focus on remedying your father's ailment. Dong Yu chuckled. After a hearty meal, the group retired to their rooms. Inside his chamber, Su Mo sat cross-legged on the bed, meticulously pondering the intricacies of the 9 swirls secret technique. After a while, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. He aimed to solidify his third spiritual swirl. Upon success, the 3 swirls combined would unleash thrice his usual power. Within Su Mo and Appos' Dantian, one spiritual swirl spun rapidly, gradually trembling. Time passed, and beads of sweat adorned Su Mo and Appos' brow. His expression grew grave, revealing signs of agony. At that moment, the consolidation of the third swirl had reached a critical juncture. As the nascent form of the third spiritual swirl began to take shape, an unparalleled pressure erupted from his Dantian, assailing his entire being. His body involuntarily trembled, and his blood vessels throbbed with excruciating pain. Blood mist began to rise from his pores. The difficulty of solidifying the third swirl surpassed that of the second by several folds. Even Su Mo's resilient physique struggled under the strain. Damn it. I refuse to believe that I cannot endure the mere trifling of 3 swirls. Su Mo steeled himself, clenching his teeth, resolutely persevering. He bore the entire weight of the pressure without yielding, lest the room shatter around him. Finally, after 2 hours, the third spiritual swirl was successfully consolidated. Boom. The 3 swirls arranged in A and Appos, shape within Su Mo and Appos' Dantian, resonating with one another, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. A torrent of innate energy surged forth, creating formidable waves of power. With a sigh of relief, Su Mo opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath of stale air. The 3 swirls would amplify his strength threefold, and combined with his third-tier martial techniques, he estimated his power now rivaled that of an ordinary fourth-tier spirit martial realm warrior. Even without the use of sword intent, a smile graced his face. However, he realized that the 3 swirls had reached his limit. It would be impossible to condense a 4th swirl in the near future. Suemo pondered, only by significantly enhancing my physique can I hope to solidify a 4th swirl. After a lengthy period of contemplation, Suemo calmed himself, unleashing his martial soul to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, commencing his training of the Wanxiang divine art. The night passed without incident, and at dawn, the group set forth once more. Heishan City lies in the northwestern outskirts of Tianwei country. True to its name, the city is enveloped by towering black walls, resembling a dark mountain range. Heishan City is a hub for all manner of rogues, bandits, and nefarious characters. Within the city, hundreds of factions vie for dominance, with conflict, bloodshed, and annexation commonplace, rendering it exceedingly chaotic. The sounds of neighing warhorses filled the air as Suemo and his companions finally arrived at Heishan City around midday. Upon entering, Suemo felt a palpable aura of menace. The martial artists on the streets eyed them with sharp gazes, sizing them up. Yet, the impressive presence of the group, all skilled in the spirit martial realm, quelled any potential troublemakers. The Twin Eagles gang is to the north. Let us proceed there, Jishura suggested. Moments later, they arrived at the Twin Eagles gang and Appos' stronghold. The gang resided in an expansive estate, flanked by 2 towering stone eagles at the entrance, lifelike in their depiction. Who goes there? A few members of the Twin Eagles gang confronted them, their expressions hostile. We seek an audience with your gang leader. Please inform him. Dongyu proclaimed with confidence. Wait here. I shall notify him at once, one of the gang members said, recognizing the imposing presence of Suemo's group. Soon, the member returned. The second-in-command requests your presence. Please follow me. Suemo and the others followed him into the Twin Eagles gang, arriving at the reception hall. Seated within was a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe, his balding head gleaming under the light. His hawkish nose and stern demeanor exuded an air of severity. I am Vulture. Pray tell, what brings you esteemed guests to the Twin Eagles gang? His voice bore a raspy quality as he regarded them with curiosity. Greetings. I am Ji Shiru, and I seek an audience with the gang leader, she respectfully stated, bowing slightly alongside the martial artist from her family. Upon recognizing Ji Shiru, Vulture's eyes flickered with interest. It is unusual for someone to come without a purpose. What business do you have, Miss Ji? Without beating around the bush, Ji Shiru replied. I have heard that your gang possesses the Lanshan seed. I wish to purchase it from you, if you would be so kind as to part with it. Oh, the Lanshan seed? Vulture raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile appearing. Miss Ji, you are quite well informed. Indeed, I possess the Lanshan seed. But it is of great importance to me, and I shall not part with it. You may leave. Ji Shiru was taken aback and quickly responded, Gang leader Vulture. I am willing to offer double the price. I implore you to reconsider. I have already said it is not for sale. Please leave. Vulture's expression turned cold, revealing his impatience. Ji Shiru and Appos' heart sank, panic enveloping her. Without the Lanshan seed, her father and Appos' fate was sealed. Humph. Gang leader Vulture, your arrogance is astounding. He scoffed. I am a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. Do you dare dismiss us so easily? Chapter 86. You will not perish. He and Appos' countenance was haughty as he regarded the Vulture, a cold smile dancing on his lips. In truth, both Dong Yu and He Qian, as disciples of the 4 great sects, harbored a sense of superiority over these minor factions. Disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect? The Vulture and Appos' brows furrowed. I, the leader of the Vulture gang, am a disciple of the Tian Yuan sect, and this individual beside me is from Windling Island. We, the disciples of the 3 major sects, are here to give your Vulture gang face. Do not be ungrateful. Dongyu chuckled lightly, his words laced with a palpable threat. Disciples of the 3 major sects, you say? The Vulture and Appos' eyes glimmered with a hint of coldness as he scrutinized Suemo and his companions. Suemo remained silent, inwardly lamenting how arrogant Dong Yu and the others were, turning to threats when their pleas went unheeded. Leader of the Vulture gang, I urgently require the Lanshan seeds to save my father's life. I implore you to part with them. Ji Shuai said with an apologetic smile. The Vulture's gaze flickered as he pondered, not bothering to verify the identities of Dong Yu and the others. After a moment, a smile crept onto his face. Since the Lanshan seeds are so crucial to Miss Ji, I shall do you this favor and sell them to you. Really? Ji Shui's face lit up with joy as she quickly bowed to the vulture. That is wonderful. Thank you, leader of the vulture gang. Do not mention it. The vulture waved his hand and added, however, Miss Ji previously stated she was willing to pay double the price. The market price for the Lanxian seeds is 40,000 taels of gold, thus double would be 80,000 taels. Of course, I will not go back on my word, Ji Shui affirmed with a nod. Shortly after, the vulture produced a yellow seed the size of a corn kernel from his storage bag, the Lanxian seed. Ji Shui paid 80,000 taels of gold and successfully acquired the seed. Thank you, leader of the vulture gang. I shall take my leave. Ji Shui expressed her gratitude with a respectful bow. Safe travels. The vulture replied with a smile, also bowing in return. Soon after, the group departed from the vulture gang. As they exited Black Mountain City, they retraced their steps. Ji Shui was pleasantly surprised at how smoothly they had managed to acquire the Lanxian seeds from the vulture gang. Thanks to the three gentlemen. If it weren't for you, the vulture would surely not have sold the seeds, she expressed her gratitude. A mere vulture gang dares not disregard the three major sects. Dong Yu declared proudly, a triumphant smile on his face. This vulture seems to know his place. He Qian remarked with a faint smile. Dong Yu and He Qian wore expressions of self-satisfaction. Believing that the vulture and Appos' willingness to sell the Lanxian seeds was entirely due to their presence, Suemo shook his head, cautioning, do not underestimate the vulture. I sense he is not an ordinary opponent. We should remain vigilant. Dong Yu scoffed. What could possibly be so extraordinary about him? In the face of us, he yielded the Lanxian seeds without hesitation. Su brother, though your strength is formidable, your caution seems excessive. He Qian chuckled, his regard for Su Mo diminishing slightly. Su Mo remained silent, thinking these two were excessively arrogant. Did the disciples of the four great sects truly wield such influence? If they were inner disciples, perhaps they could be deemed significant figures. As outer disciples, what right did they have to be so proud? However, Suemo chose not to engage in debate with them. Since Ji Shui had successfully obtained the Lanxian seeds, his task was effectively complete. The group rode swiftly, passing through a small town where they stopped to eat and rest briefly before continuing their journey. Miss Ji, after another 100 miles, we shall part ways. We are headed to Yu Mountain, He Qian informed Ji Shui. Thank you, gentlemen, for your escort. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Ji Shui responded politely. Miss Ji is too courteous. This is our duty, He Qian said with a gentle smile. Alas, it seems we cannot proceed. Suddenly, Suemo interjected. Why do you say that, Su brother? The others looked at him in confusion. Look ahead. Suemo pointed forward. The group turned to see dozens of black-clad figures materializing on the road ahead. Each of these individuals brandished long knives, their faces obscured by black veils, leaving only their cold, piercing eyes visible. The black-clad figures advanced swiftly, encircling Su Mo and his companions. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The group hastily reined in their horses. Coming to a stop. Who are you? What do you want? Ji Shui exclaimed in alarm. Who dares to attack us? Do you know who we are? Dong Yu and He Qian shouted angrily. No response came from the assailants. Their eyes were icy, and their murderous intent palpable. Suemo narrowed his eyes, surveying the black-clad figures. Each one was a formidable opponent, with the weakest among them possessing a cultivation at the second level of the spirit martial realm. Among them, 2 individuals had reached the 3rd level. Except for this woman, eliminate everyone else, commanded the leaders of the black-clad figures coldly. Kill, roared the black-clad assailants, each one unleashing a fierce aura as they charged towards Su Mo and his companions. Seeking death, He Qian, bold and skilled, shouted as he leaped forward, drawing his massive black sword, its edge gleaming ominously as he struck at the encroaching black-clad figures. Boom! He Qian and Appos' overwhelming might cleaved through the air, sending 3 black-clad figures reeling, bloodied, and retreating. Dong Yu, equally formidable, swung his iron fists, each strike like a mountain, overwhelming all in his path. Leave these 2 to us. You handle the rest. The leaders of the black-clad figures bellowed, charging towards He Qian and Dong Yu. Soon, the 4 were embroiled in a fierce battle, sword lights, shadowy fists, and claw strikes erupting in a dazzling display. The black-clad leaders were exceptionally powerful, matching He Qian blow for blow, while the one facing Dong Yu began to gain the upper hand. Kill. A multitude of black-clad figures surged toward Ji Shui and her companions. Protect the lady. Several warriors from the Ji family shouted as they clashed with the assailants. These black-clad figures, all at the second level of the spirit martial realm, were far beyond the capabilities of the Ji family and Apos, S warriors. In mere moments, one warrior lay dead while two others were gravely injured. How could this happen? Ji Shui Ro and Apos, S face drained of color. What shall we do, miss? Are we all to perish here? Despair flickered across the faces of the Ji family warriors. At that moment, a voice rang out in their ears. With me here. You will not perish. Chapter 87. One man, one sword is enough. As the words fell, a dazzling light from the sword flashed by. The blade and amp, Apos, S brilliance cut through the air, and blood splattered as several cloaked figures were cleaved in half, dying on the spot. Suemo wielded his long sword, its light shining like the full moon, with sword energy cascading like starlight. With each thrust, blood erupted, as if he were reaping wheat, fervently harvesting the lives of the cloaked figures. In an instant, more than a dozen of them met a gruesome end. Having accepted the mission to escort Ji Shui Ro and her companions safely, Suemo would not stand idly by. Upon witnessing the carnage, the Ji family warriors rejoiced, nearly forgetting that Suemo, a disciple of Windling Island, was also present. Although his cultivation was inferior to He Qian and Dongyu, his current display of strength was on par with theirs. Damn it! The two black-clad leaders, noticing the situation, were filled with rage. How could a mere second-level spirit martial realm warrior possess such formidable power? If Suemo continued his rampage, it wouldn't be long before all their men were slain. Kid, I'll kill you, shouted the leader facing Dongyu, abandoning his fight to charge at Suemo. Meanwhile, 5 or 6 peak second-level spirit martial realm warriors surrounded Dongyu. Die. The leader bellowed, clawing at Suemo's head with a glinting black metal glove. Boom. Suemo swiftly thrust his sword, the tip striking the opponent and Apos' hand, producing a deafening explosion. Their power seemed evenly matched. How strong? A flicker of shock crossed the leader and Apos' eyes. A mere second-level spirit martial realm warrior, yet he possessed strength comparable to a third-level warrior. You are the vulture, Suemo suddenly exclaimed. The leader froze momentarily before sneering, Kid, I never expected you could recognize me. With a cold smile, Suemo revealed his keen perception. The aura emanating from this man was unmistakably that of the vulture. He had long suspected that the vulture would not suddenly change his nature and relinquish the Lanxian seed. The ambush, occurring just after they left Black Mountain City, could only be orchestrated by the Double Eagle gang. However, even if you recognize our identity, it matters not, for you shall all die. The leader of the cloaked figures revealed himself to be the vulture, the second in command of the Double Eagle gang, while the other leader was evidently the gang and Apos' chief, the eagle. With a sinister smile, the vulture declared, with your talent, you must be a genius disciple of Windling Island. I relish the thought of extinguishing genius. Is that so? I fear you lack the strength to do so. Suemo scoffed, mocking, to kill you, I require but a single strike. What? The vulture's face darkened, and he sneered. Arrogant little brat, I shall see how you intend to kill me with one sword. With a fierce shout, the vulture unleashed his martial spirit, a green eagle emerging amidst a brilliant display of 4 yellow rings, signifying a human-level 4th-tier martial spirit. The eagle's eyes glinted sharply, exuding a ferocious aura. Die, eagle strike. The vulture roared, launching a devastating claw attack, more powerful than the previous one, clearly aiming to defeat Suemo in one blow. Wind Demon Cross Slash. Suemo and Apos' 3 spirit whirlpools in his dantian spun violently. An endless stream of true energy surged forth. He swung his sword twice, 2 fierce arcs of sword energy intersecting to form a colossal cross that bore down upon the vulture. This technique was the 5th form of the Wind Demon Sword art, surpassing even the Wind Demon Sword aura. Boom, boom, boom. The cross-shaped sword energy crushed all in its path, shattering the claw attack, and the sword energy struck the vulture fiercely. Swish. The cross-shaped sword energy pierced through the vulture and Apos' body, his eyes widening in terror as he stammered, This is impossible? No sooner had he uttered these words than torrents of blood erupted from him, and his body split into 4 pieces, scattering across the ground. In his final moments, the vulture was filled with regret. He had never intended to sell the Lanxian seed to Ji Shui Ro. He had merely acquiesced to the threats from He Qian and the others. Though he had maintained a composed exterior, his heart burned with fury. Yet, he dared not openly kill disciples from the 3 major sections. Thus, he chose to sell the Lanxian seed to Ji Shui Ro. believing that if he could secretly eliminate them, both the seed and the beautiful Ji Shui Ro would fall into his grasp. Consequently, just after they departed from the Double Eagle gang, he and his brother, the Eagle, led a group to ambush them. Little did he expect that what he thought would be an easy task would cost him his life. Dumbfounded, everyone stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Even He Qian and the Eagle ceased their battle. A second-level spirit martial realm warrior, Su Mo, had actually slain the peak third-level vulture with a single sword strike. Good heavens, how fierce! One of the Ji family warriors could not help but swallow hard. Ji Shui Ro and Amp, Appo's eyes widened in astonishment, her gaze sparkling with wonder. She had believed Su Mo and Appo's strength to be comparable to He Qian and Appo's, yet he had surpassed all expectations. He Qian and Dong Yu exchanged awestruck glances. They understood Su Mo and Appo's prowess was formidable, even rivaling He Qian and Appo's, but the power he now exhibited exceeded all their predictions. Su Mo remained composed. He felt no surprise at having slain the vulture with a single strike. Despite being only a second-level spirit martial realm warrior, his strength far surpassed that of a peak third-level warrior. His true energy was comparable to that of a third-level warrior, and with 3 spirit whirlpools amplifying his power threefold. It would be remarkable if he could not defeat his opponent in one blow. Second brother. Suddenly, a voice filled with grief and rage echoed, the other cloaked leader. The Eagle was distraught and bellowed, "Kid, I will make you pay?" The Eagle roared, charging at Su Mo like a madman, claws poised to strike. Swish, swish, swish. A flurry of claw shadows filled the air, an endless barrage of claw energy piercing through the void. "Join your brother in death," Su Mo replied coldly, and with that, the sword light surged, unleashing a fierce gale. Wind and cloud swirled. Unmatched sword energy surged forth, entwined with a tempest of wind. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted, and as the sword energy dissipated, the winds calmed. Su Mo stood tall and resolute in his original position. Not far from him, the Eagle lay on the ground, coughing up blood, a ghastly sword mark stretching from his shoulder to his abdomen. His innards spilled forth, marking his impending demise. "To withstand my sword and not perish, your strength is indeed commendable," Su Mo remarked, somewhat surprised. The Eagle and Appo's power was vastly superior to that of the vulture. The Eagle's eyes widened in disbelief, and he shouted defiantly, You cannot be a second-level spirit martial realm warrior." As the last words left his lips, the Eagle's pupils gradually lost focus, and he succumbed to death. Chapter 88. A rare spectacle. In an instant, everyone was dumbstruck, frozen in place. With a single sword stroke, the vulture perished. With another, the Eagle was vanquished. What a remarkable display of prowess. How could this young man be so formidable? Su Mo stood there, appearing like an ordinary boy from the neighborhood, yet to the onlookers, he radiated brilliance. Dazzling in every sense, Su Mo cast a cold gaze around at the black-clad figures and addressed He Qian and Dong Yu. "These individuals are in your capable hands. Is that acceptable?" "Absolutely," He Qian and Dong Yu exclaimed, snapping back to reality, and charged towards the surrounding black-clad figures, shouting, "Kill! Move swiftly." The remaining black-clad individuals, witnessing the demise of their leaders, lost their will to fight and scattered in panic. "Where do you think you're going?" He Qian and Dong Yu pursued relentlessly. Su Mo chose not to chase after the remaining foes. After collecting the storage bags from the Eagle and Vulture, he turned to the still-shocked Ji Shui Ro with a smile, saying, "Miss Ji, you are now safe. The journey back should pose no further danger. I shall escort you only this far." Ji Shui Ro, overwhelmed with gratitude, quickly bowed and replied, "Thank you, young Master Su, for your timely rescue. Without your intervention, we would surely have met with disaster." She lamented inwardly, realizing she had misjudged this young man, who was undoubtedly a prodigious talent. Su Mo waved his hand, smiling, "It is but my duty to safeguard those entrusted to me. Since I accepted this task, I naturally strive to ensure your safety." After a moment and Appo's contemplation, he added, "Miss Ji, this place is not suitable for lingering. You should return to Maple Leaf City post-haste." Ji Shui Ro nodded in agreement, once again clasping her hands in gratitude. "In that case, young Master Su, we shall take our leave." "Very well. Go safely." Su Mo nodded. The horses whinnied as Ji Shui Ro and the martial artists of the Ji family departed. "Young Master Su, I await your renown in Tianyue Kingdom." Her voice echoed from afar. With a smile, Suemo murmured to himself, "I believe that day will not be far off." He then turned his attention to the corpses of the eagle and vulture, his eyes glinting. Such an abundance of essence blood from spirit martial realm warriors. This should suffice for me to ascend to the third level of the spirit martial realm. Devouring. His martial soul awakened, and a torrent of essence blood surged towards Suemo. He had instructed Ji Shui Ro and her companions to leave so he could consume the essence blood. Otherwise, if he waited too long, it would dry up and lose its potency. He could not consume the essence blood in front of Ji Shui Ro and the others, as such a power, if revealed, would bring him no benefit. As he devoured the essence blood and refined the vitality, Sumo's cultivation soared once more. In mere moments, he reached the pinnacle of the second level of the spirit martial realm, his internal spirit whirlpools expanding, his true energy brimming. Moreover, his true energy continued to grow. Should he break through his cultivation bottleneck, he would leap into the third level of the spirit martial realm. At that moment, two figures soared towards him from the distance. It was He Qian and Dong Yu. Upon their return, Suemo furrowed his brow, a flicker of brilliance in his eyes, and immediately ceased his consumption of essence blood. With their arrival, Suemo sighed inwardly, compelled to halt his devouring and retract his martial soul. The interruption nearly spurred him to eliminate He Qian and Dong Yu in a moment of impulse. However, he swiftly dismissed the thought. These two bore him no grudge, and their recent interactions had fostered a semblance of camaraderie. To slay innocents for the sake of consuming essence blood would render him no different from a bloodthirsty fiend. Haha, that was exhilarating. Brother Su, he and I have dispatched nearly half of these black-clad foes. Only a dozen managed to flee. Dong Yu exclaimed, approaching with a hearty laugh. He Qian and Dong Yu stood before Suemo, their eyes filled with astonishment at his prowess, which left them in awe. Standing once more beside Suemo, they felt an invisible pressure weighing upon them. Brother Su, where have Miss Ji and the others gone? He Qian inquired, noticing the absence of Ji Shui Ro and her martial artists. They have returned, Suemo replied. We should also depart for Yu Mountain. Agreed. Both nodded in affirmation. Suemo mounted his horse and set off first. Huh? What is the matter with these corpses? Why are they all so emaciated? As He Qian and Dong Yu prepared to leave, Dong Yu noticed the skeletal remains of the eagle and others, prompting his confusion. He Qian glanced at the corpses and speculated. Perhaps they have bled out? We should make haste. He Qian urged, and the two galloped after Suemo, paying little heed to the bodies. In truth, Suemo had not fully consumed the essence blood. Had he done so, the corpses would not merely be emaciated but wholly desiccated, resembling lifeless husks. Yu Mountain is a renowned peak in the Tianwei Kingdom, situated in the southwestern region. It stands as a solitary mountain, towering thousands of feet high, majestically rising against the skyline. At this moment, Yu Mountain was teeming with people, with no fewer than tens of thousands gathered. The throng stretched from the summit to the foot of the mountain, a sea of heads creating a cacophony that reverberated through the air. Furthermore, a continuous influx of crowds arrived from the distance, merging into the gathering at Yu Mountain. By the heavens, there are far too many people. Suemo, Dong Yu, and He Qian, upon their arrival, were taken aback by the spectacle before them. Observing the endless sea of humanity, Dong Yu could not help but click his tongue in astonishment. We should remain at the foot of the mountain. Suemo sighed, disinterested in the throngs above. All three were warriors of the spirit martial realm, and with their keen eyesight, they could discern battles even from several miles away in an open area. Moreover, it was said that Duan Jingtian and Jin Yang were both true spirit realm powerhouses capable of flying, and their battles would not be confined to the mountain and Appo's peak. Suemo then located an unoccupied patch of ground and sat cross-legged. With a day remaining until the battle at Yu Mountain, he could not afford to waste time. Closing his eyes, he focused his mind and began to channel the power of his martial soul, absorbing the ambient spiritual energy to practice the myriad transformations of his divine skills. Such a talented individual as Brother Su is so diligent in his training. It is truly admirable, Dong Yu remarked, witnessing Sumo's dedication. He soon followed suit, sitting cross-legged beside him. Fellows, I see some of my comrades. I shall take my leave. He Qian informed them before departing. As time passed, the crowd swelled, and by midday the following day, Yu Mountain had gathered nearly 1 million souls. Brother Su, look, true spirit realm powerhouses are arriving. Dong Yu exclaimed in awe. Suemo opened his eyes and looked up to see a gray-robed elder descending from the heavens, riding on a beam of light. As he landed atop Yu Mountain, A multitude of true spirit realm experts followed suit. "Behold, our elders from Tianyuan sect," Dongyu exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. A group of over a dozen individuals soared from the distance towards the mountain peak, each emanating an overwhelming aura that stirred the winds, all being true spirit realm powerhouses.